Hey guys, this is Star. What if? How are you all? Please support and subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see third part. What if Harry Potter unlocked the forbidden power and controlled magic itself? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support and subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Harry unlocks the forbidden power hidden within him, he discovers he can command raw magic itself. With no spell beyond his reach and no wizard strong enough to oppose him, the entire wizarding world trembles as Harry forges his own destiny. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Potter left Hogwarts without being stopped, without being guarded, and definitely without any problems. If Mad Eye had not been in Diagon Alley today, if Mad Eye hadn't had his magical eye, he would have never seen Potter going through the alley as if it was normal for a student to visit Diagon Alley on a weekend in the beginning of November. What was Potter doing in Diagon Alley? Mad Eye did the only reasonable thing to do in his mind. He followed the boy, a boy who might not be a boy. Am I truly right? Is he an imposer? Mad Eye thought again. It would explain how Potter had been able to leave school grounds and find his way to Diagon Alley. If he was an imposer, he surely was able to apparate. Mad Eye just had to confirm and prove it. There was just one problem with his plan. Potter headed into Gringotts. Mad Eye followed, just to see Potter open a side door and enter the hallway behind it. For a moment Mad Eye started to follow, then his brain caught up with him and he stopped. No one entered the hallways behind any doors of Gringotts but the goblins or wizards with goblin guards. There was no way Mad Eye would be able to do so, at least not without being bodily harmed and maybe killed. But Potter. Mad Eye stared at the door Potter had closed behind himself as if it was a dragon. He just stood there and stared and waited for Potter to be thrown out, hurt, tortured, and maybe dead. A minute went by, another, 5, 10 more. Nothing happened. Why? Mad Eye knew. Mad Eye had seen what happened if a wizard disregarded the treaty with the goblins. He knew what happened if you entered their realm without a proper escort. He had seen it, and it hadn't been pretty at all. And the goblins would never be unaware of a trespasser like that. They lived and breathed the same motto as Moody: constant vigilance. May I help you, sir? Mad Eye blinked and looked down to his knees where a goblin in full armor was standing, eyeing him warily. Mad Eye had been so fixated at the door that he had even forgotten his own life motto of constant vigilance. A boy entered in that door without a guard a couple of minutes ago, Mad Eye finally said, much too stunned to think over his words before answering. It was as if his whole world had ceased to exist like he knew it, and it was further crashed when the goblin in front of him answered with a snarl. The boy, as you call him, wizard, is a highly respected clan leader. If you ever disrespect him like that again, I will cut out your tongue before I bear you in trance to Gringotts. It is his every right to enter over there if he so wishes. And now leave. We don't need wizards prying in our business. Mad Eye gawked at the goblin. Then he did the only thing he could do. He left Gringotts and decided to wait outside and trail the boy again. At least now I am sure that this truly is an imposer. Mad Eye snarled to himself. There is no way that the Potter boy is able to get enough respect from the goblins to be recognized as a well-respected clan leader. Magnus Adam Selwyn was an experienced barrister. He was working for Folly and Flint and Selwyn and had seen a lot in his 51 years of life, except that he had never ever seen, he hadn't even dreamt about, something as unusual as he had been facing for months now, in his whole life. Adam Selwyn. He hated the name. Magnus, with passion, was the first barrister ever of a goblin clan leader. Well, a human-looking clan leader of the goblin nation, but that made it even more special than it was already, simply because there shouldn't be a human-looking goblin clan leader. The goblins never got along with wizards. Adam had no idea how those special circumstances came into being, that ended with a human-looking goblin clan leader, and Adam wasn't truly sure if he wanted to know. It was enough for him to know that he was working for the only human-looking goblin clan leader in the world. And he had the biggest coup going that he was able to imagine. Not that he had imagined that when he was called to Gringotts the first time, about 3 months ago. At that time, the circumstances around his new, potential client, had been a first for him as well. He had been contacted by a goblin, just to be led to one of the hidden bureaus of Gringotts that normally were only accessed by a few, carefully picked wizards, mostly lords or high-ranking officials. Adam was neither, so he had never expected to ever see those halls. Adam did not know what to expect from this meeting. Well, the goblin that had contacted him had clearly stated he was doing so for his client and not for himself, but Adam had never heard about a wizard using a goblin to contact a lawyer before. In that moment, his guide stopped in front of a richly carved double door and opened it. "The lawyer, Nardog," he said. "Let him in," was the answer, and a second later Adam was all but shoved in the room behind the doors. The doors closed behind his back like the entrance to a tomb. Adam frowned. "What now?" "Sit, Mr. Selwyn," the goblin said and shoved a money bag in Adam's direction. "For today." Adam nodded. He knew that when he was paid for today, that even if he did not accept the final offer, he would be unable to speak about it. As for today, the goblin in front of him was his client. "So tell me, Master Goblin, how may I be of service?" he asked, taking the money. "We'll see," the goblin answered, eyeing him critically. "First I need to know some things, and then I will decline or accept you." Adam nodded. "That's nothing new," he answered. "I thought as much," the goblin said. "So, tell me, Mr. Selwyn, are you a follower of Albus Dumbledore?" Adam blinked in surprise. Normally he was asked if he was a Death Eater or other things, but that. He hesitated for a moment. He did not like Dumbledore very much. He had been a Slytherin in Hogwarts and the old man had never seemed to be really fair, and of course the other Slytherins hated him with passion. "I know," he finally said, sitting straight. "I do not follow his agenda. I have too many friends on the other side." He knew that this would be the end of this job. There was no way he would be granted another chance. And the reason was simple. Everybody knew the goblins would more likely follow Dumbledore than Voldemort when they had to choose sides. "So you are a follower of the Dark Lord?" the goblin asked. Adam shook his head. "No," he answered sincerely. "I have too much family on the light side, and I don't like his ideals." One moment the room was silence. Then the goblin grinned a devilish grin. "Good," he said. "I will bring you my clan leader. He will discuss with you what he wants you to do." Adam blinked. Good. Clan leader. Adam knew that clan leader was the term for the goblin head of house and also lord of house. They were exclusive individuals, never seen in the halls of Gringotts. Adam also knew that clan leaders were all very old. You could not become a clan leader if you were not at least 100 years of age. "Your clan leader, Master Goblin?" he finally asked. "Yes, human," the goblin answered. "He was the one asking for one of you. Be not disrespectful to him, human. It will cost you greatly if you are." Adam just nodded. Then he followed the goblin even deeper into the halls of Gringotts. The decoration got even more pronounced, speaking of wealth and power. The tapestries showing the battles and wars of the goblin nation. It was intimidating. Finally they stopped. Adam blinked. They stood in front of a tapestry, not in front of one of the richly ornamented doors that he could see in the distance. The goblin simply pulled the tapestry of a very bloody battle aside. Adam guessed from what he remembered that it was a tapestry showing the Great Battle of the North Fields, and exposed a hidden door behind it. He opened the door. "Step in and wait here," the goblin said. "The clan leader will soon be there. Just remember, he is one of our most honored leaders. Step out of line and it will be the last thing you ever do." And with that the goblin left the room, leaving behind an astonished and slightly frightened barrister. Adam gulped. Then he tried to calm his nerves by taking the time to look at the room itself. The furniture and the walls spoke of money. The furniture was old and handcrafted, the walls carved marble, and behind the still unoccupied desk hung a crest. The crest showed a serpent winding itself around a lily. The crest itself was green, the serpent silver, and the lily white. It was a simple crest, but Adam had never seen it before. "Do you like my crest?" a warm, low voice suddenly asked. The voice was young, yet marred with a slightly foreign lilt to it, as if the speaker had half forgotten how to speak English. It wasn't the accent of a foreigner but of a very old being who had lived through different stages of the English language. Adam turned on his heel and stared at the person who had just entered the room. The person closed the door. The first thing Adam registered was that the person in front of him was human. The second that the human had come alone, the goblin had not come back, even if normally no goblin would let a human wander alone in their halls. "Where is your guide?" Adam asked, just to clap his mouth shut in the next moment. This man could be his client. That was not an introduction he would like to make to a new client. Where, by Merlin and Morgana, had gone his Slytherin side, now that he needed it desperately? The man chuckled. "I am a clan leader," he answered warmly. "As I am part of the Goblin Nation, I don't need a guide." But you are human." Adam wished he would stop channeling a Gryffindor and voice his thoughts with a filter. "Not really," the man answered, scrutinizing him. "But I would be called a wizard today." Adam just stared at him. The man, a young man, more a boy than a man, had shoulder-length black hair, some part of it braided back with Slytherin green ribbons like the lords of old had worn. The robes he wore were also cut in an older style. They were green with a black tunic and black trousers beneath. Black leather boots and a silver belt, looking as if it was made of silver leaves, added the final touch to his appearance. Then Adam remembered the fact that clan leaders had to be at least 100 of age. The boy in front of him didn't look like it, but looks could be deceiving, and the boy's accent spoke of times long past. Finally Adam decided to drop into a belated bow, introducing himself. "I am Magnus Adam Selwyn, barrister of Folly and Flint and Selwyn. Forgive me if I offended you in any form, my lord." He wasn't sure if the apology would be accepted, but it was the least he could do after his Gryffindor reaction just seconds ago. The answer was a soft chuckle. "You are forgiven, child," he said. "Unlike what most of my fellow clan leaders think, I'm not interested in killing everyone who offends me." Adam released a slow, relieved breath. "Stand up, child, and then sit down," the clan leader said, and Adam did as he was told. The clan leader made his way to his desk and leaned against it. That action brought him in close proximity to Adam, who sat in front of the desk on a visitor's chair. "If I may ask, who are you?" Adam finally asked, when the silence started to feel awkward. The young-looking man smiled and bowed slightly. "Morganath, at your service," he said. Morganath. Adam was not sure if the name was a first or a last name. The other smiled again. "My goblin name," he answered, smiling. Adam blinked at that. He knew for a fact that there shouldn't be any human-looking clan leaders, and definitely none that had a goblin name. "My lord, may I ask how it is possible for me to exist if there isn't any records of me in the ministry?" the other man asked with a raised eyebrow. Adam inclined his head hesitatingly. The answer was a soft smile. "Circumstances," he said. "Let's just say that I predate the ministry." Adam's eyes widened at that. He knew for a fact that the Ministry of Magic replaced the Wizards' Council in 1707, which meant that the human-looking man in front of him had to be at least 300 years old. He gulped. May I ask with what I can assist you, my lord?" he finally managed to say. The clan leader in front of him looked at him amused, at least until Adam managed to ask his question. "With several things, my dear Mr. Selwyn," the young-looking lord answered. "I do plan to return to the place that is rightfully mine in the magical world, but there are some obstacles I have to take care of before I make my first move." The deathly green eyes of the clan leader in front of him pierced him with a cold and determined stare. Adam felt a cold shiver running down his spine. This boy-looking being was no one you should cross. "Can you explain further?" he finally asked the young-looking lord. "Of course." Morganath inclined his head. Then he sat down behind the desk and took out a folder full of paper. "You could say that, thanks to who I am, I have certain rights to an important individual of the magical community." "I don't think I understand," Adam replied. The man in front of him smiled. Then he pulled of the family ring he wore and turned it so that Adam could see the crest. Adam's breathing hitched. He knew that crest. It was the Potter family crest. Adam's eyes snapped up to look at the man in front of him. "How?" "Like I said, circumstances," the clan leader replied. Let's just say that I have always had the right to wear it. But Harry Potter, as one of the reasons why you are here, the man replied. Since you are a barrister, I don't think that I have to tell you what should have been done years ago when James and Lily Potter died. Adam understood instantly. Since the clan leader in front of him had the lordship ring of the Potters, the heir of Potter should have been given to him for caretaking. The lord of the house always took precedence to everyone else. That it hadn't happened could mean only one thing. Harry Potter had been placed illegally with whoever he was living with at the moment. The guardianship, Adam started to say. Stolen by Albus Dumbledore, the clan leader answered grimly. Given, I was out of touch with the British magical world for about 6 years after 1979, but I should have been contacted when James and Lily Potter died, and I should have had a say in where my heir would live. Adam could not fault the man his ire. He would have felt the same if it had been his heir who was kidnapped, and it had been a kidnapping, whatever the Ministry and Albus Dumbledore would say. Adam knew that the lords of the Wizengamot would see it like that as well, if it ever was brought to their attention. Why did you wait that long to come to me? Adam finally asked. Even if you have not been in touch with the British magical world until Harry Potter was 5, you should have. There was a ward set up that prevented the asking of questions about where, and in what circumstances, the boy lived. The ward fell just a few days ago. Since then I have done everything I could to find out what happened to the heir of Potter. Adam frowned at that. He knew of wards that could do things like that, but he also knew that those wards were illegal as long as the individual they were attached to didn't know of them. There was just the question of if the boy knew. But that still didn't change the fact that the boy had been taken from his rightful guardian and then placed who knows where. Is there anything else I should know? Adam asked. Morganth took the folder on his desk and gave it to Adam. These are the withdrawing of Harry Potter's vault while he lived with his Muggle relatives and while he was at school. In there are also the account statements that tell you what was done with the money that had been withdrawn. The young-looking man handed over the file and Adam leafed through it. As you can see, Harry's parents financed part of the war against Voldemort. The money should have been stopped being used like this after their death, but it wasn't, Morganth said. Adam frowned. The accounts clearly stated that Albus Dumbledore had continued to use the Potters' money to help with the aftermath of the war. Instead of leaving the rest of the meager amount of money for the child's care and schooling, he had used the money and forgotten to think about the child that had to live from it. The money the child's caretaker had been given had not even been enough to provide for the basic needs of the child. They had just been able to finance the young boy's schooling from it. As you can see, his misuse of Harry's money made him a burden for his caretakers. As far as I have found out so far, they resented him for it, the clan leader declared. The will of his parents clearly states that any and all money that is left after their death should solely be used for the caretaking of Harry and for his inheritance. Adam opened the next page of the file which showed the will of the parents. I wish to press charges against Albus Dumbledore for neglecting the will of Lily and James Potter and stealing Harry Potter's money, Morganth said coolly. I also wish to press charges for the kidnapping of an heir, neglecting said heir and misuse of power to, legally, gain access to said heir. I understand, Adam answered. Finally, I also want to press charges against everyone that used Harry Potter's name without my explicit permission, Morganth continued and handed him another folder. In there are all the firms, authors and products that have the Potter's heir's name without asking me. I am not really interested in the money, but I do not like it that they use Harry Potter's name without permission. Adam took the folder also. I guess you will also press charges against the Daily Prophet, he said. The young lord smiled. Something like that, he answered and then continued to fill Adam in. Now, about 3 months later, Adam met Morganth again in the depth of Gringotts. This time, the boy-looking man was already there when Adam was brought into the room. Adam bowed. The clan leader inclined his head, and then gestured to the seat in front of his desk. Adam sat. I have some news for you, my lord, he told the Potter Lord instantly. The Daily Prophet is now operating under a new guideline. So we finally have had enough shareholders to overthrow the ministry control. Morganth asked. Adam just snorted. More than enough, he said. With the backing of the Longbottom and Flammel families and the Malfoys, the ministry had no chance to continue with its drivel. You already had 22% of the stockings under the names of Potter, Grimm, Evans, Peverell and Emrys, with the backing of the 5% of Flamel, and the 3% of Longbottom. You would have had a draw with the ministry. Adding to the fact that now the Malfoys 5% and the Malfoys 20% are backing you, the ministry has had no chance at all. The answer was a satisfied smirk. So the Daily Prophet would finally stop printing gossip, Morganauth said, satisfied. Adam inclined his head. I just wonder how you got the Malfoys and Malfoys to cooperate, he said. The answer was a smile. The Malfoys would have always cooperated, Morganauth said. Their shares just had to wait until I was able to purchase Grimm, Evans, Peverell and Emrys. Adam had the dawning impression that Morganauth hadn't told him everything when he took the job. He sighed. You were a Slytherin when you went to Hogwarts, weren't you? He asked, exasperated. The answer was a laugh. Actually, I was sorted into Gryffindor, Morganauth replied, and Adam groaned. Oliver Twist was right, he Ned. There were Slytherins in Gryffindor all along. The answer was a laugh. Just protect my interest and I won't out Slytherin your Slytherin mind, Morganauth promised. And that comes from a Gryffindor, Adam retorted without heat. Then he sobered up. Fudge tried to intimidate the quibbler. He threatened Xenophilius Lovegood with Azkaban if he didn't stop printing Twist and didn't tell him who Twist is. The answer was a grim smile. It seems that Fudge prefers to work into my hands, Morganauth said. The moment he makes a move against the quibbler, confront him and tell him we will sue him if he doesn't keep his nose out of a private business. James Potter, Zeno Lovegood and Salvadio Malfoy were the first and only shareholders of the quibbler. The families didn't change, even if James Potter is dead now. I'm sure that Fudge won't like what hits him if he tries to cross those families. Adam's eyebrow shot up when he heard that. He had known of the Potter and Lovegood holdings of the quibbler, but he hadn't been able to find out the third. Malfoy? He asked. The answer was a predatory smile. My name, was Morganauth's reply, and Adam shivered. He didn't envy Fudge, who had managed to enrage that individual in front of him. Morganauth's eyes said it all. You do not cross Morganauth, and if Morganauth's original name was Salvadio Malfoy, then you would do your damn best to stay away from him as well. Fudge would not know what hit him when Morganauth was finally ready to strike. The room Severus Snape was brought to by the goblin was simple. There were some leather chairs and a desk out of dark wood. The room had no windows and the walls were covered by the same dark wood the desk was made of. The floor was made of stone and candles were the only light in the room. He shuddered. He still couldn't believe that he had taken the chance and activated the letter that had been sent to him by the unknown head of house, or at least at that time unknown head of house. The room was darkly lit and a young man was waiting for him. Said man leaned against the desk, his arms crossed, clearly waiting for him. When Severus landed with his portkey, there had been an odd silence in the room, somehow disconcerting. Severus had spent all day until then stalking the halls and making Gryffindor miserable. He had taken far more points from Gryffindor than they had lost over the last 2 months from all the teachers combined, just to come here and stare into a face that, for a moment, looked like Potter's. Then reality set in and he could see the differences that he hadn't seen a second before. The stranger in front of him didn't have glasses and his face was far more regal than Potter's could ever be. Severus would have guessed they were the same age, but Potter's eyes, like those of every student Severus had ever taught, looked innocent and young. The eyes that now looked back at him were ancient. But they had the same color, Severus noted. For a moment Severus hesitated. Then he bowed slowly. He had never been truly taught how to behave in the situation he was now, but he at least knew the basics thanks to his 7 years in Slytherin. My lord, he greeted, while hoping that this man wasn't as sadistic as the Dark Lord. Severus' back and limbs still ached from his visit yesterday morning, the morning after the failed raid at Azkaban. He had been there for the meeting and had taken the brunt of the Dark Lord's ire, just because he hadn't been there for the raid. Cool. Green eyes assessed him. Take a seat. You are trembling, was the cool reply. Severus felt himself stiffen when he heard that assessment. How? He knew for a fact that he had learned to fool even Dumbledore, so how? You are my heir. As long as you have neither accepted nor declined your position in my house, but are in my territory, I maintain the ability as your lord to measure your health by the feeling your proximity gives me. I can basically taste how you feel. The last sentence was spoken sardonically. Not that I need it. Severus shivered at that. It was disconcerting that the man seemed to be able to know even what he was thinking. A simple legilimens, the man said. Your shields are good, very good, but not good enough for me. The next thing Severus knew, he had drawn his wand on the stranger. Before he could utter a word, the wand flew from his hands to the hands of his opponent. Good reflexes, the man commented. I was not as quick as you at your age. Then the man tilted his head in thought. But then, I didn't have a wand to draw at your age, so maybe I wasn't simply don't know it. Who are you? Severus stared at the man, totally confused. The man looked like a boy, but treated Severus like a child. Severus could see the power of the man in those things he had told Severus, but at the same time, the man hadn't made any move that would threaten him in any way. Well, he had taken Severus' wand. That was the second his wand was returned to him with a snorted, catch. Severus caught his wand and stared at the potter look alike, and at the same time not look alike, in further confusion. Sit before you fall, the man commented and pointed at the seat in front of the desk he was leaning against. Severus sat. I'm not sure if you have had any formal training in your youth, so, let's start with this question, before I answer yours. Were you taught how to act in a meeting to potentially enter a grand family? Severus sneered. No, I wasn't, he finally answered sincerely. Since the other one had told him that he could read Severus' thoughts and Severus' frantic search for a hole in his shields had not yet turned up anything, Severus figured that the man would know anyway, if he lied. The man just nodded. Then I will treat this meeting a little bit more informal, he said. I am Salvajahar. Since I'm here to ask you if you are interested in entering my grand family, I fear I am traditionally not allowed to tell you my last name. After all, you have to decide if you can accept my orders, and not if the family name is interesting enough for you to say yes, anyway. Shouldn't you be disguised if you want your identity kept hidden? Severus returned with a sneer. The answer was a laugh. If I was known in the political area, I would be. Since I am not, why should I? You won't be able to speak of me anyway when you leave this room, no matter if you accept or decline, was the answer. Severus' lips thinned again. And how will you keep me from telling about? There's a curse on the portkey that brought you, Salvajahar said. It's basically a runic tongue-tie curse, or obliviate, based on your decision in here. If you decline, you will forget that you have ever been invited. Severus was impressed. He had never heard of such a spell, but the cool, sincere eyes of his opponent told him that he wasn't being lied to. I have no interest in serving a third master, Severus finally said. The answer was a shrug. I wouldn't be your master, Salvajahar said. I would be your head of house. I don't see a difference, Severus countered. The answer was a laugh. Unlike those masters you are talking about, I would be responsible for your well-being. I can't hurt you. Not that I wanted. I might be able to order you, but I will also shield you if you need shielding, aid you if you need aiding, and heal you if you need healing. Severus just scoffed at that tiredly. He had heard too many empty promises in his life to simply believe this man in front of him. I am already doing everything I can for the war. I am not willing to submit to a Potter look-alike to do even more, he finally forced out. Look for your spy elsewhere. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the Dark Lord, raided Azkaban on Halloween night, the night between the day before yesterday and yesterday, to be precisely. The raid didn't go as planned. Instead of returning from Azkaban with his most faithful Death Eaters and a contract with the Dementor Coven, he only returned with his faithful, some of them in an even worse condition than they had been while being imprisoned in Azkaban. Severus could just stare at Salvajahar. Said man shrugged. You were punished yesterday morning after you were called. Riddle used his ire for his failed mission on you. His army isn't as big now as he hoped for. That doesn't mean that he gave up on the prophecy in the Department of Mysteries. Well, do you truly think I need a spy in Riddle's ranks? Severus guessed that the other man truly didn't need a spy if he knew all that already. That doesn't mean you don't want me to spy on the headmaster, Severus countered. Albus Dumbledore is concerned about Harry Potter. The boy doesn't act like Dumbledore thinks he should, and he asked Mad-Eye Moody to look into it. There's also the shifts he is delegating the Order members to do in the Department of Mysteries, absolutely barmy, that one. As long as Riddle doesn't enter the Ministry himself or Harry Potter isn't tricked into going there, there is no one who can take that prophecy from the shelf. He's also trying to recruit new members for his order. Do you need anything else? Severus stared at the man in front of him. If you know that, if you can get all that information without me, why do you want me to join your family? Severus finally asked hesitatingly. The answer was a shrug. You're a child of my adopted son's blood, which makes you my child. Even if I despised you with all my heart, I still would ask you if you want to be a part of my family. I still would protect you, Salvajahar answered, shrugging. It's the least I can do. Severus frowned, but the other one wasn't done yet. This isn't servitude, Severus, he said. A grand family is for protection. Of course, it is your choice. Just consider how it will end for you now when the war finally ends. You will be either dead or imprisoned for life. I don't think that the headmaster Severus started to object, but the other one overruled him. If you aren't killed by either side for either betrayal or because you aren't useful anymore, and if you survive the battles you will have to fight for either side, the headmaster would keep you at Hogwarts even after the war. He might have influence, but he is old and his influence is dwindling. He might be able to rescue you from Azkaban, but it will be likely that you would be stuck for the rest of your life as a teacher. After all, the Wizengamot will be more easily persuaded in letting you go if you are still somewhere you are monitored. And the headmaster wouldn't let you go without a fight because it is nearly impossible to get a potions master with your salary to work in a school. Is that truly what you want? Severus grimaced. And if the headmaster dies, there's a huge chance that you will end up in Azkaban. After all, there is no one who trusts you now, and it's the headmaster who kept you out of it the first time around. Without his help, there won't be a lot of people inclined to help you. Severus imagined Potter as the winner of the war and the one who would be revered by the other wizards and witches after it. Severus would have no chance. He would be in prison before he could even utter the word spy. After all, everyone knew that Harry Potter hated him with passion. Severus grimaced again. He had never seen his future as clearly as he had done just now. It wasn't a pleasant future. Death seemed the best ending he could imagine, and that was definitely a depressing thought. Like I said, it is your decision, Salvajahar said softly. Severus glared. And if I join you, what will be expected of me? He finally asked. The answer was a smile. There are a few rules I would like you to follow if you join. Other than that, there's nothing more expected. I don't care what you do for a living, who you believe in, or who you want to marry. At that, Severus grimaced. I don't plan on marrying, ever, he confessed, knowing that the other would have read it in his thoughts either way. Like I said, that's your decision. And what rules will I have to follow if I join? Severus asked, sure that he would now find out the trap behind the offer. Unity of the Grand Family in public. You may hate each other all you like when you're in private, but as long as you are in public you stand behind family. The straightforward answer definitely baffled him. I also would expect you submit to a health test. You will be tested for potions or spells. Reasonable. Surprisingly reasonable. Another non-negotiable rule for the others that still can't do it, would be to learn to occlude their mind. Since you already can do it, I won't insist on it this time, but if you want to I can teach you how to strengthen your shields. Severus nodded at that. It was reasonable. Occlumency after all helped against possession, compulsion charms are imperious. And lastly, the family comes first. I don't care what you believe. I don't care if you're light or dark. But I care if you decide to follow another man like little ducklings, unable to think for yourselves. If you join my family, your loyalty will be to your family. You might admire someone else, someone like Albus Dumbledore or whoever, but you won't follow them blindly. The family comes first. Work with them, admire them for all I care, but you will always think what your actions will do to the family name, Salvajahar said. What about? Severus stopped there, but his hand automatically cradled his left arm. The boyish-looking man's eyes darkened. I will remove it, he said. If you want to continue spying for now, I won't stop you. I can place that thing on a bracelet for now so that you can still be summoned with it, and I can teach you an illusion Riddle wouldn't even think about searching for so that it looks as if that thing is still there. But if you join, it's gone. I don't mind the dark as long as you don't endanger life. Life is precious. But in my eyes, Tom Riddle is at fault for the murder of some of our family members. I can't condone that. Severus frowned at that. Family members? He asked hesitatingly. Gideon and Fabian Pruitt, the other man elaborated. Alice and Frank Longbottom. Lily. At that Severus' eyes sharpened. Lily. He repeated. As in Lily Evans. The answer was a laugh from Salvajahar. Lily LaFay. He corrected Severus, and Severus felt himself deflate a little, at least until Salvajahar added. Evans might have been her official last name in the mundane world, but she has always been a LaFay by blood. You're telling me Lily and I were related? Severus asked sharply. The answer was a shrug. Very distantly you were, yes. But then, it would have been near enough that I would have invited her into the family anyway. What about her boy? Severus had wanted to stop that question, but he couldn't even if he wanted. Of course, he despised the boy, but on the other hand, the boy's safety was his only goal in life right now. He wanted the child to live for Lily. No, he needed the child to live for Lily. I can neither deny nor confirm those who haven't already joined this alliance, Salvajahar finally answered. Now, Severus Tobias Snape, will you join this grand family? And Severus knew that his time asking questions was up. He hesitated just for a second. Lucius Malfoy was shivering when he finally entered Gringotts via Port Key. His limbs were weak and he wasn't in the pristine condition he had hoped to arrive, but the Dark Lord had interrupted him shortly before he could leave, and Lucius had again felt the man's ire. The man had not been amused about the newest article in The Quibbler. Why, Lucius, didn't you stop this article? The insane man had wanted to know. After the last one, you should have understood that this brat can't be allowed to continue with this drivel. He'll destroy everything we worked for if he continues. The Crucios afterwards hadn't convinced Lucius to do as the Dark Lord pleased, but had instead cemented his decision. So Lucius had port keyed to Gringotts. In the dark room he landed in, another man had been waiting for him already. Said man was young with dark hair and oddly familiar. I'm surprised that you came, Lucius, the man said. After last time and your unwillingness to even cooperate with me as your head of house, I had guessed you wouldn't accept the invite today. Lucius' eyes widened. My lord, he said, and then bowed stiffly, suppressing a hiss of pain while doing so. Sit down before you fall down, Lucius, Salvajahar replied and gestured to the chair in front of the desk he was leaning on. Sharp eyes ghosted over Lucius' pale features. It seems Riddle has decided to dish out the Cruciatus like Dumbledore dishes out candy. Lucius grimaced at that comparison. I'm not quite sure what to think, considering you just compared the darkest wizard of today's times with our lightest, he finally settled on saying. I think that comparison might be a little bit extreme, my lord. The answer was a careful shrug. Nevertheless true, Lucius, he said. And that told Lucius a lot about the grand family he had been offered to enter. No Dumbledore, no Dark Lord. It sounded oddly pleasant. Lucius settled into the chair in front of the desk. I'm listening, my lord, he said stiffly while following the protocol that existed for occasions like that. The answer was a smirk, and then the other began to talk. There was no flowery speech like the Dark Lord had used when he had convinced Lucius to join him. There were no threats. The lord in front of him just stated the bare facts. The rules and conditions for the grand family. Somehow Lucius appreciated that. He was far too hurt and tired to play a political game right now. True, the man in front of him was no Dark Lord with enigmatic aura. He was also no Dumbledore with power oozing from every pore. The man in front of him was something else instead. He was truthful to Lucius, genuine, and Lucius suddenly found himself appreciating this character trait more than he would have thought. Harry was slowly making his way back to the common room, when he suddenly was shoved into an empty, dusty classroom to his left. He was thrown against one of the walls and held there by the throat. Harry flinched violently. His whole body was still in agony from the nearly deadly ritual he had done yesterday night, and even if he was good at hiding it, he couldn't hide it fully. A wand was pressed against his throat. Who are you? A voice growled. Harry knew that voice. Moody. The old Auror finally had found a hint that he wasn't who he seemed to be. Nothing surprising there. Harry had just waited until the paranoid man would catch on. There had been no way of hiding the differences from the man after he had been set onto Harry by the headmaster. There was just one way to maybe get out of this mess with his skin intact. It was a bit risky, considering his state of health, but it also was the only way. Harry stopped moving so that the Auror would not think about using a curse against him when he answered the question. You should use Veritaserum on me, he suggested. 4 drops. Just to make sure. Moody scrutinized his victim. He had watched the boy for a long time. Of course he had not known the boy before, but he still could see that something was off. The boy was nothing like Albus Dumbledore had described him. When Albus had talked about the boy, it had sounded like a rebellious teen, but the boy Moody met wasn't a rebellious teen at all. He might act like one and fool the others to think he was, but behind the facade was a cunning mind. You do not sound very worried, imposter, Moody grunted. I am not, the boy said, shrugging. While my secrets do not hurt me, they just might hurt you. Moody looked at the boy with searching eyes. And where do you think I will get Veritaserum from? He asked finally. I have some, the boy answered. It is sufficient, I believe. Moody just snorted. As if you would give me real Veritaserum. You are an Auror. You know the effects of it and you have seen it often enough to tell if someone is faking its effects, I believe, the boy answered. Moody just snorted. And of course you want me to release you so that you can get it out. My wand holsters are on both of my wrists, the boy answered him sincerely. I do have some weapon holsters on my belt. Just take them. Moody blinked. Normally he had to persuade his victims to tell him where their weapons were. He slowly reached for the boy's wrists and discovered the holsters. He took them. 4 holsters, 4 wands. After that he reached for the belt and just took it away together with the weapons on it. On the belt there were also a lot of vials. Moody recognized the most of them as healing potions. One of them also was the truth serum. When he had the weapons he searched the boy for other, hidden weapons. He found nothing. So he finally stepped back, his wand lowered a little bit. While he watched the boy with his magical eye, he looked through the potions the boy had carried. On the stopper of the vials were the initials of the potion master engraved. Moody knew all initials of legitimized potion masters by heart. He had learned them for his work. On the stoppers were engraved the golden initials, SEL. This surprised Moody. He knew the engraving. It was an old one and no one knew when the potion master had done his mastery. There had never been a date of death and so the engraving had continued. Sometimes there were people who had a vial from the mysterious potion master, but he had never seen a potion's equipment solely engraved with these initials. And there was no way these initials could be falsified. There was a curse on them that enabled just the potion master they belonged to use them. Moody checked the potions and found them all sealed, so they were the real deal. Moody took the Veritaserum and broke the seal with a little bit of regret. The potions of SEL were some of the best on the market, and they were rare. It nearly felt like destroying something holy to break one of their seals. Well, open up, lad, he said to the boy who had not moved at all. The boy sat down on the floor and did as he was told. Moody did not fault the boy for sitting down. Veritaserum did disable your ability to stay on your feet, and Moody also hadn't missed the slight flinch of the boy when he was pressed against the wall. The boy was hurt. Moody had no idea how it happened, but it was nevertheless true. Either he has a high pain tolerance, is trained in occlumency, or isn't hurt too badly, Moody guessed while he dropped 4 drops in the open mouth of the boy. He assumed the last. The Veritaserum hit the boy's tongue. It took just seconds, then the boy's eyes glassed over. Definitely the best Veritaserum you could get on the market. State your name, Moody said. Harry felt the potion compelling him to tell the truth, but it didn't compel him to say a specific name. It seemed that Salvadio Malfoy was as true for the truth serum as Salvajahar Emrys, Salazar Slytherin, or Harry Potter. Well, Moody already knew Harry's name. There would be no way he would get another without a little work. But then, the Auror deserved a little headache for the way he had handled Harry. Harry James Salvadio Amethyst Potter, Harry said, even while drugged, spitting the third name he mentioned. The moment he was rid of Dumbledore and Voldemort, he would rip Sirius Black apart for giving him a girl's name at birth. Had that mangy mutt been drunk while naming him? But then, Harry had the feeling he knew exactly where that name had come from. Moody meanwhile blinked. That wasn't the answer he had expected to get. Harry James Potter had been one option. Every other name in history another, at least as long as there was no Potter or Harry to find in it anywhere. He sighed. How old are you? He finally asked. 15. The answer was instant. A real 15-year-old portraying another 15-year-old. Normally 15-year-olds were far too prone to mess things up in the plan, and the ward had been far too complicated for a mere 15-year-old. His opponent must be lying. Moody picked up the bottle of Veritaserum and read the label. No, still truth serum. He sighed and decided a different approach. When were you born? 31st of July, 1980, the boy answered again without hesitation. Moody again looked at the bottle. Still Veritaserum. Did that mean that boy was Potter? Are you Harry Potter? He asked again. This boy couldn't be. No, the boy answered and Moody huffed. It seemed that he finally got somewhere. Where is Harry Potter? Moody asked. This time there was no answer. The boy just blinked, a sign that the question couldn't be answered by the other. Moody frowned. It had been a straightforward question, so why couldn't the imposter with the frightening similar name answer? So he had to take another way to find out what the imposter was hiding. What are your plans? Going to Gryffindor Tower and after that to dinner. That wasn't the answer Moody had been waiting for. It seemed as if he had been too unspecific. Answers like that always happened if the questions were too open. He frowned inwardly and then asked again, what are your plans for the future? That should be better. Finding my book about Hogwarts. Searching objects. Working. Traveling. Staying away from Thrawn. Stop. Moody blinked at that but dismissed the answers he had gotten. They weren't useful at all. He needed to know about the current plans for the school. What are your current plans concerning school? Finishing my owls. Not exactly the answer Moody had been hoping for. He groaned. Do you give answers like that deliberately? He asked, frustrated. Yes, Harry answered, still drugged. I don't give anything away for free. I noticed, Moody growled. Then he returned to his first approach. Tell me everything you know about what happened with Harry Potter. This time the answer would turn his world around. He was created on Halloween 1981 by Albus Dumbledore and died the next morning. He was recreated in August 1985 by Petunia Dursley for school. He died on the 2nd of August this year, the boy in front of Moody answered. It was then that Moody's world came crashing down. He knew what that answer meant. He himself had given something similar to it when he had been asked under the influence of Veritaserum about Mad-Eye Moody. Albus Dumbledore had done more than hiding away the child. He had tried, even if Moody was sure that it wasn't deliberately, to change the child's name. There was just one thing that Moody had to ask to confirm his suspicion. You found out your true name this summer. For a second there was silence, then the boy answered. Yes, he said. Albus Dumbledore didn't tell you it, Moody guessed. Yes. Is that the reason why you are different from what Albus described? Moody asked. This time, surprisingly, a small smile started to grace the youth's face. Partly, the boy said. What is the other reason? I am no weapon, the boy answered instantly, and his eyes were oddly clear for Veritaserum. He has done nothing but meddle his whole life without ever thinking about the consequences of his actions. It's time that someone stops him before he destroys us all. It's thanks to Albus Dumbledore that a lot of people were rescued. And yet it is thanks to him that the war happened in the first place, the boy answered. I'm not naive. I saw him working on taking down a Dark Lord. If we continue down his path, there would be thousands and thousands of dead on our side. Moody's eyes widened when the boy suddenly stood up. The child's body was trembling, but the boy had full control over it otherwise. I give you the same data I gave Severus Snape. Albus Dumbledore knew Grindelwald since he was 17 and knew what that madman planned, yet the first time he acted was when he was 60. I don't blame him for not fighting. I blame him for keeping his silence. Albus Dumbledore also knew about Tom Riddle when that boy was still in school, yet he simply watched again. Do you see a pattern? Think about it. With that the boy coughed and turned away from Moody. He still wasn't fast enough for Moody not to see the blood on the child's lips. Moody's eyes narrowed. What happened to you, Potter? He asked. The boy turned halfway back from putting back on his holsters and belt and smiled a faint smile. Just a minor hurt considering what I endured while attending Hogwarts from year 1 to 4, he answered. Definitely less deadly than basilisk venom coursing through my body. Moody growled. That's not an answer, Potter, Moody said. The boy shrugged. It's part of the price I paid to destroy Riddle, he answered. The odds are well that I won't die from, for now at least. An odd feeling of concern followed that statement, and for a moment, Moody wasn't sure what to reply. You shouldn't even joke about your death, lad, he finally declared. The answer was a smile full of bloody teeth. Why not? At least like that I would die to my terms and not at the biting of our most beloved headmaster. The last words he said slowly, as if he was considering each carefully. I have an odd feeling that that's one of the things the headmaster definitely planned for me, but if you don't believe me, ask the headmaster himself. Ask him who his little weapon is going to be. Ask him if he truly raised me as a pig for slaughter. Then he bowed. I'm on my way now, Lord Moody, he said. Have a nice day. And with that he left the classroom. Moody's eyes followed him while Moody's mind repeated everything Albus Dumbledore had ever said about Harry Potter. The lad was right. Albus had long since planned Potter's course of action. Albus himself had called the child weapon. Albus always insisted that Harry would be the one to finish off the Dark Lord. Moody felt sickened to the core. Hermione had struggled with her apology, not because she couldn't see Harry's point of view, but because she felt guilty for acting the way she did in the first place. Harry always had been her best friend. Losing him because of her own actions had been hard, but she had experienced it before. Being admonished by him before he stopped talking to her had been new, and his words had definitely driven home his point. So she stopped next to Harry at the table in the common room the evening 2 days after Halloween. She knew that Harry had just come back from who knew where, but this time around she wouldn't pry. Harry, she said tentatively. I wanted to talk to you. Do you have some time for me? The answer was a sigh. Then Harry sat down his quill and looked up. Have a seat, please, he said, and Hermione sat, still fidgeting. I'm sorry, she blurted out. Truly, Harry, I'm so sorry. I should have talked to you. You were right. And I. Just tell me. Why did you do it? Harry interrupted her coolly, and Hermione slumped. Hermione stopped and huffed frustrated. It seemed the right thing to do at that time. She finally explained. You didn't behave like you did normally, and I feared that something had happened, and well, Dumbledore is one of the most powerful wizards of our time. That doesn't explain why you went behind my back and talked to him, Harry commented, and he was right. It explained nothing. Well, Hermione snapped her mouth shut. Then she sighed. I was sure you wouldn't listen. Like you didn't listen when I expressed my concern about the firebolt. Harry tilted his head. You never tried to explain that to me either, he said, and leaned back in his chair. Hermione saw him wince when he did so, and her eyes narrowed. Then her focus snapped back to the discussion. You wouldn't have listened. You just saw the firebolt, she said. Harry raised an eyebrow. So you think I, who was forced to endure death threats because of people not listening to me since I was 11, wouldn't have believed you if you told me my life was at stake? He snorted, amused. Hermione, do you truly think I crave the danger I was in every year? Hermione blushed, embarrassed. No, she said. After that, silence reigned between them. I'm sorry, she finally repeated, and Harry inclined his head. I forgive you, he finally said. But I won't forget. If you ever dare to do something like that again, don't expect me to be so lenient again. Hermione hesitated. Then she nodded. Thank you, she said before hesitating again. What happened to you? Harry just raised an eyebrow. I'm quite sure that you have lost the right to pry the moment you went to the headmaster to tattle on me. He answered and returned to his homework. Hermione pressed her lips together but finally nodded. Sorry, she said again. May I join you? Harry shrugged, wincing at the gesture. Do as you please, he answered, and Hermione pulled out her own homework. She still watched her best friend while she worked. He was moving stiffly, and it looked sometimes as if he was in pain, but his words had told her that he wouldn't answer her question. Something that hurt and also concerned her greatly, but before she could do something else rash, Neville and Ron joined them at the table. Both of the other boys pulled out their homework and started to work on it. It was them complaining about Umbridge and asking Harry about this or that in the defense curriculum they should have learned, that finally sparked her idea. For a moment she still hesitated. She had been accepted back just now, after all, but then she plunged ahead anyway. Harry, have you ever thought about teaching the other students defense? I mean, you are very good in it, and with Voldemort back we need to practice as much as we can. Harry just raised an eyebrow. And your suggestion is? We should form a defense club behind Umbridge's back. She answered enthusiastically. Let's ask the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs and the rest of the Gryffindors we know and trust to join. And maybe, so she thought, it would help Harry to overcome his trauma of Cedric's death and the Dementors in the summer. Harry frowned. I've already a very full schedule, Hermione, he said. But this is important, Harry. Hermione insisted. We need to be able to defend us when Voldemort returns to the open, and considering that the Ministry tries to stifle our knowledge, someone else will have to teach us. And you can do it, I am sure. Harry sighed and leaned back again with a wince. Hermione saw Neville's eyes narrow at that, but the other boy said nothing. Please, Harry, at least consider it. She pleaded. It would be a good idea, Ron murmured at that moment. I would definitely feel safer if I knew that I know how to defend myself. Neville nodded. I mean, we're trying to learn what we should have learned by ourselves, but it would be a lot easier if there was a group to learn with. At that, Harry sighed again. All right, he said. I will consider it. And Hermione smiled, not knowing that she had played into Harry's hands by her suggestion. It wasn't what he had originally planned, but it would work better this way. The door opened. Who are you? The man who had been spoken to started. He had been concentrating on the thing in his arms and nearly had forgotten that he had knocked on the door in front of him. Who I am isn't important, the man said while looking up to meet startling green eyes with his warm brown ones. It is why I am here, that is the important part. The other man's eyes narrowed, but he complied nevertheless with the silent demand. Then why are you here? He asked. I'm here because I know you can help me, the first man answered. I heard that you have been looking for something discreetly for some years now. The other man's eyes widened and his eyes snapped to the thing in the stranger's arms. Then his expression closed off. I'm not sure if you know. I know exactly what you're looking for, the first man intercepted. So what's the catch? Hopefully, the first man said, his expression darkening. There is no catch. He had risked too much to lose now, after all. His sanity, but more importantly the sanity of the one person he still considered something akin to a brother, even after all those years apart. There is always a limit for every person. If that limit is overstepped, the person will break. No one in the entire world can bear everything thrown at them without being broken by one thing or the other. The moment Sal destroyed the Horcrux of his brother, Sal reached his limit. And when the statue of his brother, far away in Hogwarts, shattered and his ashes added to the wind, Sal's soul shattered as well. He had killed his brother. A child's laughter filling his head, originating in one of his memories. He had killed his brother. A child's eyes, filled with love, looking at him from a moment long ago lost in time. He had killed his brother. A single tear escaped his eyes. How could he? The answer came in the coldness of his own voice, a memory from a time long gone. I had other responsibilities than watching him lead his life, he had said. Other responsibilities. As if his brother had been nothing but a burden. Could he have stopped it? If he had listened, if he had stayed at his brother's side, could he have saved him? You show remarkably little interest in the life of your brother, Antioch had said. I would never have gotten away with such a behavior. You're just like father, Medrod had hissed. You do nothing but cast me away for others. And his brother was right. Others had always come first. Strangers he had aided. His brother instead, he had killed. A healer cannot fight, a voice from another lifetime ago told him softly. His own voice. And you want to fight? No, I want to protect. And protected he had, always and always. Everyone without exception. And yet, the greatest exception of all. I should have protected my brother, he whispered while staring at the shards of the Horcrux in his hands, blind to the snowstorm that had started to rage in the wilderness of the French forest where he sat, unprotected, on the ground. I should have protected my brother. Instead, he had killed him. You act as if you think this is easy for me to do. Sal heard his own past voice exclaim. I once swore to protect the innocents. I never thought that this oath would mean that I once would be forced to go against my own little brother. I love you, Medrod. If the circumstances would have been just the slightest bit different, if you just hadn't gone against everything I stand for, I would have chosen you. But as it is, I can't. Not with the knowledge of what you have done. And he had turned away from his brother again, just for others. Strangers. You show remarkably little interest in the life of your brother. I would never have gotten away with such a behavior. So you will protect those who cannot protect themselves from those who try to maim them. I will. And then he had killed his brother. Killed him, deliberately. Killed him in cold blood. You're just like father. You do nothing but cast me away for others. And you will use all your skills to aid whomever needs help. He had sworn and he had kept his oath. Always and always. He had been a guardian to those who needed it, a child's laughter in his head. Guardian for all, but his brother. He had been a healer, so you prefer murdering him just to stop him. A healer to all, but his brother. A protector, there is no other way. Even if he would be one of us, even if he would be my own child, I would nevertheless say the same. A protector to all, but his brother. A saint in the eyes of many, and yet, he had killed his brother. His own baby brother. And his mind kept playing all those times he had interacted with the child he had killed today. I had other responsibilities than watching him lead his life, he had said instead. Other responsibilities. You show remarkably little interest in the life of your brother. I would never have gotten away with such a behavior. You're just like father. You do nothing but cast me away for others. Even if you will have to aid your enemy. Oh, how he wished he would have had to aid his enemy. Anything would have been better than what he had done. But he had forsworn himself. He had forsworn evil, but not the darkness. But his brother. His brother. I might love you, Medrod, but the oath I took as a guardian forces me to work against you. I can't let you roam the world like you are just now. I am sorry. So you prefer murdering him just to stop him. There is no other way. Even if he would be one of us, even if he would be my own child, I would nevertheless say the same. As if his brother was nothing to him. Even if you must kill someone or let someone die to ensure the safety of others. He had said yes to that as well, and he had damned himself with it. Even if you must kill someone, his brother's blood on his hands. His brother's soul destroyed. His brother's body nothing but ashes. To ensure the safety of others. How had he managed it? How had he managed to do as he had sworn when it had been his brother's life at stake? How had he been able to sacrifice his brother's life for something as shallow as the safety of others? Antioch, Cadmus, Ignotus, children, all three of them. Antioch sailing through the air and landing on the ground with a sickening thunk. Another curse and Antioch started to scream in agony. A child's laughter filling his head, originating in one of his memories, even if you must kill someone. A rune-based shield that rescued Cadmus and Ignotus from the deadly curses that were shot at them. In the end, Ignotus had lost a finger and was lying next to Cadmus, both of them unconsciousness. A child's eyes, filled with love, looking at him from a moment long ago lost in time, even if you must kill someone to ensure the safety of others. The icy steel of a short blade in his lung. Tainted, somehow unhealthy beeped magic surrounding his brother. Maniac cackles. Not his brother. Not his brother. Even if it will bring you harm. Yes. His voice had been so sure that time. So sure that he could bear it. But he had had no idea what it meant to be harmed back then. So you prefer murdering him just to stop him. There is no other way. Even if he would be one of us, even if he would be my own child, I would nevertheless say the same. And he had done it. Mercilessly. Stoneheartedly. He opened his eyes. Medrod's dying scream filled the air, then he slowly but surely turned into stone. Another tear slit down his pale cheek and his hands loosened on the tainted and shattered thing that was once the Horcrux of his brother. I might love you, Medrod, but the oath I took as a guardian forces me to work against you. I can't let you roam the world like you are just now. I am sorry. Merciless. Stonehearted. Unwilling to lift a finger to rescue his brother. And with that the frail grasp Sal still had on his broken mind and magic slipped. Instantly white flames of magic burned the wood of the forest surrounding him. Fire hot with his self-loathing. Fire icy with his hate, directed at no one but himself. The snow of the storm melted under its pressure. Healer. Guardian. Protector. Nothing mattered. There was just one thing he was. A murderer. His brother's murderer. And with that the flames surrounding him finally found their goal and burned him alive. At least he could judge himself now with the same magic that had just moments ago ended the life of his baby brother. Sal did not hope for mercy. He had not earned it in any way or form. The agony of his burning flesh was the least he deserved. Then I bless you, child. You are a healer. You are a warrior. You are a guardian. You have finished your apprenticeship and you have chosen your path. May you heal others. May you judge their hearts. May you guide others. May you protect them from harm. Today, I name you a guardian healer, born to protect, born to judge, born to heal. So mo it be. Far away at Hogwarts, a vampire stumbled to his feet. He had been hiding in the farthest corner of the library, hoping that he would have some peace and quiet there. Why, oh, why had he had to promise his overbearing great-grandparents to visit regularly when they met the last time around? He had planned to hide away in the library from them for at least the majority of the day. But something had happened. Something bad. And so he stumbled to his feet and then hurried out of the library. He had nearly reached the entrance door, when two arms slung around him and stopped his run. Don't, his great-grandfather's voice said, burdened with sorrow. There is nothing we can do. Anastasius grabbed his great-grandfather's hands to free himself, but the older male's grip was like iron. Great-grandfather, please. And he could hear desperation and the same kind of sorrow in his voice that his great-grandfather's carried as well. There is nothing we can do, chilled. Nothing, was the choked and sorrowful answer. And then he could feel his great-grandfather burying his head in Anastasius' neck. That was the moment his great-grandmother reached the entrance hall. Her face was pale and she was looking as human as his great-grandfather and himself at the moment. Tear streaks adorned her cheeks and when she saw them, she came straight to them, her arms surrounding both of them without another word. Why? This time there was a mourning tone in Anastasius' voice. Why? Because we are all doomed to fall one day, his great-grandfather answered. And today was your father's day. Anastasius shook his head. He's immortal. He can't die. He can't. There are other ways for us immortal to die but death, his great-grandmother whispered while drawing him closer. And he has the blood of a basilisk. Our deaths are always the most gruesome. No. This time Anastasius was able to shake of his great-grandfather's hands, but his great-grandmother still stood in his way, keeping him from hurrying to where his body told him his father once had been. No. I'm sorry, chilled. I'm sorry. No. He is a phoenix born. A phoenix born. He doesn't lose himself to insanity like the basilisk does. He is a phoenix born. His great-grandmother just shook her head in sorrow. He has my gaze. He has my venom. He speaks my language, she said, and her voice was filled with bitterness and regret. The only thing he has of the phoenix are his tears. Phoenix born he might be, but the basilisk is stronger in his blood. No. Again, the hands of his great-grandfather embraced him. No. And then, like a wounded, devitalized animal, he fell to his knees while tears leaked from his eyes. No, please. I need him still. He can't be gone. He can't. He wouldn't leave me. He pleaded. His great-grandfather had sunken to the knees as well, still hugging Anastasius desperately. He was over 1,000 years old, already, his great-grandmother said softly while she crouched down in front of him. And unlike your great-grandfather and I, he has no one who belonged just to him. He is alone. But what about me? The answer was a bittersweet smile. You are an adult, Anastasius. You don't need him anymore. Your brother is long dead and your father's friends as well. 1,000 years, Child, or a long time, even for a mortal like us, his great-grandmother said softly. If it weren't for me, your great-grandfather might have given himself to the eternal flames already. If it wasn't for him, I would have long since gone insane. Even now, I can feel my sanity fading. One day I won't be able to hold on anymore and I will forget that I once was a sentient being. Dying would be preferable to wasting away as a creature who can't remember its life and loved ones anymore. But Padre, whatever happened, his will to continue on, broke. He is fading. Now, his great-grandfather said. Anastasius choked on his tears. Fading. Not gone, as of yet, his great-grandfather answered. But long since without our reach. Forgive me, Chilled, but there's no one here who can bring him back. The only one who will be able to stop him from fading, is himself. We're part of the immortal Firbolg. Part of our curse is to be never allowed to ask him to decide differently. I'm not, Anastasius said, again fighting against his great-grandparents' grasp. My people die after about 800 years. We're not part of you, so I can ask. You drank his blood for the most of your childhood, Chilled, his great-grandmother said. You might not be originally part of us immortals, but there is a reason why a vampire normally isn't able to consume another Firbolg's blood, and why a young vampire nevertheless does. Vampire children are unable to grow without the model the blood it consumes provides. You might not be one of us, but your body is modeled after your father's, and he has a natural lifespan of about 2,000 years. So you, in a way, still belong to us, and that takes your right of objection. I'm not immortal. Your father isn't as well, his great-grandfather whispered. But that still doesn't change the fact that we can't force him to stay alive. It is his decision, and his alone. He choose to fade. Let him go. To force him to live on, broken as he is, would be far crueler. And this time, Anastasius couldn't object. He knew that after some time, a Firbolg was set in his ways. If that Firbolg mentally broke, there was almost no way to fix him ever again. Anastasius loved his father dearly, and that was something he didn't want his father to be forced to suffer for eternity. So he simply broke down and cried in the end. Somewhere else in Britain, another man looked up when the soil of Great Britain shuddered under the pain of its magical ruler. The man was a very old man. His hair was gray and his eyes darkened by the weight of his nearly 700 years on Earth, and yet, there was still a chance for the man to live for another 200 or 300 years. It's time, a voice whispered in his mind, a voice that he had heard since the day his father died. You have my permission to reintroduce yourself. Again, the soil shuddered at the pain of its magical ruler. The old man closed his eyes when he was assaulted by the agony of a being he hadn't seen since he had been a young man himself. He knew what he should do, what he had to do. He knew of the other's suffering and the pain the other had endured for long before even he was born, and he knew that it would be mercy to let the other die, and yet. It's still not your time, Salazar, he whispered, his own, tired eyes seeing the future clearly for the first and maybe the last time in his life. It's still not your time. It was the pureblood, the Grimm, in his blood that told him. The Grimm was death's servant. It always knew if it was time to die for somebody the old man had met or was tied to through bonds of family or friendship. Not yet, not for a very long time. The old man stood. Grandfather? A young boy asked, looking up at him startled. The boy had been playing with his father's cloak while the old man had watched him smiling before the world shifted. Your grandfather has to go away for some time, James, the old man said. Be a good boy and tell your father that I have left, will you? Yes, grandfather, the boy answered. Of course, he wasn't truly the grandfather of the child. More likely his great-great-great something grandfather. Somewhere on the way he had stopped to count and simply had insisted on being called grandfather. It had been easier that way, especially considering that his children's and children's children's span of life had shortened until they barely lived for 150 years. But that was the curse of a pureblood born like him. They might not live as long as their own parents, but their span of life was far longer than that of the average mixed-born or mundane. Even his son, a pureblood born himself, had died some 200 years ago, and his family had long since forgotten how old he himself truly was. This had been freedom and a curse at the same time. Don't wait for me, James, the old man said, ruffled the boy's hair and then stepped out of the house. He looked up into the sky, then he closed his eyes and reached for the inheritance he had gained through his parents. The Thunderbird in his blood cried. The Grimm howled. And he took their power and twisted it to fit his needs, and like the Grimm, death omen that it was, his body dissolved into molecules. The wind that the Thunderbird had summoned took them up and left with them, just to spit them out into the snowstorm in the middle of a forest in France. The place that he had landed in was burning hot with self-loathing and icy with hatred. White flames were consuming not only the trees themselves but also the one who had called them in his agony. It's still not your time, Salvajahar, the man said, and green eyes snapped to his own. Their eyes met. Warm brown eyes met, desperate, killing green. Peverell. The other's voice was nothing but a whispered pleading for familiarity. The old man smiled tiredly. Long time no see, Salazar, he said softly, and then stepped into the flames. The flames withdrew from him, not willing to hurt him since their master was not willing to destroy another one of his loved ones any time soon. How? Salvajahar whispered. You should be dead. Not yet, the old man said dismissively. If our Ina wouldn't have fallen ill, she would be still alive as well. We are pureblood born after all, or furbold born as you call it. The answer was a shudder. If you're still alive, then why? Why did I never contact you? The old man finished before answering the question as well. Because I was an idiot and thought that you would suffer even more if you had to watch me growing old and die while you still never aged a day. A lie, but those were the words that had been whispered to him by the wind. The answer was a startled laugh, dry and filled with flames as it was. And I thought that I at least concealed that fact from you, Salvajahar said while tears started to flow. The tears were burning with white flames and their ashes left his cheeks painted black. It was then that the old man, Peverell, husband of Helga, reached him and knelt down in front of him. I'm sorry for that, Salazar, the old man said tiredly. I shouldn't have left you alone in your suffering. And he shouldn't have. He should have done what he thought was right, not what he was told to do. But Peverell had known his place on Earth since he was a toddler. He was an instrument, and he had always been willing to submit himself to the one who loosely held his lashes. Salvajahar just shook his head. There's nothing you could have done. There's nothing you can do. The deeds are done, and I destroyed the one that was once as dear to me as my own son just because a foolish vow I once made, years ago, he answered, and new tears slid down his cheeks. I deserve to burn for eternity for what I have done. You're mortal. You're imperfect, Salvajahar. I think you have forgotten that, even if you have lived for a longer time than even I, even if you have seen and done even more than I ever have or will do, in the end you still don't know everything. You will err on your way, you will choose the wrong path, you will hurt and be hurt, fail and be failed, and you will suffer for it. And maybe you're right and the decision you made right now was a mistake. But maybe you weren't, and in the end it wasn't your fault that whatever happened, happened. Salvajahar scoffed at that, and the white flames started to burn with newfound vengeance. It was my decision. It was my fault, he said. And I think your mind's far too broken to see things clearly. You're set in your ways, unable to change and unable to see that you're not an almighty God, Peverell said while smiling sadly. And yet, staying alive with a shattered mind like you are now will just lead you onto the path of no return. You will fall from the edge into the darkness if I let you be. I won't stay alive. I don't want to be alive anymore. Darkness can't claim me if I die, Salvajahar hissed, and the white flames surrounding them reacted to his ire. It's not your time, Peverell said. Not yet. Not for a long time. I won't let you suffer insanity for the rest of your life. The answer was a bitter smile. So what will you do? Try to reason with me that I didn't kill my brother. Salvajahar held up the broken Horcrux. Look at it, the last thing that kept my brother alive. It was I that destroyed it. It was my hands that have done the deed. Can you truly tell me, with the evidence still in my hands, that I wasn't the one who killed my brother? Peverell looked down at the locket in Salvajahar's hands. Then Peverell's eyes searched for the deadly green of the man in front of him while he mentally reached out to touch the other man's mind. The barriers of the other one's mind were down, letting him in, showing him everything. It was more than Peverell had ever expected to see. It was a life that had started with suffering and that had, even in the better parts, always held a note of suffering. And for the first time, Peverell wondered why the man in front of him hadn't broken centuries ago. The answer was a bitter one. Murthan, Sal's father, had predicted it centuries ago. You are not from this time. Even if you have been reborn here, you still should not exist here because there are no circumstances that would have led to your existence. He had said. So your body might be in stasis until you return to your rightful time. That means you would be able to grow in mind, but not in body until then. And the man had been right. And wrong as well. Peverell could see the truth in the broken man before him, a man who was now set in his way of life and at the same time still struggling with himself. And it wasn't the obvious struggle with right and wrong that was problematic, but the true struggle of someone with centuries of experience and knowledge, forced to live with the chaotic, teenage brain of a barely 15-year-old. It didn't fit. A 15-year-old's brain was still nothing like an adult one's. Peverell knew. He might have never studied it, but then, he had been a teacher for a time and had lived longer than anyone he knew except of Salazar. He had seen the difference in thinking between an adult and a 15-year-old. That means you would be able to grow in mind, but not in body until then. How right Murthan Emrys had been. How wrong he had been as well. The man in front of him had definitely grown in mind, but with the brain of a child, even after centuries of living, he was still affected by its structure. A cursed life, Peverell concluded bitterly. Cursed with the knowledge and experience of an old man while at the same time having the brain and body of a child. A child's desire but an adult's life since basically birth. The abilities of an adult but the unsteady magic of a child after its first maturity. Oh, Peverell had to give it to Salvajahar. The man in front of him knew exactly how to hide his disadvantages. Peverell guessed that Salvajahar had learned to suppress or circumvent his teenage brain and magic by sheer will and necessity. The man in front of him definitely had matured at least in soul. But at the same time, unlike true children, the man had to fight his way into adulthood, simply because, unlike with other children, Sal's body and brain refused to age with his mind. A fact that, so Peverell gathered, had not fully been overcome by the man in front of him. Well, one step forward, two steps back, Peverell mused dryly, quite aware of the fact that Sal's opinions on the world had been set for centuries now, even if it had taken longer to set them than it would have taken if Sal was normal. But Peverell was also aware that the man's brain was not structured for such a set path just yet, the only reason why there was still hope to rescue that broken man in front of him. Peverell's hands surrounded Salvajahar's and closed them around the locket in his hands. You haven't killed your brother, Peverell said. It might seem like it for now, but the only thing you have given him in the end was the peace he never found in life. You might have acted wrongly at trying to do so, I won't be able to judge that, but in the end there was no salvation for him except of the one you provided. Salvajahar just shook his head and the flames surrounding them again started to lick at his features. Peverell knew that he had no time to make Salvajahar believe his claims, so he let it be. Instead he did the only thing he could do. He embraced the man in front of him while calling up his own heritage as a Firbolg-born. Powers, not used by him in centuries, flared and surrounded the body he held protectively in his arms. For a moment the magic of the other Firbolg-born fought his, while trying to stop him, but unlike Sal's magic which, even if the other man had honed it far longer than Peverell, was still that of a child after its first maturity, Peverell commanded the magic of an adult. And even with the finely honed skills Salvajahar had perfected over the centuries, skills that would gain him advantages in battle and healing that no other man had, Salvajahar's magic had no chance to win in a fight solely based on strength, because even with Salvajahar's ability to use the tiniest bit of his magic to do feats that others thought impossible without powerful magic, his less mature magic lacked the strength of the magic of a mature Firbolg-born like Peverell. Salvajahar's magic faltered under the onslaught of his friends and Peverell could see his magic surrounding the other man's, reining it in and forcing it to compel to its wishes. The white flames vanished and when Peverell looked down at the other man again, he could see betrayal in his eyes. Peverell smiled. I'm sorry, Salvajahar, he said while pronouncing the other one's name carefully. But it isn't your time yet. You might hate me for it later on, rightfully so, but if you ever need me and I'm still around, come and find me. I betrayed you once, I won't do it again. And with that he fought the other one's magic into submission. If there had been an oblivate spell, maybe Peveril would have used that instead, but since the spell wouldn't be around for another century or two, Peveril did something else. He returned into the still willingly open mind of the man in front of him and used the abilities given to him by birth. The storm of the Thunderbird found entrance into the other man's mind and surrounded every knowledge, every experience the man in front of him once held. Peveril forced himself to continue until the recognition and awareness of those green eyes in front of him dimmed and finally vanished. Peveril gritted his teeth at that. It hurt. It hurt to destroy the man he had held as dear as he had held Godric, his sister and his wife. One step forward, he whispered to himself while the grim in his blood took hold of the other man's now unguarded magic and used it to work his biting. And 2 steps back. When Peveril finally was done, he held a baby in his hands, a true baby, without any knowledge of its past or the future to come. Peveril knew that it wouldn't be forever. He knew that his magic was only able to provide a breather for the baby that was once a man, but it was the best he could do. You couldn't heal the broken mind of a Firbolg, but Peveril had an advantage towards most of the Firbolg. His magic, the magic of the Grim, had always been meant to interfere with life. Adding to that the ability of the Phoenix to be reborn that Peveril had borrowed from his victim, and he guessed that there was at least a chance now to stop one of the men he held dear, a man he had hurt by trying to protect him, from fading until nothing was left but insanity. Now he just needed to find someone who had nothing to do with Salvajahar's past and who was willing to raise the child. Peveril knew that there was a high chance of Salvajahar's memories being triggered if the man was surrounded by known faces. He took the locket that Sal's tiny hands still clung to even in sleep and looked at it contemplating. In the end, he simply repaired it and then changed the pattern of the emeralds on it to resemble an S. He couldn't bear to throw something away that had caused all this suffering to the man that Peveril had known as headstrong and kind. Maybe it will give you something to hold on, he decided. Maybe it'll be a good luck charm for this new chance at life. And maybe Peveril would be able to find another family for the child in his arms, a family that would raise the boy to act differently than he did now. Peveril knew that his abilities would only be able to affect the other man's body and soul for the first 15 years of his life, those years that the other man's body and brain had already matured once. It was the Grim in his blood and the duty of one of Death's servants that gave him the ability to rewind the life of the man who was now the baby in his hands. Tell me, my lord, does his suffering please you so much that you force me to prolong it? He asked the wind while clasping the locket around the child's neck. The answer was a laugh and a soft caress of his locks. Nay, Peveril, child, the wind whispered. But it's not his time yet. He can't be claimed by death until the circle is fulfilled. And Peveril closed his eyes and refused to answer. In front of his inner eye he saw his grandson James playing with the cloak of his father. He saw his estranged, unacknowledged grandson who belonged to the Gaunt family, sitting in the Wizard's Council, waving his hand through the air, on his finger a ring with a black stone with gold engraving. He saw the bloodshed of the wand that spread throughout the European countries. The artifacts that destroyed his brother were my grandfather's, and yet they came out of their encounter with him unaffected, while the one who stopped the doom that follows them lies broken in my arms, he said bitterly. I should have been there for him. I should have interfered with his brother and his greed for power. Grim, the wind said, and Peveril stiffened. His fate has long since been decided. Like Peveril's had been, long since before his birth. Like King Arthur Pendragon's had been. Like even Medrod's might have been. Peveril inclined his head. He needs a family, he finally said. Maybe. Oh, yes, maybe that family would do the trick. No catch? The man on the door asked with a raised eyebrow. No catch, Peveril confirmed, shifting the child in his grasp. A 15-month-old child. No family left, magical. That was what you were hoping for, wasn't it? The man on the door stiffened. Why would I need a child? I have 7 of my own, he said. Peveril smiled. But, as far as I could find out, your best friend doesn't. Since he refused to adopt one of your own children, you started to look for an orphan. Believe me, the one who sent me was thorough in his investigation. The other man shifted. What do you want for the child? He finally asked coolly. Peverell just smiled. A good home, he said. As long as the child is well cared for, neither I nor the one who sent me will ask for anything else except. And the man's eyes darkened at that. Except to be allowed to see the child again just before he reaches his 15th year of life. I want to explain to him why I choose to do what I did. This time there was clear surprise seen in the eyes of the other man, then his expression darkened again. So you want him to know that he's adopted, he said coolly, and Peverell smiled. He needs to know, he said. I hid his heritage for the time being, but the moment he turns 15 he will regain it, blood adoption or not. The man blinked in surprise at that. A pureblood child? He asked. Peverell hesitated. Yes, he finally confirmed, and the man leaned forward to get a better look at the child in front of him. Will he be able to use a wizard's magic? There should be no problem, Peverell answered. As an answer, the man took the child and cradled it to his chest. I think his parents won't object to your conditions, he said. Come on in. I will contact them. And with that, the door behind them closed again. Even the best laid plans can go awry. And there had been a lot of plans. 15 years of freedom. 15 years to raise a child. 15 years to recover from guilt. 15 years for a being to learn a new way of life. But even the best laid plans could go awry. And whatever Peverell had planned, whatever the new parents and godparents of the child had planned, whatever would have been best for the child itself, in the end, it didn't happen. Oh, Peverell gave up the child in his arms to a young and desperate couple. The husband of the couple had been the heir to a very important and influential French magical family. He and his wife had been unable to have children, and in the end the husband's father had set an ultimatum. If they wouldn't have a child within the next 2 years, the marriage would be dissolved, something that the couple didn't want to happen because unlike others they had been happy enough to fall in love after marriage. So they begged a friend to help them, and that friend was the one to be contacted by Peverell. The child was adopted by the couple by blood adoption to ensure that it truly was theirs before they returned to their home in France, and since they officially had stayed at a cousin's in Britain for the last year to escape the pressure of their parents and parents-in-law, they simply could claim it as their own child, born by the wife herself. The parents were happy. The grandparents were happy. The child had a family. And Peverell had vanished from their lives to return to where he came from. It should have been the end of their interactions for the next 15 years, but it wasn't. Excuse me, is this the home of Salvadio Malfoy? The man at the door eyed the stranger warily. The stranger was a grown, emaciated man with pale skin, black hair and bloodshot eyes. Who wants to know that? The man finally said. The man himself had red locks and unearthly green eyes in the color of the killing curse that would be invented soon. I am Anastasius Sanguini, the stranger said. I am a teacher at Hogwarts, the school that your son's going to. The other man just raised an eyebrow at that. He's not my son, he said. He's my nephew and godson. I'm truly surprised that there's a vampire teaching at Hogwarts. The answer was a grin full of fangs. I know that it's not really common to see my species outside of a coven, but well, you could say that I am different, the vampire said. Don't worry. I don't use the children as snacks or anything idiotic like that. The most rumors you've heard about vampires normally are vastly exaggerated. Are they? Now, the man said while his cool green eyes evaluated the being in front of him. In that moment, another voice from within the house could be heard. Nicholas. The female voice asked. Who's at the door? The man didn't even turn to answer. A teacher of your son's school, Catherine, he said. Did you know that Salvadio's school has vampires as teachers? The answer was a snort, then a short female with light blonde hair and forest green eyes stepped next to the man. When she saw Anastasius, she smiled. I guess you are Professor Sanguini, she said. My son has been talking about your class for some time now. I think he adores you. The vampire sighed at that. I thought that as well, Madame Malfoy, he said. But well, may I come in? What I have to talk to you about shouldn't be talked about at the front door. Catherine Malfoy inclined her head at that and then stepped back. The man, Nicholas followed her lead and then gestured the vampire in. Together with their guest, they returned to the sitting room and then with an invite to sit down towards the vampire they sat as well. Inside the room already were two other people. A man with black hair and cool gray eyes and a woman with the same blonde hair like Catherine's. My husband, Lord Henri Malfoy, and my sister Perenelle, Nick's wife, Catherine said before introducing the vampire to her husband and sister. He's Salvadio's professor at Hogwarts, she said. Professor Sanguini. The vampire bowed. Anastasius Sanguini, at your service, he said and then sat down. A moment later one of the house elves brought some wine. May we ask why a teacher of my son has come to us while the school is in session? Lord Henri Malfoy asked coolly and sat up a little bit to fix the vampire with a stare. The vampire sighed. It's complicated, he said hesitatingly. May I first inquire if something happened at home before he returned to school? And while the other adults exchanged confused looks, Nicholas didn't dare to look up from his fingers. He was sure that the guilt was written in his face. Salvadio Amethyst Malfoy had always been a curious child. From the day his parents had laid eyes on him, he had always been different. While other children loved to listen to stories, Salvadio preferred textbooks. While other children started to get bored at political functions, Salvadio stayed and listened. While other children expressed a wish to play, Salvadio preferred to learn. The child had an inquisitive mind and his parents and godparents soon learned that answering one question would just lead to another three to answer as well. They also learned that keeping their child away from knowledge would just make it more determined to unearth it. In the end, it was the father, Henri Malfoy, who gave in and started to teach the child politics just to keep it away from other secrets that it shouldn't know yet. Henri, he's but a 5-year-old. Don't you think it's well a little too early to teach a 5-year-old how to circumvent laws or how to use them for his benefits? The godfather asked the father concerned when he found out about the new training his godson received. The answer was a sigh. It's either that or watch how long he'll take to find out about his adoption, Henri answered and rubbed his forehead warily. I love him, Nicholas. I love him as if he was my own son. He is, Henri. From birth, I mean, Henri corrected himself and then turned to the door of his study to ensure that it was still closed, locked and spelled. Like I said, I love him. But he's far too young to understand the circumstances that lead to his identity. Do you truly think that I can tell a barely 5-year-old that his true parents died around his birth and that his true uncle couldn't take him because of circumstances? I can't talk about blood adoption to a barely 5-year-old. So you're teaching him about politics? The godfather asked with a raised eyebrow and Henri inclined his head. So I'm teaching him about politics, he said. That should occupy him for a while. It did, for about 2 years. Then they were back to square one. Yes, Salvadio Amethyst Malfoy was a curious child, but how curious Nicholas wouldn't learn until the boy had been home from his second year in Hogwarts for about a month and a half. Nicholas himself was an inventor and alchemist. A lot of inventions in magic were made by him. A lot of discoveries in alchemy were made by him. A lot of new potions and spell were of his creation. That day, Nicholas's wife Perenelle had wanted to visit her parents. Catherine and Henri also decided to go. Nicholas instead had stayed behind to look after Salvadio, who was currently ill in bed. Don't worry, he said when his wife and his sister-in-law and her husband left, I will look after Salvadio. And no new potions until we're back, Nick. His wife returned. Who knows, you would even blow up the house if there isn't one of us near you to stop you. Nicholas had suppressed laughter at that. You know that I would never do that, love, he had answered and then kissed her goodbye. See you later. Now, a few months later, Nicholas wished that he would have listened to his wife back then. He didn't. And he paid for it tenfold. So instead of doing something else, Nicholas had started a new potion in his lab that day. It was an experimental one and as such, relatively unstable. But Nicholas was an experienced potions master and had done many great tasks with potions and alchemy. He even was in the process to create a true philosopher's stone. The potion Nicholas planned to create was something to reduce fever. He had done his calculations over the last 7 months and had looked up everything he could find about the ingredients he decided to use. The potion formula he invented was sound, as far as Nicholas could tell, so he saw no reason to not brew the new potion right now. Before he started, he had gone to his nephew's room. The child had been ill with fever for the last 4 days, and whatever Catherine and Perenelle did, they both were experienced as healers, it didn't help. The child still burned as if it was fighting something constantly. It wasn't the first time Salvadio had suffered under a fever like that. Since the child had turned 9, it had bouts of fever at least once a year, and no one could tell what was wrong with the child. In the end, Nicholas had started to invent the potion he wanted to start brewing that day. Salvadio. He whispered into the darkened room, and the child's tired eyes snapped up to look at him. Uncle Nick, it asked. I'm going to try the potion idea that I've been working on, Nicholas said. He hadn't told the child that the potion was for it. If he had done something wrong, at least the child wouldn't feel low because of it. If you need me, I'm in the lab. Alright, the child mumbled as an answer and then closed its eyes again. Nicholas stepped next to the bed to measure the child's fever. The child leaned into his touch, desperate for the chill of Nicholas's hand. The fever was still far too high. Not good. Not good at all. Nicholas just hoped that his potion would cure it. So in the end he tucked in the child and then kissed on the forehead before he left, closing the door behind him softly. Back in his lab, Nicholas started on his newly invented potion. The formula was easy and quite straightforward. The calculations Nicholas had done all showed a low probability for accidents. So when Nicholas added the next ingredient, a biting carrot, he expected nothing to happen. The potion was stable, the calculations sound, and the ingredients shouldn't react too badly with each other. He was sure that he knew exactly how the ingredients would react together, and it should not have been dangerous. However, he was wrong. Instead of a slightly bubbling potion, the cauldron suddenly exploded, throwing him in the wall behind him, burning and poisoning him. Nicholas wanted to scream in agony, but had no air to do so. His lungs burned. His legs were in an odd angle and he couldn't even move his hands. His mind was fuzzy, and even blinking didn't reduce the slow blackening of his vision. And while he was lying there on the ground, he suddenly knew that this time there would be no one who would come to his rescue. Catherine and Henri and Perenelle had already left. The only ones at home were Nicholas himself and Salvatio, who was sleeping off his fever. He was all by himself. He would die today. And as if he had called them, suddenly memories of his life invaded his fading consciousness. It was said that at the end, you would see your life flashing by in front of your eyes, and Nicholas did. It was shambled and not in the proper order, but he saw his life nonetheless. And it started with the first time he had ever seen his nephew. The child. What happened to its parents? He had asked the stranger who was still cradling the baby. They died, the man answered instantly. And I'm unable to care for him. I'm far too old to run after a young boy like him. Nicholas guessed that the man meant it. The man's hair was white and his eyes were oddly milky, showing an eye illness old people often had. Is there truly no one else to claim the child? Nicholas asked nervously. He didn't want to get up his friend's hopes just to find out that there was someone else still. The parents are dead. The uncle can't care for him. The grandparents are too old. It was a mutual decision. You don't have to fear about losing him again. And Nicholas had called his sister-in-law and her husband, his friend. The first time Catherine got to hold her son, was the first time Nicholas saw her smile in 5 years. What's his name? She asked the stranger. The man just smiled. We called him Sal, he said. But whatever you chose will be fine. He's young enough not to mind a change in name. We should leave. Sal. Nevertheless, Catherine replied. I think it wouldn't be right for him to lose the last connection he still has with his birth parents. In the end they decided on Salvadio. Salvadio Amethyst Malfoy, Catherine said. And neither Nicholas nor Henri had the heart to tell her that the child might later on hate to be named after a stone. That had been nearly 13 years ago. 13 years of laughter. And now Nicholas would bring new tragedy to the family by dying. That was the moment the door to Nicholas' lab flew open and Salvadio entered stumbling. For a moment, the child stopped, its eyes widened. Then panic crossed its face and it stumbled towards him, clearly unsteady on its feet. Uncle Nick! Salvadio cried, speeding up to reach the lethal injured man that was his uncle and godfather. Uncle Nick. Salvadio reached him and fell next to him on his knees. Nicholas could see the horror on the child's face and tried instantly to distract the young boy from his beaten, gruesome-looking body. It will be all right, Salvadio, he pressed out. Don't worry too much. Dark spots started to dance in front of his eyes, but those desperate and fearful green eyes in front of him made him fight the darkness. Instead, another memory crept in his mind. Salvadio had been 7, when they finally had told him that he was adopted. The child hadn't taken it well and had run away. It had been Nicholas who found it. Salvadio, he said, while leaning onto the tree his nephew had vanished into. Don't you think that running away might be the wrong reaction? The answer was a tear-filled scoff. Don't care, the child said. It's not as if I'm wanted. Nicholas raised an eyebrow at that. How did you come to that absurd conclusion? He asked. The answer was a little shock. Because if they truly would have wanted me, they wouldn't have brought it up, the child answered sobbing. Until now, they never talked about it with me. I thought that meant that they saw me as theirs. Nicholas sighed at that. Obviously we weren't able to even keep this secret from you, he said, and then he shook his head. Your parents would have never told you if it weren't for your heritage. At that, Salvadio had looked up. What do you mean? And Nicholas sighed and started to explain about the condition that had come with the child. They didn't want to wait to tell you until you had to find out because they feared you would feel betrayed. At the same time they wanted you to be old enough to understand their arguments when they told you. It is obvious now that we should have talked to you years ago. Uncle Nick. And Nicholas returned to the lethal situation he was in. He tried to smile at the panicking boy, but instead felt darkness creeping near. Not your fault, he rasped. Say Tante Perenelle I love her. He lost consciousness. The last thing he saw were his nephew's eyes, lighting up in unearthly green fire. Not you, too. I won't lose you, too. Then the darkness found him. Papa, look, I've got a letter from a school in Britain. May I see it, mon fils? And Nicholas stepped next to Henri to look at the letter as well. Nicholas, Henri said, but the other man had already taken the open letter to read it over again. It's from Hogwarts, the British School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Nicholas said. It's inviting Salvadio to join. Henri looked at him confused. But why? He asked. Salvadio is living in France. I guess. He was born in Britain, Nicholas said. My parents had to go to Beauxbatons themselves to enroll me there. I didn't get a letter since I wasn't born in France. If Papa finds out, then you tell him that Catherine and you were still in Britain when Salvadio was born. You were visiting your cousin at that time after all, and you came home with the child after staying at our home for about 2 weeks, far longer than you planned. It's easy to pretend that you were still in Britain back then. That is, if you want your child to go to Scotland for its education, Nicholas replied. Salvadio knows that he's adopted. Maybe he wants to at least feel a little close to the parents he lost before he could remember them. Beauxbatons' yearly Yule Ball was as dull as every year, at least until 16-year-old Nicholas laid eyes on a girl he had never acknowledged before. She was wearing a yellow summer dress with red flowers on it. Her pale blonde hair had also red flowers woven in it, and her forest green eyes were twinkling like the stars. Mademoiselle Delacourt, he said. What a stunning dress you are wearing today. She laughed at that. Stunning enough to root you on the floor, Monsieur Flamel. She asked at that, her eyes twinkling even more. Or are you still able to ask me for a dance? Ah, Lord Malfoy, it's nice to see you again. Have you thought about my petition for the Magenmaggot? With your vote, we would surely win. A legislation to register pureblood-born is not exactly what I want to support, Lord. You should think about it, Lord Malfoy. After all, who knows what repercussions could come out of it if you decide to not vote for. Purr. And Henri Malfoy had turned to look at his innocent-looking 6-year-old son. Not now, Salvadio, he said softly. The boy just looked at him confused for a moment, then turned to the other lord. My lord, he said, are you talking about the bribes that you pay the head of the Aurors to keep your head out of prison when you talk about repercussions? And when the other lord paled, the innocent-looking child continued. Or is it about the illegal gambling you join every Thursday night? And Nicholas stood in the back and suppressed laughter at that. The boy was 6. A 6-year-old devil. How by Merlin and Morgana had that little devil sniffed out that information? Never mind, Lord Malfoy, the Lord finally said. I guess I will have to do without your help. And Nicholas burst out laughing, just silenced by the quick spell of his wife aimed at him. You know, when you ever touch me again, I will. 18-year-old Nicholas Flamel tried in vain to not listen to his wife. Currently, she had started on all the curses she would bestow upon him if he ever dared to enter her bed again. Don't worry, one of the two midwives whispered. She'll calm down later. It's often like that in birth. Good to know, Nicholas answered and then swallowed when his wife found a new idea to get her revenge on him. He wondered if his hand would survive that night. Bonjour. Lafayette, the best wandmaker in Paris, said when they entered. Madame and Monsieur Malfoy, how may I help you today? We're here to get a wand for our son, Monsieur Lafayette, Henri answered, pushing 9-year-old Salvadio softly to the counter. The wand maker looked at the boy. He does not look like he's 11, Lafayette finally said. He isn't, Henri answered while letting Nicholas and Perenelle enter. He is 9. So why are you coming to me now? Lafayette asked, surprised. There's still time. Normally there would be, Nicholas answered. But Salvadio does know too much about magic and we cannot continue his study without a wand. Lafayette raised an eyebrow. Normally parents do not teach their children a lot of magic until they reach the 11th year of their life, he said, scrutinizing Nicholas and the others. He's a genius, Henri answered, sighing. He learned to read when he was barely 3 and I fear he does now know my library better than me. So he just read things? No. He followed us around and asked question after question until we started to teach him what we know. Catherine answered. You are not telling us we should have stomped our son's thirst of knowledge. No. This time the wand maker was studying the boy in front of the counter. Salvadio just stared back. How do you chose which wand does fit which wizard? Do you just let them swing the wands or do you test their bloods for their affinity? Nicholas could see the surprise in the eyes of the wand maker when Salvadio asked his questions. Nicholas himself just shook his head. He had long ago given up on trying to understand how the youth came up with his questions. I used their blood, the wand maker finally answered, looking curious. You're definitely not a normal young man, are you, young Malfoy? The boy just shrugged. I like to know things, he answered. Well then, would you give me some drops of your blood to test it? The wand maker asked. How many? The boy answered, looking at the wand maker with hooded eyes. Just 2. There is nothing else I can do with them except of testing your affinity. The wand maker answered, smiling at the boy. Salvadio scrutinized him for a moment, then he nodded and extended his hand. You can have them, he said, but he watched the wand maker the whole time after he had spent the 2 drops. Nicholas found it amusing. You should not have told him about blood magic and the dark arts, Nicholas, Perenelle scolded him quietly while watching Salvadio being measured. He asked and I saw no reason not to tell him, Nicholas defended himself. Well, the reason should be obvious, Henri said, chuckling. And I wondered why Salvadio was looking at the wand maker as if he was the new Dark Lord. Nicholas shrugged. Maybe I should have waited a few years, he answered. But I saw no reason to at the time Salvadio asked. I did not think that he would make an enemy out of the wand maker when he asks for his blood. In the end, they ended up with a new wand for the child and a warning. Holy is an unusual wood for a wand, the wand maker said. But combined with the pureness of unicorn blood and the darkness of grim hair, something like that implies a greatness and a pureness of the soul I have not seen before. Watch out for him. He will change our world more than once until he dies. You could adopt one of our children. Neither Perenelle nor I would mind if you. No, Nicholas. Both. Catherine and I know how much you love your 7 children. We won't take one of them from you just because we can't have an own. You wouldn't take it. Perenelle and I would still see it every day. It would just have 4 parents instead of 2. No, Nicholas, no. Please. We simply can't. Then at least give me the right to search for a child you can take in without feeling guilty. All right. That, I can accept. Salvadio Amethyst Malfoy was a curious child. He had always been inquisitive and had absorbed knowledge like a sponge from the moment he was given to his parents. Nothing had been safe from him. If there was a secret, he found it. If there was trouble, he landed in the middle of it and pulled himself out again before his parents could even think about helping him. Yes, Salvadio Amethyst Malfoy was a curious child, but whatever he had learned, how different he was, nothing could prepare him for the day he found his uncle dying in his lab. Salvadio had been feeling ill that day. It was the fever he had had ever for at least once a year since his 9th birthday. This time, his parents and Aunt Perenelle hadn't been able to stay at home, so in the end, only Uncle Nicholas had stayed to watch over him. It didn't truly matter to Salvadio. He had slept anyway, so he didn't mind his parents leaving too much. At least he didn't until he heard the explosion in the lab and came there to make sure that his uncle was alright. He wasn't, and it had torn Salvadio's heart when he had seen the extent of his uncle's injuries and had heard his uncle's words, trying to relieve him from a guilt that hadn't settled yet on Salvadio's narrow shoulders. "Uncle Nick," Salvadio pleaded. "Uncle Nick. Uncle Nick." But the man's eyes had been unfocused and his breathing labored. Something in Salvadio told him that his uncle wouldn't survive those injuries. Something in Salvadio told him that he had to act, to save the man in front of him. But whatever told him these facts, whatever called to him, he couldn't grasp it. It was as if it was removed from his reach by an unbreakable wall. A wall Salvadio couldn't breach. A wall Salvadio didn't want to even try to breach because he instinctively knew that behind that wall, nothing but pain was hidden. Then his uncle's eyes unfocused even more. For a moment, they shut. And Salvadio's hands grabbed at the shirt of his uncle as if he could hold him, as if he could rescue him if he just held on strong enough on the bloody fabric. Then Uncle Nicholas smiled. "Uncle Nick." Salvadio repeated his pleading. And Nicholas returned to the lethal situation he was in. Again, his uncle's lips twitched as if he wanted to smile reassuringly. "Not your fault," his uncle rasped. "Say Tante Perenelle I love her." His uncle's eyes closed. And suddenly, Salvadio was totally aware of the blood that not only drenched his godfather's and his own clothing, but that also had started to tint the floor red. A red puddle slowly but surely spread over the stone floor, mixing with the greens and browns of the exploded potion and surrounding the bits and pieces of metal from the destroyed cauldron. "Please, no, no, no," Salvadio mumbled, his hands over his godfather's body, unable to touch him in fear of hurting him, but also unable to stay still and do nothing while something in his mind told him that Salvadio should be able to help. Somehow. But there was no way, and there was no one he could call. Yes, his parents were noble. Yes, they had servants and even 2 house elves, but the servants were home and the house elves had gone with their masters and would be unable to hear the call from that far away. Salvadio was alone and his godfather's blood was slowly soaking his garments. It was when he saw his godfather's eyes flickering once, before the figure in front of him seemed to lose even the tiny rest of its life, that suddenly another, foreign part of him rose and filled him, still imprisoned behind impenetrable walls but there nonetheless. His eyes lightened up in unearthly green fire. "Not you, too. I won't lose you, too," he hissed, his fists tightening until his nails drew his own blood. Salvadio couldn't tell who he had lost, but he knew as sure as he knew his name that he had lost someone, and he wouldn't lose Nick. One of Salvadio's bloodied fists loosened and reached up to his neck where a locket lay, a locket he had worn since the day he had been brought to his family. His fist closed around that piece of jewelry as if to pray to it. Then he ripped it from his neck, throwing it away from him and watched it meet the opposite wall where it fell to the ground. Salvadio hadn't thought about that gesture, he had simply done it, not caring that the chain had left his neck bloodied or that the locket had opened when it met the wall. Instead he turned back to his uncle, his hands again hovering over the man while he prayed to whoever would listen that somehow his godfather wouldn't die. "You can't die, Uncle Nick. Not you, too," he whispered. Then his hands finally stopped hovering and instead ripped open his uncle's shirt so that he could see the damage. Salvadio knew instantly that even his mother or Tante Perenelle would be unable to save his godfather from dying. Salvadio had watched both ladies often enough when they induced into the healing arts to know that even their knowledge wouldn't be enough to save the dying man in front of him. And yet, there was something in Salvadio that told him that his godfather could be saved, if Salvadio just would listen. But Salvadio was a 12-year-old child. Whatever he knew, he didn't know enough. By Morgana, no one Salvadio knew would know enough to rescue the man in front of him. You know, you could help him if you truly tried, Salvajahar, a voice suddenly said, and Salvadio turned wide-eyed towards the speaker. No one was there, just a shadow at the wall, flickering in the light of the still burning fire. Salvadio turned back towards his godfather, his hands again hovering, this time over the wounds. If you swear yourself to me, like your ancestors did, I would even help you, the voice said again and again. Salvadio's head snapped towards the place where he had heard the voice from. There was nothing but the slightly moving door. If you truly want it, you are now strong enough to circumvent the barrier. It has lost a lot of its strength already. This time Salvadio thought that he even might have seen something, but when he focused on the place, there was still nothing there. It's your decision. Before Salvadio could even think about looking at the place where the voice had come from this time around, his uncle's breathing stopped. No, 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 Salvadio cried. No. And in an automatic gesture he reached for his uncle's forehead, his fingers dancing, drawing runes in a known and yet so foreign pattern. Then he drew runes on his own forehead, before carving both of them into the flesh and activating them. It all happened within seconds. The magic of the activation coursed through his body, and for a moment Salvadio's sight blackened. Then it returned in full color, somehow feeling more intense than any other time before. And his uncle drew a rattling breath. You won't die on me, uncle. The words were harsh and the barrier in Salvadio's mind wavered. But something was wrong. Something was different. Salvadio's magic didn't flow like it ever did before. Something had changed. Something necessary had changed. Blood magic, Salvadio whispered to himself. I haven't done my blood magic. And yet, that creature behind the barrier knew that there was no way to stop the ritual now, if they died doing it or not. The moment the runes were activated, Salvadio had thrown his life on the line. But it didn't matter. Somehow it didn't matter that he had done so. You have a choice. Remember and rescue his life and yours, or live forever in regret, the voice whispered again, but this time, Salvadio wasn't sure if the voice hadn't come from within him, hadn't been a part of him. And suddenly Salvadio knew that whatever he had to remember, whatever pain was hidden away, pounding against the barrier in his mind, he had to remember, because he would never forgive himself if he could have rescued his godfather and hadn't done it because he had been afraid of a little bit of pain. And with that thought, with that decision, the walls in his mind shattered, giving access to the memories lost behind. So I will stay 15, forever. Salvadio heard himself ask a man he knew as ATR, father. I am not sure, his father answered. But I have made up a theory. A theory. You are not from this time. Even if you have been reborn here, you still should not exist here because there are no circumstances that would have led to your existence. His father elaborated. So your body might be in stasis until you return to your rightful time. That means you would be able to grow in mind, but not in body until then. But what is with dying? My theory suspects that you won't be able to die until you are back in your own time. You are timeless until you reach the day you left your own time. After that you should age normally. So I will be 15 for the next 1,000 or 2,000 years. He was stricken with horror when I told him. Salvadio's memory self-told a knight, Sir Lancelot, his mind supplied. He wanted to see my arm thrice before he was sure that the basilisk venom had not killed me. The story was true. The knight asked, half horrified, half awed. It bid me, Salvadio had said casually. It was a phoenix that healed me. I am surprised that your father did not insist that you would never leave his side again, the knight said. How many winters did you count when this happened? 2, 3. As big as the scar as you must have been no more than a toddler. A memory of his 12-year-old self slaying the basilisk. I taught you healing for 10 years, and now you don't want to finalize the last step in your profession. Morgana had said. A healer cannot fight, Salvadio heard himself answer. And you want to fight? No, I want to protect. The time I grew up in, it was normal to do blood magic. Rituals and potions were the most often used arts of magic. For us, blood magic wasn't evil, it just was a way to gain control over your gift. Salvadio heard himself tell one of his best friends. Godric had been his name. But it's seen as evil now, so why didn't you stop? Said man objected. Because I can't, Salvadio had answered sincerely. What do you mean? You can't. Blood magic can be deadly if you. Then Salvadio had changed his explanation. There are rituals and rituals, Godric. The first rituals a druid does are those to shield their body from the following rituals. After that comes the blood wakening. If you wouldn't do the blood wakening, you could stop after shielding yourself from other rituals. But after the blood wakening you have to keep doing blood magic. If you wouldn't you would lose the grip on your magic and finally on your mind. It wouldn't do you any good if you stopped. Oh, Godric had said, his eyes wide. So you have to do it. You would go crazy if you didn't, right? Yes. But there is always a setback in every kind of magic you practice. Huh. But I didn't. Why should I call you a monster? Salvadio heard Godric's confused voice and he could feel a taste of his hurt and furious feelings of that time. I don't know, Salvadio had answered. All I know is that you did. You called me a monster to my face. You called my father, my grandparents and my son a monster to my face. And you ask me why I would be furious with you. I would never. This whole discussion was about purebloods and pure-blooded children in Hogwarts. That discussion wasn't about you or your family. Well, news flash, Godric. I am a pureblood. My father was a pureblood. My grandparents were. My son is. I might be a mixed-born pureblood but a pureblood nonetheless. I never thought you would think of me as a creature unable to behave human. Mother was weak. She never understood that some things have to be done to come closer to our Firbolg inheritance. This ritual is one of them. After all, our ancestors are immortal, so that just tells us we should be immortal, too. Medrod, his beloved baby brother had said, and Salvadio's response had been harsh at that time. Don't try to reason with me, brother. I am a healer. I would not understand what you are talking about. You were always more like mother, his brother had answered unconcerned. No. You are like my father. Too blinded by your need to look out for others to understand an opportunity like that. I think this time I am proud that you think I am like Arthur. I wouldn't even want to be like you. I'm sorry, Salvajahar, Salvadio heard Peverell say in his memory. But it isn't your time yet. You might hate me for it later on, rightfully so, but if you ever need me and I'm still around, come and find me. I betrayed you once, I won't do it again. And then words came to him that he hadn't heard back then, but that he remembered now. Tell me, my lord, does his suffering please you so much that you force me to prolong it? Peverell had asked in a desperate tone of voice. The answer was a laugh. Nay, Peverell, child, the wind had whispered. But it's not his time yet. He can't be claimed by death until the circle is fulfilled. It was the same voice that had spoken to Salvadio just moments ago. It's your decision, child, the voice said in that moment. You know my price. If you will serve me like your ancestors served me, I will help you to rescue your godfather. And Salvajahar looked up at the shadowy figure that was hardly seen in the light of the fire. Then his eyes traveled back to the man in front of him, a man that was just still alive because of the magic that bound him to Salvajahar. It was an unstable connection, a risky one. Salvajahar could feel the connection's instability like he could feel the instability of his own mind. Still, he had to do it, he had to try. With experienced hands he started to paint the ritual circle on the floor. Then he placed the nearly dead man in the middle and activated the runes. Again, Salvajahar's magic stuttered before it stabilized, its instability together with his still suffering mind was drawing on his sanity and the clarity of his thoughts. Salvajahar shook his head and focused. He picked up one of the knives that Nicholas normally used for potion ingredients, made sure that it was safe to use and then cut open the other man's body to reach the organs. For a moment dizziness overcame him and his mind slipped. Not good, he needed to focus. But it was hard, so hard without the stability of his own magic. It was odd, the moment he remembered, the moment his magic turned wonky. But then, Salvajahar had been ill at least once a year with fever since his 9th birthday, a clear sign of his slowly unhinging blood magic. If he had woken like planned by Peverell, the other man would have been able to guide Salvajahar through the wakening, and like that he might have been able to stabilize Salvajahar until he had renewed his blood magic. Like it was now, Salvajahar had just himself to rely on, and a patient he had to heal or he would forever regret it. So he focused on the task with all his might. But it was hard, and after a time, it slowly but surely started to impossible. When Salvajahar had not even finished the healing of the organs of the other man, his hand nearly slipped when his mind suddenly drifted away into nothingness for a moment. You know that you won't be able to save him like that, the voice whispered again while Salvajahar tried with all his might to return his focus on the task, to clear his thoughts and his mind and concentrate again. He couldn't. The fog that had started to invade his mind had strengthened and he couldn't even see his work anymore. Nevertheless, think about the next step. No, 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 please, not now, he whispered, knowing without a doubt that he had to save the man, but also knowing that he wouldn't be able to do it. Just one word, Salvajahar, the voice said, and its sound mixed with memories of other sounds. Colors started to dance in Salvajahar's vision. Memories blurred. Past and present slowly but surely melted together, and Salvajahar knew without a doubt, that if he didn't get a grip of his mind right now, he would lose himself to insanity. It was like back then, 13 years ago when Peverell had rescued him, and at the same time it was nothing like it at all. While back then it had been a deliberate step towards insanity and the all-consuming nothingness of the afterlife, this time it wasn't wanted but fought. And Salvajahar was losing said fight. But he couldn't lose another person he loved. He couldn't lose the man who had taken the place of an uncle, of a godfather, of someone trusted and loved in his life. Please, I'll do everything, he pleaded. Please, just don't die on me. And like a sledgehammer, something rammed into his soul, anchoring it to life and sanity. It felt like drowning. It felt like being stabbed all over again. Burning pain filled his body and his mind screamed when it was flooded with the same white flames that Salvajahar had called to end his life just 13 years ago. Salvajahar gasped and closed his eyes for a moment when his vision finally cleared and returned to normal. Then tears leaked out of his eyes, dropping onto the wounds of his uncle, healing them slowly and surely like only Phoenix tears could. Salvajahar's hands also worked with renewed strength until the last grave wound was healed and the man in front of him was as good as new. Only when Salvajahar was sure that his patient would live, he raised his face to the ceiling and spoke. Why did you even ask? He said. As far as I know, I belong to you already from birth. Why did you even ask for my promise when you already had me in your clutches? Because without your answer today, you wouldn't have belonged to me from birth, the voice answered. So you already knew my answer. You already knew that I would lose my last safe haven today, my last chance of peace in the eternal arms of death. Don't worry, the voice answered softly. You don't belong to me fully, yet. And you won't remember your promise until it is time. And with that, wind caressed Salvajahar's hair, and to the crying child, the once dying man woke up to new life. The next, Nicholas could remember was agony. All-filling agony, coursing through his body, binding his soul and fogging his mind. And then it was gone and peace filled him. Nicholas opened his eyes again, seeing his nephew sitting beside him, weeping. Salvadio, he said softly, and the boy looked down from the ceiling, his eyes focusing on his uncle, tears still in his eyes. You stopped breathing for a moment, the boy said flustered. I thought I lost you. Nicholas blinked at that and then sat up. His body still ached, but the all-consuming pain was gone. Carefully he touched his chest and legs, sure that his ribs had been broken as well as his bones in his legs. Nothing. No open chest. No broken ribs or bones. Not even blood, except of the blood which still marred his formerly white tunic. I thought I could not rescue you. The boy next to him cried and flung himself in Nicholas' unsteady arms. I fought, but it was too much, way too much blood, and I didn't remember. I didn't remember. The boy hiccuped, clutching Nicholas's tunic like a lifeline. Shish, Nicholas said, still feeling slightly ill. Shish, it's all right. Child, it's all right. And just then he finally was able to comprehend the boy's words. I thought I could not rescue you, way too much blood. You healed me. Nicholas asked, astonished, looking down at the boy in his arms. He knew his wounds had been lethal, and not even Catherine, with all her knowledge, would have been able to save him this time. Why, yes. The boy stuttered, still weeping. I had to. You were dying, Uncle Nick. I know I was, Nicholas answered while trying to wrap his head around the fact that his 13-year-old nephew had healed him. How? He finally asked, and the boy pointed at ground around him. Written with white crayon there were runes, hundreds of runes. Nicholas shuddered. Dark magic? He asked, not sure if he should really be angry at his nephew. You used dark magic to rescue me. The boy, his head still buried in Nicholas B. East, shook it fiercely. No, he cried. No, but it was a ritual, Nicholas stated, while starting to feel better and better, as if each tear which fell on him took away the pain. Yes, the boy whispered. A ritual to bring back the death? Nicholas asked carefully but fearfully. No, the boy shook his head again. A ritual to heal. But it did not help much. You were still dying. New tears fell on Nicholas. A ritual to heal? Nicholas never ever had heard about something like that before. Where had the boy learned it from? I was still dying, he finally asked. The head, still buried in his chest, nodded. Nicholas decided to let the ritual go until the boy was less upset. So how did you rescue me? He asked instead. A tear-strained face looked up to him, the eyes puffy and red. I don't know. I cried. I cried and you healed, the boy answered. And now I can't stop crying. Nicholas blinked at these words, but wiped away the tears still rolling down the boy's cheeks. He wanted to ask how crying should have healed him, but in that moment he found the answer himself. The boy's tears soaked in his skin and a faint glow emitted where they had been. Nicholas felt his fingers getting more agile, healthier. He stared at the boy who clung to him and back at his fingers. A sudden suspicion filling his mind. Again he wiped away the boy's tears, this time holding his hand so that the dim light of the fire could enlighten them. They glowed in the colors of the rainbow, twinkled like little stars. Nicholas was a potion master, he knew this glimmering. Phoenix tears. And then he remembered the stranger's answer to his question from way back then. A pureblood child, Nicholas had asked, and the stranger had hesitated a moment before answering. Yes. A child with phoenix tears. And suddenly Nicholas etched for answers he couldn't get from the child. I don't think that something has happened to Salvadio over the holidays, Catherine said in that moment. Yes, he was a little bit different in the last part of the summer, a little bit more withdrawn and cautious maybe, but I don't remember an event that happened that could have changed him. I simply thought that he was growing up. Something has changed within your son over the summer, the vampire professor replied to that. Whatever happened, he isn't the same anymore. What do you mean, Professor? Nicholas asked, and the professor hesitated. He treats me different, the professor finally settled on. You mean Salvadio suddenly shows prejudice towards you? Henri Malfoy asked, frowning, but the vampire professor shook his head. No prejudice, just different. He seemed uncomfortable with his answer. Nicholas was quite sure that the vampire could elaborate further but didn't want to for whatever reason. I was just concerned that something might have happened that could have affected him, the vampire finally settled on. If there truly was no event, then I guess he truly is just growing up and he will grow out of his current behavior quite soon. If he's doing something wrong, we can talk to Catherine started to say, but the vampire interrupted her with a soft smile. That isn't necessary. For now, I think, he said. Give him some time to grow up. I promise that I will talk to you if the changes are intolerable. I just came to make sure that nothing else happened. In the end, the vampire left again, leaving an uncomfortable Nicholas alone with three other, baffled persons. And for a moment, just for a moment, Nicholas actually thought about telling the others what happened. Then he remembered his own promise to himself that he wouldn't say a word until he knew the full story, and that story he had yet to unravel. Meanwhile, a vampire walked away from a manor with a gleam in his eyes. I guess that there is someone else to visit tonight, Anastasius Sanguini murmured. And I hope for Peverell's sake that he has a very good explanation for hiding my own father from his family for nearly 13 years. Cornelius Fudge was seething. What do you mean that if I ever dare to threaten Xenophilius Lovegood again I will get sued? He cried. The man in front of him just looked at him unruffled. Exactly what I said, he answered the red-faced minister. My clients don't like that you tried to interfere with a private business. If you ever dare to do so again, we will go to court. And believe me, minister, it won't end favorable for you. Cornelius hissed wordlessly at that. I have every right to stop a liar from spreading his lies throughout the population. He finally spluttered. And if the quibbler doesn't give up Oliver Twist I will make sure that that rag is shut down. Like I said before, minister, if you ever dare to come near Xenophilius Lovegood again, if you ever dare to threaten him again, it will be the last thing you will ever do. Magus Adam Selwyn, lawyer of Morganauth, said coolly. Have a good day, minister. And with that the lawyer turned and left, leaving seething Fudge. The minister gripped the magazine in his hands tighter, crumpling it slightly. We will see how long you will stand behind that Oliver Twist when I officially proclaim him a liar and disturber of peace. He whispered. Of course, he couldn't use the Daily Prophet to do so anymore since that newspaper was now also printing Twist's article, but there were always other ways. You will regret ever writing a single line, Twist, Fudge said, and with that he threw the magazine across the room. It landed open, showing of the article that Fudge despised more than anything else in the moment. The ministry's gamble. Sirius Black is innocent. With that unbelievable statement, the Wizengamot meeting ended yesterday. Truly innocent. I know, I pointed out the probability of that, months ago, but to find out that Sirius Black, famed mass murderer, betrayer of the Potters, and right-hand man of the Dark Lord Tom Riddle never had a trial, still blows my mind. Of course, you'll now say, but you've already talked about Lord Black. My answer to that will be simple. Of course I have talked about said man before, but back then it was mere speculation, contrary to now, when said speculations were finally confirmed. What hasn't been confirmed so far instead was the reason why it happened in the first place. Fact is, everyone, Death Eater and Imperious victim, back then got a trial except, that is, Lord Sirius Black. Fact is as well that Sirius Black was hailed as the right-hand man of Tom Riddle, the Dark Lord, betrayer to the Potters, and mass murderer. One should think that at least two of those titles would have put Black on the top of the list of those who will get a trial, best by shoving Veritaserum down his throat before bringing him into court, just to ensure the truth, of course. Instead he was quietly chucked away into Azkaban. Now, forget for a moment that the Lord Black was innocent. Imagine that he wasn't. Do you know the consequences? The consequences would have been a man in Azkaban who would have known exactly what Riddle was working on, who worked for him, marked and unmarked followers, who was Imperious, who was imprisoned somewhere or killed, who was still on the hit list of his Death Eaters, etc. If Sirius Black truly had been the right-hand man, like he was hailed back then, shouldn't we accuse the ministry of not doing their duty? They had, as they thought back then, a truly valuable prisoner in their care, and they did nothing. The Longbottoms were attacked 2 days after Black's imprisonment. Do you truly think that if Black would have been the right-hand man of Voldemort he wouldn't have known of the plan to attack this family? The Bones died 4 days after, the McKinnons 6, all deaths that could have been averted if the ministry truly would have believed their claim of Black's allegiance. And yet, he was never questioned, as if the ministry never cared about its own subjects back then. Of course, you might say, but that was back then. We've got another minister now. And I will have to answer you. Yes, we do, but does that make him any better than the last? Fact is, this minister tried as well to discredit an innocent Lord Potter, our savior, by accusing him of staged charges. Fact is as well that he dismisses the death of a young boy, Cedric Diggory, as unimportant even if the murderer was never caught. Better yet, the minister refuses to even ask the only witness of Cedric Diggory's death for a statement. Instead he is trying to discredit young lords and innocent journalists. And do you know the consequences of that? The consequence is that there's a murder on the loose in the wizarding world, and yet, there is no one even looking into it. Just on Halloween Azkaban prison was broken into and known Death Eaters vanished. The Minster's first reaction to that? Accusing Black, a man who was then proven innocent. So the minister simply went on to his next target, accusing the man who incriminated Black, Peter Pettigrew. And yet, even after finding out through the evidence that Lord Black provided, the minister is still unwilling to even listen to our very own savior, Lord Potter, who told him that Pettigrew was the one killing Cedric Diggory back then in summer. Isn't it finally time to get together the evidence for the murder of an innocent 17-year-old? Isn't it time to listen to the only survivor of what might have been an ordeal? Or do you want to live with an unknown mass murderer on the loose? The ministry has locked away a man they thought to be the right-hand man of a Dark Lord without a trial once. Are they willing to disregard what knowledge they can gain through Lord Potter's memories about that new threat, simply because one man is afraid that Lord Potter might have evidence that he doesn't want to be true? Think about the Bones, the Longbottoms, and the McKinnons. They all might have lived if the ministry would have truly believed their claim of Lord Black being the right-hand man of Tom Riddle and using the knowledge he supposedly had. If they just had questioned the man, maybe then Pettigrew could have been found early, and maybe then the true right-hand man of Tom Riddle would have given away the knowledge of those attacks before they happened. We're now in a similar situation like back then. Lord Potter knows the killer. Lord Potter has seen him. And yet, the ministry refuses to even view his memories. What if the murderer will murder again? Will you just watch on? Will you just wait until you are the one on his target list? Just remember, there's someone who can identify the ones who killed Cedric Diggory. Are you willing to be responsible for further deaths because you disregarded the evidence you have? The previous government is already partly at fault for the deaths of 3 families. If you don't force the current one to act, can you be sure that it won't be responsible for even more dead because of inaction in the end? I, for my part, don't want to know. And so I plead with the minister, with the government, and everyone else who is willing to listen to give Lord Potter the right to speak up about Cedric Diggory's death. It's a simple case of viewing evidence, and yet, maybe it's the only hope for potential future victims. If the minister refuses, I will hold him responsible for every future dead who's killed by the murderer who killed Cedric Diggory thanks to the minister's inaction. So I plead with the ministry, give Lord Potter the right to finally speak up. And maybe, if we're lucky, no other family will have to lose a child because the murderer is caught before he or they can do more harm than they already have. Oliver Twist. Harry put down the newspaper he had been reading. He was quite happy with the pre-arranged article he had sent Zeno. Harry had known, thanks to Amelia Bones and Augusta Longbottom, that serious case would be viewed by the Wizengamot soon. So Harry had pre-written the article since Amelia had told Augusta that there was no way that Sirius wouldn't get free. Harry was quite proud of the article. It fit wonderfully into his plans. Now he had just to put something else in motion, and if he had to risk being tattled on for that one again, well, so be it. His gaze wandered to his best female friend. Hermione was working on her homework. She was scribbling frantically, and Harry looked at her sheet of parchment with interest. He read her work thoroughly, just to read it again afterwards. After he had read it the 3rd time, he finally decided to speak up. After all, what better time than now? Hermione. What do you want, Harry? Hermione asked, a little bit peeved that Harry would bother her while she was doing her homework. What are you writing there? Harry asked, still looking at her paper. My homework for ancient runes, Harry, she answered crisply. Harry still did not stop looking. His eyes were traveling through her lines as if he was reading them. I don't understand it, Harry said, making sure to sound troubled. Are you sure you are doing it right? It's ancient runes, Harry, Hermione said coolly. Of course you don't understand it. I am writing runes. Yeah, wrongly, Harry answered shortly, still letting his eyes wander. Your sentence does not make any sense. How would you know that? Look at it. The boy answered. Whatever you want to say. You don't say it at all. Your whole text is full of grammar errors. As if you would know. Hermione snorted. Ron instead laughed. Don't annoy her too much, Harry, he howled, laughing. She might stop helping us in our classes. I don't need help in my classes, Ron, Harry answered, shrugging. And she has written a lot of rubbish. Harry. Hermione stared at him angrily. No. Look, Hermione, Harry retorted. And those druids the runes used are permanently differ from our use today. What the hell are you trying to say with this sentence? Hermione blinked. Of course she had heard Brejoneg before. Her teacher had spoken it when she read out the runes. But Harry's accent was different. When Professor Babbling was reading the runes, her wording was halting and she had to think about every word she was pronouncing carefully. Sometimes Professor Babbling even gave them 2 or 3 possible pronunciations, simply because they had no way knowing how the druids had really pronounced their words. Harry instead had been reading her sentence as if it was plain English. Not hard, not searching for words, just reading. Harry, what? She stopped, unsure what she really wanted to say. What? Harry asked as if nothing special had happened. Still not convinced. This question finally let Hermione find her voice again. You have been reading runes, Harry. She cried, still unable to comprehend what just happened. Yes, Harry said slowly, now looking at her as if she was a wild tiger ready to strike. No one is reading runes like that anymore. Hermione tried to tell him. You shouldn't be able. Professor Babbling is one of the best at ancient runes, and she still has to think about every word she is reading. How can you read it as if it was plain English? Harry blinked at that and stared at her text again, then at her and finally again at her text. Then he shrugged. That doesn't matter, Hermione, Harry answered, shaking his head. Your use of runes is way more important. How do you want to use them in magic when you are writing like that? It took a moment to understand his question, and then Hermione looked at him with complete confusion in her eyes. Harry, you can't use runes for magic, she said. They are useful to understand old texts, but they aren't used for any kind of magic. When she finished her sentence, Harry sighed. Why, by wind and fire, do you think that runes can't be used in magic? He said, shaking his head again. Hermione opened her mouth to reply. She wasn't even sure what she wanted to say herself, just to be stopped by Harry, who continued as if nothing happened. Well, let's fix your text and maybe later I will show you, he finally said, adjusting her text so that he could read it better. This sentence I read before, what do you want to say? He asked. Hermione stared at him, still astonished by his words, but she answered anyway. I wanted to write. And thus, the runes the druids used are absolutely different than the ones we use today. She answered. So you mixed up Aiwass and Avaz again, Harry said. Huh, Aiwass. He pointed at the rune in her text. This has to be Avaz. When you're writing the wrong rune here, the meaning changes and the thus you want to write will change in those, which you definitely don't want to write here. Huh. Hermione looked down on her text, utterly flabbergasted. That can't be right, Harry, she finally said. I am sure this word is pronounced like written with Aiwass. It is, Harry answered, shrugging. It's still written with Avaz, though. It's just one of the exceptions. Exceptions? What exceptions? Hermione asked, now staring at Harry as if he was crazy. There are no exceptions. Does your class have something like a dictionary? Harry asked, sighing. Of course, Hermione answered, peeved. Then look it up. She stared at him for another 3 minutes, and then she took out her runes book and looked up the word. And there it stood in cold print, written with Avaz. How? I told you it was written with Avaz, Harry just said, shrugging. That's because it was once pronounced with it. So, let's change your sentence. Right. And thus, the runes the druids used are absolutely different than the ones we use today. Hermione blinked again when he dictated her the sentence. Finally, she grabbed her quill again to write down what Harry had been dictating her. Stop, Harry said when she wrote the first rune. Really, Hermione? You can't write runes like that. You will ruin your spell work. Hermione stared confused at her text while Ron now looked absolutely flabbergasted from one of his friends to the other. What am I doing wrong now, Harry? Hermione finally asked. Your runes are sluggish, Harry answered, shaking his head. You have to write them neat to use them for spell work. I am writing neat, Hermione said coolly. No, you cannot change their outlining, Harry answered, persistent. They all have to fit in a square. What are you talking about, Harry? The boy sighed and claimed the quill in Hermione's hand with his left. And then he wrote down the sentence beneath her own writing. Hermione stared at the sentence. She had to give it to Harry. When she compared her writing and his, hers was definitely sloppy and childlike. With Harry, every letter he used seemed to use the same space the others did. There was no difference, even if the letter itself consisted just of a few strokes. Wow, that's really, really neat, Harry, Hermione said, still looking at the written sentence. Harry just shrugged. It's the way it has to be, when you want to use them for magic, he answered. You should learn to write them properly like that. Hermione still stared at the parchment in front of her. I doubt I will be able to write like that, Harry, she finally said. Then use something to help you, like the Muggle math notebooks or something like that. Harry, even if I don't write as neat as you do, I don't have to. You just use runes for old texts, they have no other use and so I don't have to. Harry sighed at that and took out his wand. Before Hermione could even finish her sentence, he drew a few runes in the air with it. The runes flashed, and suddenly the noise of the common room vanished. It was as if they suddenly were alone in the full room. Neat, Ron said. What spell did you use, Harry? No spell, Ron, Harry answered, stowing away his wand. Runes. Hermione gawked at him. Her gaze flew through the common room and the missing noise and returned to the wizard who did this. How? She asked. I told you, you can use runes for magic, Harry answered shrugging. It's a simple ward. Something old family houses have. There is no equivalent in normal spell work. But, Hermione stuttered. But why didn't Professor Babblings tell us? Because using runes like that can be deadly if you do it wrong, Harry answered, suddenly serious. Spells you can easily reverse, runes you can't. You have to disable their hold on you or you will never be able to escape them. If you write them sloppy or wrongly you will suffer for it, die for it if your spell work was a more complex one. Stop. What about the runes you used here? Ron asked suddenly fearfully. You know how to reverse them, do you? I don't want to be deaf forever. You're not deaf, Harry answered, rolling his eyes. I just silenced this area. When you walk 2 feet this way, he pointed to the crowed area of the room. You will be able to hear all of them again. The runes are not keeping you here, so the worst that could happen would be having a prank plotting area in the middle of the common room. Nothing grave. And don't worry, I know how to unspell the area again. I also did nothing wrong because I can write runes and I know my grammar, so no danger here. Neat, was Ron's reply, while he stood up and walked 2 feet to his right until he left the silenced area and returned. Absolutely neat. Can you teach me, Harry? I don't think I can, Harry answered. You need a lot of knowledge beforehand to even try to cast anything simple. You do not learn it overnight. Well, you seem to have just done that, Hermione said, looking at him strangely. When exactly did you learn this? Harry grinned and shrugged. A long time ago, he answered. A really long time ago. For a moment, Hermione hesitated and Harry could again see the suspicion in her eyes. He returned her gaze evenly, his eyes promising her that if she even dared to go to Dumbledore with this, it would be the last time ever that she would be able to call herself friend. Hermione's eyes widened, then she snorted. Very funny, Harry, she said, choosing to ignore the unexplainably of Harry's talent. And now tell me who taught you this stuff to prank me. At that Harry sighed. No one, he answered seriously. I did not learn anything to prank you, I am in fact not pranking you at all. I thought you might want to have help. Hermione stared at him with unbelieving eyes. Look, if you don't trust me, why don't you let me help you and afterwards go to someone else so that he or she can look it over, Harry suggested. I am sure you know some older Gryffindors or even Ravenclaws that have taken ancient runes as well. They can tell you if my suggestions really sound totally wrong. Or go directly to the professor if you don't trust their judgment. I don't mind this time around. For a moment it looked as if Hermione did not want to do something like that, but then she nodded. Okay, help me, but if it's wrong then do never bother me again, deal? Deal, Harry answered shrugging. He did not need to help her at all, but it was the perfect opportunity to set up his stage and he also had decided to try to kit the friendship with her a little bit. He knew that he did not involve her or Ron like the younger Harry had used to, so he had searched for a way to still be friends with them, even if they weren't his closest friends anymore. Now he had just to wait until Hermione would show it to someone else, and Harry was pretty sure that she would go to the professor of ancient runes with it and not to some other student. Of course, she might even go to Dumbledore, but Harry was sure that she wouldn't risk it for now. She was still collecting evidence about his changes, and maybe, just maybe, she would be able to accept that he was different without going to Dumbledore first. If she couldn't, Harry wasn't sure if her friendship was still worth it to hold on. He couldn't live with friends who spied on him for one of his enemies after all. A day later, Professor Bathsheba Babbling had an interesting visitor after lunch. Miss Granger, she greeted the young girl when said girl entered her office. How may I help you? Well, the girl hesitated. Don't worry, just tell me, Bathsheba said, and finally the girl stepped forward and showed her an essay. Could you look through it and tell me if the grammar is right, Professor? The girl asked, and Bathsheba raised one of her eyebrows. You know I cannot. No. It's just that you know most when it comes to ancient runes, and while I was writing the essay for this class someone saw it and corrected my grammar, but I don't know if I can trust his advice because I thought he knows nothing about ancient runes. Bathsheba frowned when she heard the girl's explanation but still took the essay. The first thing she noted was that the style of the essay was completely different. While Hermione Granger did know her runes, she still wrote in a style a young child would use. The grammar in this essay was more complex and more correct than anything Bathsheba had ever seen produced by a student. Do you have something that is written by this mystical person? Bathsheba finally asked the girl. Hermione Granger turned to her school bag and started to look through it. Finally she handed Bathsheba another parchment, this time written by someone completely different. Bathsheba could see the difference without even trying to. While Hermione Granger did write neat, the person who had written the sentences on the other parchment did write even neater. Hermione Granger's letters looked like something produced by a child when you compared them both. He told me that I write like a baby, Hermione Granger declared in that moment. He also told me that I would be unable to ever use those runes in magic when I don't learn to write neat. Bathsheba blinked and looked at the girl in front of her. I would like to meet this mysterious person, she said finally. So the grammar is correct? The girl asked, hesitating. Bathsheba snorted. More than correct. I would say absolutely perfect. Not even a master can write like that. That's the style used in books that are centuries old. I never thought a student would ever be good enough to even come near something like that. Normally it takes decades to write neat and grammatically good enough to write like your friend. When he's really as good as it looks like, I really need to speak with him. Someone with so much talent should pursue our ancient runes. Hermione Granger stared at her. He is really that good? She asked, astonished. Bathsheba nodded. He could be a rune master in no time, she answered. Whoever your friend is, I cannot believe he did not elect the subject in third year. The girl in front of her blinked. How do you know? I am sure I would have found him long ago if he had taken my class, Bathsheba answered. Would you be so kind and tell him to come to me? I will, the girl stuttered. Then she hesitated before she added, thank you for checking my essay. And with that the girl left. Bathsheba's gaze followed her, while she tried to figure out who in this whole school knew so much in runes that it equaled her own knowledge, or even surpassed it. Bathsheba got her answer just a few hours later. She was sitting in her office, trying to translate a text she had found in the library some weeks ago. The text was old and written in runes and Brejoneg. It was about transfigurations, and Bathsheba was sure that it had information in it that Minerva McGonagall would steal for. The only problem Bathsheba had was that the text was too complex for her to understand it fully. She had translated the most of it, but there were a lot of text passages she simply wasn't sure about. She sighed and put down the book again to close her eyes. She wasn't sure if she would ever be able to translate the text fully. In that moment the door to her office opened. Bathsheba looked up just to see Harry Potter coming in and closing the door softly behind him. A warm red glow indicated a ward of some kind that fell into place when he closed the door. What? She started, but was interrupted by the boy himself. You wanted to see me, Professor, he said neutrally. I did, she said, a little bit stumped. You asked Hermione Granger to send for me a few hours ago, the boy answered softly. It took a moment to catch up for Bathsheba. So you are this mysterious person who has a better grasp for ancient runes than any other student I ever saw. The boy shrugged and stepped forward to her desk. Bathsheba smiled at him when she saw his interest in the book before her on the desk. I try to translate it for your head of house, she told him. The boy said nothing, but he turned the book in front of her to look at it. Bathsheba saw his eyes travel through the lines faster than her own could. Permanent transfiguration. A complicated subject you are translating there, Professor, the boy said. You can tell. Bathsheba asked, surprised. The boy in front of her snorted. I am able to read, Professor, he answered. But that's a really complicated text in runes, Bathsheba said, surprised. The boy just shrugged and turned her translation to also look through it. You have made some mistakes in there, the boy said. Bathsheba looked at him startled and turned the texts so that she could read them. I do not think so. Oh, but you have, the boy said. Let me explain. The next half an hour Bathsheba learned more about ancient runes than she had ever before. The things the boy mentioned were startling but at the same time fitting. Suddenly the text she had been trying to comprehend for the last 3 weeks made absolute sense to her. While the boy spoke, she took hastily written notes, promising herself that she would write them better later. The boy frowned when he saw her writing down her runes. You are also not writing neat, the boy said. Bathsheba blinked at him in surprise and looked down on her notes. I just need to know what you said later, she told him. There is no need to write neat. The boy frowned again, clearly not agreeing in opinion, but he said nothing and just continued. Finally he stopped. You should try to translate the book with this information. I think that might be enough to understand everything, he declared. Bathsheba looked down on her notes and back up to him. How do you know all that? She asked. There is no one that knows. Family magic, the boy answered. I am not allowed to tell you. Family magic. Bathsheba was sure that the family magics the boy was talking about weren't the runes itself but the comprehending he had for them. She had heard a lot about family magic before. Her family, the babbling family, and all the other traditional families had a kind of family magic. Normally it was a special ability that the family members were born with. She had heard about a lot of abilities that counted to family magics. Because of that she knew of the fire ability that once traveled through the line of Pendragon, or that's what the legends and myths of the Pendragon line talked about. She knew that the Potter family had the ability to guide energy. Still, there were abilities not every family displayed. Some abilities were kept hidden. Maybe like the ability that enabled the young Potter in front of her to understand the runes and the language they were written in so easily. And it was this thought that led her to another idea. So you have the ability to understand texts like that easily? She asked the boy. Harry Potter nodded. Have you ever tried it with another language than Brejoneg? Or with different runes? This time the boy shrugged. Why should I? He asked innocently. Well, I have an old, worn, black, leather book with faded green writing on it, she answered. I do not understand it and I have not found a way to translate it until now. And you wish for me to take a look at it, the boy concluded. Bathsheba stared at Harry Potter. And there she had heard some of the other teachers complain that he did not pick up on things fast enough. Instead of answering, she stood up and opened one of her cupboards. There the book she had lent from the library was stored in. Bathsheba had wanted to try to translate it but she had to stop at the first page. The writing of the book was extremely neat but the language used was no language known by her. She guessed it was an old dialect that had been forgotten long ago. To her dismay she had not found a starting point to understand it until now. I fear you also might not be able, Bathsheba started, but stopped when Harry Potter took the book from her hands and started to leaf through it. He finally opened the book fully on one page, his finger traveling through the lines. Bathsheba held her breath. It would not be so easy, would it? Are you able to understand? Bathsheba asked the boy. Harry Potter looked up and in her eyes. I think I am, he answered. But I must look at it more closely to be sure. Would you mind if I take it and try to translate it? Bathsheba stared at the boy in front of her. Several questions were filling her mind. How was he able to read what even she was unable to? How could he understand runes without learning them before? She knew he had been raised by his muggle aunt, so there was no way he had learned to read runes at home, so how? Was it really just the family magic? But before she could even utter one sentence, the boy's eyes pierced into her own. Something shifted in her mind and she started to forget what was so special about the book in the young boy's hands before her. May I take it? He asked her and she found herself nodding the positive. Thank you. And with that the boy left the room, leaving behind Bathsheba, who was still unable to comprehend what exactly had happened. After all, the book the boy had taken was nothing special at all, so why bothering to ask her for it? It had been old, worn and strained, and some pages had gone missing. She had found it today between her other books and had thought to throw it away. And she would have put it in the waste bin if he wouldn't have taken it before. So why had he even bothered to ask for it? Bathsheba would never know that her memory had been shifted that day so that the book was nothing special anymore in her mind at all. That night, Harry and Regulus met in the Chamber of Secrets. All right, I've got the book, Harry said. I'll soon be able to work around the current wards to add my own ward for the Horcrux detection to them. So you didn't find its whereabouts in the castle when you did the ritual? Reg asked concerned. Harry shook his head. Tommy interfered, he said, and Regulus blinked confused. Tommy. Tom Riddle, also known as the Dark Lord, Harry answered. I don't think that he actually ever grew up enough to be a Tom, so I usually call him Tommy in my head. Reg raised an eyebrow at that. You're awfully interested in talking today, he remarked, and Harry shrugged. I'm dying. I have the right to have some fun before I kick the bucket, he answered, and immediately there was concern in Reg's eyes to see. What do you mean? You are dying? He asked, his face rapidly losing color. Harry just smiled at him. There's always a price to pay, Harry said. The ritual on Halloween basically went wrong. The consequences to something like that are always death or losing one's mind. Since I'm actually quite dependent on my mind, I'm quite happy that I got the first consequences to deal with. And you choose to tell me that I'll lose you quite soon just like that? Without further warning in a single sentence. Reg exclaimed in disbelief. Harry just rolled his eyes. You and I know that you're just here with me because I'm about to kill off Tom. If I wouldn't, you wouldn't be there. You basically raised me from the moment you pulled me out of that lake. You are the one who's responsible that I'm a halfway decent human being now. Do you truly believe that I wouldn't care about you if you weren't about to kill the Dark Lord? Harry thought about that for a moment. Then he shrugged. No, he said. But it doesn't matter either way. You're dying and I still have some time until it's truly something to be concerned about. I guess my death is at least half a year away, so may we return to more pressing matters now. Reg opened his mouth at that, but then just closed it. All right, he gave in. What do you think is more important than you dying? I had a stint into Tommy's mind while I scared away the Dementors that he wanted to recruit, Harry answered. I might not have found the location of the Hogwarts Horcrux, but I have a good guess about another one now. And how did that happen? Reg wanted to know, and Harry grinned. Seems that even as a half-insane ghost-like being I'm still capable of doing something usable, he said, smirking. When I used the rune connection I built between him and me to pull me to him, I got a short glance not only in his emotions and current plans, but into his past as well. Truly, if I had known how usable that damn rune connection could be, I would have done a more thorough one than I did back then. If you could do it, why didn't you? Reg asked, surprised, and Harry grimaced. Because, truthfully, I'm quite happy that I can stay out of his mind for the most parts. I needed the connection to him to ensure that I have some warning before he acts and to manipulate him to some kind. But the connection can go both ways, and I definitely don't want to find a Dark Lord in my mind. My knowledge of the dark arts would make him to a nearly unstoppable opponent if he ever had access to it. I wouldn't risk it. Better so, Reg said, gulping. My thoughts exactly, Harry said gravely. Still, doesn't change my wish that it would be different, sometimes now, back to the knowledge I gained thanks to my involuntary visit at the Azkaban raid. So what did you find out? Reg asked, sighing. I need some information about Tom Riddle's family, his wizarding family, the Gounts, Harry answered. If I understood it right, then he has hidden one of his Horcruxes at the old home of the Gaunt family. So you want me to collect that information? Reg asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, I can't leave here, Harry said, shrugging. And I'm dead, Reg commented. Harry grinned at that. Even more the reason for you to do it, he said. There's no way that anybody will recognize you when you break into the ministry. And I thought that Augusta Longbottom was helping you now, Reg said, sneering. She's part of the Wizengamot. Can't you send her? Well, I originally planned to send her to retrieve the information, but you seemed quite eager to do it yourself, he answered, grinning. I wouldn't dare to object if you wished to do something more than to be my messenger to Augusta. Reg snorted at that. So you send a dead man as a messenger? Harry shrugged at that. Dobby and Winky can't do it. I need someone who can do some research in the Muggle world, if we have to. Augusta knows nothing about the Muggle world and Dobby and Winky can't enter it without being obvious. I can't go since I'm a student here, so you're the only one left. Great, Regulus exclaimed. Just great. I've been dead for over 15 years. I am happy to be dead. And now you send me to one of the members of the Wizengamot to work with. What about me being a happy dead? I don't want to live again. Harry just rolled his eyes. Don't complain, Reg. You knew for at least 6 years that you would return to the living again sometime in the future. Your brother's free now, meaning that he might need someone to have his back when he takes on his true place as Lord Black. You're the only one who can support him, so it would be good for you to return slowly to the living now. My brother hasn't even shown any interest in his lordship until now, Reg said. Harry just shrugged, but said nothing, so Reg continued, agitated. You and I know that he despises his family. He wouldn't even think about taking on the lordship of House Black now that he's free. He wouldn't, Harry answered, nodding. And that's the reason why you have to meet Augusta and work with her. You have to build at least a working relationship, at best an alliance with her. Sirius won't be able to get out of his duties when Augusta presses for him to acknowledge the alliance. Not even Sirius is idiotic enough to refuse to acknowledge Augusta if she tells him that your families are allies. But Sirius is already free. I can't build any alliances with Augusta now that Black has a lord again. But that's it, Harry said, grinning. Black doesn't have a lord yet. Like you said, Sirius refuses to be lord. As long as he refuses, his heir has still the right to build alliances. And since I'm now allied with Augusta, she won't take long to express an interest of alliance with you, especially if I am the one to send you to her in the first place. It's only logical, after all, to be allied with the allies of your allies. For a moment, Reg remained silent. Then he sighed. And you decided to wait to do that until now, why? Because I still needed a reason to start an alliance, and that reason was just provided by Tom a few days ago, Harry grinned at that. The Horcruxes search outside of Hogwarts, Regulus said, surprise in his voice. The Horcruxes search outside of Hogwarts, Harry repeated content, and Regulus closed his eyes and groaned. Moody sat down silently. All around him the rest of the Order of the Phoenix was talking among themselves while they waited for their leader to arrive. The only one who wasn't even interested in conversation was Alistair Moody. He was thinking in his mind the words of Harry Potter. No, Harry James Potter, repeated all over again. Albus Dumbledore could have stopped Grindelwald before the man even would have truly started, by simply opening his mouth. Albus Dumbledore could have stopped Voldemort before he even turned dark if he just had decided to act instead of watching. But those weren't the worst parts. He calls you his right-hand man, one of his closest friends, Harry James had said. And yet, you were locked into your own trunk without him even noticing the difference for a whole year. When Moody had been freed, he had originally never blamed Albus Dumbledore. Now instead, this sureness had ceased to exist. Albus had known him for over 60 years. They had worked together, traveled together, and yet Albus had noticed nothing strange over the last year. Or he noticed it and decided to use it to his benefits, never even thinking about your predicament, a voice that sounded suspiciously like Harry James whispered in his head. He's manipulative. You know that. You've adored that in the past. Do you truly think that he wouldn't have used the opportunity if it had presented itself to him? Moody figured that the most horrible part of those thoughts wasn't that Albus was a manipulative bastard. Moody had suspected that for years. No, the most horrible part was that Moody finally knew that Albus Dumbledore would do everything to reach his ultimate goal, and if it meant to damn a 15-year-old boy and his right-hand man, so be it. Moody wasn't sure if he could accept that. In that moment, Albus entered and Moody forced his thoughts to return to the present. It was time to talk about guard duties and possible plans of the Dark Lord. I wonder why we have never included Harry James Potter into these meetings, Moody mused. They are about him, after all. Shouldn't he at least know about the danger he's in and what we do to stop it from reaching him? But maybe those thoughts were just fueled by the desperate need for another Slytherin. Snape definitely didn't count in Moody's eyes. In this ocean of Gryffindors, the Order consisted of Tom Riddle, by the wizarding world mostly known as Lord Voldemort, was currently in a bad mood. The reason was his new ally, Anastasius Sanguini, head of Cruor's Coven of the Vampires. So, that's what you're doing all day long. Sitting around and waiting for nothing. The vampire said with interest in his voice before looking around the ballroom they were currently inhabiting. The room was empty except of them and two other Death Eaters. Even Lucius Malfoy, the head of the family whose manor they were currently using, had found a way to be anywhere but at the Dark Lord's side. Not that other Death Eaters could fault him for that. Their lord had been in a fool mood since the raid on Azkaban and the refusal of the Dementors to join their alliance. Since then, Tom Riddle had used his days to search ancient tomes for the odd occurrence he had witnessed in Azkaban. He had long since rebutted that the appearance had anything to do with his nemesis Potter. After all, every Death Eater with a child at Hogwarts could affirm that the boy was firstly, still at Hogwarts, and secondly, very much alive, and had since then tried to find out what had scared away one of his best possible allies in this coming war. Until now, he hadn't found an answer to that at all. Isn't it a bit dreary to sit here all day watching an empty room? The vampire asked in that moment. His voice ripped Tom Riddle out of his musing and the Dark Lord looked up irritated. The vampire's face wasn't even an inch away from his own face, studying him closely. Voldemort snarled, whipped out his wand and aimed it at his opponent. Crucio. The spell flew through the room, hitting one of his two Death Eaters instead of the vampire he had been aiming at. The vampire himself had sidestepped the curse without even breaking a sweat. Now, he was watching the Death Eater who had been hit writhing on the floor in agony. Then he turned back to look at the Dark Lord. Don't you think that it's a bit counterproductive to torture your allies without a reason? It might make it a little bit harder to gather new ones if your treatment of your current ones comes out into the open, the vampire commented, his eyes still glued in fascination on the twitching form of the Death Eater. The other Death Eater looked at the one on the floor and then fled the room. Voldemort instead roared with agitations after listening to the vampire's comment. No need to go berserk on me, the vampire said, turning his eyes back towards the Dark Lord. I was just saying. Voldemort took aim at the vampire again. Crucio. This time, he hit the candelabra. The vampire's gaze followed the spell and both, Dark Lord and vampire, watched the candelabra first swinging dangerously before crashing to the floor. I'm also not too sure if your allies take it too kindly if you are that careless with their property, Anastasius commented dryly. The Dark Lord turned his furious red eyes towards the loud-mouthed vampire. His wand again took aim. The vampire watched it warily. You sure you want to do another spell? He asked. What if you bring down the manor around us this time around? You don't seem too good at aiming, after all. The furious roar this time around could be heard all over the manor and its grounds. Lucius Malfoy shivered in his study. Since that damn vampire had joined their ranks, the Dark Lord had been even more often in a dark mood. Sometimes, Lucius dearly regretted the day Anastasius Sanguini had joined the Death Eaters. Sometimes Lucius regretted that he himself had joined. And sometimes he regretted dearly that he had offered his home to house the Dark Lord. In this moment, another crash could be heard from the hall. I told you, your aim is off, the vampire could be heard. Or did you actually want to hit your Death Eater so that he crashes into the antique crockery? I doubt that neither your host nor your target will be happy with the outcome you had here. Yes, There were definitely days that made Lucius regret every decision he had ever made concerning the Dark Lord. And today was one of these days. Luckily, it's one of the last ones, Lucius thought. He didn't want to replace his whole manor, and if Anastasius Sanguini wouldn't stop to irk the Dark Lord soon, it was more than likely that that was the final outcome for whoever would be unfortunate to house those two in the future. Harry was walking down to dinner when he saw the fifth-year Slytherins coming from the dungeons. Perfect, he said to himself, before wandering over to them to intercept before they reached the Great Hall. He had not been planning the whole thing until now, but he guessed that he could get started on it today without any problems. And if Hermione complained, well, it had been her who had asked him to do it in the first place. She couldn't fault him for actually taking his new task seriously, could she? Harry guessed she couldn't, so he was safe. With that thought, he pulled out his wand and wrote some runes into the air. A second later, they flashed golden and vanished. That took Harry as his cue to approach the fifth-year Slytherins. I know this is not the usual way for Gryffindors to act, Harry started, looking at the Slytherins in front of him. But I also know that you are also suffering under the teaching methods of the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. So I will ask you anyway. Ask us what? Malfoy asked. It was clear that the blonde heir was still the spokesman of the fifth-year Slytherins like he had been since first year. I'm here to ask you to join the Defense Association me and my friends are forming. It could be beneficial for you as well, considering that you like us have to pass owls at the end of the year, Harry answered. Malfoy sneered at that. And why would we need to join your Defense Association? He asked unimpressed. Because, if you like it or not, you will have trouble passing your defense owl if you don't get some training in actually casting the spells you should be learning this year. The Defense Association could help you with that, if you join. And why should we even think about joining something a Gryffindor has initiated? Another Slytherin, Theodore Nod asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry just shrugged. Because I offered and you are Slytherins, meaning you take an advantage if you get it, he answered. I'm currently the best in defense of year 5. It would be totally un-Slytherin to not even think about my offer. At that, Theodore Nod and some others snorted. You truly think that you can keep it from Umbridge? Blaise Zabini asked. You truly think that it will stay a secret if you ask people in the corridors of Hogwarts willy-nilly? Why not? Harry answered grinning. It's not as if I haven't been able to keep things from the teachers before while still talking out here in the open. Theodore Nod just shook his head at that. Recklessness, he said, and others nodded at that. That was the moment Malfoy decided to re-enter the conversation. And how will you stop us from talking about your plans to Umbridge, now that we know of them? He said. Harry just smiled. I don't need to stop you, he answered. You were already stopped before I even talked to you. Malfoy snorted. Sure thing, Potter, he said, disbelieving. So you don't believe me, Harry said, then he shrugged. Well, we'll see who's right in the end. Just think about my offer, will you? And with that he turned away from them with the intention to enter the Great Hall. It was Malfoy's voice that stopped him in his tracks. Whatever you try to do, Potter, it will not succeed. Just leave it be. When you don't, you might regret it. He hissed. Harry just raised an eyebrow at the boy in front of him. Regret what? He asked and turned back towards the Slytherins. Regret your try to turn us against the Dark Lord. Malfoy answered. And don't you dare to tell me that that wasn't your intention from the start. Harry just shrugged. Not truly, he said, and Malfoy snorted. So Harry raised an eyebrow and looked at the boy in front of him. Don't tell me that you truly want to follow the Dark Lord. He asked incredulously. Of course. Malfoy hissed. Why shouldn't we? The other Slytherins meanwhile looked at each other with hesitation in their eyes. Harry acted as if he hadn't seen it and focused on Malfoy instead. It seemed like it was time for a little teaching. Then you want to be a bigoted idiot who is licking the boots of a half-blood? He asked the boy in front of him. And I thought you were a Slytherin. I am a Slytherin. Malfoy hissed, and Harry saw the other Slytherins from higher years beside him turning to them. They clearly had started to listen. Harry smirked inwardly. Perfect. You are? He asked, seemingly astonished. And I thought a true Slytherin is clever, cunning, and ambitious. What is ambitious about being a bootlicker? What is clever about following a mere mudblood blindly in your demise? What is cunning about letting you be branded like a cow or a South Dot Avenue? No. You don't sound like a Slytherin to me. You sound like a coward. As an answer, Malfoy hurled a borderline dark spell at him. Harry just smirked and reached with his bare hand for the magic. The spell changed its direction and started to dance together with Harry's fingers. Then Harry took the light into his hand and it vanished without a trace. The Slytherins around him stared at him. A Slytherin knows to use every situation for his advantage. He knows when to show his strength and when to hide it, Harry said softly. He would never start a fight against someone he does know nothing about. And with that, Harry rose his other hand. Golden runes glowed on the floor, and in the next second Malfoy was imprisoned in a golden cage out of light. The Malfoy heir stared at him, the fear clearly visible in his eyes. Harry just looked at him for a moment, then he banished the light cage and left the boy unharmed. What? Malfoy asked, clearly baffled about Harry's actions. A Slytherin knows when it's time to humiliate his opponent and when it's time to leave it be, Harry said. You are clearly a strong wizard, Draco Malfoy. As a Slytherin, I know that having you on my side would be more advantageous than having you as an opponent. Think about it. I even might teach you some tricks like those I showed you today. And with that, Harry turned and left the Slytherins stand where they were. Malfoy stared after him. You are no Slytherin, he finally cried just before Harry could vanish around a corner. Harry stopped and turned. Then he smirked. But I am, he answered, smiling widely. I would have been sorted into Slytherin if I hadn't begged the Sorting Hat not to. But why? Another Slytherin asked with huge eyes. Harry smirked. Because no one would ever suspect to find a snake in a lion's fur, and with that he vanished around the corner. Only time would tell if his little stunt had changed his standing in the eyes of Slytherin. Harry was quite sure that it had. The Slytherins would come to his defense association. If it was for his words or the display of his power, Harry would see. The most important thing was their involvement, and that was something that he had ensured today. Cornelius Fudge took a deep breath, then he opened the meeting of the Wizengamot. He had asked for the meeting just a few days ago, and unlike normally, he had insisted on the Wizarding Wireless to join them. Today, I'm here to speak to you about a grievous matter, he said. Unfortunately, I've become aware of an approaching threat to our ways of life. A threat which will destroy everything we love if we don't stop it now when it's still easily stoppable. He could see that he now had the attention of every member of the Wizengamot as well as the attention of the reporter of the Wizarding Wireless. Fudge was quite sure that he had the attention of the rest of the wizarding world as well. I am talking about a liar and a disturbance for our peaceful ways of life. He continued. I'm talking about someone who's trying to bring the public to go against their government. If we don't do something soon, this man, this disturber of peace, will bring down our society with all the lies he's sprouting. This time he could see the concerned gazes that were exchanged between the witches and wizards of the Wizengamot. I am talking about someone who is able to deceive the common man with sweet-sounding words and false promises. A man who doesn't mind to use even the most reputable business to reach his shady goals, he continued while basking in the attention. I am talking about Oliver Twist. Albus, I need to talk to you, Moody said, sighing after their usual meeting of the Order of the Phoenix ended. Of course, my friend, Albus Dumbledore answered, but Moody still waited until the kitchen in Grimmauld Place was empty before even thinking about continuing. Well, my friend, what troubles you? Moody frowned at that inwardly. Did Dumbledore truly think of him as a friend, or was he just a weapon, ready for use? Until now, Moody had never distrusted Dumbledore's friendship, but there were some questionable things in the past now that couldn't be explained with a laugh and a wink. And unlike before, Harry James Potter had opened Moody's eyes for them. There are some rumors I want to talk about, Moody finally said, and the twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes ceased to exist. Rumors? He asked, sounding a little bit concerned. New ones? Yes, Moody sighed. Well, what did the ministry come up this time around? Dumbledore said, resigned, and Moody felt nearly bad for starting with the words he had. But then, it was the easiest explanation. There are rumors about you joining the fight with Grindelwald late, he said anyway, watching Dumbledore's face closely. Rumors that you refused to do anything before he was at the height of his power. At that, Dumbledore's cheerful face twisted into a grimace before smoothing out again. It seems that the Malfoy family is at its peak again, he said, sighing, and Moody frowned. Malfoy. Why Malfoy? Why do you think it's the Malfoys, Albus? He asked, half confused and half afraid that Harry James Potter had gained that information from an unreliable source. Because it's always them and the Blacks accusing me of having done nothing in the war with Grindelwald, Dumbledore answered. Moody raised an eyebrow at that. The Malfoy family and the Blacks accuse you of Grindelwald's reign? He asked, disbelieving. Dumbledore just sighed. It's actually more the Malfoy family and not their British branch, Dumbledore corrected. But in the end, yes, they and the Blacks do. It's not even truly explainable. We've worked well together the day we brought down Grindelwald. Your father would have told you the same if he had survived that day. Moody frowned at that. He himself had been a 10-year-old child back then, a child who had adored Albus Dumbledore because his mother and father seemed to do the same. Of course he had heard about the battle in which his father had died. Moody had wanted to be exactly like his dad back then, and because of that had done everything to be not seen as a child but a friend by Albus Dumbledore like his father had been. And yet, it hadn't been Albus who had told his mother about his father's death. I've never found out how my father died that day, Moody said nearly silently, averting his eyes to hide the truth from Albus' all-knowing stare, and Albus smiled at him, a sad smile at that. He died a hero, my friend, Albus Dumbledore said. I'm sorry, he died protecting me while I was trying to get my cousin to safety. The tired voice of a dirty and grim man in rags echoed through Moody's mind, a voice he remembered from when he was 10. It had been the worst day in his life back then, and yet, it had shown him exactly what a man his father had been. We had planned ahead, but there were complications and it didn't go as planned, another tired and haggard man said when the first one couldn't say anything anymore. I was too late to shield him. In the end, it's my fault that he died. But he knew that we had to stop Grindelwald, Dumbledore continued. In the end, he died willingly for the greater good. Alastor Moody had known Albus Dumbledore for his whole life. He knew that his mother and father had loved the man as a good friend, one of their best friends. And yet, Alastor Moody remembered the day he heard about his father's death as the day Albus Dumbledore, hero and defeater of Grindelwald, hadn't been there to comfort his mum. He's a busy man right now, his mother had said with a shaky voice. He must be exhausted. And Alastor had believed her because Albus Dumbledore had always been a good friend of his parents, a good man, and Alastor had hero worshipped him long before the day he defeated Grindelwald. And yet, there had been two men on their doorstep the same day his father died, ragged, dead on their feet and yet determined to tell his mother what had happened to her husband. And now, 50 years later, Moody wondered suddenly why Albus Dumbledore hadn't come that day when the heir of House Black had found the time to do so. The wizarding world was rejoicing that day, Dumbledore mused, lost in his memory. It was a great day for wizarding Europe. I'm sure your father would have loved to see that his sacrifice ensured our victory. And yet you don't even know how he died, Moody thought to himself, and his respect of Albus Dumbledore fell a little bit more. You have no idea how the man you called one of your best friends actually died. Moody would have wanted to know if it had been his. I still don't understand how the Blacks and Malfoys think that you could have done more that day, Moody grumbled. Albus Dumbledore sighed. The head of Malfoy back then was a very driven man, he said. He was allied with the Blacks and some others like the princes. There were also some other wizard families from all over Europe part of his group, like the Delacours from France and the Eikingers from Germany. He and his allies entered the battle with Grindelwald unprepared and never forgave me for saving them. Albus Dumbledore shook his head sadly. They were just minutes from total annihilation, yet refused to see it even after we saved them. Pride, I guess. Then Albus smiled at Moody again. Don't worry about those rumors, he said. Like I said, the Malfoys hold a grudge. I'm quite sure it will blow over within a few days. It's old news, after all. Moody nodded. All right, Albus, he said. Whatever you say. With that, he left. Delacours, he thought to himself. He knew the old head of Delacours. The man had also been a good friend of his father, and like with Dumbledore, Moody had basically grown up with the man. Seems that I have to ask the old man what he has to say to the Battle of Grindelwald. And unlike ever before, Moody was ready to listen to the old man and his ramblings about Sal Sanctuary and Mad Marius, two names Moody had heard in the past from the old man's lips but never truly taken for truth. I'll also have to talk to Potter, Moody mused. I need to know where he got that information. The Leaky Cauldron was full of people. They all were discussing in hushed voices the minister's speech. Do you truly think the minister was wry? One of the regulars said in that moment. Twist. A disturber of peace. Another man snorted at that. Nah. We all know that the minister's always been talking a lot of humbug, he answered the regular. Can't believe he's going against a lad, an old witch said harshly. He should be ashamed of himself. He should. Others agreed darkly. Can't imagine where he got that liar bit from. Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, added. I verified a lot of his articles. No lie there. Yeah. And didn't ministry just now say the fellow Twist was talking about and asking about his missing trial, ya know, Black was actually innocent. Another man said, frowning. They basically proved the boy right, and now he's called a liar. Tom sighed at that. And that article about Riddle, ye know, that interesting one, another witch said, her eyes lighting up with delight. I even went and looked into it. He's right. Ye know, right. Can't imagine he's lied with the others if he did his research in that one. In that moment, Zeno Lovegood entered. I've got a special edition, Tom, he said. Twist asked me to do it after yesterday's Wizarding Wireless speech of the minister. Immediately the whole room turned to Lovegood. Well, where is it? One of them asked when Zeno unpacked his bag not fast enough for the waiting crowd. Zeno blinked a little bit confused at the man who had asked him before turning to Tom. The usual number of quibblers? He asked. Tom looked at the shark eyes of the men and women behind Zeno which were watching said man like predators their prey. How many you've got in your bag there, Zeno? He asked a little bit nervously when the shark eyes of the crowd lit up in an unholy light, their gaze fixed on the newspapers in unsuspecting Zeno's hands. Said man looked at him confused. About the treble of what I normally give you, he said. Tom's gaze trailed to the predators behind Zeno. He gulped. Give them all to me, he said, nearly begging. I'm sure I'll be able to sell them somehow. The gaze of the unholy shark eyes met his. Tom gulped again. I'm sure I will. Just a day after the Slytherin incident, Hermione found Harry in the common room, writing on a parchment. To his left sat an oddly old-looking book. But that book was closed and Harry was writing. What are you doing, Harry? Harry looked up just to see Hermione standing behind him. I am planning, he answered unconcerned. Hermione frowned. Planning? You told me yourself that we need someone else to teach us defense against the dark arts, Harry answered. You even tried to rope me in teaching you. Yes, but, well, I decided that I will do the teaching, Harry interrupted her. Hermione stared at him, and then she squealed and hugged him. I knew you would come around. She cried happily. Yes, my own breath, Harry coughed while he desperately tried to get some air in his lungs. Oh, sorry, Hermione exclaimed and let him go. Instead she turned to his papers. So what are you planning exactly? Lessons, Harry answered. And a way to communicate. Well, the last one I could help you with, Hermione said and then explained to him everything about the coins she had been preparing. Harry was impressed. So, what lessons are you planning to teach? Hermione asked. Harry just shrugged. I thought about some basics first, he answered. Shields and disarming mostly. Maybe a simple ward or two. After that some light curses like stunning and so on. You know, 4th year and upwards stuff. I have also some deadly ones on my list for later. Deadly. Hermione stared at him. Harry, you are teaching defense. And sometime you can only defend someone by killing another one, Harry answered. I am not willing to teach those children that there will never be a time when they might have to kill, because with Riddle out there might be a time when they have to kill to survive. When I teach them I will not stop teaching them stuff just because someone thinks they should not learn it. But killing? Hermione hesitated. Isn't that part of the dark arts? Harry shrugged. He was not willing to tell Hermione that a lot of spells he had chosen for his lessons would have been labeled dark today, if they were remembered, that is. Harry knew from experience that there was no real dark or light magic, there was just magic. And he wasn't willing to let anyone be in danger because he stopped teaching at a barrier the law had built because of stupidly. They're no nasty ones, he said. And I chose them as a last resort for the others. I don't want them to learn killing. I want them to learn surviving. And sometimes you cannot survive without killing your enemy first. But still, Hermione. He stopped her before she could protest. This is something that has to be. I cannot teach them stunners and let it be. They will die if there is no way for them to absolutely stop Death Eaters. I will not teach them spells to maim or something like that, and I know the ones I am teaching them could kill. The thing that they could but don't have to. I plan on teaching them spells to harm a person so that said person will not stand up again. This is not trying to teach them killing. This is trying to teach them surviving. But Dumbledore might have good intentions but definitely is not right about this, Hermione. As cruel as it sounds, the lives of the helpless come first. I will not teach anyone to kill unnecessarily, but I also don't want them to hesitate. Those that cannot protect themselves have to come first, and Death Eaters are last. That's war. I will not tell them otherwise. But, Harry, Dumbledore says that Death Eaters could regret. They could, Harry answered, irritated with the girl. But I am not interested in someone that maybe will regret. My first goal is to stop Death Eaters from killing or maiming other students. If they have to die to be stopped, so may it be. That sounds cruel, Hermione said nervously. And Dumbledore and my parents, they all say that killing is. Hermione, Harry interrupted the girl. Do you still have a grandpa? Huh, uncomprehending. Hermione nodded. Yes. How old is he? 86. So he might have fought in World War II, Harry said. Just ask him if he has and ask him if he has killed or if he knows someone that has. And then ask him why. I am sure that he will tell you because he had to. He was a soldier and soldiers die and kill. The students I will teach might not be soldiers, but they also will have the same choice one day. As long as Tom Riddle still exists, there will be no peace, and as long there is no peace, there will be the need to defend yourself. I will not let anyone be killed because I did not teach them that there might be the possibility of killing someone or of dying yourself. I will not be that cruel to them. Hermione opened her mouth to disagree, but then she just turned and stormed off. Harry knew that she had not taken well what he had said to her, but he also was sure that she would see reason. She might be a little authority-loving, but she still was not someone that did not do their research first, and when Harry was right she would do as suggested and write her grandpa. And maybe the old man would see it like Harry did. And even if not, Harry shrugged and turned back to his work. He would not stop with his plan. He knew that some things were more important than the feelings of a single person, and he would not let die the others just because one person could not see reason. He was after all not Dumbledore, caught in the net of the greater good and without the ability to look out for anything else except of his own beliefs. Tom Marvolo Riddle, to the world known as the feared Dark Lord Voldemort, was seething with anger. The reason for it? A single vampire who had decided to inhabit his throne room in Malfoy Manor. Said vampire, one Anastasius Sanguini, was currently taking a lot of pleasure in quoting one well-known article of Oliver Twist to the raging Dark Lord. Well, at least the article had been well known for the rest of the wizarding world. Voldemort had tried hard to forget it, after all. The only one who ever handed out the killing curse like sweets in the last decades was you-know-who, Anastasius said in that moment, stopping and looking up from his reading. And he truly had to look up, considering he was hanging upside down in the candelabra. You know, he mused absent-mindedly. This nearly sounded like a comparison with Dumbledore. Isn't he famous for handing out sweets to everyone? Voldemort hissed with fury at that and aimed his wand at the vampire. Sadly enough, like every other curse he had tried to use on his new ally, the curse didn't hit his target, who had ducked out of the way as if it was a play. The vampire cackled. Just asking, he said, amused. No need to get grumpy. Then a thoughtful frown showed on the face of the vampire. Still, he said, it's oddly fitting, isn't it? Dumbledore hands out candy and you copy him by handing out curses. After that musing, the vampire had to vacate his spot for some minutes since there was a firework of spells hitting the candelabra. He simply changed the candelabra and hung from the other, clearly not concerned with the spells that had nearly hit him. Don't worry, he said instead. Your style of clothing is totally different. There's no way to confuse you two. Again, Voldemort aimed at the vampire and fired. The spells hit the candelabra and just a daring jump saved the vampire when the candelabra he had been on crashed to the floor. I guess the head Malfoy will have to redecorate his manor the moment you leave, the vampire mused. I don't think that magic will simply fix this mess. The vampire looked thoughtfully from his perch on the other one at the shattered and smoking candelabra on the floor. This looks like nasty dark magic, he commented. Nope. Definitively not fixable. Then his eyes returned to the newspaper in his hands and they lightened up in unholy fire. Oh, there. I bet you will like this one. He exclaimed joyfully. Listen. So the first fact I have to tell you is that the man who brought war on us until he was stopped by Harry Potter was a lying coward. I cannot fathom how any respectable pure blood can follow someone who cowardly hides behind a false name. The vampire cackled again. But it gets better here where he calls you actually a mudblood, you know. The vampire crowed. Well, an educated mudblood, actually. Voldemort growled at that and took again aim at the vampire who was transfixed with the article. You know, the vampire mused. I actually think Twist has a point here. No pure blood lord would follow a half-blood who rejects the old name of Gaunt just to spout of a secondary name, even if it's more famous, like Slytherin whose family first carried a lordship years after the Gounts. Yeah, that sounds about right, you know. I mean, Slytherin is a well and good name, but compared to Gaunt, well. The vampire stopped at that moment to dance through some curses that were flying towards him from the Dark Lord's wand. But then, you don't seem to know how to be a guest either, meaning you must have truly grown up and educated. I mean, destroying the ballroom just because you don't like the decor, that's nothing a proper guest should do. And with a cackle the vampire rescued himself from another salve of spells aimed at him by the enraged Dark Lord. Lucius Malfoy meanwhile stood in the shadows and watched. I guess, the vampire has a point, Narcissa said in that moment. She was standing and watching next to him. Riddle is absolutely uneducated in our ways. She sneered at that before turning. I want him out by the Wizengamot meeting in January, love, she said coolly. And don't forget to bill Riddle for my ballroom, vases and furniture, will you, dear? Lucius sighed at that, not daring to object his enraged wife. She had loved the decor of the ballroom and had stopped to call the man anything with Lord, the moment the man had destroyed her precious vase from Egypt. Lucius. Riddle hissed in that moment and Lucius sighed again before stepping out of his hiding place. Yes, my lord. He asked. I want your son to look out for this twist. Do you understand? Voldemort hissed. I want to know everything about him. And ensure that he will succeed, because you don't want to live if he doesn't, am I clear? Lucius gulped nervously at that. Why yes, my lord. He stuttered. That was the moment the vampire crowed happily at something he read. Oh, listen, 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 he howled with gleaming eyes. And a ban on Riddle will be a hard thing to add. After all, it's such a common word this will be extremely hard to circumvent if people follow that advice. He cackled. What will you do if they do? Will you change your name to Dark Lord Riddle? And with that Voldemort's attention returned to his tries to hit the vampire with a curse. Lucius turned and left. Riddle. Indeed. Lucius would quite happily follow Twist in that motion. But then, a ban on Riddle will be a hard thing to add. After all, it's such a common word. Twist had truly been right in that regard. Blaise Zabini didn't know what to think when he and his mother were brought a simple room. There were some leather chairs and a desk out of dark wood. The room had no windows and the walls were covered by the same dark wood the desk was made of. The floor was made of stone and candles were the only light in the room. Behind the desk was a simple crest displayed. He heard his mother inhale sharply when she saw the crest. Mother? He asked frowning and she turned to him, her eyes wide with excitement and fear. It seems that your regent already knows who is asking you for an alliance, Lord Zabini, A cool voice stated, and Blaze turned around fast, just to see a boy his age entering the room. Cool green eyes met his startled brown. The boy rounded them and the desk and sat down in the chair behind it. "Let me tell you the deal," he said. Blaze listened. He saw his mother frown at the conditions of the family. Blaze instead heard something different altogether. He knew that the most people of Slytherin were bound to go to the Dark Lord. They saw it as their highest quest to follow the Dark Lord. Blaze, like the Greengrasses and Theodore Nott, was not truly interested in following a mad man. And the man was mad, whatever Blaze's mother said about it. So hearing that if he followed the Grand family he actually was forbidden to enter the Dark Lord's service. "I am sorry, my lord, but my son and I," his mother started to say in that moment, and Blaze suddenly knew that she was basically trying to take the choice from him before he could even think about answering different. "I accept," he said. He didn't care that he had no idea which family he was joining, because unlike his mother he didn't recognize the crest, but he also didn't care. This was his ticket out of the trap he had found himself into since his father died. "I humbly accept your proposition, my lord," Blaze repeated, and his mother frowned at him. "Blaze," she started to say, but the first time since his father died Blaze dared to look her in the eye. "No, mother," he said coolly. "I am the lord. It is my decision. And I have decided." She opened her mouth, then closed it again when Blaze spoke up again. "If you don't want to follow my decision I will evict you from my house," he told her coolly. "Don't worry. I don't adore Dumbledore or anything like that, but I will take this chance even if it goes against your wishes." His mother's frown deepened at that, but in the end, she bowed her head. "As you wish," she said. Not that she had had a choice in that matter. Even killing Blaze wouldn't have changed the fact that House Zabini would now be allied with the upcoming Grand Family, after all. The moment Blaze as the lord of the house had accepted, the alliance had been established. And his mother as the regent had no say in that since Blaze had turned 15 already. The young man on the other side of the desk smiled at Blaze. "Then I welcome you to my family, Lord Zabini," he said. Blaze smiled at the other boy hesitatingly. "Blaze," he offered. The other boy's smile broadened at that. "Blaze," he repeated and then stood. He went to the door, but stopped next to Blaze to whisper one sentence in his ear. "I'm Salvajahar," he said. "But you may call me Harry, in school." Blaze's eyes widened and the door closed behind the other teen. A snake in a lion's den, indeed. Garrick Ollivander sighed tiredly. It was the late evening and he had been finishing the last touches of his work since long before sunrise. "But needs must," he mumbled to himself. "Needs must." That didn't change the fact that it had been far too long that he had had a decent rest. He was tired. Since he had seen the Staff of Destiny, he had dedicated his time to set up everything so that he was done when it was time. Oh, he was aware that whole Diagon Alley was sure that he had gone round the bend, but unlike them he knew what followed that staff. He had seen it. Not once, not twice, but thrice at least. His father had seen it. His grandfather had seen it. Ollivander would be a fool to not heed the warning he had gotten. Morgan, Grindelwald, Voldemort. Every time the staff had been there, drawn in the Ollivander family, calling for them, working with them, leading them. No, Ollivander was no fool. The look of the man who carried it might have changed. The name the man bore might have changed as well, but it didn't change the fact that the Staff of Destiny was back to wreak havoc. "Oh, Sal," Ollivander sighed. "What are you planning this time?" Not that Ollivander really cared. His father had followed the man who carried this staff. His grandfather had. His great-grandfather had as well. Ollivander would be damned if he wouldn't do the same again. In that moment a lonely owl descended down towards him. He held up his arm and removed the letter it carried the moment it sat down on it. The owl hooted at that before leaping in the air again, leaving. Ollivander looked at the seal of the letter. His breathing hitched. Then he closed his eyes before slowly breaking the seal. Only one sentence was written on the parchment in black ink. Wizengamot meeting in January. SEL. "And here I thought we would have some more time for the apocalypse," Ollivander sighed tiredly. But then, he was dealing with him. Ollivander should have guessed that chaos would follow his wake as fast as possible. I'm not feeling sorry for you, Albus Dumbledore, Ollivander murmured to himself. No, I'm definitely not sorry for you. Ah, maybe he was. At least a little bit. A tiny, tiny little bit. Poor soul. But then, everything had been Albus Dumbledore's fault in the first place, hadn't it been? Well, not everything, Ollivander mused. But definitely enough. Definitely enough. Poor soul. Lady Longbottom. Ma'am, Augusta Longbottom looked up from her reading to look at one of her house elves who stood in front of her, wringing its hands. Yes, she asked regally. You've got a guest, Lady Longbottom. Ma'am, the house elf said, and she raised her right eyebrow. Who is it? She asked, a little bit surprised considering the late hour. Dead person, Lady Longbottom. Ma'am, the house elf replied, sounding a lot more sure this time around. Augusta's left eyebrow joined her right. A dead person is visiting me. She repeated in disbelief. The house elf nodded eagerly at that. Yes, Lady Longbottom, ma'am, it said. Should Carly bring visitor to Lady Longbottom, ma'am? Augusta blinked at that, not truly comprehending what was happening. Had the house elf gone around the bend? Bring them in the visitor's room. I will join them there soon, she finally replied, unsure what else to say. She had been raised as a lady, but all her training hadn't prepared her for something like that. She guessed that she would have to trust her wards and hope that whoever had come to visit wasn't truly dead or a Death Eater. Still, she slipped her wand in her hand and a port key to a safe house before going down into the visitor's room, joining her mysterious guest. When she entered, for a moment she thought that ex-convict Sirius Black had entered her home, but then the man turned. His face was rounder than Sirius Black's, his eyes darker. But still, the resemblance was great. She frowned at the stranger and gripped her wand harder. Who are you? She asked. The man looked at her with an assessing gaze. Salvatio Malfoy sends me, he said. He hopes you like his new article in the Quibbler today. At that, Augusta relaxed her grip on her wand a little bit. No one except of her and Professor Malfoy even knew that she knew who truly wrote those articles. Who are you? She repeated anyway. The man bowed at that. I am Regulus Arcturus Black, heir secundus of House Black, he answered. I am here to ask for an alliance between our houses and your aid in a quest of mine. Augusta frowned at that. Sirius Black is the future lord of the House of Black, she said, and the man who should be dead in front of her inclined his head again. You shouldn't even be alive to. I was saved by Salvatio Malfoy, Lady Longbottom, Regulus Arcturus Black replied. He fought for my life for 6 years until I was finally well enough to survive on my own again. I can't tell you how often I nearly died in these 6 years. 6 years. Augusta repeated, surprised, and Regulus Black sighed. I was after something Riddle used to bind himself to life, he said. He had it hidden away behind powerful spells and a potion. I had to drink the potion, which trapped me in my nightmares and slowly but surely killed me. If it had been any other wizard rescuing me than Salvatio Malfoy, I would have been dead within days. And yet you have been free from that potion for a while now and still preferred to stay dead officially, Augusta remarked, and was surprised when the man in front of her grimaced. I would have stayed happily dead if Sal wouldn't have decided to send me here, he replied. I never planned to return. And yet here you are, asking for an alliance between our houses, Augusta said while raising an eyebrow. Regulus inclined his head again. My brother has yet refused to take up his lordship, he said. As such, I can ask for an alliance between our houses. It is the only thing I can give you that shows you that I am who I say I am. It's also the only thing I can offer as an apology for the deeds a family member of my house has done to family members of your house. Augusta's eyes narrowed at that. So you still claim Bellatrix Lestrange as a member of your family? She asked coolly. The man in front of her snorted at that. I have no choice in that matter until either Sirius dies or he claims lordship and kicks her out, the young man replied, and Augusta had to suppress a smile. She guessed that she might come to like the heir secundus of Black. Is there anything else you can offer? She asked him coolly anyway. Regulus Black sighed at that. Sal and I had an idea how to help your son and his wife. We can't guarantee it, but I am willing to try and help them in any way I can. If I can't help them, I am willing to do anything to repay what House Longbottom has lost thanks to a member of House Black, he answered. Augusta thought that over. In the end, she nodded, giving permission for the alliance. The young man took it instantly. House Black offers alliance to House Longbottom, to follow where they go, to protect if they need protection, to support if they need support, to fight side by side until our houses cease to exist or this alliance fails. So I, Regulus Arcturus Black, heir secundus of Black, swear. A blue mist rose from the Black heir's body to show the flowing crest of Black over the heir's head. The House Longbottom accepts the offer of House Black. If House Black holds true to its oath from now until the time of the Wizengamot meeting in January or until it evicts Bellatrix Lestrange, nay Black from its house, if former comes first, then House Longbottom will be willing to return the oath to them. So I, Augusta Elizabeth Longbottom, Regent of House Longbottom, swear. The moment she said that, the crest of Black was pierced through by the Longbottom crest and in a firework-like shower of magic the magic settled. Now tell me, heir Black, whatever for do you need my help? Regulus smiled at that. I've been asked to go on a quest quite similar than the one I mentioned before, he said. I need to know where the Gounts last lived. Some hours later a pair of people was sitting in the first light of the sun in Lyon in France, enjoying their breakfast, when a normal-looking barn owl arrived at the table. You've got a letter, Nick, Perenelle said while bringing said letter and breakfast to the table. Nicholas Flamel looked up from his newspaper. I have, he asked. Who is it from? I don't know the signet, Perenelle answered. But it looks formal. Nicholas took the letter and also took a glance at the signet. It was a simple snake, winding itself round a simple lily. Nicholas stared at it. He knew that there were just a few signets which had a lily in it. The most prominent ones the House Emrys and Nicholas' own house. The snake was also not often used. The houses Malfoy and Slytherin. The Slytherin signet, Nicholas said. This one belongs to Slytherin. So, the letter is from this foul creature who calls himself Salazar Slytherin's heir. Perenelle asked. No, I don't think so. He would never use the original signet. Nicholas answered. I bet he doesn't even know of the lily in the signet. So who? I don't know, Nicholas answered and finally opened the letter. My dear old friend. Wizengamot meeting in January. I am sorry. Your old friend. Me. So who has written you? Perenelle asked. It is our boy, Nicholas answered. It seems he has enough of British politicians and decided to fix things the other way. But the signet? Well, someone seems to have more secrets than I even thought he has. So he is a true heir of the house. Who knows? Nicholas chuckled. Who knows? What will you do now? Nicholas smiled. Then he slowly stood up from the breakfast table. I will pack, he answered. So you will. I think it is time to step down, Nicholas confirmed. Maybe the boy was right and there was no way to forgive this time around. Amelia Bones sighed and sat down the newspaper she had been reading. It seemed that Minister Fudge had finally gone too far in his ambition to discredit Oliver Twist. She sighed again and then looked at the paper file next to the newspaper. It was an official notice of a trial. It had been filed by Xenophilius Lovegood, Harry James Potter and one Salvatio Malfoy, the shareholders of the Quibbler. The accused. One Cornelius Oswald Fudge for slander, harassment, wrong accusations and threatening. Unfortunately, the minister winning this trial was nearly impossible, considering the evidence Amelia had verified for the barrister of the Quibbler, one Magnus Adam Selwyn. Amelia looked back at the article in the newspaper and sighed again. Even if the minister would be able to hold onto his title after all this, one further blunder and he would be gone. She wondered if Oliver Twist was just biding his time to destroy the minister fully or if he had used all his information in the article right in front of her. But then, even if he had, it wouldn't matter. The chance of the minister holding onto his position until after the Wizarding meeting in January. After all, this would be the meeting that would introduce several new lords into their ranks and one of them was Harry Potter. Her gaze refocused onto the newspaper. There would be no way that Harry Potter wouldn't raise his voice against the minister after the minister's deeds in the past concerning him. Amelia guessed that the minister was already praying that Harry Potter would not join the Wizengamot in January, something Amelia doubted since in doing so Harry Potter would lose a lot of political clout and would be forced to wait until he turned 21 to do it again. No, Harry Potter, Amelia guessed, would join that day, and the minister could only pray that his eviction would happen without any other mishap. From the looks of Oliver Twist, Amelia guessed that it wouldn't. Twist was set on destroying the man, not that Amelia minded much. The minister on the war path. Oliver Twist is a liar and a disturbance for our peaceful ways of life. He's just trying to bring the public to go against their government. If we don't do something soon, Oliver Twist will bring down our society with all the lies he's sprouting. Anyone recognizes this rant? Those are the words of the minister in the Wizengamot meeting yesterday, a public meeting, solely to discredit a teenage boy whose words have always proven true until now. It's odd that the meeting was spread via the Wizarding Wireless while poor Oliver Twist was not even invited to tell his part of the story. Please note my sarcasm. Well, Minister, since you insisted on proclaiming me a liar and a disturbance for our peaceful ways of life, let's see what this disturbance can come up with this time around. And since you decided to pick apart my writing, I think I will have every right to pick apart your own doings. Don't you think so, too? Now, dear Minister, let's have a look at your doings over the last years. If I remember correctly, and I'm quite sure that I do. But you might either question one Mr. Rubius Hagrid, one Mr. Albus Dumbledore or the Hogwarts rumor mill, or you might go to look at the list of Azkaban prisoners and look at the reason why they were arrested to confirm it. Our dear minister decided to start his quest against our laws at least 3 years ago when he imprisoned Mr. Rubius Hagrid for the happenings at Hogwarts in Azkaban solely because the ministry has to be seen doing something about it. Back then I was still an easily impressed child, but even then I wondered about the reason the minister proclaimed for the imprisonment of one Mr. Rubius Hagrid. Of course, I can't say that I heard the minister proclaim this outrageous sentence, but like with every arrest, the reason, as proclaimed by the one who did the arrest, was recorded by the list of Azkaban. I still shudder, days after looking up the reason and seeing exactly this sentence spelled out on parchment. It gets even more distressing if you remember the lies I spoke just at the beginning of the new school year. I'm quite sure that you remember my lies about the trial of one Lord Potter. His trial sounds oddly like the reason the minister gave for arresting one Mr. Rubius Hagrid back then, don't you think so too? Lord Potter proclaimed that the Dark Lord Tom Riddle was back, and suddenly he does magic in front of a muggle and is put on trial in front of the whole Wizengamot with the danger of losing his right to carry a wand. Of course, liar that I am, I couldn't see that the minister was surely right to condemn Lord Potter like he was right to condemn Mr. Rubius Hagrid 3 years ago, and now. Months later, I wonder how, back then, I could write those lies and back them up with the ministry's own recording of the trial of Lord Potter, of course. You could also add all those lies I sprouted about one Lord Sirius Orion Black who was just proven innocent at the Wizengamot meeting before the last it. And now please look up the recording of the last Wizengamot meeting, the one which proclaimed me a liar. Isn't it odd that I, the presumed liar, was the one who proclaimed Lord Black innocent first? But well, let's go further into the career of our beloved minister. There was Harry Potter's 3rd year, the year when Lord Black escaped Azkaban. I remember the minister's very adamant choice to protect the children of Hogwarts, especially our beloved Savior, by subjecting them to Dementors all year around. Of course, it was to protect our children. Who can fault the minister if said children suffer from nightmares every night and nearly get their souls beeped out more than once? That's after all still better than having a soul mass murderer trying to kill a soul child. After all, bringing more than 100 Dementors to Hogwarts is far cheaper than to give the endangered child a pair of bodyguards. If you don't believe me about the danger the Dementors propose to the children of Hogwarts, maybe Madame Pomfrey will be willing to at least give you the approximate number of children that were brought to her because of being nearly ed or because of nightmares all year long. There's also that one unforgettable Quidditch match that nearly killed Lord Potter and the rest of the Quidditch players when the Dementors decided to come by for a snack. It's odd that our dear minister was even allowed to bring the Dementors to Hogwarts, since there's a law in our law book that forbids them to even come near the British coast. As far as I could find out, The Dementors have a treaty with the Pendragon House, our liege lords, that tells exactly what the Dementors are allowed to do on Britain and what they aren't, and them being at Hogwarts broke that treaty more than once. But then, it was our minister's decision, and who can fault our minister, especially if the one who reasons against the minister is a truth-writing liar like me. I won't return to the triad about the treatment of Lord Potter and Cedric Diggory by the minister and the minister's refusal to even look for the truth about that incident at the end of the Triwizard Tournament, but I can't help but add that within the last weeks our dear minister has decided to prosecute another teenager, exactly like he did with Lord Potter at the end of the summer. Or what would you call it if the minister goes against a known teenage boy, proclaiming him a liar while there is evidence that he didn't lie once and then sets out to orchestrate him from our community? I, for once, can only hope that his rant on the Wizarding Wireless won't end in me being chucked into Azkaban without a trial. After all, we've seen enough evidence that that might be exactly what the minister wants to archive. I am sorry for answering the minister's proclamation like this, but I fear that if I don't show the difference between our doings now, I will be the one facing dire consequences for innocent words. Oliver Twist. Peverell looked up from the book he was reading. Something was different. He frowned and closed his eyes to concentrate. What had happened? Even with his eyes closed, it took him a while until he could pinpoint the exact thing that had changed within the last minutes. It wasn't what he had expected. How? He whispered, confused. The answer was a whispered voice in the wind. Don't worry, Peverell, it said. It's all like it should be. Peverell's frown deepened at that. I'm quite sure that it isn't 15 years already, he said. You told me that with your help I could lock him away for 15 years without any consequences. There are always consequences, the voice replied, sighing. I promised you 15 years since 15 years was the time he lived without blood magic once. It was basically a reproduction of his life before the event. Peverell blinked at that. The event? He asked. It doesn't matter for you, the voice replied. And it won't matter from now on as well. He broke the circle. Now Peverell was totally confused. What circle? Rebirth's circle, the voice replied with another sigh. We basically rebirth him like a phoenix dies and is reborn. They die as an old bird in an ocean of flames and are reborn as a chick in ashes. His status as a phoenix born allows him a rebirth if I grant it to him. I did, so he was reborn, new and unencumbered. He was a child again. A real child without the burden of his previous life, exactly like the phoenix is for the first hours of his new life. Over time his body started to remember his previous life, like it should be. His memories should have started to return soon. First in dreams, then in knowledge and then for real. At that point of time he would have slowly started up to do his blood magics again, and all would have been fine. And yet, this obviously hasn't happened, Peverell concluded darkly. It hasn't, the voice agreed. He broke the circle. And yet you don't seem upset about it, Peverell concluded, and the voice laughed a chilly laugh that made Peverell's skin crawl. No, I'm not, the voice replied. I knew already that he would break it. At that, Peverell stared into the shadows in his room in confusion. Why? He asked. Because he wasn't born to follow the rules, the voice said, amused. His whole life is a life against the fundamental laws of nature while at the same time following them to a T. Haven't you noticed already? Peverell hadn't. But then, as good as he knew Salvajahar, he didn't know him as good as the voice in the shadows, because unlike the voice, he hadn't been there for all of it. Why? He finally asked, confused. Because someone who acts against nature is always drawn to someone who does it as well, the voice replied. That sounded as if Sal's evil, Peverell snorted. Not evil, the voice replied, amused. He balances everything. He always did. The moment evil is about to go on a winning streak, he's there and stops it. He's fundamental for the wizarding world, even more so in the future. And yet he has no idea. No, he hasn't, the voice said. He can't for now. He has to make his final choice first. It's his decision, to live or to die. When he has decided, I will either release him of his duties or finalize our deal. That's the way things have to be. That still doesn't explain why it has to be him, Peverell said, sighing. The answer was a laugh, but no answer was given. No, it doesn't, the voice said. It doesn't at all. Weeks later, Nicholas silently left the room when Salvadio's teacher finally left. Something has changed within your son over the summer, the Salvadio's professor had said. Whatever happened, he isn't the same anymore. And Nicholas couldn't help but feel guilty, since there was just one reason why sweet Salvadio, his parents' pride and joy, had changed. It had been Nicholas's actions that changed the child. Nicholas turned around and looked at his wife, who looked at him quizzically. Are you all right? Nicholas opened his mouth to lie, but his mouth seemed to have another idea. No, it said. I'm not. Perenelle looked at him in concern. Nick, she said. Why are you worried? And for a moment, Nicholas cursed that his wife knew him that well to be able to read him so easily. Then he sighed, looked around to make sure that Catherine and Henri had left and they were alone, and decided to confess. The professor, he said, sighing. He was right. Right with what? Perenelle asked, frowning. Something happened to Salvadio, Nicholas said quietly. And it was my fault. His wife's frown deepened at that. What are you? Do you remember when you and the other were gone while I was home with Salvadio? He asked. The time he was in bed with fever. I do, Perenelle asked, confused. Why do you ask that? I didn't listen, Nicholas confessed, and suddenly tears began to flow. I didn't listen, and now something's wrong with our nephew. Perenelle raised an eyebrow at that. I fear, you don't make any sense, she said, still half frowning. I experimented, Nicholas said, letting the tears flow freely. I thought it was safe. The formula was sound and I didn't see any risk in brewing the potion. Perenelle's brow furrowed in confusion. I don't see where you're going with this, Nick, she said. I know you. If you think that a formula is sound, then normally there's just a minimal risk involved. But I was wrong this time around. Nicholas interrupted her heatedly. I was wrong. And yet I don't see how that could have changed Sal. The potion blew up and I nearly died. Nicholas replied in a rushed way. I was wrong. My formula wasn't as sound as I thought and the potion blew up and nearly killed me. And yet you were whole and healthy when we came back, Perenelle reminded him. Did you hit your head, Nick? Yes, Nicholas said. Then he shook his head. I mean, no, I didn't hit my head, but yes, I was fully healed when you returned. It was Salvadio who did it. Perenelle's eyes narrowed at that. What do you mean? It was Salvadio who did it? She asked coolly. Nicholas just shrugged helplessly. I don't actually understand what happened, he replied. The potion blew up. I was dying. Salvadio came in and found me, and then there's nothing. I woke up fully healed with a crying child in my lap in the middle of some kind of ritual, a healing ritual, Salvadio called it. This time he saw his wife's confusion in her eyes. I don't know where he learned it, Nicholas said quietly. But he basically confessed that he knew how to do a ritual, a healing ritual, he said. He also told me that it wasn't enough, and Nicholas trailed off and shook his head. It doesn't matter, he said. The only thing that matters is that it was my fault that he changed. He wouldn't have changed if I wouldn't have been so stupid and decided to brew even after you warned me not to do it. He would still be the same sweet child if I hadn't. Even if you were at fault, Perenelle said. Even whatever you said has truly happened, and I'm not yet convinced that it did and that you didn't solely hit your head and dreamed it. There's still the possibility that it wasn't you who changed him. Nicholas just shook his head. Something happened that night, he said. I'm not sure what, but I know that something happened. He was different after that night. I thought he was traumatized. I tried to talk to him about it, but he refused. But if they also noticed at school, then there has to have been more than just shock to it. Yes, he saved my life. Yes, it must have been a shock to him to find me dying. But I survived, and yet he didn't return to the child we knew. Instead, it seemed to have gotten worse. Whatever happened that night, it was more than just finding me half dead and healing me, and it is my fault that it happened. Perenelle sighed at that. Nicholas, she said slowly, but Nicholas just shook his head. I know it, Perenelle, he said, his eyes grave. Don't even try to tell me different. For a moment, his wife seemed to want to argue against him, but in the end, she just inclined her head. I will not argue with you for now, she said. We will ask Salvadio to return for Yule. We will talk to him then. If you're right, then we will know and we will help him to overcome whatever else happened that night. All right, Sherry. For a moment, Nicholas wanted to argue, but then he sighed and gave in as well. He nodded. Come Yule they would know what exactly happened that night Nicholas nearly died. It was weeks later when Peverell got a visit he had hoped to never get. Peverell. The voice of an angry vampire echoed through the halls, waking Peverell's descendants. It was Peverell's restricting hand that stopped his many times grandson to head down and meet the threat head on. Don't, he said. He came for me. Grandfather, the younger man started to say, but Peverell shushed him. It was I who did something, so it will be I who has to accept the consequences. Don't worry. He's not here to kill someone, I think. His grandson looked at him in concern, but Peverell just smiled at him before heading down the stairs himself. In the foyer stood Anastasius Sanguini, looking like he was about to breathe fire in fury. Anna. Peverell greeted the vampire. Don't. Anna. Me, father abductor. The vampire seethed. 13 years. I thought him dead for 13 years. And it was for the better, Peverell replied coolly. Sal wasn't in any condition to continue like before. That doesn't mean you can simply kidnap him. Anastasius roared. It was either that or watching him die by his own hands. Peverell replied sighing. I couldn't let you come anywhere near him while he was a child. Why? Do you think I would have bitten him? The vampire cried indignantly. I wouldn't. Which I know quite well, Peverell said. But you were part of his old life, a life that he couldn't remember as long as. You made him forget. The vampire screeched. How could you do that? As long as nobody he knew would meet him. If I had known that his parents decided to let him attend Hogwarts, I would have stopped them, since the risk of meeting someone he knew and breaking the seal on his memories was far greater there. You sealed his memories. The vampire shouted. Do you know what consequences? I know. Peverell interrupted the vampire heatedly. Don't you dare to accuse me of not taking in account the changes that would happen to his character if he was sealed away. But it was the only way I could help him. I refused to let him die, and shouldn't you have let him die? The vampire sneered. Isn't that a law of the immortal Firbolg? If one of them decides to die, you can't stop him and some such. Peverell's eyes narrowed at that. It is, he said. It was an agreement between those that are counted to the immortal. The basilisks, the phoenixes, the dementors, the elder dragons, the thunderbirds, the high elves and the unicorns. Not that I truly understand how those purebloods can be counted to the immortal, considering that the most of them might live long, but not forever. If you know about it, then why? Why not? Peverell said, amused. Anastasius' eyes narrowed even more. You're a Firbolg born like my father, he said. Every Firbolg knows about the agreement, if they're part in it or not, and every Firbolg follows the agreement. So you shouldn't have done it. Nobody would. Peverell shrugged. The agreement doesn't matter, he said. I broke it, and I don't regret it at all. Anastasius looked at him in surprise. I'm not sure what to think about that, he finally settled on. Peverell laughed. Unlike other purebloods, I do have some rights that they don't have, he said. Not one of the others would argue with my decision if they knew that I decided it. Anastasius frowned. I don't think I understand, he said, and Peverell smiled. I knew you wouldn't, he replied, waving it off as if it wasn't important. I'm not about to show you for now. Peverell had no interest in confessing the most important secret he had kept since long before he had met Salvajahar. The secret wasn't for the vampire's ears to hear, and the one who should hear the confession wouldn't be able to accept it now. Peverell knew that his confession would have to wait for long, since after his death. He could hint at it. He would hint at it, but he wouldn't confess. Still, if someone would draw the right conclusion out of his words, well, that wasn't his fault, was it? His eyes fell on the shadow hidden in the entrance of his home, lingering in the still open door, watching them with unreadable eyes. Anastasius hadn't seen it yet. The vampire's eyes again narrowed at Peverell's words. You'll not show me, he repeated darkly. You're telling me that you broke an agreement that's older than my entire race, gods. It's older than humanity. And you refuse to show me why you, a baby in the eyes of everybody who's part of the agreement, thinks that he's above it. Truly. Do you truly think that a little child like you has any right to even think about breaking something that's so fundamental for our world? I told you. I don't care, and I definitely don't regret it, Peverell said softly. And I don't think that you truly regret that I broke the agreement. That's not the point. Anastasius roared. It was my father's decision. My great-grandparents stopped me when I tried to interfere. If I, as his son, am not allowed to interfere, who are you to think that you are allowed to do just that? Who are you that you think you're above the law? I told you I won't. I don't care if you don't want to tell me. If I have to, I will force you to. Anastasius was never able to end his threat. Anastasius Arthur Lucidarius Sanguini. A voice interrupted the vampire sternly. It was the shadowed figure in Peverell's doorway. The vampire flinched and turned hurriedly. His eyes flickered over the shadow's face and body, reading the annoyed body language of his opponent. Pater, he said, sounding more like a scolded child than a grown adult for just a moment before catching himself and returning to his adult behavior. What are you doing here, Pater? Peverell again looked over Anastasius' shoulder just to see 13-year-old Salvadio Malfoir standing in his door, a phoenix on his shoulder. He was looking at Anastasius sternly. Grandfather brought me when we found out that you were out and about to find out about my condition, Sal said coolly. Anastasius gawked at that. But you should be at Hogwarts. He exclaimed. I should, Sal said coolly. And so should you. Instead you are dandling across half of Europe. First to visit my parents just to inquire about me, your student, and then you go searching for a man who should have been dead for centuries already. Well, you were behaving oddly. So why go and search out my parents instead of confronting me? Because, Anastasius actually had no explanation for that. I was scared. I feared that I was wrong and you still should have talked to me first, Sal interrupted him sighing. Really, child, sometimes I wonder how someone like me managed to raise a Gryffindor-like person like you. Only a Gryffindor would go out to confront the parents instead of the child, and then go searching for someone who should be dead. But I knew he wasn't. That doesn't matter, Sal exclaimed. You're a teacher at Hogwarts. You've accepted the responsibility for the education of your students. Dilly-dallying across the country definitely doesn't concur with your responsibility as a teacher. So, tell me again, what are you doing here? Anastasius frowned at that. I'm looking into the well-being of one of my students, he replied. That might have been the case in France, Sal countered. But you already knew that I was well when you came here, so I ask again, what are you doing here? Anastasius pouted. I'm researching what happened to my father, he replied childishly. I needed to know. You might have needed to know for your own sake of mind, Sal replied. But you could have gone and looked into it at the weekend. So again, what are you doing here? Anastasius shrunk into himself. Confronting the man who took away my father. He finally asked meekly. Sal sighed. Gryffindors, he said, rolling his eyes. Truly, Anna. Confronting a man who was able to not only de-age me to a child but also took away my memory, don't you think that confronting someone like that could have had dire consequences? But we're talking about Peverell. Anastasius said confused. I lived with him for a while. He isn't dangerous. Sal gave his son the gimlet eye. Peverell fried a whole fortress with lightning. He was one of the reasons why Hogwarts came to be and stood up to the gathering of lords without consequences for him. He'd aged a 2,000-year-old Firbolg and made him lose his memory. He did all that without breaking a sweat. And you tell me he's not dangerous? Anastasius opened his mouth to answer. Think about it, child. Sal hissed and Anastasius closed his mouth again. A contemplative look crossed the vampire's features. Well, if you put it like that. Anastasius pouted and Sal rolled his eyes. Yes, I put it like that, he said. Truly, Anna, what were you thinking? Peverell might have come across as nice and harmless, but if you look at his deeds in the past you would have long seen that he's definitely anything but that. Just looking at him, living for hundreds of years without any kind of magical help, should have told you about his power. Only a first-generation Firbolg born of at least one of the immortal can live for that long, and no Firbolg born of their descendant has ever been harmless. Anastasius frowned. But you are harmless, he said confused. Sal stared at him in disbelief. Somehow his son reminded him of this very old memory of a gamekeeper at Hogwarts and a dragon's egg. Sal hadn't thought about that man in a while, but the resemblance. He shook his head. I truly have to go over the whole dangerous and not dangerous thing with you, Do I, Anastasius? He sighed. Anastasius blinked at that, his eyes widening when he finally realized something else. So you do remember me? He exclaimed, surprised. Sal rolled his eyes. In the last few minutes, I talked to you about the past, spoke about your character, and, believe me when I tell you that this part isn't widely known to everybody. I used your full name, Anna, he said, amused. I thought that at least the full name was an indicator that I remember you, considering that you hate your full name and normally don't use it at all. Peverell snorted, amused, while Anastasius pouted. You didn't act as if you were remembering me when I left Hogwarts, he said, still pouting. The answer was a sigh. I was still absorbing my memories back then, Sal replied. I wasn't quite sure what I was remembering, so I didn't say anything. But you do remember now? Peverell asked, sighing, and Sal's green eyes met his own brown ones. Peverell shivered at that coolness in those eyes. I do, Peverell, he said, ice in his voice before it warmed slightly. Thank you, Peverell. Peverell raised an eyebrow. I'm not sure. You and I both know that I would have killed myself if you hadn't stopped me, Sal said. I know, Peverell sighed. But I definitely didn't think you would thank me for my actions. The answer was a half-sad smile. I forgot that there's still something I need to do sometime in the future, Sal replied, sighing. My time as a child and my returning memories reminded me of that. I forgot that I can't die without doing at least that. Peverell frowned at that, confused. Doing what? He asked, and Sal smiled. Sending myself home to ATR, he said. That is one thing I cannot not do. When Peverell still looked confused, Sal just patted his hand with a smile. Don't worry, he said. That's something I've never told you. Just know that I won't try again. I remember what's important now, and I think I will be able to live as long as I remember why I need to continue living. That doesn't sound as if you like living, Peverell frowned. The answer was another half-sad smile. I don't, Sal replied. I have seen too much, done too much to like it anymore, but at the same time I don't mind it anymore. Peverell sighed. What will you tell your family? He asked finally. Sal looked quite uncomfortable at that. I'm not sure, he said. I don't like lying to them, but I also don't want my parents to lose their child, even if they already lost it somehow the moment I started to remember. They're still my parents, because I remember being raised by them and part of me loves them like that, but at the same time they're children in my eyes now. I'm not sure how to cope with that. Peverell grimaced. In the end, it's your decision, he said. Either you return to them and accept them as the parents they were to you for the last 13 years, or you return to your old life and refuse to ever return to them from now on. Sal grimaced and sighed. I can't simply leave them, he said. The part of me that was the child raised by them would never forgive myself if I simply left them. At the same time, I won't be able to be the same child I was, now that I remember. For a moment, silence reigned. I can come with you and tell them that you came into your inheritance early, Peverell finally suggested. They don't know a lot about purebloods and they think that you are one. We can explain the changes like that. If you want to, you can even explain your memories like that. They always knew that you weren't a normal magical and they accepted you anyway. I'm quite sure that they'll accept you even with your memories and changed behavior. At those words, the phoenix on Sal's shoulder flew down to the floor and changed into a red-haired man with fiery eyes. That is the least you can do, Fawarks said. You were the one who broke our law after all and brought Salvajahar as a child to his current family. Anastasius groaned. Not that again, he mumbled. Peverell and I just talked about that shortly before you came. Sal looked at Anastasius in surprise, but Fawarks ignored his great-grandchild's exclamation and instead started at Peverell icily. Peverell's eyes lit up like lightning at that. Not my law, he said. I'm not bound by it. Every Firbolg, immortal or not, is bound by that law. Fawarks countered. We don't have many laws, but this one is unbreakable. Nobody, absolute nobody, has the right to even think about interfering in this law. Like I said, Peverell countered darkly. I don't care. I am not bound by it. No Firbolg is an exception. Fawarks replied icily. The answer was a sneer. That's what the Thunderbirds part of my soul tells me, Peverell replied coolly. But it's not this part in me that refuses. If you're part Thunderbird, part of the immortal, then you're even more bound by it. Fawarks hissed angrily. Peverell flexed his teeth. It was an utterly feral gesture and made Anastasius' skin crawl. The phoenix, to Anastasius and his own surprise, stepped one step backwards. I am not bound by that law, Peverell repeated, before he added nearly silently. My actions are bound by far worse than a simple law. His eyes and the eyes of the phoenix met, and the phoenix shivered at that. Something passed between the immortal phoenix and the 700-year-old pureblood. The phoenix was the first to look away. I see, Fawarks finally said nearly silently. You're the first Grimm's child. Peverell grimaced at that. I am, he said. It wasn't my choice. The phoenix laughed at that. Definitely not, he said. I am one of the few truly immortal Firbolg, and even I prefer my fate to yours. Peverell waved it off. It's not I who suffers because of his relation to the first Grimm, he said. My father suffered for thousands of years, but unlike him neither myself nor my sister were born a true Grimm, hence, I'm not born to suffer like my father. Anastasius and Sal looked at him in confusion, but Fawarks nodded. I remember your father, Fawarks said. I heard he was finally granted his end some 100 years ago. The phoenix looked at the pureblood in front of him thoughtfully. I would have sworn that he was granted his end just decades after your birth, Fawarks added. Peverell inclined his head. He already had a living heir back then. His heir back then had already been slowly taking over my father's duties for about 1,000 years. But duties like his can be a heavy burden, and two of them managing them was a lot easier than just one of them doing them. My father would have prevailed for at least another 1,000 years if I hadn't offered to share the duty with his successor for him. What kind of duties are you talking about, Peverell? Sal asked with narrowed eyes. Peverell looked at the man-turned child and grimaced again. Let's just say that the first one who ever wielded the Deathly Hallows rightfully was my father, he said. Sal's eyes widened at that. Did he like Medrod? Medrod didn't wield those powers rightfully. Peverell answered, sighing. There aren't a lot of people who have the strength to wield them without succumbing to their thrall. My father could, and since he could give them up long before I was even born. Give them up? Sal repeated, surprised. The final and the first deed of those who can truly wield their powers, Peverell answered, sighing. I am sorry, Salvajahar. Sal frowned at that. It wasn't you who gave them up, he said, confused. No, but if it weren't for my grandfather and father, they wouldn't even exist, Peverell replied. My father gave them up about 2,000 years ago. If he hadn't, Medrod would have never found them and never succumbed to them. You wouldn't have to bury your brother. So he wouldn't have done the Horcrux without the Deathly Hallows? Sal questioned bitterly. Peverell winced. No, he said. The decision for the Horcrux has nothing to do with the Deathly Hallows. In other words, it wouldn't have changed a thing, Sal replied bitterly. Peverell opened his mouth to object, but in the end, he couldn't. I fear you are right, he finally said tiredly. There's a huge chance that it wouldn't have changed anything in the end, except that he would have died that day you used your eyes on him and not ended up as stone. Sal raised his eyebrow at that, but before he could ask, Peverell continued with the explanation Sal would have asked for. A Horcrux binds the soul to the living world, Peverell said. But it doesn't bind the soul to its body. The Hallows on the other hand bind the soul to the body and not just to the living world. Your brother's body would have died that day if he hadn't been the master of the Deathly Hallows. Sal said nothing for a moment or two after that confession. In the end, he just sighed. I guess it was better like that, he said. At least he couldn't wreak havoc as a wraith while I was looking for his Horcrux. Peverell smiled at the immortal boy in front of him. It was great to see that Sal had healed enough to be able to deal with his deed without feeling too guilty about it. Oh, Peverell could still see and hear the hurt and self-hatred in Sal's face and voice, but he also could see the slow acceptance that was muffling the guilt. Sal wasn't all right, but he would be in time. It was the day before Yule when the front step of Malfoir Mansion was again occupied by a man who actually didn't belong to the Malfoir family. This time it was Nicholas who opened the door, feeling like a déjà vu was about to happen. The old man in front of the door looked the same like 13 years ago. Nicholas frowned when he saw the man. I thought you would come back in 2 years and not now, he said, and the old man sighed. I planned to, he said. But something changed, so I am here now. Nicholas's gaze darkened at that, but he stepped aside nevertheless. Catherine and Henri won't let you take the child if that's what you came to do, he told the old man. The man just sighed. Don't worry, he said. I didn't come to take away the child. Nicholas frowned but nodded before leading the old man to the sitting room where Catherine, Henri and Perenelle were conversing and reading. Salvadio had secluded himself to his room the moment he had returned home yesterday night. He hadn't shown himself all day. Who was at the door? Sherry? Perenelle asked, looking up from her scrolls. Her breathing hitched when she recognized the old man behind her husband. You, she said, and Catherine and Henri turned at her fearful expression. Catherine's eyes widened when she recognized the man. She gulped before forcing the words out of her mouth. Are you here for Salvadio? The old man sighed at that. May I take a seat? He asked, and when the two women reluctantly nodded, he sat in one of the leftover seats before continuing. Yes, I am here for Salvadio, he said. Something happened this summer. Nicholas paled at that. So it was my fault? He asked with guilt-ridden eyes. He had confessed what happened to his brother and sister-in-law after he had talked about it with Perenelle. He thought that he should at least tell Salvadio's parents what he had recklessly done and how it had changed their beloved son. Your fault. The old man frowned. I was dying and he healed me, Nicholas confessed. He was different after that. The old man frowned. So that's how it happened, he said. I was notified when it happened, but I didn't know how it happened. Nicholas closed his eyes at that. So it was my fault, he said, defeated. If I hadn't been, whatever happened to Salvadio wouldn't have happened. The answer was a sigh. May I ask what you allude to when you talk about whatever happened to him? The old man asked. What did you notice changing? Nicholas bit his lips at that before looking at his wife and the rest of the family. He was more withdrawn, Catherine said slowly. At that point of time I still had no idea that something had happened because someone didn't tell me about the accident. She sent Nicholas a dark look, and Nicholas looked away. Neither Catherine nor Henri had been happy with him when they finally found out. They hadn't blamed him for the accident, but they blamed him for not telling them sooner. He was a little bit more cautious, Henri added. And his vampire teacher came by because Salvadio started acting different towards him. I don't know how he acted different, because the teacher never said. I just know that he did. Nicholas also noticed that Salvadio's tears gained phoenix-like abilities, Perenelle added. Or at least we never noticed it if they had if before. Not that Salvadio cried much even as a babe. The old man nodded at that. What about knowledge? He asked, and Nicholas frowned. Are you talking about the ritual he used to heal me? He asked and was surprised when the old man nodded. This would do, the old man said. Nicholas' eyes narrowed. Why did you ask us about those changes? He questioned wearily. To his surprise, the answer didn't come from the man in front of him but from a child's voice at the door. Because he wanted to know if I truly woke up, the child's voice said, and Nicholas as well as the others turned to look at Salvadio, who stood at the entrance to the door warily. Salvadio. The old man greeted the child. Peverell. The child replied as if greeting an old friend. Nicholas's eyes narrowed. You know him, Salvadio? He asked cautiously. I remember him bringing me to you, Salvadio replied. It's a little bit blurry, as if it was a dream, but I remember him nevertheless. He never told us his name back then, Nicholas said, frowning, and Salvadio just shrugged. I know, the child replied. But I remember everything before I met you as well. Even looking at my birth parents for the first time, and also looking at them for the last time. Peverell grimaced at that. Perenelle on the other side frowned. He didn't remember before, she said before turning to Peverell. What happened? The old man sighed. I know I promised you 15 years before his heritage would make itself known, but, at that he was interrupted by Nicholas when Nicholas finally understood what had happened back when he had nearly died. His heritage, he said in dawning realization. When he tried to rescue me, it awakened his pureblood heritage. It was Salvadio who answered. It did, the child said. I'm sorry, Uncle Nick. Nicholas just shook his head. It isn't you who should be sorry, he said, feeling angry with himself. It is I. I was the one who was stupid enough to experiment with nobody in the house to help me if something happened. I was the one who basically forced you to grow up faster than you should just because I was too stupid to keep myself safe. Salvadio just shook his head. I could have let you die, Onkla, the child said. It was my decision, and I don't regret it. Nicholas opened his mouth to object, but the old man who had been called Peverell by Salvadio intercepted him before he could even utter one word. You don't have to worry about Salvadio, he said. Awaking early hasn't done him any harm. The child raised an eyebrow at that but didn't object. So, Perenelle said cautiously. What does happen now that Salvadio truly is a pureblood? To Nicholas' surprise, the old man looked at Salvadio with a questioning look instead of answering immediately. Salvadio hesitated. Then he sighed. I won't leave or anything if you don't want me to, he said. But I'm not the child you know anymore as well. Salvadio looked at his parents and aunt and uncle with shadowed eyes. I can't be the innocent child I was before this summer ever again, he said. If you can't accept that, I will leave because I won't act and lie to you like that. I grew up loving you as my parents. I won't defile this relationship by trying to lie to you about my character and decisions. Salvadio is a phoenix born, Peverell said, sighing. His heritage doesn't just involve abilities, it also involves memories. Like the ritual he used to heal me, Nicholas concluded. Salvadio inclined his head. Yes, he said. But not just that. I've gained about 2,000 years worth of memories. I'm not a child anymore. At that, Catherine pressed her fist to her mouth to stifle a sob. It was Henri who asked the question they all wanted to ask. Does that mean we aren't your parents anymore? Henry's voice was soft, full of grief and yet accepting in a way Nicholas wasn't sure he himself could have ever been. The conflict on Salvadio's face was heartbreaking and at the same time so hope-inducing. It looked as if two parts in him were ringing with each other. One part, so Nicholas guessed, the memories the child gained, and one part the child they raised. It was heartening to see that the child hadn't stopped loving them even with the memories he gained. Obviously Catherine could see it as well, because she stumbled to her feet to run over to her child. She fell to her knees in front of it and embraced it, burying her tear-stained face into her child's shoulder. For a moment, Salvadio looked uncomfortable, but in the end, he hesitatingly reached out and embraced his mother, and his mother she was, at least in Nicholas's eyes. Like I said before, Salvadio said, his voice laced with longing and tears. I won't leave if you don't want me to. Just don't expect me to be the same. At that, Henri smiled tearfully before standing up and joining his son and wife at the door. We won't, Salvadio, he said. As long as you don't expect us to always remember that you now feel a lot older than you are, we at least try to remember that you suddenly gained enough knowledge to make us children in your eyes. Salvadio grimaced at that. I definitely didn't need that mental image, he complained, and his parents laughed. Sorry, Mon Fils, Henri replied before hesitating. Is it still all right with you to call you that? Salvadio sighed. You raised me for 13 years, Papa, he said. Even if I have the memories of 2,000 years, it doesn't change the fact that habits from my time growing up with you had time to fester. I'm quite sure that even I am hard-pressed to stop calling you my parents even if I remember hundreds of years living without you. The answer was a smile from Catherine. Don't even try to stop, Catherine said. Believe me, even if you would have turned out a 5,000 years old vampire with memory loss. We raised you, so you are still our son. At that, Salvadio blinked in surprise before exchanging a glance with Peverell. No, Peverell said, amused. He's definitely not 5,000 years old, and believe me, you would have long since noticed if he were a vampire. Salvadio snorted at that. Sometimes I wonder about you, Peverell, he said. How, by the gods, did you find those people for me as parents? I somehow have the feeling you intend to drown me in Gryffindors. Peverell looked at the child innocently. They're from Beauxbaton, he replied. I had no idea what house they would have been in at Hogwarts. Salvadio just raised an eyebrow. You sure? He asked, and Peverell shrugged. Well, I followed Godric's line, since I know of the relation between your mother and them, Peverell replied. I'm not at fault for the rest of all this. Nicholas frowned at that. What do you mean? You followed Godric's line. he asked suspiciously. The old man sighed. I plan to give Salvadio to a relation of his, he said. Since, like you know, I'm quite old and because of that weary to raise a child all alone. I knew that he was related to Godric Gryffindor, the founder of Hogwarts, so I searched for Godric's heirs. And you came to me, Nicholas said, suddenly understanding in his eyes. You know my true last name. For a moment, Peverell hesitated. Catherine, Henri and Salvadio looked at Nicholas interestedly. What do you mean, your true last name? Catherine asked and Nicholas grimaced. You know that my family left Britain when I was a child of 10, don't you? Catherine and Henri nodded. When I was accepted at Beauxbaton, I changed my last name to Flamel to obscure my heritage. Perenelle knows, but we never told our children or anybody else, Nicholas said sighing. At that, Henri frowned. You obscured your last name? He asked. Nicholas sighed. My last name isn't one you can bear easily, he replied sighing. It's a name shadowed in history and darkness. I grew up with it for 10 years and I was vilified long before I was even old enough to have a wand. I didn't want the same for my children, so I begged my parents to change my name when I was added to Beauxbaton as a student. Henri frowned. Vilified? He asked. Nicholas grimaced. The name, Lefay, normally always makes sure that you're vilified by only having that name, he replied. I'm not surprised that Godric Gryffindor gave up his name when founding Hogwarts. Peverell snorted. Actually, he said, giving up his name was an accident. He was married to my sister Rowena while I was married to his sister Helga. It was simply practical to differentiate between us with the help of nicknames. It would have been confusing otherwise. The other adults stared at Peverell. You were a founder of Hogwarts? Nicholas asked surprised. Peverell shook his head. No, he said. My wife was. I simply knew them all. Sal snorted. I remember distinctively one very shiny tower belonging to you in Hogwarts, he said amused. Peverell shrugged at that. I had to live somewhere, he said. Anyway, I wouldn't dare to claim it again. It's inhabited by a nuisance without any sense of rightfulness. Sal raised an eyebrow at that. Sounds as if you're peeved with the Sorting Hat, he said amused. Whatever, why? Peverell answered with a disbelieving look towards the child. It put you in Ravenclaw, he said. Sal shrugged. It did, the child said amused. That doesn't explain why you're peeved. It put you in Ravenclaw. Peverell replied slowly. That thing is either insane or defect. Whatever it is, it's definitely not doing its job right anymore. Sal winked it off. Don't worry, Peverell, he said. If I ever wear it again, I'll promise to try for Hufflepuff. Peverell gawked at him. Hufflepuff, he repeated slowly. You. Salvadio grinned. Why not? He asked. I remember being sorted into Gryffindor once, after all. Peverell shook his head slowly. You know what, Sal, he said. I don't want to know what you've been up to since I last saw you. I like being sane, thank you very much. Sal shrugged unconcerned. You're not implying that my parents raised me to be insane, do you? He asked amused and Nicholas wondered if Peverell knew what memories Salvadio had inherited. It seemed that Peverell at least knew enough about those memories to be able to interact with the child. Peverell at the same time opened his mouth, just to close it again without saying anything. The old man shook his head and then turned to Catherine. There's just one thing you should know about your son if he stays with you, he said. Salvadio won't die, at least not for quite some time. At that, Henri and Catherine exchanged a concerned gaze. What do you mean, he won't die? Perenelle asked. Firbolg born like me lives for a very long time, Salvadio replied for the old man. Just look at Peverell. He lived for 700 years already, and he isn't one of the so-called immortal ones. My own birth father lived for over 1,000 years. At that, Catherine closed her eyes. So I guess you will live that long as well, Henri said concerned. Sal shrugged. About, he said. My father was killed. He didn't die naturally. Catherine and Henri exchanged a look. Will he age like a human? Henri asked Peverell. Peverell nodded. At least for now, he will, Peverell said. He will grow up like any other child, but he's right. He won't die for a very long time. Nicholas's eyes darkened at that. And I won't as well, he said, exchanging a look with Perenelle. I'm working on a philosopher's stone, and I will succeed. I can make sure that we'll be able to look after him until he doesn't need or want us anymore. Peverell frowned at that, but in the end shrugged. You can at least try to find the formula, the old man said. If you don't succeed, so be it. Nicholas gave him the gimlet eye. I will succeed, he growled. It was my fault that Salvadio had to wake up his heritage that early. The least I can do is stay by him while he's forced to wither centuries. Henri and Catherine, on the other hand, exchanged another look. What about children? Catherine asked. Will he be able to have children? Peverell looked at Salvadio. It was the child who answered. No, Maman, he said. I can't. Not for a long time yet to come. I'm sorry. The answer was a soft smile. It's all right, Mon Fils, she said. It's enough for me that you will live. I was merely concerned about your future. Your father and I can arrange your marriage like every parent should, but we can't stop your wife from aging a lot faster than you. I just hope that if you had children, there would be at least some other persons you could have in your life for some time to come. Salvadio just smiled at his mother. It's all right, Maman, he said. You don't have to fear for me. I'm just 13 right now. Whatever will happen years from now. Catherine smiled at that. Nevertheless, we should look out for a wife from a long-living family, Henri said. Your mother and I were already looking, since in 1 or 2 years it's time for you to engage. Knowing that you'll live a lot longer than us just narrowed down our search pattern a little bit more. Perenelle nodded. It just means that you finally can reject that pompous man's offer, she said. He's been after Salvadio since the boy stopped him in cornering you 7 years ago. That damn lord might have a high standing in French society, but it's well known that his family members don't even reach a century, far too short for someone like Salvadio. Nicholas nodded as well. It also adds some families we didn't consider until now, he said. Families like the Knots, the Maximes and the Blacks. They're all very powerful politically, but we ruled them out since they've all very prominent pureblood heritage. Since we didn't know Salvadio's pureblood heritage and some purebloods simply can't with each other, we thought it best not to consider them at all. Peverell raised an eyebrow. You've been looking for a wife for Salvadio? He asked a little bit unsure. Salvadio rolled his eyes. They're looking since I was 10, he said. And no, I don't like it, at all. Peverell looked at Salvadio confused. The immortal child just rolled his eyes again. No, Sal hadn't thought about the fact that his parents wanted to marry him off, when he decided to return. He hadn't even thought about it in passing until his mother spoke about it again a few minutes ago. For a moment Sal contemplated if he could stop his parents' quest for his wife. It wasn't that Sal objected to a woman in his life. He had lived for centuries. Of course he had had all kinds of lovers. Some lovers he stayed with their whole lives, some he just met for one night, some were love interests, some friends turned lover, some friends with benefits. There were hundreds of years Sal had gone without lovers, there were other centuries in which he had more than one. There were even some lovers that had been his partners in something akin to marriage, not that they had truly been married by current standards. Marriage like it was now hadn't existed for the most part of Sal's life, after all. Still, Sal had always chosen his lover himself. In the end he conceded that it would take time to disabuse his parents of the idea to marry him off. There was no way he would be able to stop them without working on them and his uncle and aunt for some time. But then, Sal was a 2,000-year-old Firbolg born. Disabusing his current parents from organizing his marriage should be easy for him, shouldn't it? 1899. Are you ready, Eloise? The unspeakable in front of the casually clothed woman looked at her in concern. He was one of Eloise Mintumble's best friends, and like her, he worked in the Department of Mysteries, category time travel. I am, she said. Of course, she was nervous, but they had quite a sound theory regarding time travel into the past and also a device that would bring her back the moment she would use it. Do you have everything for documentation? Her best friend asked. I do, she said. And the device to bring you back? She held out an odd-looking device, like a miniature time turner made out of clay. And you know how to. I just have to break it, Charles. She replied while rolling her eyes. Believe me, I won't forget. Good, her best friend said. And don't you dare to forget. She rolled her eyes again. I won't, Charles, she said amused. I won't. Her best friend nodded and took a deep breath. She snorted at that. You look like it is you who's going back in time, not I, she commented amused. Don't be so nervous, Charles. Nothing will go wrong. Charles shook his head. I still think that it's a risk you shouldn't take, he said. Our theory is untested. There's so much that can go wrong. Eloise laughed. Don't be such a worrywart, Charles. She replied. You've been against that experiment from the start, and I know that you're just here because you didn't want me to have to work alone. Charles' eyes narrowed at that. My professor in ancient runes always told me that even if something can be done using runes, it doesn't mean that it should be done. He replied darkly. I think he's right, Eloise. She laughed at that. Professor Malfoy has always been far too cautious for his own good. She replied amused. Truly, you'd think that a man with his knowledge in ancient runes would use this knowledge to bring new discoveries into our world. Instead, he's at Hogwarts, teaching. Charles just shook his head. Someone has to teach, and you can't say that Professor Malfoy can't do it. He replied. Nevertheless, he's far too cautious. She replied amused. And now, let's get started. I'm ready to have a look at the world in the 1500s. Charles just sighed at that. All right, he gave in. But if something goes wrong, please remember that I told you to be careful. Yes, worrywart, she replied amused and gestured to the other unspeakables that surrounded them. Give me the time turner. The time turner she was given had a lot more spinning devices attached to it, but all in all, it wasn't too different and too much bigger than the normal ones used for going back only hours. The only noticeable difference was that a few of the spirals could be fixed to a specific date before someone started to spin the time turner. She fixed it to the 20th of August, 1400. All right, 1400, here I come, she said grinning. Everyone else stepped back. For a moment she looked at Charles. I bring back some souvenirs, she said laughing. Then she sent her time turner spinning. The world blurred. For a moment she could see the people around her doing everything backwards, but then even these actions started to blur until everything she saw was color. A moment or two later, the motions around her stopped. The world cleared and she fell to her knees before losing consciousness. 1402. When Eloise woke up, a hand was resting on her forehead. Com S Elha, Mia Samak. A voice asked concerned. The voice was female and quite soft. The answer was as incomprehensible as the first words, but unlike the first words, they were spoken by a man. Eloise groaned and then opened her eyes. She was lying on the ground in the shadows of a tree at the side of a clearing in the middle of hundreds of little daisies. A man was sitting next to her, one of his hands on her forehead, the other feeling her pulse at her wrist. Next to him stood a female in an old-fashioned dress in a light green color. The man looked at her in concern. He had black locks and oddly light green eyes and reminded her of her old ancient runes professor somehow. His face showed his concern. Bist thou heil, Donzel? He asked her and she looked at him confused. I don't understand, she said. It was then that she finally remembered what had happened and where she was. She had used the time turner. She was in the year 1400 if it had gone right, that is. But then, she knew that no one, neither witch nor muggle, would wear such old-fashioned clothing anymore, so she dared to think that it truly happened and that she went back in time. And yet, she was a little bit confused that she couldn't understand the man and the woman in front of her. She had never anticipated that the language would have changed over time to the one she was speaking now. I'm sorry, I don't understand, she repeated, and the other woman, or girl, since Eloise guessed that she was about 15 years old, looked confused at her companion, a boy of about 17. He said something to the girl with a short smile before turning back to her and letting her go. Then he closed his eyes, his brow furrowing. Could you? He started slowly and heavily accented. Repeat that. Eloise looked at the man in surprise. What language are you and the girl speaking? She finally blurted out, confused. The man frowned again. English, he answered, half amused, half confused. Or French, if you prefer. She frowned. I don't understand a word you're saying, she said, confused. And I'm speaking English. At that, she saw amusement dancing in the eyes of the man. Believe me, he said slowly. Current English sounds quite different. And yet you're here and talking to me in the English I know, she pointed out. He laughed at that, and when the girl behind him said something with a frown on her face, he turned to her and said something else. Her eyebrows rose at that, then she stared at Eloise in confusion. What? Eloise started to ask, but the man answered before she could even formulate her question. My betrothed isn't quite that happy that I'm laughing with a female that isn't she, he replied, amused. She's quite young, still, and a little bit unsure about my affection. Eloise frowned at that. Your betrothed, she repeated, not amused at all. Isn't she a little bit young to be betrothed to anyone? The boy raised an eyebrow at that. This is 1402, ma'am, he replied a little bit coolly. In the mundane world she would have been married for a few years now. Eloise frown deepened. Still, she said, she's far too young. The marriage won't be for another 6 years, he interrupted her. Unlike in later times, you don't marry until both marriage partners are at least 21 years of age. Tell me, when do they marry in your time, miss? Eloise's eyes widened at that. What do you mean, in my time? She stuttered. The boy in front of her just raised an eyebrow. The clothing you're wearing is far too liberal for this time, he replied, amused. You're telling me, you're speaking English and yet the language you're speaking isn't the same that everyone else uses, and you're outraged by a practice that has been like that for hundreds of years now. Eloise looked at the man in front of her in surprise. It was oddly logical when he pointed it out like that. Still, she had to try and dissuade him nevertheless. You are speaking my English as well, she pointed out. He laughed at that, amused. No, he said, not your English. Just a form of English that's near enough to the one you're speaking that you're able to understand me without a lot of trouble. Guessing from that, I'd say you're from sometime in the 20th century. Her eyes widened at that. I am not, she said. I'm from 1899. He shrugged. Close enough for me, he replied. She stared at him. How? She asked. How do you know that? Like I said. Your clothing, your language. No, she interrupted him. How were you able to guess the time I'm from? The answer was an amused smile. That's not something I share with anyone, he replied. That reminded her. I'm Eloise, she said. Eloise Mintumble. He raised an eyebrow at that, but replied anyway. Salvatio Malfoy, he said, and she wondered if he was related to her ancient runes professor. Maybe his ancestor. She couldn't even ask him since she didn't think that the man in front of her would know the answer. But then, she could ask her professor when she returned to the future. Well, Miss Mintumble, he said, and his choice of words reminded her again of her professor. How did you end up here? Eloise frowned. I don't think that there are so much options that lead to me ending up in the past, she said, and he inclined his head. Surely, he said, but there are still some different ways to travel through time. She looked at him in amusement. I don't think there are too many, she said. You can't travel through time without any kind of preparation. The answer was an amused look at her. There are still accidents, he replied. There are enough accidents in every other part of magic. I don't think that time travel is an exception. She rolled her eyes at him. It was planned, she huffed. We set the timer for year 1400. It's 1402, Malfoy replied. She frowned. We might have calculated some things wrongly, she said. But all in all, the entire test succeeded. I traveled in time for years. The man in front of her shook his head in amusement, then he turned to his fiancée and said something to her. The girl frowned, but after some more words exchanged, she nodded. If you wish, I am willing to harbor you until you have learned the language and found your footing, he said. Eloise frowned at that. I'm not staying for very long, she said. I plan to stay a week and then return to the future. At that, Malfoy's eyes darkened. It's something different to travel back in time than to travel forward, he said, but then he stopped and shook his head. Anyway, you will need a place to stay. I am sure my parents won't mind if you stay with us for now. I'm quite sure we will be able to explain you as a distant relative from the country whose father her to experience London's high society or something like that. She frowned at him, but in the end, she nodded. She would need a place to stay at least for the night. She wasn't quite sure what to think about the added part that made her a distant relative, but she guessed that she could live with it for now. Salvadio didn't know what to think about the woman he found lying on the ground while he had been spending his afternoon with his betrothed. Yes, he was betrothed. He hadn't given in without resistance, but in the end, his parents had won. But I won't die for centuries. He had protested. I don't need to marry right now. But we won't be there anymore in centuries, his mother replied. We can't forego our duty for our child just because our child will live longer than most other children. But she will die long before I'm even going to find a gray hair in my hair. Sal protested and his mother smothered down his black hair fondly. I know, mon petit fils, she said smiling sadly. But it is our duty to ensure your future, and a good marriage is the only way to ensure your future. Your father and I wouldn't be able to look your birth parents in the eye if we didn't ensure that you were married before we leave this world for the veil. Maman, Sal protested. There's no way that I'm able to have children. What should I tell my wife? She and maybe everyone will think that it's her fault. She will be an outcast in society, just because of me. I'm quite sure your Uncle Nick will help you like he helped your father and me, she said. The moment he's done with his new project, that is. She rolled her eyes. Salvadio sighed at that. His Uncle Nick had been obsessed with making a philosopher's stone since the incident that woke Sal's inheritance early. He hadn't truly succeeded yet, but he had found a way to at least slow down his and his wife's aging. Sal was sure that his uncle would succeed soon. After all, the man had to if he was still alive in Sal's first year at Hogwarts. I'm not forcing a young girl into feeling unable to fulfill her role in life, Maman. He objected his mother's words. I'll talk to her before writing out the contract, she promised. She will go into this marriage knowing that it isn't her fault. Maman. Sadly enough, Sal knew that his mother wouldn't give up on her idea, no matter how much he pleaded and argued. Maybe he should have vanished without a trace when he still had the chance to do so. Now, 5 years later, Sal was engaged for a few months already. His future wife knew that he wouldn't be able to give her children and had accepted her fate. Sal didn't love the girl he was to marry in another 6 years, but he was sure that he could live with her. She, on the other hand, seemed to have a little crush on him. Sal guessed that it was her right to feel that way, so he didn't even try to rid her of her current feelings. It was after all a lot better than mutual hatred. Still, it wasn't easy, especially since she clearly was a little bit jealous when they met Eloise Mintumble and he, unlike his betrothed, was able to understand her. Miss Amick, his betrothed said in that moment. He looked down into her face. He had been guiding her and Eloise to the carriage that would bring his betrothed home and Eloise and him to his parents. Donzel Andromeda? He asked. She hesitated. Then sighed. Why do we take her with us, Miss Amick? She asked concerned. Because she doesn't have anyone in this world and it is our duty as fellow sorcerers to ensure that she finds her place in a world that is foreign to her, he replied. Andromeda, his betrothed, frowned. She's long since past childhood, she said darkly. She should have long since learned her place in this world. Sal smiled at that, amused. She definitely has. In her own time, he replied, not interested in censoring himself. At that, Andromeda looked at him in surprise. Her time. Sal inclined his head. I'd prefer if you don't tell that piece of knowledge to anyone, he said. If this isn't her time, how did she get here? She asked, confused. There are different ways to walk through time, Sal answered without hesitation. However she got here, she will have to stay, and she will need a place to stay. For a moment Andromeda looked at him frowning, but then she nodded. So you'll bring her to your parents to teach her? She asked. He inclined his head. It would be best if we don't spread her origin further than we have to, he replied. She has to learn, but telling everybody her origin won't help her. Andromeda frowned at that, thinking it over, but in the end she nodded. I won't tell anyone, she said, and he smiled at her. Thank you, Donzel. He helped both women into the carriage and then nodded to their driver and guard that they were ready to return home. They went to Andromeda's home, a manor in the middle of London, first. He guided her into the house, greeted her parents and then said his goodbyes for that day. Then he returned to the carriage and they continued on to his parents' home in London. Is this what you truly want to do, Peverell? The voice asked him softly. Peverell closed his eyes. If I don't do it, he said, Salvadio might break again. I have kept myself away, but since he found out about me, he has come and visited me far too often to not be affected by my death anymore. And yet he might still suffer the moment you breathe your last breath, the voice replied. Peverell inclined his head tiredly. He might, he said. But at least he will keep 2 more with him throughout the centuries. If I don't do it, he will lose me anyway in a year's time. He will lose me, then his parents, his uncle and his aunt. There's nothing he can do about it except of grieve our deaths. But if I do it, there will be 2 more he can go to, 2 more who will understand his pain and who will help him to overcome it. He won't try to kill himself if it means to leave someone who needs him alone to suffer. But they won't need him, the voice said softly. In his eyes, they will, Peverell replied. They will be new to their immortal life. He will know that they will be forced to grieve for his parents like he will be forced to grieve for them. They will be forced to grieve for their children, children's children and friends. He has gone through all that before. He wouldn't let them suffer alone. So you have decided, the voice said. I have, Peverell said. Will you fault me for my decision, master? The answer was the wind ruffling Peverell's hair. Never, my child, the voice replied warmly. I have always known that Nicholas won't be one of mine for quite some time yet. Again, wind ruffled Peverell's hair. Thank you, my child, I will have my balance for the next centuries, a balance who will do what he has to do without breaking apart by guilt and grief. Then I won't regret my decision, Peverell said, closing his eyes again. I won't regret my death when it means that Sal won't lose everyone he holds dear again. Eloise wasn't sure what to think about Salvadio Malfoy. The young man didn't ask her any questions about the future, he didn't even seem interested in her original time. She watched him guide his betrothed to the door and after vanishing into the house for a few moments, returning to the carriage. The rest of the drive was silent, until they stopped in front of another manor. My parents' home, he told her in his stilted English. Let's go in there, Donzel. I will have to tell them who you are and why you are here. So you're telling them about my time travel? She asked, frowning. It's the only way to ensure that they know why they have to be lenient with your actions and words. You're not from this time. This time is different and I don't plan to try to explain your mistakes away until you get a grip of the current culture, Donzel, he replied coolly before stepping out of the carriage and holding out a hand for her to take. She frowned at him but took the hand. The rest of the evening was odd, in Eloise's opinion. Salvadio Malfoy and his family were speaking French. Well, at least Salvadio had told her that it was French, because it sure didn't sound like it, and Eloise was sitting next to them, understanding nearly nothing. It wasn't the family's fault. They had tried to include her by switching to Latin. Sadly enough, Eloise had never applied herself in her Latin studies and because of that only knew enough for her spells. It wasn't ideal at all. In the end, the family talked with each other and Eloise was sitting by, listening to the odd language, noting down the differences in culture and language for her documentation, as far as she was able to catch those differences, that is, and listen to the family members talk. Sometimes Salvadio would turn around and talk to her, asking her a question or two, but all in all, she felt oddly isolated from those people around her. Salvadio meanwhile had some other trouble to work though. He had told his family that the woman he brought home was from the future, but that brought another round of questions forward. How do you know that she's from the future, Mon Fils? His father asked. Sal sighed. It's her language and her bearing that made me guess at first. She confirmed it in the end, he replied truthfully. But how can you understand her when she's from the future, Mon Fils? His mother asked confused. At that, Sal grimaced. That's a long explanation, he said sighing. Let's just say that it has something to do with my inheritance, alright, Maman. If I'd tell you the full version it would take days until I had it explained fully and even then I'm not sure if I'd told you everything, especially because I don't know the absolute answer to your question myself. His parents looked at each other, then nodded. Alright, Mon Fils, his father said. Now back to the topic. You can tell that she's from the future, and you're absolutely sure about that, aren't you? Sal inclined his head. I am. He said. So will she return to her future soon, or is she here for good? His father asked. Sal frowned at that. For her safety, I hope she's here for good, he replied darkly. Traveling to the future is just possible in one way: to live day for day until you reach the future again. Sal's mother looked at him in surprise at that. You are sure about that? She asked. Sal hesitated. Then he sighed and shook his head. There are other ways, he said. There are always other ways, but just because you can theoretically do it doesn't mean that you should. There are dire consequences if you go against nature, Maman. So she will stay, his father concluded and then nodded. I guess you will teach her our language. Sal inclined his head. Our language, our customs and our way of life, he replied sincerely. His parents nodded at that. What will happen when we return to France next month? Catherine asked. We're not here in London to stay, after all. We only came for your betrothal to Andromeda Black. I guess she will have to choose, Sal replied truthfully. Either she will come with us or we will find her a place to stay here in London. Or we stay until she's ready to move with us, Sal's father Henri said, sighing. Staying a little bit longer here in London won't be too much of a trouble, after all. The answer was a smile from Catherine. Sal just snorted. You just want to stay to have an eye on me and my betrothed, he said, half amused, half exasperated. That's the same reason why you two are still here, months after my betrothal. The answer was an innocent smile from his mother. Oh, Sherry, she said. Surely we aren't that curious. Sal rolled his eyes. Surely not, Maman, he said, amused. Surely not. The rest of the evening they used to talk about and with the new inhabitant of their home. Eloise didn't seem too interested in joining the conversation. Instead of trying to learn their language, and Sal tried to get her start learning, she sat there and listened or wrote something down into a little booklet that she had been carrying with her. She's not even trying to start learning our language, Henri said, frowning. Sal sighed. I'll talk to her later, he promised. I'll try to get her to understand. And with that they started to talk about something else. Nicholas looked up from his cauldron. At the door stood Peverell, looking at him with dark eyes. I see that you're still working on your concoction, he said, frowning, looking at Nicholas's experiments all over the room. I will succeed, Nicholas said stubbornly. I won't give up until I do. And yet you haven't made any progress to gain a philosopher's stone in years now, Peverell said, looking around the room darkly. Nicholas returned the look of the other man stubbornly. I will succeed, he repeated icily. I won't leave Salvadio all alone for years and years. He's my nephew and it was my fault that his childhood was cut short. He gave up his childhood in exchange for my life, so I will find a way to live until he's ready to be alone. So you're quite positive that you will succeed, Peverell said, sighing. Nicholas shrugged. It doesn't matter what you think. I will succeed, he said coolly. Whatever you say, I won't let my nephew face all those centuries all alone. For a moment, Peverell said nothing. Then he sighed. You're a stubborn man, Nicholas, Peverell said tiredly. He shook his head. Such a stubborn man. Nicholas shrugged. If I give up I will never succeed, he replied. It's either continuing or giving up, and I'm not ready to give up. Peverell sighed again. As you wish, he said. Show me what you've got. Nicholas frowned but pulled out his nearly done potion. This is the one that's most likely to succeed if I can tweak it a little bit more, he said. I'm already more than halfway there. This potion has slowed down my and Perenel's aging for a few years now, but I'm not yet fully done. Peverell took the sheet and read through the recipe. There's only one thing that's missing in this brew, Peverell said. Brew it. I will help you with it. Nicholas frowned at that, confused. Why do you plan to help me? He asked him in confusion. What's in it for you if I gain immortality? Nothing and everything, Peverell replied. I'm an old man, Nicholas. There's not a lot time left for me, and when I die, Salvadio will mourn me, like he will mourn all of you when you die. I made a mistake once and removed myself from his life. I nearly lost him because of my decision. Now I'm dying. And I will be damned to leave him all alone in the world for the next centuries to come. I thought that he has the Professor Anastasius. Nicholas said. He seems to like him quite a lot. He has, Peverell said, nodding. But that doesn't change that as long as at least a few of us will stay alive for a little bit longer, it will lessen his pain. You were the one who has sworn that you will stand by Salvadio's side until he doesn't need you anymore. I have never sworn that. I am far too old to stay, but I'm willing to ensure that Salvadio won't feel too alone when I'm gone. Nicholas said nothing for a moment or two, then he sighed and inclined his head. So be it, he said. Help me, Peverell. Eloise liked living with the Malfours. She had been in the past for 2 days already and she loved every minute of it. Sal had shown her around the market of London, he had explained their life to her and she had dutifully taken notes, quite enamored with her holiday in the past. Sal, on the other hand, wasn't happy with Eloise at all. You will have to at least try to learn the language, he told her, sighing. I won't be there for forever to translate. You won't have to, she replied. I will return to the future in another 3 days. Sal's frown just deepened at that. Donzel Eloise, he said hesitatingly. It isn't a good idea to try to return to the future. At that, the young woman frowned at him. Don't worry, she said. I have a way to return. The other unspeakables made sure of it. Donzel, Sal sighed. Just because you can do something doesn't mean that you should. It won't do you and anybody else any good if you use that device. You have to return to the future. It's too dangerous to do so. Don't worry about it, Salvadio, she said and saw him frown even more. He didn't like being solely called by his first name. According to him, it simply wasn't done, but Eloise thought it far too ancient to call him something akin to Signer Salvadio. It sounded stuffy in her ears. The other unspeakables have tested the device quite thoroughly and the theory behind the time travel is sound. I'm not sure what kind of theory you and your comrades used as a base, but I don't think that it can be that sound if you look at it with arithmancy and runes, Sal replied darkly. I dearly would like to see their calculations about the time travel into the future. Eloise just rolled her eyes at that, then she clasped his shoulder. Don't worry about it, little Sal, she said, using her age as an argument. You're not even out of Hogwarts right now. You still have a lot to learn to even start to understand our work. I'm not even sure that you will ever be able to learn it, considering that there are centuries between our schooling and our knowledge. Some things don't change over time, Donzel Eloise. He objected. And some things do, she replied amused. Then she saw some musicians and let go of his arm to go over and listen to them. He called for her, but she didn't even try to listen, far too excited and interested in all those things around her to even think about listening to her guide. How far are you? Peverell asked when he entered Nicholas's lab again. The other man looked up from his cauldron. I'll have to add the dragon's blood next, he said. Then I'll have to stir some and add the mint and the rest of my ingredients. After that it will have to simmer a bit before I can put out the flames. Nicholas was tired. He had brewed that particular batch of potion for 3 days now. He had been combining it with chanting and a lot of runic calculations, with charms and the influence of the moon. It was alchemy he was doing, a potion based on the most powerful alchemy Nicholas had ever done in his life. And yet, it hadn't been enough to create a true philosopher's stone. He was missing something very important. Nevertheless, Peverell had insisted that he brewed it even if he hadn't found the solution to his philosopher's stone problem just yet. Good, Peverell said. Add the blood and stir. Then let me take over for a bit. Nicholas's eyebrows furrowed. Let you take over, he repeated confused. The other man inclined his head. I told you that I had the solution to your problem, he said. I will take over and add what you've been missing until now to succeed. What I've been missing, Nicholas repeated before shaking his head confused. What did I miss? Add the blood and stir, the other man replied, and Nicholas finally did what he was told, still confused by Peverell's words. Peverell stood next to him, watching him stir, and when Nicholas ended, he gently took the stirrer out of Nicholas's hands. He put it aside, pulled out a dagger and then slit open his own wrist. Nicholas's eyes widened, but before he could stop the Firbolg born, the Grimborn's blood already started to flow into the cauldron. Peverell picked up the stirrer with his other hand and then started to stir again while chanting. The blue color of the potion darkened slowly to a purple. Add the mint, he said. Then proceed as if I weren't there. Nicholas looked at the other man a little bit unsurely. Then he sighed and nodded. All right, he said. I'll do what you want. He took up his work again, trying to forget that there was someone else chanting along, while adding more blood to his cauldron. Eloise's time was coming to an end. Tomorrow would be her last day in the past, and somehow she regretted it a bit, but on the other hand she was looking forward to some of the comforts of her own time. Donzel Eloise, she looked up, seeing Salvadio standing at the entrance of the library. She had retreated to the library to write down her new knowledge and it seemed like he had finally found her. Salvadio was getting on her nerves. He was constantly trying to stop her to use her device to return home. Of course, Eloise didn't want to listen and he had begged off for the last hours, but it didn't change the fact that she was slowly getting angry with him for his constant meddling in her affairs. What do you want from me now, Salvadio? She asked exasperated. He sighed as well. I guess we will have to talk. Eye to eye, he said. I guess I have to be a lot more open with you if I want you to understand me. If it's again about my going home, just leave it be, she said. You are far too. I am over 2,000 years old, Donzel, he corrected her softly. I have known about time travel and its possibilities for nearly as long. There's. She snorted, interrupting him with her amusement. You're barely 17, Salvadio, she corrected him amused. Your parents told me childhood stories of you. Salvadio just shrugged. My mind is over 2,000 years old, he corrected himself sighing. My parents haven't told you, but I'm a Firbolg born. Eloise frowned. What? His eyebrows furrowed in thought. A creature born, he replied finally. I'm not human. My parents may have raised me in this rebirth, but it doesn't change the fact that my mind is a lot older than my current appearance. Eloise rolled her eyes. You look human, Salvadio, she said. I have seen half-breeds. You can't tell me you're exactly like them. He snorted. I'm not, he said. I'm a fully born creature, not half creature, half human. Just because I look human in your eyes, doesn't mean I am, Donzel. Eloise rolled her eyes, not believing him at all, but deciding to humor him. So what? Just because you're a creature you know it better than me? She asked. He shook his head. No, he replied. But unlike you, I have been searching a way back into the future for far longer than wands exist in Britain. That got her attention. Back into the future, she repeated in disbelief. He inclined his head. Why else do you think I understood you from the start? He asked half amused, half exasperated. I'm not exactly from your time, but I am from the future. She raised an eyebrow at that. So, what's your original time? She asked him finally, a little bit pensively, but still not believing him fully. He hesitated. It's a little bit further into the future than your original time, he finally said. And I'm actually not too interested in sharing more than necessary with you, Donzel. So why did you tell me at all when you don't want anyone to know? She asked him, still skeptically. Because you mustn't return to the future like you're planning to. He replied, concern etched into every line of his face. I've been searching for centuries for a way back and just because you found none, I should stay as well. She asked coolly, still not believing him but at the same time outraged by his reasoning. No, Donzel, he said, and suddenly ice crept into his voice and his face darkened while his eyes got an ancient gleam to them. It suddenly wasn't too far of a thought that he actually was an ancient being anymore. I found a way home, he said, his voice ancient and grave. It might have taken me nearly 1,000 years to do so, but I found a way to calculate time. I found a way to travel back in time and I found a way to travel forward. But some things shouldn't be done. Some things just aren't natural to do. That's what you say, she said. If you're truly from the future and found a way back into the future, why are you still here? I don't think it's too comfortable to live in the Middle Ages. He pressed his lips together at that. It isn't, Donzel, he said. Compared to the future, living in the past is hard. Life has a different meaning here. Living as a wizard or witch is a lot more dangerous. But I can't return to the future except the natural way, one day after another. I don't age, like you won't age when you stay, so you will see the future again, and I can't be killed like you won't be able to be killed as long as you are in the past, and maybe don't try to do it yourself. The last part he added with a wince as if remembering something. She frowned at him. So you want to tell me that you hate living in the past and that you know a way back into your future, yet you don't use it? She asked him in disbelief. His eyes narrowed. The calculations are off, Donzel Eloise, he replied. However you calculate your return to the future, however you put your runes, the backlash of traveling into the future will be enormous. It mustn't be done. Eloise snorted at that. You sound exactly like my professor, Salvadio, she said. Runes can accomplish everything you can wish for, he said. But that doesn't mean you should use them for it. He might have been a good professor, but he had no imagination, exactly like you. You're in the past, Donzel Eloise, Salvadio said while shaking his head sighing. The past is your current present. The future you come from doesn't exist right now, because it isn't needed for the current present to exist. In other words, your future doesn't exist, but when you still lived into the future, your present back then was built upon the past. This past. Meaning that you could travel back into the past, because from the timeline's perspective you already did. But you can't travel into the future, because from the current timeline's perspective the future doesn't exist yet. I don't even want to know what will happen if you do try to return to the future, Donzel. For all I know, you could erase generations of humans with this act or. Eloise rolled her eyes. Don't be silly, Salvadio, she said. If my going back in time was already part of the timeline, then my returning to the future should be it as well. Salvadio sighed and closed his eyes tiredly. No, Donzel Eloise, he said. When you were in the future you could travel into the past, because the past was already set. The past had already happened, because without the past, your future wouldn't have existed. Meaning that sometimes in the past, in 1402, you already appeared and influenced the timeline to what you knew it would be. Exactly, and then I returned and. You traveled back in time, Donzel, Salvadio continued, ignoring her. And your present suddenly wasn't 1899 anymore, but 1402, meaning, you didn't influence time in any way before you appeared, meaning that you traveling back in time hadn't happened yet, and even if you were already in the past, having already traveled back in time, it was still a possibility that you wouldn't do it in the future. But I already did. From your perspective, yes, from the timelines, no, Donzel, Salvadio interrupted her. This he gestured around them. Is your present now, not the future you come from. The future you come from hasn't happened yet, and you can't travel somewhere that hasn't happened yet. So, in other words, the only way to travel in time is backwards. Not forwards, never forwards. Eloise rolled her eyes. Your theory is stupid, she said. We unspeakables already found a way to return to the future. No, Donzel, the seemingly 17-year-old shook his head tiredly. You found a way to erase you from the past again and keep you in stasis until you reappear in the future. You found a way to circumvent living through the whole history until the day you left, but you didn't find a way to travel onwards, because the future you long to return to doesn't exist yet. Eloise snorted. It's still traveling too. No, Donzel Eloise, Salvadio said. It isn't. It will put you outside of the timeline, outside of time. I don't know what effect it will have on you, but what I could find out through my calculations, it wasn't something I wanted to happen to me. There's also another fact I learned that you should think about before dismissing me, Donzel. Eloise rolled her eyes. What fact, Salvadio? She asked exasperated. The timeline is counting on you, Donzel, he said. I lived for millennia and everything I did, influenced the future I lived in. If I hadn't lived it, my future would have been a different, maybe even a darker one. Basically, even if 1402 is your present now, your 1899 was influenced by you living throughout the centuries. I don't want to know what will happen if you take yourself out of the calculation now that the current timeline has integrated you as a part of itself. Eloise rolled her eyes again. All right, she said amused. I'll think about your theories, little Sal. And with that she stood. Good night, child, she said. Don't forget to keep on the lights to keep the monsters from appearing under your bed. With that, she left and went to bed, dismissing his warning as the fear of a little boy who was far too young to understand the differences between their levels of knowledge. Sal's gaze followed her leaving. He frowned, his eyes dark with worry. He knew that she hadn't believed him, but he also knew that even if he wanted to, he couldn't stop her. He had no idea what the device she planned to use looked like, and he had no idea where to look for it. Warning her, telling her the truth had been his only chance. It seemed like he hadn't succeeded with it at all. Nicholas stared at that potion in his cauldron. It had thickened and thickened even more over the last hours. Peverell's blood was still steadily flowing into the cauldron, but unlike at the start, it now had a golden tinge to it and was filled with golden runes which danced through the cauldron before adding itself to the thick mass at its bottom. The potion looked already a lot different than anything else Nicholas had managed to produce before. Peverell? He asked, looking up to the deathly pale and shaking man next to him. Are you? Don't worry about me, Peverell said, his voice cracked, his lips dry. Just add the last ingredient and stir. Nicholas frowned, but nodded anyway before doing as Peverell said. Then he closed his eyes and spoke his final chant. When he opened his eyes again, the cauldron was bathed in golden light. His eyes traveled to Peverell. The old man smiled. It's done, he rasped. Now promise me to look after Salvajahar, will you? Salva? What? Nicholas asked confused. Salvadio, Peverell said. Salvajahar was his birth name. We always called him Sal, and I thought telling you that would be enough when I gave him to you. Now, promise me to look after him. Nicholas frowned. He wanted to know more about Salvadio's birth name, but in the end, he just nodded. I will, he promised. I will look after him until he doesn't need me anymore. Until he is ready to let me go and stand on his own. Peverell nodded satisfied. Good, he rasped. And tell him I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Nicholas asked confused. Peverell's brown eyes met Nicholas's green. That I didn't tell him goodbye, he replied. Nicholas's eyes widened. He flung himself forward, making a grabbing motion with his hands. But his hands, instead of meeting the fabric of Peverell's clothes, closed into nothingness. Nicholas could only stare at his empty hand, sticking out of the ghostly chest of Peverell Grimm. The last ingredient you missed, Peverell said emotionlessly, holding up his ghostly hands which had started to glow in a soft golden light. The glow spread throughout his body. Peverell smiled. The last ingredient, he said, his voice nothing more but a ghostly whisper. A freely given life. And with that, Peverell dissolved into a bout of golden glitter. The cauldron exploded. Nicholas was thrown back, hitting his head on the wall. The only thing left when he returned to consciousness would be an oddly shaped, blood-red stone, glittering strangely and mesmerizing in the light of the fire. Some things had a price to achieve, and Peverell had paid the price of Nicholas's philosopher's stone gladly if it meant that Sal wouldn't lose everyone of his new family within a few decades. Sal would never truly find out that Peverell had sacrificed his last years on Earth to ensure Nicholas's and Perenel's ability to live for centuries. No one would ever find out how to produce another philosopher's stone, because Nicholas definitely wouldn't tell. One sacrifice was more than enough. When Eloise woke up again, her whole body ached. What's her status? A stranger's voice asked someone above her. It doesn't look good, sir, a woman's voice said. Whatever experiment she was part of, something went wrong quite horribly with it. Eloise opened her mouth and groaned. She wanted to ask what happened, but her lips were dry and she couldn't speak at all. Her whole body hurt terribly. What can you tell me about the experiment, sir? The stranger asked. This time another voice, a voice she knew, answered. We were testing a new way to time travel, Charles, Eloise's best friend said, and he sounded as if he was crying. She went back in time and then used a device to return to the present. Eloise would never find out that thanks to her decision more than 25 descendants of people she met and then left to themselves in the past were unborn. Back in time, the stranger's voice asked. To 1400, Charles replied, sniffing. It should have been safe. We calculated everything. So she went back about 500 years, the stranger said. The following Tuesday of Eloise's reappearance would last for 2.5 full days. The following Thursday, on the other hand, would pass by in a mere 4 hours. She had been warned of the consequences and didn't listen, so Timeline had to suffer for her arrogance. And she's aging rapidly, the woman said. It seems as if she's aging a far greater speed than she should, and we can't stop it at all. And Eloise had to suffer the consequences for her actions as well. Please. Eloise heard Charles plead. Isn't there anything you can do? I'm sorry, the woman said, sighing, and Charles started to cry in earnest. This would also be the end of the Unspeakables' tries to go back further than a few hours. Instead, they enacted the time laws that would govern the wizards even nearly 100 years later, when 13-year-old Hermione Granger would be approved to have a time turner to attend all her classes. Eloise forced open her eyes. She was in St. Mungo's. She had gone back in time, lived there for 5 days, and then returned to the present, and now she was aging rapidly, her body slowly dying. I warned you, another man's voice said sadly. But you didn't want to listen. Eloise's eyes went to the man leaning against the window, his eyes dark and sad, his clothing showing that he was working at St. Mungo's. Salvadio, she rasped, and he smiled. Actually, he said, you first got to know me as Professor Malfoy. Her eyes widened. But yes, you are right, the man continued. I am Salvadio, the 17-year-old child you met in 1402. But, she managed to rasp out. You should have lived through the centuries like I did, he said sadly. It would have been far better for your health if you had done like I suggested. What are you doing here? He finished for her quietly, looking over at Charles, who was raging against the other healers. I'm a healer at St. Mungo's currently, Salvadio said. I gave up my teaching position some time ago and started anew. Currently, I'm a healer's apprentice. He rolled his eyes at that as if being a healer's apprentice was funny in some way. Sadly, there's no way I can tell them that I've been a healer for far longer than they've been alive already, so I had to start anew, he added, clearly amused by his problems instead of annoyed. Then his face turned serious again. If you want to, I can stop the pain, he told her, his eyes grave and sympathetic. The aging, she forced out, and he shook his head. I'm sorry, he said. There are even things I can't do. I'm no god, you know. And the sorrow in his voice was real. This was your choice, he said bitterly. I researched your predicament since you left Back to the Future. I found no way to stop the consequences the moment you destroyed the timeline's pathway with your decision to return to a place that didn't exist already. I am sorry, so sorry that I'm unable to do more for you. And she could see that he meant every word he said. No, she rasped out. I am for not listening. No one would ever find out that it was actually safe to travel back in time, as long as you came back to the future the natural way, day by day. The only one who knew, one Salvador Emrys, also known as Salvadio Malfoy, would never tell anyone of his knowledge. In his eyes, not playing around with time was always the best solution anyway. Then the healer who had been treating her turned and saw her awake. She saw Salvadio gesturing discreetly, taking down a runic ward he had placed around them that had kept the others from hearing them. Madam Mintumble, you're awake, the healer said, his eyes as grave as Salvadio's. I won't survive night, she rasped out. I'm afraid you won't, the healer said. We tried everything, but we can't stop the aging process. She forced herself to nod and then tried to lift her hand to gesture Charles near her. She wasn't able to, but Salvadio seemed to understand her intention, because he did it for her. Charles looked at Salvadio in confusion, but stepped near. Charles, she rasped, and again hot tears adorned her best friend's eyes. I'm sorry. You don't have to be sorry, Charles said, crying. We made a mistake. Our calculations were wrong somehow, and we. She forced herself to shake her head. I made it, she whispered. I was warned, I didn't listen, sorry. And with that she closed her eyes. No one would ever know more about her experience in the past than what she wrote down. She never ever wrote down Salvadio Malfoy. She always called him Little Sal, so that she met someone who still lived, would forever remain a mystery, not that anyone would have ever connected the dots anyway. Eloise's chest rose in a last shaky breath, and then there was silence. She was dead. And the last flower left on her grave was a simple little daisy, just like the daisies she was found lying in so long ago by the man who had influenced her life without ever being able to rescue her at all. The day after Oliver Twist's defense article, the leaky cauldron was packed with people. "I can't believe th. Minister dared accuse a teenager o' lying." One of the regulars exclaimed angrily. "Goin' 'gainst a boy. Makin' sure th. Boy can't e'en defend himself by not e'en invitin' him. This despicable. I wonder how we seed air think th. Minister was doin' us right." A lot of others nodded at that. Tom meanwhile shook his head, looking at the newspaper. "The lad has helped us a lot, till now," he said. "And considering the things the lad has found out about our minister, I'm not sure how long that man will be able to keep his place at the top. We definitely don't need someone who goes against teenagers while at the same time playing with our laws himself." A lot of the patrons nodded in agreement at that. "If in th. Minister Dosen straighten up soon, mayhap she'd be replaced," one of the more hag-like women in the leaky cauldron said. Others nodded in agreement. Definitely with th. Lad if asked," another wizard said. "He's definitely got th. better arguments." "Aye," others said in agreement. "Yeah," another part exclaimed. Tom guessed that the minister might have done himself no favor when he went to the Wizarding Wireless to speak up against Oliver Twist. Maybe a year ago, people would have bought into his claims, but since then Oliver Twist had emerged and become the voice of justice in this dark, dreary world. The lad had challenged people, had pointed out truths, and he had made sure that whoever wanted to look up his claims would have no trouble verifying them. Maybe Tom had to admit in easing the verification by adding some proof to his counter next to the newspaper. But then, he was a simple innkeeper. Who would suspect an innkeeper like him when it came to influencing the public by making them verify the things written down in their paper? Tom smiled inwardly, writing the pages that showed an excerpt of the logbook of Azkaban as well as several excerpts of laws mentioned in the article and some statements of students about the mentioned issues. Some of those things, Tom had put together himself, other had been left with him by an old friend of his father, and again others had accumulated after people saw that Tom didn't mind if somebody put down their written statement about the year before last at Hogwarts. A lot of those who wrote down their experience were passerbys who had back then still been students. Others were the parents of said students. Tom suppressed another grin when a new statement was added by one Oliver Wood to the pile already there. Without looking at it, Tom reached into his pocket and touched the paper slip inside. "Some evidence for your collection, my friend," the slip read. "I am thoroughly baffled that the minister's lackeys haven't seen your contribution to those articles, yet. Sincerely, Sal Sanctuary." Tom definitely wondered if the minister would ever find out that one of the reasons why his plan so thoroughly backfired was the man who served him his after-work fire whiskey. Probably not. "Air Black," Augusta addressed the younger man, frowning. "I am not quite sure that your idea is the best way to go ahead with our search." Regulus looked at her, innocent in his eyes. "Madam Longbottom," he said, "we need to get more information on the Gounts. We've looked through all your books, but just knowing the family history won't be enough. We need tangible information." "So you want to break into the ministry?" Augusta said, frowning. Regulus looked at her innocently. "It would be the fastest way," he said. "And I don't plan on breaking into the ministry. I thought that you would distract the clerk who's monitoring the knowledge about the estates of wizarding nobility while I search the information about the Gounts and copy them." "That's still breaking into the ministry, Air Black," Augusta replied. "You're planning theft." Regulus shrugged. "I'd say I borrow some things I need," he corrected her, still looking as innocent as he managed. "It's not as if I plan on removing anything that would be missed, after all." Air Black. Regulus' face turned serious. "It's this or running around the country, hoping for a lead," he replied. "There has to be. We don't have time to search for another way," Regulus said. "We all know that the Dark Lord will return to the public as soon as he has gathered his army. If we want to stop him before it comes to an all-out war, we have to do it now." Augusta frowned at that. "But why didn't you stop him before he returned?" she asked, concerned. Regulus sighed. Sal told me that he couldn't act until after the Dark Lord regained his body, he said. Without his body, the Dark Lord would have felt the destruction of most of his Horcruxes. And as a Wraith, he would have been able to intercept the destruction. He would have been able to stop us. Now that he has a body again, he won't feel the destruction of most of his devices, meaning that he won't be able to stop us until it's too late. Augusta narrowed her eyes. You said, the most of his devices, she repeated. Regulus shrugged. There's a chance that he will notice it when he has lost the most of them. The pull towards death will be stronger the more of his devices are destroyed. But he won't be able to notice it until he's mostly gone already, if he isn't preoccupied. If he is, the chances that he won't notice until they're all gone is quite high, Regulus replied. Augusta sighed. Still, she said, breaking into the ministry. Regulus tried another innocent look on the Longbottom matriarch. Nobody will ever find out, he said. It's not as if anybody would suspect Regulus Black and Augusta Longbottom when they find out that somebody took some things from the ministry. August opened her mouth to object, but then closed it again. She sighed. I guess you're right, Air Black, she said, giving in. So we're breaking into the ministry? Regulus asked, interested. Augusta raised an eyebrow. I thought we don't break in anywhere, she said dryly. Regulus nodded seriously. Of course not, he said, sounding as serious as he could manage. We're just visiting and borrowing some things. Augusta had to fight hard to not roll her eyes at that. Regrettably, a lady didn't roll her eyes, even if she wished to do so sometimes. At Hogwarts, the latest article and the interview with the Wizarding Wireless was also one of the important gossip pieces. I think the minister's actions were utterly despicable, Minerva McGonagall huffed while leaning back in her chair in the staff room. Going verbally against a child without even having the decency to invite it so that it could actually defend itself, despicable, really. Well, it definitely wasn't the first time, Poppy Pomfrey replied, sighing. McGonagall frowned. What are you talking about, Poppy? The nurse shrugged. We all know that he proclaimed Potter and his friends confounded nearly 2 years ago, and he went against Potter's claim of you-know-who's return by actually slandering the boy. Pomfrey said. I'm definitely not surprised that he tried to do the same again this time around. It worked the last 2 times, after all. You sound as if you don't believe it will this time around, Poppy. Pomona Sprout entered the conversation surprised. Of course it won't. Phileas Flitwick, the diminutive charms master, exclaimed. Potter might have shown hesitance in using the press to reach his goals. Twist, on the other hand, has been using the press all year to get out his own opinion. Like the counter-article shows, Twist won't sit back and let the minister walk all over him. Twist lives for the confrontation, and I bet that this won't be the last time he'll confront anyone in public. Albus Dumbledore frowned at that. So you think that he will do that again? He asked, concerned. The charms master shrugged. Certainly, he said, if the minister doesn't back down or if someone else tries to confront Twist. The headmaster's brows furrowed further at that. Maybe we should start looking into Twist further, he said. It won't do us any good if he manages to split the unity of the British wizarding world now that Voldemort's back. It will just aid the dark elements if we can't unite us because of some minor misunderstandings. Phileas Flitwick frowned at that. I don't think that Twist is the one destroying our unity, he finally said. The boy is trying to right our world. He's trying to make us see reason, to open our eyes to the faults of our current situation. I'm sure that his articles and his ability to make people think will just aid against you-know-who and his cohorts, not hinder our side. Albus Dumbledore just smiled benignantly. Nevertheless, don't forget the saying, the way to hell is paved with good intentions, he reminded them. Mr. Twist might be too young to understand this, so we definitely have to find him and explain to him that there are better times than now to show his displeasure with our current leadership. Now we have to fight. Afterwards we can take the time and look at politics. A lot of the teachers nodded at that. Only Flitwick shook his head, sighing, while Snape barely stopped himself from rolling his eyes, scoffing nearly silently. I'm not even sure if the headmaster understands the meaning of that saying. Phileas Flitwick, surprisingly, was thinking along the same ways. Later that day, a new secret of Hogwarts started to come together the first time. While thanks to the new defense against the dark arts, Professor Hogwarts had started to change. Yes, that woman had started up her inquisition not only of the teachers but of Hogwarts. Social live. A few determined Gryffindors had decided to act and put together a group to save their owl greats in defense. They had spread the word by mouth, hoping to reach all those people who wanted to learn defense without reaching those that were utterly loyal to the new High Inquisitor. That promotion had happened just a day before, shortly after the interview in the Wizarding Wireless. Spreading word had gone well. They had told those they trusted the time and date of the first meeting, telling them that if they trusted someone else, to bring them along as well. Harry had insisted that nobody was discriminated just because a house or his or her parents. If you trusted the person, then you could invite them along. Hermione had guessed that they would maybe be 10 or 15 students at most. She was quite surprised when stepping into the room she saw the people who were willing to train with them in secret. She hadn't thought that that many people were willing to break school rules and start a secret club. There were even quite a lot Slytherins in the crowd, all of them looking a little bit hesitating to mingle with the other houses, yet willing to stand among them and work with them. Hermione wondered who had had the guts to invite them along to the ride. She hadn't thought that anybody in the other 3 houses was close enough to a Slytherin to believe that they wouldn't squeal on them on the first opportunity. She would have been shocked if she had known that the person who did it was standing currently right next to her. Harry, standing next to her, looked quite smug. Seems like they took the bait, he said, half amused, half relieved. Ron looked a little bit ill at that. So you'll force us to work together with Slytherins now? He asked, a little bit green in the face at that thought. Harry threw him a half-annoyed look, then stepped up in front of the crowd. Welcome to the old training hall of Hogwarts, he told them. It had been Harry who picked the location and made sure that everybody knew how to find it. Hermione had never heard about the training area they were inhabiting right now, but Harry seemed to know it well enough. She wondered how long he had known of the location and how he had learned about it. She was quite sure that it wasn't on the map. The crowd quietened when Harry's voice echoed of the walls. We're here because the current teacher for defense is more than inadequate. At the same time, we need to know those things we should learn in that class to pass our owls, Harry continued to say. A lot of the people in front of him nodded at that exclamation. So here we are. Everyone of Hogwarts who's interested to learn more defense than what is currently taught by our dear Professor of Defense. There was a murmur at that. Finally one of the Slytherins spoke up. Tell me, Potter, who's planning to teach us? I can only see students in this room, Theodore Nott said, looking around frowning. Well, we planned Harry teaching us, Hermione spoke up nervously. When the others started to whisper at that, most of them not sounding too sure about that, she continued hastily. He's the best in defense class in our year, she said. He also knows a lot more than us about defense, so he's a good choice. Draco Malfoy sneered at that, but before he could say anything about Hermione's exclamation, Nott spoke up. I guess you are right, Granger, he said gruffly. Potter is the best in defense we have in our year. He has proven it by winning the Triwizard Tournament last year. Still, who will teach Potter so that he can teach us? It's not as if he knows all the spells up to the owls, does he? At that, Hermione looked a little bit uncertain at the crowd. She was surprised when Harry spoke up. I do know them, he said. I know not only the spells in defense up to the owls, but also at least up to the newts. If I wanted to, I could write my newts tomorrow. Hermione looked at Harry in surprise. She hadn't known that as well. Malfoy frowned. Can you prove it? He asked icily. Harry shrugged. Then he gestured to one of the 7th years. If you don't trust me, I can duel one of your 7th years, or whoever you want me to. If I win, it should prove that I am able to teach you things. If I'm not, then we still can look for another teacher for this defense association, he said, amused. Hermione sent an unsure look at Harry, but the boy didn't look at her at all. The Slytherins exchanged a look with each other, then one of them, a 7th year, stepped forward. I am willing to duel you, Potter, the 7th year said. Harry looked at the older boy with a cool, assessing eye. Then he nodded, pulled out his wand and raised a dueling platform out of the ground with a casual flick of his wand. The seventh year raised a surprised eyebrow at that. Hermione stared. She had seen Harry perform in class, speaking each spell like the rest of his year did. To see him use magic without saying anything was surprising, at least. The other students in the room exchanged glances with their neighbor at that. Harry meanwhile didn't even seem to think that he had done something surprising, because he walked to the platform and hopped on top of it. Well, he said, turning to the Slytherin seventh year. You coming? The Slytherin hesitated for a moment, then he nodded and stepped onto the platform as well. We need a referee, he said. Harry inclined his head at that, then looked around the room. Maybe a Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff seventh year? He asked. One of the Ravenclaws stepped forward. I'll do it, she said, and Hermione thought that finding a seventh year in this room was no problem at all. It looked as if nearly the whole school had decided to come. She wondered how many of them were willing to tell Umbridge about their little rebellion, but Harry had insisted on asking everybody if they started their little club. In his eyes, it wouldn't be fair if they didn't ask everybody if they decided to teach anybody. So they had spread the word as good as they could. Hermione just wondered how long it would take until Umbridge heard about their doings. The vile woman would use that to add another education decree to those she had already added to the school over the last months. Hermione sometimes wondered if Harry was aiming for the decree. All right, the seventh-year Ravenclaw referee said in that moment. Ready. The opponents nodded both. Begin. The duel, Hermione observed, was somehow anticlimactic. The Slytherin seventh year was good, but he had no chance against Harry. Every spell the Slytherin threw, Harry countered, stopped or dodged. The last one not that often, since it obviously wouldn't show his skills, and the duel was to assert his skills in defense and not solely in dodging. In the end, Harry changed from his defensive stance to the offense. His wand, instead of performing silent counters, suddenly stabbed the air harshly and rapidly. The spells he threw at the seventh year were too fast to counter for the other student. He was felled by the first before the rest even hit. Harry just waited for a moment until the Ravenclaw had proclaimed him the winner of the duel, then he waved his wand again and performed the counter. Harry didn't even look out of breath. Anybody else? He asked, amused. The other students, even the Slytherins, shook their head and some even took a step backwards. It was his Slytherin opponent who spoke up first. I think you clearly showed us that you can trounce even the seventh years, he said while taking Harry's hand to stand up. The only thing you need to learn is to step out of the way of a spell instead of countering it. Harry snorted at that. Normally I would have sidestepped nearly all of your spells, he replied. I just didn't think that it would have showed up my knowledge if I simply sidestepped everything. The seventh year Slytherin blinked at that, then he nodded slowly, clearly contemplating Harry's answer. I guess you're right, he said. And even if you're lying, you know the spells, and that's what we're here to learn. That should be enough. Well, Hermione batted in at that. Now that we've decided who'll train us, I've got a list for you to write down your name so that we know who's part of this group. She had prepared that paper before and she was quite happy with that, considering that they had that many people who might go to the new defense professor and tell her about their little group. The list is hexed, she warned nevertheless. We need to make sure that we know if someone goes squealing on us. The other students looked at each other at that, some looking quite unsure after hearing that announcement. To Hermione's surprise, the Slytherins only nodded and then the first held out their hand for the quill. Good idea, the Slytherin said. That should make people think twice about going to Dear Umbridge. And Hermione wondered if she might have picked some of the Slytherins wrong. After the first signing, the rest swiftly followed. Those who were already done signing were taken aside by Harry, who set them up with a target and some basic spells. I will start from the beginning, he warned them. Those who already know the spells show me, and if I'm certain that you are able to cast them, I will give you some others to practice. All in all, Hermione definitely didn't regret to ask Harry to teach. He seemed to have memorized a list of spells or something, because he had no trouble at all to set up even those students who were already able to cast the first spells he had told them to do. Hermione also noticed that some students of the older years knew a lot less spells than others. Harry didn't seem to mind that, his system not based on year but on knowledge. After another hour of training, he stopped everyone. Well, he said, That's it for today. Hermione's got some fake galleons for you that will tell you the time of our next meeting the moment we've set it up. Wait, that was Ginny Weasley. Everyone stopped in whatever they were doing. What about naming this group? She asked. Others nodded. Hermione looked at Harry, while Harry clearly thought it over. All right, he finally said. I guess we will have to name this group something else then. Study Group of Defense to work against the faulty ideas of Ministry employees. Some of the students snorted in amusement at that. Hermione sent Harry an exasperated look. Harry just shrugged as an answer while the students all came back to surround them. Well, as you wished. The only thing left for today is giving our Defense Association a name, Harry said, slightly amused. Some of the Slytherins exchanged a look at that. Didn't you already call it Defense Association, Potter? Malfoy drawled at that, rolling his eyes. Harry just shrugged. Ginny didn't seem to like it, he replied amused. Ginny blushed. I don't think that Defense Association sounds very aggressive, she mumbled. It doesn't sound like we fight against the stupidity of the Ministry, and all. And you want it to sound aggressive? Malfoy drawled. Ginny shrugged, but other students nodded. Aggressive definitely sounds right to me, one of the Ravenclaws replied. We should at least try to make it sound as if we're unhappy with the Ministry or some such. So what? You want to call it the Ministry Beeps Group? Not said amused. A lot of the students grinned or chuckled at that. Even Harry's face showed clear amusement. Something like that definitely would do some good for this group, he said snorting. A lot of other students nodded. Malfoy sighed at that, oddly resigned already for someone who had been Harry's enemy until just a few months ago. All right, he drawled. But I'm not for the Ministry Beeps Group. Find something else. At that, a discussion started and ideas were thrown around. How about Down with Umbridge Group? A Gryffindor suggested. How about We're Learning Anyway Group? A Ravenclaw replied. Or Hogwarts United, a Hufflepuff added. In that moment, a nearly insane grin split Harry's face. It was oddly disconcerting to see, considering that Harry was a lot more stoic since the beginning of the year, Hermione thought. She also wasn't the only one seeing that grin. All right, Potter, Malfoy said. What did your idiotic brain come up with to call this club? Everyone quieted at that exclamation, turning to Harry and Malfoy. Harry's grin broadened. Dumbledore's Army, he said, fletching blinding white teeth at the Malfoy air. We're calling it exactly what the minister is fearing that Dumbledore is doing. There's definitely nothing more aggressive than adding to the enemy's fears. There was some commotion at that, then a lot of people nodded. Definitely a good one, a Ravenclaw said. And we could shorten it to DA, so that nobody knows what we're talking about. A lot of the Ravenclaws nodded at that, clearly liking the name. It also implies that we're one and won't stand for the Ministry's manipulations of our lessons, one of the Hufflepuffs said. Other Hufflepuffs and a lot of Gryffindors nodded their consent. It's also definitively aggressive, Ginny Weasley said. I like it. The most of the room nodded at that. Then Harry's exclamation seemed to reach Malfoy's brain. Dumbledore's Army, he screeched, his eyes nearly bugging out of his face. We're not calling this little club Dumbledore's Army. There are Slytherins in the room. There's no way we won't object to that name. Some of the Slytherins nodded at that, others didn't really seem to care. Harry just shrugged. We could also call it Dolores Angels, he suggested reasonably. Like that, it's more backwards aggressive, but aggressive nevertheless, considering that we're doing the exact opposite to what the Toad wants us to do. It should definitely appeal to your Slytherin senses, Ginny Weasley said, frowning. I wouldn't object to that as well. A lot of people thought that over and nodded, others looked like they were about to get sick. Malfoy on the other hand yelped at that. There was silence in the room for at least a minute or two, then Nott coughed and spoke up when it was obvious that Malfoy wasn't going to do it anytime soon. Dumbledore's Army's fine, Potter, he said, his voice strained. Dumbledore's Army's fine. The Slytherins could live with the name, as long as they wouldn't have to call themselves Dolores Angels. Every other name was bearable. They might be Slytherins, but there was no way in hell that they would use the name of a pink-wearing toad, especially not if it was combined with calling themselves their Angels. Anything but that. Thought as much, Harry said, grinning. We're simply just using DA, if that's all right with you, Potter, Malfoy said finally, still sounding oddly traumatized. DA is nice and short, don't you think so, too? Harry's grin was oddly feral at that, something that felt oddly wrong in Hermione's gut. Suddenly she wondered why Harry had insisted on the name, Dumbledore's Army, and she had the odd feeling that the answer wasn't because he was Dumbledore's man through and through. She also didn't think that Harry decided on the name because of the reason he told the others. He didn't seem to like the headmaster this year that much, so using the headmaster's name had to have a different reason. Sadly enough, Hermione couldn't think of any other reason at all. Well, Harry said, writing the name on top of the parchment with their names. Then I welcome you all to Dumbledore's Army. Until next time. With that, the group scattered after receiving their fake galleons. In the end, only Hermione, Neville, Ron and Harry were left. Harry, Hermione spoke up hesitatingly. Harry, who had been putting away the targets, turned to look at her, the same stoic boy again that he had been all year. What else do you need, Hermione? He asked. She hesitated for a moment. Why did you decide to call this group Dumbledore's Army? She asked. You didn't seem too fond of Dumbledore since the trial. Harry shrugged. He's still the leader of the light, Harry said. He's also the one Fudge and his lackeys fear, so using his name in our group was definitely the best thing to do. This has nothing to do with personal feelings, just with simple facts. It was a logical choice. Hermione couldn't object to that, so she let it go in the end. Maybe she was just paranoid and Harry hadn't meant anything else by using that name. Augusta Longbottom was currently standing in one of the less frequented corridors of the Ministry, looking for everyone else like she belonged there. Nobody even thought about questioning her why she was standing near the estate office. The most people passing guessed that she was waiting for the clerk of the office to return. He was on lunch break, currently, after all. If people would have been asked what she wanted with the estate office, then people would have shrugged. She was the Lady Regent of a noble and ancient house. Nobody could ever guess what people like her wanted. Maybe it had something to do with the Longbottom estate, she was its regent, after all. If they had asked Augusta, and if she had been truthful, they would have been stunned by her answer. Augusta Longbottom, the Dowager Longbottom, regent of Longbottom Estate, was currently on the lookout like a child securing its friends while they were preparing a prank. That was definitely nothing anybody would have ever thought the Dowager doing. Not that it was the first time she stood on the lookout, but most people had forgotten her wilder youth after all these decades she had been alive. In that moment, a gangly-looking man with huge glasses rounded the corner. He was clearly on the way to the currently empty estate office. The moment he reached the Dowager Longbottom, she finally left her place. Tell me, Mr. Appleby, if a family has died out, what will happen to their estates? Augusta Longbottom asked the clerk. The clerk had been about to return from lunch, but Regulus hadn't yet come out of the office. Augusta felt oddly remembered of her youth and the fact that she always had been the lookout while Charles Potter and Eloise Mintumble had set the pranks. Oddly enough, it made her feel young again. That depends, Madam Longbottom, the clerk stuttered. If there's a known R-related family, they will get the E estate. If there isn't then it might be SSOLD. If it's IIN a Muggle area then IIT might just be BE left L like it is. It was in that moment that she saw the door of the office she had been monitoring, opening and a shadow, hidden beneath a delusion charm, left the office. So Augusta decided that she had stopped the clerk long enough. Then I might come by another time to see if there's a free estate of a deceased family I might be interested in sometime in the future, she said haughtily, nodded at the man and then turned and left. The clerk behind her shook his head, sighed, murmured something about damn nobles and their odd ideas, before deciding to forget that odd meeting. It simply was not worth to ponder on the nobles and their ideas. Amelia Bones was startled out of her work by the knock on her door. Come in, she said, quite surprised that when the door opened, an old man was standing in front of it, a man she hadn't seen since her niece had been 11. Mr. Ollivander, she said, surprised. The old man smiled at her. Miss Bones, he replied and then closed the door behind himself. Amelia set down her quill and folded her hands on top of her desk. How may I help you, Mr. Ollivander? She asked the old man. She had heard from others that the old man had lost his sanity at the end of the last school holidays, but she hadn't been sure if she could trust those rumors, and Garrick Ollivander's serious face didn't make her feel as if he truly was insane. I am not sure that you may help me, the old man said. But I decided to come and ask you nevertheless. Amelia raised an eyebrow at that. What are you here for? She asked, confused. Ollivander sighed. The world is changing, Miss Bones, he said. Soon it will change even more. The question I need to ask is, what side will you be on? The minister's, Dumbledore's, or that of Oliver Twist? Amelia widened her eyes at the last question. Oliver Twist, she repeated, surprised. The old man inclined his head. He's the fourth side of this war, he said. I've known this for quite some time now. Amelia stared at the old man. He had solely named 3 sides, but yet talked about the fourth side. It was unusual, and there was just one explanation that fit to that. He's back, isn't he? She asked. You know who? The old man sighed. Yes, he said tiredly. That he is. But he isn't the only one who's back. And this time around I decided to ask you, since the last time you refused to join Albus. She raised an eyebrow at that. My brother joined him, she said darkly. It led to him and his wife never seeing their daughter growing up. I'm an Auror, even now that I'm the head of the DMLE. I refuse to follow Dumbledore's idea of stunning spells and second chances. The answer was a smile from a man she had always suspected of being a close friend of Albus Dumbledore. It seems that there's still some brain left in your generation, Miss Bones, he said, amused. I already hoped that you might not see it his way, but hearing it confirmed definitely soothes my mind. She looked at him in surprise at that. It thought that you were a friend of Albus Dumbledore, she said, amused. I always thought that you were one of those who would use a stunning spell first. Garrick Ollivander looked at her in amusement. Have you ever heard of the Resistance? She frowned, but shook her head. Or of the Dragon Division fighting against Grindelwald? This time her eyes widened in surprise. Yes, she said. I heard of them. Her eyes narrowed. They are nothing but a legend. Nobody but Grindelwald ever had a Dragon Division in this war. They were Grindelwald's elite, people we hadn't had a chance against when we met them in battle. Ollivander snorted at that in amusement. That's Dumbledore's tale, he said darkly. It was his way of changing our look on the war. If you would have ever left Britain and asked anyone else in Europe, you might have heard about the Resistance, about the Dragon Division, and a lot of other things. Amelia narrowed her eyes at that. If that's so, why doesn't Britain tell the same tale? She asked, confused. Ollivander sighed. Mostly, he said, because Britain saw itself as the winners and didn't want to hear anything about the deeds of all those who worked for the end of the war before it even thought of joining. I was part of the war, Miss Bones. Unlike the most of Britain, I was in the Resistance. I was there when Grindelwald was defeated. I know what happened that day, and it's quite a bit different than what British history says. Amelia looked at the old wand maker in surprise. He didn't look like he would ever think about fighting in a war in any way or form. She knew for sure that he hadn't fought against Voldemort, at least not on Dumbledore's or the Ministry's side. If you wish to, I can leave you some memories of the final days, the old man said. You should be able to verify them without any trouble. Amelia nodded. She pulled out her pensive and the wand maker pulled out some of his memories for her. Tell me, Ollivander, she said while watching him. Why did you come to me? The old wand maker entered the last strand of memory into the pensive and then looked up to meet her eyes. I came to ask you for an alliance, Miss Bones, he said. I plan to return to the Wizengamot in January, and I decided to search out some people for an alliance before that. I know that you're not allied with Albus Dumbledore or with any Death Eaters, so I decided to search you out for an alliance. Amelia looked at the old wand maker in surprise. Ollivander hadn't taken their place in the Wizengamot for generations. They had been far too involved with their work to go to the Wizengamot. To hear that after all this time Ollivander would return to the Wizengamot was quite a surprise for her. Amelia was sure that a lot of people had already forgotten that Ollivander was actually one of them. You want to return to the Wizengamot, she repeated, concerned. The old man inclined his head. It's time, he said. I should have done that, years ago. Maybe if I had, Britain would have gone to war a lot faster than it did when Grindelwald was active. For a moment, Ollivander seemed to contemplate that, then he shook his head. No, he said, sighing. I would have just been one voice against many. It wouldn't have changed a thing. But now you're going, Amelia said. Ollivander smiled. This time I'm looking for allies first, he said. So you came to me, Amelia said, sighing. You should know that I don't have a lot of allies in the Wizengamot. Even with an alliance with me, you would still be just a voice against many, like you put it. Ollivander just smiled at her. You aren't the only one I plan to ally with, he said. But you are the one whom I have no guarantee that they would ally with me. The others. The most of them have been allied with my house for longer than even Albus Dumbledore is alive. If they're still true to their ancestry, they won't say no. For a moment, Amelia hesitated. Then she sighed. I will think about it after I watched your memories, she said. Ollivander inclined his head. Just know that I don't plan to ally with Albus Dumbledore or the Ministry. I plan to ally with, let's call the fraction, Oliver Twist, he said, sounding a little bit amused at that. In other words, this is about a new fraction, Amelia said. Ollivander just smiled. Miss Bones, he said in a way of saying goodbye. Amelia sighed. It seemed that she wouldn't get further answers. Mr. Ollivander, she replied. He then bowed to her, turned around and left, leaving her with some unseen memories and an important decision to make. So this is it. Regulus looked around in disgust. The person next to him frowned, her face showing displeasure and some disgust as well. According to the old laws, this is the ancestral ground of the Gounts, Augusta Longbottom said, sighing. Regulus shook his head. They were filthy rich for centuries, he said. I can't believe that that's all that's left. Augusta raised an eyebrow at that and the younger man sighed. Yes, ma'am, he said. I remember that the books said that their manor burned down in the 1750s, but I never thought that they didn't even have enough left by then to build at least a decent home, if not a manor. Augusta shrugged. The Gounts have had long since paid the price for their arrogance, she said. If I remember it rightly, there was even a rumor that they had been cursed since the day they took over Slytherin's headship. Regulus snorted. I read about that rumor, he said, amused. It sounded more like them being punished by the Wizengamot obelisk for a deliberate false family claim and stupidity than a true curse. That observation stopped Augusta dead in her tracks. That sounds surprisingly right if you take a look at it like that, she said, astonished. There have never been a lot of tries to claim a false family as your own, and even less were stupid enough to repeat that action over and over again, but from what we know about the obelisk's enchantment, ruining the family who tries to do just that is certainly a possibility. For a moment she pondered on that silently. I just wonder why they would even try to do that, she said while shaking her head. Why would they go up to the obelisk in the Wizengamot chamber and try to take on another family's name over and over again if they had claim to Slytherin and Gaunt? Regulus shrugged while staring at the ground. Except they didn't have Slytherin but tried to get it nevertheless, he said slowly. The older woman looked at him in surprise. But everybody knows that the Gounts are the last of Slytherin, she exclaimed. Regulus looked up and in her eyes at that. Maybe, he said slowly. Everybody was wrong with that assumption. Augusta stared at the younger man. In the end she shook her head. It doesn't matter right now, she said. We found what we've been looking for. Should we go in or do you want to go back and tell the professor? For a moment, Regulus looked hesitatingly at the shack in front of them. Then he sighed. It's best I go back to Sal and he'll take a look himself. Who knows what kind of protections are around this place. I might have some abilities when it comes to dark magic, but even I would prefer to have him around when we try to break in. Augusta just nodded at that. He's frightening efficient when it comes to wards and the like, she said. I remember that quite well from my time as his student at Hogwarts. Regulus nodded. That he is, he said and then shook his head. That also makes him totally different to the last two headmasters of Hogwarts. Augusta frowned at that. Why? She started to ask, but Regulus answered her before she could even finish her question. He took a look at the wards this year, he said. There's a ward book for the school, left to the headmasters of Hogwarts to ensure that the wards they would add to the existing ones wouldn't destroy or intercept the old ones. As far as I know, Sal had checked the wards when he was a professor back in your youth. I don't understand, Augusta said, frowning. If there's a book to make sure that the other wards haven't been harmed, why did you bring up the last two headmasters of Hogwarts and the wards? Regulus grimaced. He checked them again this year, just to see if some repair has to be done, he replied. From what I understood, at least one of the last two headmasters refused to read or listen to the book before adding to the wards. They are in a deplorable condition. Sal's not happy at all. He hadn't foreseen the need to repair the wards in that extent at all. Augusta snorted at that, barely refraining from keeping her ladylike composure. I'm not surprised that he didn't plan on that. The wards stood tall for about 1,000 years. I don't think that anyone would have even thought about seeing them in shambles. And yet, here they are, Regulus said darkly. The older woman nodded, ice in her eyes. And here they are, she agreed. I bet it was Albus' fault. He's always been too arrogant for his own good. Since the day he was named a prodigy and the next coming of Merlin, he's had a big head. His defeat of Grindelwald and the hero worship following it, definitely didn't help. The younger black sibling nodded at that. It didn't, he said. Sometimes I'm really glad that a black can never ever ally himself again directly with Dumbledore. At least like that nobody of our family can be ensnared by his grandfatherly act. Augusta raised an eyebrow at that. What about your brother? She asked, surprised. Regulus shrugged. Allied with the Potters, not Dumbledore, he said. I'm quite sure Sirius has been questioning Dumbledore for quite some time now. I truly wonder how long it will take until Sirius has enough and will break the ties. And he will do it. He's a black, even if he refuses to acknowledge it, and blacks don't ally with Albus Dumbledore. Augusta snorted at that in amusement, then she shook her head. Let's go and get the professor, she said, still slightly amused at the thought that Dumbledore thought someone his ally who for whatever reason was never allied with him at all. Regulus nodded. Let's, and with that they were off. That night, all over the country, letters were delivered to different people. Adrian Greengrass looked at the letter in his hands before looking up at his wife. I am invited to a full family meeting the coming Saturday, he said. His wife frowned. Who else will come? Her husband shrugged. I will see, he said. I guess I will see. Meanwhile, Lucius Malfoy looked at the newest letter he had received before he squared his shoulders and stepped in front of Riddle, who was currently frothing thanks to the vampire in the candelabra. Lucius decided that he didn't even want to know what that damn vampire had done this time again. My lord, he said hesitatingly. The Dark Lord turned to him and for a moment, Lucius was sure that he would be crucioed. But then the Dark Lord took a deep breath. This is better important, Lucius, he hissed. Of course, my lord, Lucius replied, gulping. What is it? I need to leave in 3 days' time, my lord, Lucius replied. I was asked to a meeting by some of the lords of the Wizengamot. The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed at that and Lucius braced himself for the curse. It's important for our cause, Lucius added hastily. For a moment the Dark Lord just stared at him. As you wish, Lucius, he hissed. You may leave. But until then. Crucio. Somewhere in Scotland another letter reached a young, dark-skinned boy. The boy read it, then slipped it away and continued eating breakfast. After breakfast he went to his head of house's office. Sir, he said, after he was allowed to enter. I need your permission to leave the castle in 3 days' time. This Saturday, Mr. Zabini. The hooked-nosed man asked. Yes, sir, the youth said. I was asked to attend a meeting of some lords of the Wizengamot. As a new lord myself, I can't refuse. The older man narrowed his eyes at that. Is there a possibility that the meeting you're talking about is in Gringotts, Mr. Zabini? He asked the boy. The youth looked at him in hidden surprise. Sir, he asked. The older man pinched his nose at that before removing a letter himself, opening it and turning it so that the boy could take a look at it. The boy's eyes this time around visibly widened. You as well, sir? He asked in surprise. I could say the same thing, Mr. Zabini, the teacher said dryly. The boy looked at him, this time showing visible amusement. I guess you could, sir, he said. Now, am I allowed to go? I guess I will allow it as long as you won't go alone, the older man said dryly. The boy grinned wryly. Would you accompany me, Professor? He asked amused. I guess I will, the teacher replied as amused as the youth. The answer was an amused snort. In another part of the castle, another head of house was visited by her student as well. Professor. The boy entering asked hesitatingly. Yes, Mr. Longbottom. The teacher replied. The boy entered fully and closed the door. I need to leave the castle next Saturday, he said. Mr. Longbottom. You are a student and. This is part of my duty as the new head of my house, the boy replied. My grandmother decided to remove my father from the inheritance line, meaning that I am the current lord of Longbottom now that I have turned 15. My grandmother might still be my regent and able to decide for me until the Wizengamot meeting in January at least, but that doesn't mean that I don't have any responsibility as the current head of House Longbottom. Mr. Longbottom, your grandmother decided that I had a right to come to the meeting our family has been invited to, Neville Longbottom replied strongly. If I'm not allowed to go, my grandmother will come and fetch me. It's your choice, Professor. His head of house frowned at that, but in the end gave it. All right, Mr. Longbottom, she said. You will use the flow in my office and your grandmother will wait for you on the other side. I will make sure of that. Neville Longbottom inclined his head. Of course, Professor, he said. I will tell my grandmother of your conditions. He bowed stiffly, a mannerism he hadn't shown before, and then left the office. Minerva McGonagall frowned, wondering why Longbottom suddenly took an interest in his lordship when he hadn't shown any before now. What had changed? She wouldn't get an answer for quite some time. So, this is it, Harry said, looking at the shack Regulus and Augusta had led him to. It was Friday afternoon after class and Harry had decided that it was the right time to leave the wards of Hogwarts to get to the Horcrux hidden in the shack Reg and Augusta had found. He didn't think that he would be missed for at least a few hours, so the present time was the best time. Well, Harry amended inwardly. I won't be missed much. He was quite aware that Hermione was still trying to find out what he was up to. Guess that one time in the future she will find out, Harry thought. But that's the future. It won't be now, so I shouldn't concern myself with that right now. With that thought, Harry returned to his previous doings, looking at a rundown shack. Doesn't look much, he mused aloud. Yes, Reg said. We didn't enter or anything. I might be quite good when it comes to dark magic and wards, but you are a lot better than me, and since we doubted that the Dark Lord went easy on the protection, we decided to call you in before trying to enter. Harry nodded. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the magic in the air in front of him. It didn't take long for him to pick up the oily feeling of Tom Riddle's infected magic. Harry grimaced. He was sure that he wouldn't get rid of the bad taste of destroyed magic for a few days at least. Nothing tasted as bad as magic that had been infected by evil. Nevertheless, he continued to feel for the magic until he had a hold of the ward line. Then he unshrunk his staff and then drew with it some runes and hieroglyphs in the soft ground along the ward line. That done, he activated the runes. One moment he could see nothing but the shack behind the wards, the next the wards were distinctly and visibly in front of him. The dome they built was surrounded by a colorful iridescent bubble, emblazoned with Chinese characters, hieroglyphs, runes and parcel runes. Then the glowing construct sunk in the wards themselves and illuminated them. But instead of the colorful swirling and twirling of the bubble, the wards were a sickly-looking gray, mixed with some ill-looking washed-out sparks of color here and there. There were also some shoddy runes and parcel runes flying around, and some parts of the wards were nearly transparent or blackened. Harry raised an eyebrow. Seems that Tommy Boy is a lot, he said. But he's definitely not a ward master. You and Augusta could do a better ward than that, Reg. Reg and Augusta exchanged a glance. I'm rubbish at wards, Sal, Reg finally said. I've never even tried to build a ward, Augusta added. Exactly, Harry said. And you would still be better in building them than Tommy. Reg snorted amused. So those wards are child's play? He asked. Harry waved it off. No, he said. They would have kept out nearly everyone he wanted to keep out. But you said that they're rubbish. Harry intercepted Augusta's words. They are. I just have to do this. With that, he twisted the hand with his staff so that his staff hit one of the shoddy looking parcel runes. And they're gone, he finished, while the wards groaned nearly silently before crashing down. Regulus and Augusta might not have been able to see the wards until they started to collapse, but the feeling of sudden lightheartedness would have clued them in anyway. Regulus stared at the property and the remains of the ward, some shriveling black runes along the ward line. You just brought down a ward the Dark Lord built with a single strike, he said in disbelief. Wards like these damn wards kept out the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry in the last war, and you brought them down with a single strike. Harry just raised an eyebrow at the other man. You just confirmed to me that the Ministry and Dumbledore's little gang were a lot more ineffective in their endeavors to stop Tom than they tried to make others believe, he said, shaking his head. I already believed them incompetent, but this takes the cake. Augusta snorted amused. Good thing that they weren't fighting alone, then, she said. Harry raised an eyebrow. I have actually no idea what you mean, Augusta, he said. The old witch just returned the raised eyebrow. Of course, Professor, she said. I'm quite sure that you just sat by and did nothing, like you sat by and did nothing while we fought against Grindelwald. For a moment, Harry said nothing. Then he sighed in defeat. I told you before that I'm no hero, Augusta, he said softly. I would have never fought against Grindelwald like Albus Dumbledore did. Augusta just snorted. And like I said before, I don't know where you were. I don't know what you did, but I know that you did everything you could to shield the innocent. You fought Grindelwald. I might have no idea how or where, but you did. Don't you dare to deny it. That doesn't count, Harry replied while shaking his head. Whatever I did, it never counted. Regulus sneered at that. Well, he said, bitterness in his voice. That's not a first. When it comes to Albus Dumbledore, a lot of things don't count. Augusta raised an eyebrow at that. Air black? She asked a little bit confused, looking at him with the question clearly displayed in her eyes. Regulus returned her gaze evenly. My name, Regulus, he said, was chosen to honor the fallen. My brother's name Sirius as well. Mother might have never agreed with my grandfathers when it came to their outlook in life, but even she acknowledged the strength and power of Sirius and Regulus Black. Augusta looked at him in surprise, and Regulus continued. I am proud to be Regulus Arcturus Black, he said. As a child I might not have understood what my name stood for, but when I searched for a way to extract the Horcrux, I found my great-grandfather's journal. I am proud to be a Regulus, because I know that it was his sacrifice that freed the world of Grindelwald, and I will never forgive Dumbledore for taking his right of acknowledgement from him. Harry just sighed at that and clapped Reg on the back. Then he turned and looked at Augusta. Whatever I did back then, he said, doesn't count. Please, leave it at that for now. With that he stepped away from them and over the now vanished ward line into the property. Augusta and Regulus followed him hesitatingly. They reached the shack without any trouble. Augusta grimaced at the snake nailed on the door, but Harry ignored it. He looked over the shack and when he was sure that nothing else was attached to the wood, like a hex or curse, he opened the door. The inside of the shack was nearly empty, but it stank of dark magic. Regulus shuddered when entering, clearly uncomfortable with the heavy evilness in the air. Augusta on the other hand refused to even set one foot inside the door. I'm waiting outside, she declared, shuddering. I refuse to be anywhere inside this hovel. Harry just nodded at that. He wasn't surprised. Augusta was a very light witch, meaning that she was extremely sensitive to the evil in the air. He wasn't about to force her inside a building to have her sick up on the floor somewhere because she couldn't stand being in there anymore. We have to search the shack, Harry said. Concentrate on areas heavy with evil magic. Reg nodded grimly. There might be some, he said. I don't think that the Gounts were anywhere near the light for at least the 5 last generations. They were always a bit stuck up and very interested in the illegal aspects of magic, Harry replied sighing. I guess it is just natural that in the end it was the greed that destroyed their family. Regulus looked up in surprise at that. So their try to take on the Slytherin legacy brought them down? He asked interested. remembering his and Augusta's guesses from the last time they had been near the shack. Harry just waved it off. Let's search this hovel, he said instead. Maybe if we're lucky we even can destroy it today as well. In the end, they found it beneath one of the floorboards. It was hidden inside a metal box and it had been Regulus who found it. All right, Harry said the moment they had the metal box pulled out safely. The floorboard and the metal box both had been hexed, but Harry and Regulus both knew enough of the dark arts to be careful while searching so that in the end, nobody got hurt. It was Harry who dispelled the curses on the box and Regulus who pulled it out from beneath the floorboards. Now we just have to destroy it, Reg said, looking at the innocent box in his hands. Harry sighed and nodded. They left the shack. Do you have it? Augusta asked immediately. She had been pacing in front of the shack, feeling too ill to even think about going in while at the same time refusing to leave the other two alone. We do, Reg replied. And we're now going to a place where we can destroy it. Harry sighed. Unfortunately you can't come with us, he said. The place is hidden beneath a Fidelius. We could use another place, but there, the runes are already drawn. It will take only minutes compared to the hours it would take to prepare a new room. Augusta just nodded. That's all right, she said. I don't actually mind that much. Just thinking what this box contains makes me ill. I don't need to see it as well. I'm happy with the knowledge that it will be destroyed by tomorrow. The other two nodded and then the group disbanded. Augusta returned home while the other two went to Grimmauld Place. With the help of Creature, they entered from the street into the room directly. There, Harry opened the box, dropped the content, a ring with an oddly familiar stone, onto the floor, in the middle of a circle and then started the ritual. The room, turned ritual chamber was still exactly like they left it the last time. Runes, hieroglyphs and other symbols adorned every square of the room. Stand aside, Reg, Harry whispered and Regulus Black who had gone near the ring to take an interested look at it went to another circle painted on the floor right behind the door. Let's begin, Harry said before he started to draw runes out of blue fire in the air. A moment later they vanished and with them the little noise from outside you could hear vanished also. And then the chanting began. Regulus himself watched from his secured place at the outer side of the ritualistic circle. This was the third time he saw the ritual, and he was as awestruck as he had been the 2 times before. He could not look away, even when the light the runes and lines began to glow and started to hurt his eyes. Unearthly. That was the only description he was able to. And then the chanting in a language Regulus could not place stopped and a soft hissing sound penetrated the silence. Suddenly a black fog erupted from the 2 objects in the middle of the circle. The fog tried to take on a different shape, but white glowing light hindered the forming. Again a chanting was heard. This time filled with soft hisses and words that sounded like Arabian. The purifying. Then black and green fire erupted from the ring and reached for the black fog. A high-pitched shriek could be heard when the fire began to consume the fog. Then the fog vanished in the flames. It took another moment and then the unnatural fire also vanished, leaving behind the untainted, and yet still oddly eerie ring with the black stone. Harry sighted and disabled the runes and the runic circle again. He picked up the ring and pulled out a leather cord to secure it on it. After that he pulled the leather cord over his head and hid the ring beneath his clothing. Then he simply fell to his knees, totally spent. Regulus left his corner to hurry to Harry's side. Are you okay? He asked. Harry nodded. I am, he replied. Just tired. Help me to bed. Regulus rolled his eyes fondly at that, called for Creature so that they could leave without being found. The moment they were outside he picked up Harry, apparated them to Hogwarts and then proceeded to smuggle his already sleeping companion inside the Gryffindor Tower to put him to bed. Thank Merlin it's dinner time, he mumbled to himself. Otherwise I don't believe that I would have been able to bring you up here without being found. He tucked in the other man and then turned into his cat form and hid beneath the bed. Half an hour later, Harry's friends found him in his bed. There he is, Ron said amused. Sleeping. Hermione huffed. You don't think he's been there all the time just sleeping away, do you? She asked with narrowed eyes. Ron shrugged. Why not? He asked. He said something about not feeling too good to me sometime at lunch. I guess he truly meant it. Hermione huffed again and then left. Ron followed her with his gaze before turning back to his sleeping friend. Don't think that she caught on that I was lying this time, he said. You know, Harry, you were right. She's a bit controlling. And with a shake of his head, he went to his own bed and pulled out a Quidditch magazine to read. Honestly, he mumbled, again shaking his head. Bet he was wanking or some such. Meanwhile, his friend slept on, oblivious to the world. The next Saturday was the second Saturday in December. That day, Severus Snape excused himself from the castle, telling his employer that he had to accompany a student who had a meeting in Gringotts. Albus Dumbledore didn't even think about questioning it. So Severus and Blaise Zabini left the castle without any trouble at all. Meanwhile, another student left the castle as well. Minerva McGonagall wasn't too happy about that. In her opinion, Neville was far too young to take on the responsibility of a lord. Considering that Neville's father was still among the living, Neville didn't even have the excuse to have to take up his lordship. Even with his father incapacitated in St. Mungo's, the Longbottom family still could count him as their head. In Minerva's opinion, it was ridiculous that the heir would take over when he was barely 15 instead of waiting until after he turned 17, something that Minerva saw as a far more reasonable age when it came to managing an estate. But the Dowager Longbottom had decided, and Neville seemed inclined to follow her lead instead of Minerva McGonagall's wishes. Do you truly think that it's wise to take over your lordship now, Mr. Longbottom? She asked the boy anyway when he entered her office to flow to the leaky cauldron. You still have the choice to beg out. I could tell your grandmother. No, thank you, Professor, Neville replied. I understand that you are concerned for me, especially in times like we are living in now, but I am certain. But you don't have to. I'm quite aware of my duties and rights as an heir, Neville replied, and for the first time Minerva McGonagall had known him, he showed the bravery that had sorted him into Gryffindor. Not taking over would indeed be possible for me, the boy continued. But it wouldn't be advisable. Especially in the current dark times, the old houses have to stand strong, and Longbottom would be looked down upon if I stepped back and hid behind my grandmother's robes. You should know this, Professor. You are, after all, also part of the Wizengamot. Minerva McGonagall frowned at that. I am not, Mr. Longbottom, she objected. My family is common. She was surprised when the heir of Longbottom raised an eyebrow at that, incredulously. How did you figure that, Professor? He asked, a little bit amused. Minerva's frown just deepened. If we had a place in the Wizengamot, my father would have told me, she answered him earnestly. The Longbottom heir just snorted. Except that he might not have known, he said. As far as I know, McGonagall hasn't claimed their seat in centuries. Minerva gawked at him. Mr. Longbottom, she finally exclaimed. I assure you that my family doesn't have a seat. Maybe you should look up your ancestry, Professor, Neville told her. You might be surprised when you take a look at the families in the Wizards' Council. Of course, Mr. Longbottom, Minerva replied, not sure if she should believe the boy or accuse him of lying. The Longbottom heir had not shown a tendency to lie before, so she couldn't dismiss him right out. You're welcome, Professor, the boy said. Please be advised that I might be interested in an alliance if you decide to take up your inheritance. And with that, the boy stepped into the flames and with a shout of, leaky cauldron. He was gone before Minerva could even think about a reply. For a moment, Minerva was inclined to look up the Longbottom heir's claim, then she dismissed it. She knew that Albus Dumbledore had studied the Wizards' Council and all the names that were associated with it in his youth. He would have told her if he had found out that her last name had been among those families, wouldn't he? Lucius Malfoy swaggered contentedly into the room in which he would meet his new family today. It felt great to be rid of the Dark Lord for a day, even if it meant to meet people he had never met before. Next to him was walking Narcissa, his beautiful wife. Her face was grim, and she kept shooting him glances. Lucius inwardly grimaced when he remembered what this was about. She had cornered him the day before yesterday after finding the letter he had received about the meeting in Gringotts. Tell me, Lucius, she said, looking at him with a gaze that made Lucius think with dread about sleeping on the hard couch in his lounge instead of his warm bed. What is this? He had regarded the letter in her fingers carefully, before finally deciding that the answer to her question wasn't worth sleeping on the couch. So he explained everything to her. The contact of his lord, the inquiry of the Grand family, and his decision to join. She listened to everything with a stony expression on her face, and when he finished, she threw him an evil look. And you thought that I shouldn't know about anything of this? She asked him regally. Lucius frowned. This doesn't concern you, sissy, he said. This is an offer for the Malfoy family. You might be my wife, but you weren't born into the Malfoy family. He meant it. Things like alliances had always been made by the ruling head of the family in the Malfoy family. He saw no reason to change that now. Narcissa just looked at him darkly until he had to force himself not to shrink into himself. He guessed that it was her black blood that made her scary as hell even without a wand in her hand. I'm sorry, sissy, he said, sighing. I should have consulted you. You should, she said. Especially considering that your last choice led to us housing that man in our manor. Lucius wanted to ask her if she meant the vampire or the Dark Lord, but if he had to be honest, he already knew the answers to that question. The vampire might be the one to grate on everybody's nerves, but it was the Dark Lord who didn't have the decorum to not react to the vampire's loud mouth. I am sorry, sissy, he said again, empathizing his words carefully. His wife's eyes just narrowed at that. I bet you are, she said coolly. At least you will be after 2 or 3 nights on the sofa. But sissy, don't you dare to. But sissy, me, Lucius. She cried. Who knows what kind of trouble you got our family in this time? I know what I'm doing, sissy. Lucius replied heatedly. Her cold stare put out the fire in his argument quite effectively. I will believe it when I see it, she said. And for your sake I hope I will see it when I accompany you to your meeting in Gringotts on Saturday. Lucius nodded. Of course you will, he placated her. Then her words caught up to him and his eyes widened a fraction. Wait, accompany me, he repeated. Sissy. This is the first meeting of the family. It's solely for the heads and grown-up heirs, nobody else. She just stared at him emotionlessly until he gulped and relented. I guess it can't hurt to ask them if they would mind you sitting in, he said. You are my wife after all. Until Draco is of age you will be my second when it comes to important decisions. So now Lucius Malfoy, pureblood and political animal, was walking down the street towards Gringotts with his wife on his arm. If anybody of the other Death Eaters ever found out that he brought his wife to a meeting like that, he would never live it down. They would all laugh at him for being unable to handle a single meeting with potential new allies on his own. Still, Lucius guessed that he could live with that if it meant to secure himself some new important allies for his political endeavors. Sissy, he said shortly before entering Gringotts. Will you at least consent to waiting a bit until you follow me into the meeting room? Narcissa sent him a dark glance, but in the end, she nodded. 3 minutes, she said. That's all you get. I'm not interested in you getting our family in even more trouble than you already did, do you understand? Lucius did the only sensible thing when he heard that laden question. Yes, dear, he said, inclining his head. As you wish, dear. She sent him the evil eye for those words anyway, but didn't say anything else. Lucius counted that as a plus in his books. Then they reached the door to the meeting chamber. Lucius took a deep breath, straightened his robes and then put his hand on the door to open it. He was nervous. Not that he showed it in any way or form, but he was also quite sure that he would be content when he finally found out what new families he had gained as allies through his latest stunt of accepting the potential Grand family as his own. Of course, just belonging to a Grand family was an honor, but honor was never enough for Lucius Malfoy. He wanted power. And a Grand family with all its members was the surest way to gain power without being dependent on the Dark Lord's winning. Maybe he could even sway the other members of the family to see the whole issue of blood purity his way. Or maybe not. Lucius Malfoy stopped dead in the door to the conference room before he could actually walk inside his personal version of hell. For a moment he contemplated to turn around and run. Then he remembered that he was subjected to the control of his head of house and because of that was looking for a way out of the Dark Lord's control that wouldn't kill him before the man noticed that Lucius couldn't finance him anymore and had also lost the power of his name within the ministry. Lucius gulped. Then he stepped inside the room. 3 minutes. He only had to endure 3 minutes in his personal hell without anyone by his side. If Lucius had known who was waiting behind the door, he would have told Narcissa to enter with him. At least like that he wouldn't have been the only one scrutinized by the waiting crowd. Both the Longbottom matriarch as well as the Weasley patriarch looked at him with interest in their eyes. Their grandchildren and children next to them, on the other hand, showed clear signs of suspicion. Lucius suppressed a flinch at the cold eyes of the eldest Weasley children watching him. Definitely his version of hell. Madame Longbottom, he greeted the older woman before forcing himself to greet the other family in the room as well. Weasley. The man inclined his head. Mr. Malfoy, he said, sounding oddly civil compared to their previous interactions. The Dowager Longbottom followed the Weasleys' lead and greeted Lucius as well. Lucius took a deep breath and closed the door behind him. I guess you are here for the meeting as well, Madame Longbottom, Mr. Weasley. He forced himself to ask nicely. Indeed we are, Mr. Malfoy, the Dowager replied. I am surprised that you decided to accept the invitation for your house, Mr. Malfoy. Lucius inwardly grimaced at that inquiry. Somebody forced me to think over my current alliances, he finally replied evenly. Some things happened and I wasn't given that much of a choice, in the end. Oh, the Dowager Longbottom said. Did your lord feel dissatisfied with the state of the British branch of the family? Lucius inwardly grimaced again. The most members of the Wizengamot had no idea that he was just the head of a branch family, but there had always been some exceptions. Lucius should have guessed that the Dowager Longbottom was one of them. It is not him. I seek to flee, Lucius finally settled on unhappily. But I never thought that my try to flee would end up as a meeting with such opposing elements to my own stance. The Dowager raised an eyebrow at that. I guess that you were talking about your idea of blood purity, she said coldly. Lucius closed his eyes. Maybe he had been wrong. This meeting didn't look at all like something he wanted to join. He was quite aware that there was no way that he could sway either the Dowager or Weasley to his side of the blood purity issue. Maybe it had been a mistake to come here. He guessed that even in his current situation there had to be another way to escape the Dark Lord without having to go traitor to all his beliefs. Madam, he said, I am quite aware that you and your cohorts don't care for the good of the wizarding world. In your eyes, the Muggleborns should run rampant, unchecked, unpunished until the day we are exposed to the Muggle world because of one of them. I am sorry, madam. But I can't stand for this. He wanted to excuse himself, but before he could, his 3 minutes were up. The others had exchanged a look after hearing his speech, and that was the moment Narcissa decided to enter the room. Lucius, dear, she said, before greeting the others. Madame Longbottom, Mr. Weasley, Heir Longbottom, Heir and Heir Secundus Weasley. Then she smiled. Madame Malfoy. Lucius' opponents answered in greeting, making Narcissa's smile even more pronounced. I see that Lucius found quite some interesting company today, Narcissa continued, sounding oddly unconcerned by the fact that Lucius and she were outnumbered and in the middle of a bunch of very light-orientated wizards and witches. The others in the room exchanged another glance and Lucius looked at his wife, begging her with his eyes to help him to leave this room without losing his face. He was quite sure that there might be other ways to get rid of the Dark Lord somewhere somewhen. Instead of listening to his pleading glance, Narcissa turned towards the Heir Longbottom. Heir Longbottom, she said amiably. I heard that you are unusually good with plants from my son. Tell me, are you planning to do something with herbology? I heard that there's currently quite lack of potions ingredients suppliers. Not a lot children these days want to work with plants. Lucius looked in betrayal at his wife. I don't actually know quite just yet, the Longbottom heir said blushing. Narcissa smiled, but before she could betray her husband further, the door opened again and Adrian Greengrass entered. He raised an eyebrow at the current inhabitants of the room. I'm quite surprised that everyone's still standing, he said. Lucius and Arthur exchanged an uneasy glance, both remembering quite vividly their last meeting. Then they hurriedly looked the other way when they noticed what they had been doing. I'm still waiting for the head to show up, since I am sure that there has to be a mistake, Lucius settled on. I don't think that anybody would have thought about adding blood traitors and a decent family like mine to a grand family together. Adrian Greengrass raised an eyebrow at that. Arthur Weasley, on the other hand, spluttered. Well, if you mean with decent family, Death Eater scum like you, then yes, I'm quite certain that there has to be indeed a mistake, Arthur retorted. Lucius sneered. Narcissa sighed. And here I thought they were able to play well together, she said. Indeed, another man said, nodding. Lucius turned around at the voice. Severus Snape was standing in the doorway next to Blaise Zabini. Well, it is quite entertaining to watch, another voice spoke up, and it was then that Lucius Malfoy noticed for the first time that there was another person in the room for what he guessed longer than anybody else. The young man, Lucius, head of house, had been standing in one of the corners, leaned against the wall, while watching them. Especially because they are each other's reason to be here, the young man continued. I had the choice to invite neither or both, since they are both about the same degree when it comes to measuring the relation to this house. Adding to that they are cousins through this family, and I wonder why they go against each other instead of working with each other like cousins should. Lucius stared horrified at an equally horrified Arthur. Or did both of you forget wizarding etiquette and traditions to keep wearing within the family? The words of Lucius, head of house, were sharp, and like a knife they entered Lucius' gut and twisted his insides. I'm quite sure that my husband knows how to behave towards cousins, Narcissa said, and her glance was as piercing as the head's words. I do indeed, dear, he said, swallowing hard. Adrian Greengrass snorted. This might turn out quite an interesting meeting, he said, amused. Quite interesting, indeed. Lucius felt a shiver running down his spine when hearing those words. Of course it will, his head of house said. After all, today is the day you will fully swear yourself to the family. Today is the last day you can back out, after that you are part of the family and you will act like part of the family. The head looked at all of them. It is today that you will choose, his eyes traveled to Lucius. Tom Marvolo Riddle or this family, then ghosted over Severus to penetrate the Weasley head's eyes. Albus Dumbledore or this family, again the head's eyes traveled, this time meeting Adrian Greengrass and Blaise Zabini's gaze. Neutrality or this family, his eyes shifted to the Longbottoms. Staying on the light side or coming to the gray of this family. He then looked at all of them again. This decision won't be easy, he said. And yet, I have to force you to make it today. I contacted you beforehand. I asked you to decide already. Back then, you could go back, you could turn over your decision and return to the life you led before. Lucius shivered at those words. He knew that this was the last hurdle. The moment he accepted he would be part of the family, his son would be part of this family, his grandchildren, great-grandchildren and all the following generations. And it was in Lucius' hands to decide their fate. You know my conditions for this family, the head said. You all decided that you can follow them when I asked you first. Now it is your time to decide if you can live in this family. I can't and won't make the decision for you. It is you who will decide. When he stopped, it was surprisingly Blaise Zabini who spoke up first. I still have some questions, he said hesitatingly, and when their potential head of house nodded, he took a deep breath and then formulated what was on his mind. If I as the head of Zabini decide to give asylum to another heir, will the Grand family back me or will I have to stand on my own against the head of the other family? He asked. The head looked a bit amused at that, but answered anyway. If you ask, this family will help, he said. I don't plan to build a dictatorship, but a family. Family members help each other. Zabini nodded. Just one other question. Shouldn't you have announced the family in front of the Wizengamot first before inviting us? He asked. I looked it up and that seemed to be the usual approach. Their head shrugged. It's the current approach, yes, he said. But it's not the traditional one. This, what I have done, is what our forefathers did until the ministry came into being. I don't care much for the new rule, and since the old one is just forgotten, not prohibited, I decided to found this family like it would have been founded a few hundred years ago. I think that giving people time to actually decide if they want to be part of the family or not, is quite helpful sometimes. The young Lord Zabini nodded. Then I guess I have to thank you for taking this approach, he said. The head of house inclined his head, then he looked at the others. Any other questions? When nobody said anything else, the head left his corner to walk up to his desk and lean against this one. Then it's time for you to decide, he said. This family, or your old life? What should it be? Lucius looked around at that. His eyes met Severus, but the potions master's eyes were unreadable. What should it be, indeed? Did he truly want to leave the Dark Lord? The question was surprisingly easy to be answered when he looked into Narcissus' eyes. His wife was staring at him, quite likely wanting to bring him to say yes by frightening him to death with her glare. Did he truly want to give up his views on blood purity? But then, the head of the Grand Family in planning had no condition when it came to that issue, so Lucius actually didn't have to give up anything at all, if he didn't want to. Still, all those questions were just there to stall. Lucius already knew the direst consequence of choosing the Grand Family. It was this he had to decide over, not the issue with the Dark Lord, not his views on blood purity. No, the greatest issue he had was far worse. Could he accept the Weasleys as cousins? What a horrible question to even have to consider. And yet, here he was, considering it in earnest with his wife's eyes glaring daggers inside his skull. Lucius turned to look around the room again. The Dowager and her grandson were exchanging glances as well, determination in their eyes. It looked like they were already way on their way to decide. The Weasleys nodded to each other. They also seemed to be sure what they wanted to do. Lucius shuddered just at the thought of them deciding forbing his cousins. Adrian Greengrass stared up to the ceiling, his face unreadable, and Blaise Zabini already stepped forward bravely. The young lord took a deep breath, and closed his eyes for a moment, before he opened them again to look at their potential head of house. I, Blaise Emilius Zabini, Lord of Zabini, he started. Swear my line to you and your family. Thus I decide, from today on until your family releases us or we vanish into nothingness. A shining, slightly misty and see-through crest appeared over the young lord's head at his words. It was the crest of the Zabinis, a silvery spider on a black grounding. I, Salvajahar, Lucius couldn't hear the rest of his head's name and house when the secrecy magic took hold of his head's oath. Swear to take in your family, Lord Zabini, into mine. We will be your shield, if you need shielding, your weapon if you need defense, your family in every regard you need us to be. We will protect you, we will provide for you and guide you. We will help you in your endeavors and support you in any way you need us to, as long as you follow our guidance and rules. This so I swear, from today on until you beg to leave or my family vanishes into nothingness. When the oath ended, the now familiar crest of a snake wrapped around a lily appeared to spear the Zabini crest. Both crests vanished into a slight show of glittery mist. Lucius was impressed. He could barely believe that the young boy had dared to go first when it came to declaring his alliance with the Grand Family. The feeling of being glared at made Lucius look to his side. His wife stared at him, her eyes basically threatening with the couch for the rest of his life if Lucius dared to back out today. Lucius gulped. Then the young Longbottom heir nodded towards his grandmother before stepping forwards. I, Neville Frank Longbottom, heir of Longbottom, he intoned. With the leave of my grandmother, Augusta Carlotta Longbottom, regent of House Longbottom, swear my line to you and your family. Thus I decide, from today on until your family releases us or we vanish into nothingness. This time the Longbottom crest appeared, and like before it was speared by the crest of the Grand Family when Salvajahar accepted and spoke his own oath. Then with a nod from both of his oldest sons, Arthur Weasley stepped forward. I, Arthur Septimus Weasley, head of Weasley, he intoned. Regent of the House Pruitt until my second born is allowed to carry the lordship, swear my line and my regent line to you and your family. Thus I decide, from today on until your family releases us or we vanish into nothingness. Lucius blinked at that. Pruitt. The Pruitt family was quite influential, even after they died out in the male line. Maybe being forced to call the Weasleys cousins wouldn't be too bad if everyone knew that the Weasleys were the last of the Pruitts as well. Before he could think about it a bit more, Severus Snape stepped forward. I, Severus Tobias Snape, Lord of Prince, he intoned while grimacing a little at the mention of his second name and last name. Swear my line to you and your family. Thus I decide, from today on until your family releases us or we vanish into nothingness. Lucius stared at his fellow Death Eater. He definitely hadn't even considered that the other man would swear the oath. He had been quite surprised to see the dour man at the meeting, but for him to actually join. Narcissa shoved him. He turned towards her, and for a moment he felt his innards freeze at the gaze she sent him. It was quite clear what she wanted him to do. Lucius shuddered. He still didn't want to be a cousin to the Weasleys. Then Adrian stepped forward as well, determination on his face. "I, Adrian Heracles Greengrass," he intoned, "swear my line to you and your family. Thus I decide, from today on until your family releases us or we vanish into nothingness." Lucius slumped inwardly. He would be dead if he refused. The Dark Lord might not be the one killing him, but he would be dead anyway. Narcissa would make sure of that if he refused to go this last step. He stepped forward. "I, Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, head of Malfoy," he intoned, fully aware of the approving glances Narcissa was now sending him. "Swear my line to you and your family. Thus I decide, from today on until your family releases us or we vanish into nothingness." Seemed like Lucius would live in his personal hell for the rest of his life. He was the cousin to a Weasley. Alistair Moody stumbled upon Harry James Potter when the later returned from somewhere off the ground. This time around, the ex-Auror just raised an eyebrow at that boy. "Seems like you're not always where you should be, Potter," he said. The boy just returned his gaze evenly. "And you are?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. Moody snorted at that. "Guess not," he said amused. "But you're a little too young to amble around the world without an escort." The answer was just another amused glance by the boy. "I'm old enough to go where I went," he replied. "Did you need anything, Moody?" The Auror's gaze darkened at that. "I, lad," he said. "I need to know where you got that information from you gave me." For a moment, the boy seemed to consider it, but in the end he shook his head. "No," he said. "I'm sorry, but I won't tell you how I got the information just now. Go and find your own answers, Moody." The ex-Auror just raised an eyebrow at that. "And how do you think I should do that?" he asked. The boy crooked his head. "Go and ask Sirius for the journals of his grandfather and great-grandfather. You could even suggest to him to read them as well. I'm sure they are enlightening," the boy replied. "Go to your own uncle and ask him. Ask people outside of Britain, whatever. Just go out and find your own answer, and when you have it, return to me and I will tell you whatever you want to know." Moody raised an eyebrow at the suggestions. One particular intrigued him. "My uncle?" he asked. "What do you know about my uncle?" The boy just shrugged. "His name is Jerome Delacour," he said. "You're not related by blood, but you called him uncle nearly all your life." Then the gaze of those unusual green eyes intensified. "Everything else will have to wait until you found your own answers," the boy said. "Good day, Auror Moody." "Wait a moment, lad," Moody called after Harry James when the boy passed by him. "I've still some questions left." The boy's eyes narrowed. "I won't talk about the ward scheme you found," he said. "And I also won't talk about the fact that I can bring Sirius to do something by acting like Snape." Moody's eyes narrowed at that. "How do you?" The boy just sighed. "I'm not a child, Moody," he said wearily. "Everyone else might treat me like one, but that doesn't mean I am. I've put up with your spying for months now. I let you watch me and ignored you. I even let you take my ward even if that meant some extra work for me to ensure that Dumbledore could not meddle with it if you gave it to him." "I didn't, lad," Moody replied. "I solely showed it Bill Weasley." The Potter child nodded at that. "I know," he said. "If you had gone to the headmaster with this, we wouldn't have this discussion. If you had, I would have stopped your snooping back then." And as odd as it was to hear such a threat from a child, Moody believed him. He believed him that he would have stopped Moody. That simple thought made Moody shiver a bit. He knew himself well enough. And if he believed a threat, then that meant that he believed the person who threatened him had the actual ability and power to be a threat to his person. He shivered again. Harry James just returned his gaze evenly. "I let you take a look at the man behind the mask, a look at who I am without being waylaid by the headmaster or others," the boy said. "Now it's your turn. Find out the truth for yourself, and then choose your side. Until then, don't bother to try and get the answers from me." "Lad," Moody called again when the boy turned around to continue on his way. "I need to know. Just tell me one thing. Just one thing about my father and how this all fits together with your hatred for Albus. You don't understand, lad. I might be able to get the history, but I won't understand why you suddenly abhor Albus if you don't tell. It didn't go as planned, Harry James said, seemingly without context. I was too late to shield him. In the end, it's my fault that he died. I'm sorry. It didn't go as planned, another tired and haggard man said when the first one couldn't say anything anymore. I was too late to shield him. In the end, it's my fault that he died. Moody nearly stumbled when he was hit with the flashback to the day his father died. The boy just looked at him pityingly. I'm sorry, Harry James repeated. With that, the boy walked off. Seems I truly have to contact my uncle, Moody mumbled to himself. I definitely need to know what happened back then and how the lad fits into all that. Best was that he would get in touch with his uncle immediately. Salvador Emrys, now known as Salvadio Malfoy, was standing in front of the front gates of Hogwarts, contemplating his past. It had been years since he had been last seen the castle in front of him, and yet, throughout all his life, all those centuries, millennia he had lived, he had always returned to it. It was his home, and it felt definitely odd that he was now thinking about breaking and entering into it. But needs must, Sal thought darkly, his eyes searching out the one tower that once had belonged to Peverell. Needs must. Nevertheless, it was odd to Sal that after all these years working at Hogwarts, after all these years learning and living at Hogwarts, after all these years defending Hogwarts, he had now come to conquer it. A healer on Warpath, Sal thought amused. That's not what you'll see every day. Then he bared his teeth in a semblance of a smile. But then, he thought, sometimes it needs to be a healer who goes to war. Sometimes, only a healer will be the one to do the right thing, not the easy. Regretfully, Sal guessed that such a time had come today. Hello, ATR, he greeted Hogwarts. I've come to take your master down. And the old, black iron gates slowly opened. 1411. Andromeda, Cherie, Sal said while setting down the cutlery. I wanted to talk to you, Cherie. Andromeda looked up from her potions book. It wasn't normal in this time, that a woman went on and got a mastery, but Sal had insisted when he had found out that his wife, or back then future wife, was interested into potions. When the Potions Master Guild objected to the idea of a woman working, Sal had simply pointed out that he wanted to do a mastery in potions and that he needed his wife to bounce off ideas. It would be a travesty if a potions master's wife had actually no idea about the field of study of her husband. A lot of wizards had thought the reasoning a little bit odd, but in the end, they had granted Sal his request and Andromeda was accepted as an apprentice. A year ago she had finished her mastery and was now the first potions mistress in over 3 centuries. Sal on the other hand had finished his studies a few years before her and had continued on into the medical field, something that Andromeda had no real interest in, but was willing to learn anyway to keep up the pretense that Sal needed her to bounce off ideas. And maybe, he truly did need her. Over the last 3 years of their marriage and the 6 years of betrothal, Sal had gained a friend in his wife. She wasn't the love of his life, but she was a friend and someone he could live with for the rest of his life if he had to, not that he would have to. Sal was more than aware that Andromeda would die long before he stopped living and there was no way to change that. His uncle might have made a philosopher's stone, but the price to make another was too high and the stone his uncle was using wouldn't sustain his aunt and uncle and Andromeda, if she would have been willing to use it, which she wasn't. What do you need, Miss Amick? Andromeda asked in that moment, finally finishing the line she had been reading. I wanted to talk to you, Cherie, Sal said with a sigh before pulling out a letter. I got this morning and I wanted your opinion on it. She took the letter from his hand and read it. Then she set it down on her book in front of her. What do you want to do, Miss Amick? She asked him interested. Sal frowned and stared at the wall behind his wife, thinking about it. I'd like to return to Hogwarts, he said finally sincerely, thinking of his son and his grandparents that were still living in Hogwarts right now. But I won't take the job offer, if you don't want to go. Andromeda smiled at him. I know, she said. But then, right now, we don't have any children, and with your inability to father some, it will take time until we will have one. Sal winced a little bit at that. He felt a little guilty that he had basically forced Andromeda to give up the hope for her own children way before they were even married. Andromeda told him that she didn't care about that she preferred to study and learn, but he still couldn't stop to at least feel a little bit guilty whenever she spoke about that fact so carelessly. Maybe I will even able to take over teaching when the current potions master retires. He's quite old, already, after all, his wife continued in that moment. Sal smiled at her when he heard that. If that's what you wish, I will make it happen, he promised her. He had more than enough influence with the Wizards' Council or the school if he wanted it, after all. If Andromeda wished to teach, he would do everything short of taking the crown to make it happen. Of course, Sal would prefer not to have to take such drastic measures for such a simple thing, but he was at least willing to use them, as long as it was something as reasonable as wanting to teach. He would have thought twice if the request had been unreasonable, but teaching in his eyes was reasonable enough. I know, Andromeda replied amused. I remember quite well your sudden change in interest after finding out that I wouldn't be able to study potions on my own. Sal just shrugged and grinned at her. I'm your husband, he said truthfully. The least I can do is to make sure that this marriage is a happy one. Andromeda smiled at that. The least I can do is make sure the same, she replied. You want to go to Hogwarts. I can see it in your eyes, so we will go to Hogwarts. I don't mind, and you don't need to step back from your wishes for me. This marriage is a bond of two people. We both have to at least try to make it work. I don't want to live like some of the others, unhappy and alone. If it means a little cooperation from both of us, so be it. I wanted to be a potions mistress and you made sure that I could be one. Now you want to go to Hogwarts, so let's do it. Sal smiled at that. As much as he had tried to stop his parents from marrying him off, at least they had managed to find someone he could understand and get along with just fine. It wasn't perfect, but it was life and Sal didn't mind at all. So, let's go to Hogwarts, he said amused. Here comes the new healer for the medical wing. Years later Sal would look back and shake his head. Back then it had looked like a job for a few years before he returned to traveling or taking on his own clientele. It would take at least a decade until Sal understood that he would be the healer of Hogwarts for at least the next century to come. 1427. She's wonderful, Andromeda cooed, rocking the days-old baby in her arms. She'll be a devil when she grows up, Anastasius replied smirking. Anna. Sal reprimanded and the vampire ducked his head. I apologize, Dame Andromeda, he said. That was most uncalled for. She will be worse than the devil, I assure you. Anastasius. Sal stared at his vampire child, basically scolding him with his eyes. Then Sal's mother laughed. Oh, Salvadio, she exclaimed giggling. You should hear yourself. You sound like a papa already. Anastasius flashed his teeth at that. He's always talking to me like that, he said, fake pouting. It's as if Pater uses me to train for his baby child. Sal rolled his eyes at his son. Well, you are always calling him Pater, Andromeda pointed out amused. It's no wonder that he treats you like his son if you call him like that. But I like calling him Pater. The vampire whined. Then don't object to being treated like my son, Anna, Sal pointed out ruthlessly. And now out with you. You have some investigating to do. His son pouted. Researching what is happening all over the Isles can wait for a bit. The naming is more important. Well, I'm definitely honored that you think the naming of my daughter is more important than unnatural fog and coldness all over the Isles, but don't you think you should have other priorities, Anastasius Sanguini? Andromeda said with a raised eyebrow. But my dear step-mama. Anna pouted. Don't you think that big brother shouldn't be here to say hello to his new little sister? Well, you did that now, Sal intercepted before Andromeda could answer. And now that you're done with it, I'm sure we can make do without you. Now off you go. Your stepmother and I have to decide on the name of your sister. Sal and Anastasius had never told Sal's parents and Sal's wife their true relationship. They never tried to hide the relationship, they just never outright told it as well. As a result, Anastasius had been somehow indirectly adopted into the family as a semi-child of Sal. Most of the family members guessing that Anastasius' use of Pater was based on Sal's fatherly behavior towards the children, while Sal's fatherly behavior towards the vampire was seen as some kind of revenge for being called Pater by the vampire. Sal didn't plan on telling his wife of his family anything more about his relationship with Anastasius. They knew the most important parts. They didn't need to know that Sal raised the vampire as well. Anastasius was part of the family, and it didn't truly matter if he was seen as a semi-grandson or as an actual one, at least it didn't to the vampire and his father. But I wanna stay and help naming her. The vampire whined in that moment. It's my little sister we're talking about here. I can't leave you and come back just to find out you named her Ursula or something like that. What's wrong with the name, Ursula? Andromeda asked, confused. Nothing. Anastasius complained. The only thing wrong with it would be that I had no hand in choosing it. Sal rolled his eyes. You're far too old to act like a child, he reprimanded his son. Anastasius stuck out his tongue in reply and Andromeda laughed. Let him stay. Mias Amic, she said, amused. I don't mind. Maybe he has a good idea or two how to name her. I do. Anastasius exclaimed. How about naming her traditionally? I'd offer to be the godparent. Sal groaned. His parents laughed and Andromeda looked at her daughter thoughtfully. Why not? She finally said. It's a dying tradition, but I think it's perfect. Great. Anastasius exclaimed happily. Sal just sighed. Wonderful, he said while rubbing his nose bridge. Now I have to choose a name by myself. Andromeda just smiled. I name her Perdita, she said. Sal took a deep breath. Then he closed his eyes and chose the one name he had thought about since he had heard that his uncle Nicholas had found them a baby girl. Perdita Helena, he said. Anastasius grinned. Perdita Helena Nymphadora, he said, and Sal wanted to groan at the name his son had chosen for his sister and goddaughter. Sal was sure that his daughter wouldn't appreciate to be named Nymphadora. At least it's just the third name, he consoled himself. Hundreds of years later, long after little Perdita's father had lost track of her squib descendants in the Muggle world, another little girl would be born to her pureblood mother and Muggle-born, well, squib-born father. Sadly enough, she wouldn't be as lucky as little Perdita. 1440. But father. Anna said I could. I don't care what Anna said. Sal objected instantly. I as your father say you're not allowed. And that's my final word on this matter. But father, please. Some of the others are going as well and. No, Perdita, I won't allow it. Especially considering that you plan to leave Hogwarts as well too. The others are going, too. Nobody has objected. I'm quite sure that others have. You might not have heard it, but considering the danger out there. It's not that dangerous too. It is. Sal objected heatedly. But even if it wasn't, leaving Hogwarts is currently nearly as dangerous as your insane plan. You're talking as if Hogwarts is the only safe place in the whole world, father. Not in the whole world, but with the attacks, leaving people in a kind of coma, that unnatural fog all over Britain, the coldness. But I won't go alone. His daughter objected. I'll be. You won't go at all. Sal corrected her coolly. Like I said, even without the trouble all over the Isles, I would never allow you to go out to follow this insane plan. But, no. Sal said severely. No 13-year-old daughter of mine will go out dragon hunting. Do you understand, Donzel Malfoy? His daughter pouted. I do, she said unhappily. And now return to your dorm and send your history professor to me, Sal added darkly. I will have words with him for allowing you to go dragon hunting. But Anna's. Thankfully just your godparent, Sal intercepted. And now off you go. His daughter pouted again, but in the end complied. The moment she was gone, the potions professor of Hogwarts, otherwise known as Sal's wife, started to laugh. Sal just frowned. I truly don't understand, he said sighing. I'm a Ravenclaw. You're a Slytherin. How by wind and fire did we manage to rise a Gryffindor? Andromeda just kept laughing. I still blame Anastasius, she gasped between laughter. I'm quite sure he bit her some when in the past and made her a Gryffindor. Sal rolled his eyes. Anna might be able to make a chilled by biting a witch or wizard if he wanted to, but there's no way he'd be able to make them a Gryffindor by biting them. He said amused. You sure, Mias Amic? Andromeda said, still giggling. I think he managed quite well. Or how else do you explain a Ravenclaw and a Slytherin producing a Gryffindor? Sal thought it over. I guess you're right, he finally said, amused. Seems like I have to defang him for that. The answer was a yelp from the door. Obviously, Sal's wayward son had heard Sal's last sentence. It was a joke, Pater. Anastasius exclaimed, backing away from his father. Just a joke. I never meant her to take it seriously when I told her we could go and hunt a dragon. You wouldn't defang me for a joke, would you? Sal just raised an unimpressed eyebrow. Anastasius gulped. I go and talk to her. He offered, stuttering. Sal's mien didn't change. Anastasius gulped again. And I help you in the medical wing for a week. At Sal's expressionless face, he amended his statement. A month. A month. That's all right, Andromeda said, nearly choking on her laughter. But don't you dare to do it again. I won't, Anastasius promised, and when his father sighed, he fled. Sal raised an eyebrow at his son's tactical retreat. At least you have one of them under control, Andromeda said, amused. Even if it's technically the wrong one. Then she dissolved into laughter again. Sal this time raised an eyebrow at her. Who said it was the wrong one? He wanted to know. With Anastasius trying to make things right again, he will end up stopping Perdita a lot more thoroughly than I ever could in the end. Too true, Andromeda snorted. Truly too true, Mias Amic. Then Sal couldn't help it anymore and started to laugh as well. 1449. There was an attack on some travelers at the borders. They've fallen into a coma and won't wake anymore. Healers say that it looks as if they lost their souls somehow and the only thing left is their body, Anastasius exclaimed angrily. I went there and I found the perpetrators, but whatever those things are, I can't fight them. Sal frowned at his son. Things, he repeated darkly. Anastasius nodded. Things, he confirmed. I saw them, and they are horrible. I remembered my mother and first father dying and everything else that went horrible wrong in my life. Sal's eyes darkened when he heard that. Dementors, he said, and his son looked at him confused. You know what those things are? He asked, surprised. Sal nodded and put away the last of the potions he had been stocking his infirmary with. I know what they are, he said darkly. They are creatures you don't want to meet and don't want to cross. They're dangerous, then? Anastasius asked, concerned. Very, Sal answered darkly. They belong to the immortal Firbolg. Anastasius' eyes widened at that. But if they are, shouldn't they? They are born to spread fear, Sal said, sighing. They might be there to balance our world, but they are fearsome creatures as well, and they have long since gone further than what they should do. The entire race has fallen sometime in the past. Anastasius frowned. Fallen? He asked, confused, and Sal sighed. The lot of the immortal Firbolg is a hard one, he said. Some of them lose themselves to the monsters within them, some of them turn into monsters when they lose their sanity, and some burn to ashes and leave the world bereaved of themselves and their light. Not one of them will ever have a peaceful death. They lost their sanity, Anastasius concluded darkly. They lost their sanity, Sal affirmed, sighing. And now they're here on the Isles, Anastasius said. Sal's eyes darkened at that. How many? He asked. Anastasius shrugged. About 20 or 30, he said. I couldn't come too close. They noticed me before I could and I had to flee. Sal looked Anastasius over. You weren't hurt, were you? He asked, concerned. Anastasius shook his head. I wasn't, Pater, he said. But they're gaining ground. Soon they will have terrorized half of the Isles. Sal's eyes darkened further. Not for long, he promised. I will go and talk them out of it. Anastasius raised a surprised eyebrow at his father and Sal smiled darkly. I know how to get rid of them, he said. I might not know how to deal with them in a way that they die, but I know how to force them to flee. Pater, I'll be back in a week's time, Sal said, while patting his son's shoulder. Don't worry about me. I know how to deal with them. If you want to, I will teach you when I return. With that, Sal left the castle. He found the Dementors easily enough. Surprisingly, they weren't alone. They were in the company of a young boy. Sal easily guessed that the boy was a creature born, half Dementor, half something else. The boy grinned at him when he saw him. Oh, the boy exclaimed. There's another one. The boy had dark hair and his eyes sparkled in a way that looked like the boy was a little bit insane as well. Sal wasn't too sure if the boy wasn't insane. How about another breakfast, my dears? The boy asked and giggled. The grin he sent Sal after he had said that was pure evil. I'm sure your eyes would look good in my collection, the boy giggled. Sal's eyes narrowed. Either truly insane, he thought darkly, or evil. I'm still going with inherited insanity. Before he could think further about it, 3 of the Dementors came at him. Sal sighed. There weren't that many Dementors, a lot less than he had encountered back then when he had tried to rescue his godfather in his 3rd year. Or was it in the future when he would rescue his godfather? Sal ignored the thought and instead drew one of his wands. He wasn't yet ready to just throw them out by force, but he also knew that the Dementors were nobody he could reason with. They had long since lost any way to reason with them, and Sal couldn't afford to look weak in front of them. He bared his teeth in a semblance of a smile. I fear I'm not a very good breakfast, he said. I am actually here to ask you to find your breakfast elsewhere, and not on the Isles. This was his last warning, a warning he had issued because of the boy and not because of the Dementors. The boy just laughed at that. Oh, you're funny, he exclaimed. Too bad that you'll end up as their breakfast today. Sal rolled his eyes, then he ducked out of the way of the first Dementor. Expecto Patronum, he cried. Sal didn't know what he expected, but he definitely didn't expect the golden phoenix that came out of his wand instead of his old stag Patronus. The phoenix cried, sending a thrilling song throughout the woods around him. The Dementors staggered. Then the first was touched by the Patronus, and suddenly it cried out, fleeing from the light creature, clearly terrified of it. The boy's eyes widened when he saw his companions fleeing from the golden construct of the phoenix. Sal was a little bit surprised that his phoenix actually tattered the Dementor's clothes. This was not usual for a Patronus, from what Sal knew of the spell. He wondered what had changed that had changed his Patronus not only into a phoenix but into something that actually hurt a Dementor. The boy's eyes meanwhile still followed Sal's Patronus. Then his eyes met Sal's. Sal stared at the boy evenly. I don't condone any creatures hurting others, he said icily. Stealing their souls is hurting them, and I won't let you continue doing that. The boy laughed harshly, as if a few stupid mortals like them matter. He hissed. They're all guilty in some way or form. I don't think that anybody will miss them. Then he giggled. And if they weren't guilty, the boy shrugged. Then I made sure that they won't turn guilty in the future, doesn't matter. They're not important at all. Sal's eyes narrowed. You have no right to decide anything like that, he pointed out coolly. Killing them without a reason is nothing you should do, and don't try to tell me that the Dementors need their souls to survive. You and I know that they don't. The boy grinned and shrugged at that. Nah, he said. They don't. Then he waved it off. But it doesn't actually matter to me, he said. It's not as if I actually need a reason for killing them. I like to hear them scream. That's enough for me. Sal's eyes narrowed. Leave these lands, he said icily. Murderers aren't welcome here. The boy laughed harshly. As if I care. He snickered and then pointed at Sal. Kill him, he told the Dementors. Sal just redirected his Patronus back into the fray of Dementors, forcing them to flee. Then one of the Dementors was hit by his Patronus head on and with a screech combusted into a shower of golden light. Sal and the boy stared at the place where the combusted Dementor had been. Then the boy's eyes narrowed, staring icily at Sal. You will regret that, he threatened. I will take you down. This island will tremble beneath my feet. And with that the boy grabbed one of the Dementors and the Dementors together with the boy fled the Isles. Sal sighed unhappily, before staring at the place the combusted Dementor had been in confusion. What, by wind and fire actually happened there? He wondered, before shaking his head and returning to Hogwarts. He guessed that he would have to do some research. Dementors normally didn't combust when hit by a Patronus, but then, the Patronus wasn't a charm that was actually known in that time. So who knew if they had built up a resistance to Patronus charms over the time? Sal guessed that he would find out sometimes in the future. 1460. Father, I need you, his daughter cried. She was carrying her toddler daughter and was pregnant with another child. It had taken some time until she had been able to conceive. Not unusual with witches and wizards, but now she was the mother of a smiling baby girl with black locks and gray eyes. Sal finished the bandage he had been applying to one of the students and then turned to his daughter. What happened? He asked, concerned. His daughter was pale, and fear was clearly visible in her eyes. She fell into the lake, she sobbed, handing him her daughter. I did as you taught me and she's breathing again, but. Calm down, he instructed her. Sit down on the bed over there and I take a look at Amelia. It will be a lot easier if I don't have to worry about you going prematurely in labor while I tend to my first grandchild. His daughter nodded and sat down while trying to calm her breathing. Sal meanwhile took a look at his grandchild. The girl was breathing, but unconsciousness. With a few runes drawn onto the floor, he constructed a colorful magical dome above the child, his own version of a diagnostic charm. Don't worry, he said in the end, after interpreting the charm. She's a little bit hypothermic, but it's going to be all right. I keep her here for the night, and tomorrow she should be right as rain. Sadly, even with his diagnosis, the shock pulled his own daughter over the edge. Sal's second grandchild, a little boy called Leontes, would be born 3 weeks early in the early morning of the next day. Sal was very happy that he had been a healer for such a long time. He wasn't sure if the boy would have survived otherwise. 1473. Pater, Anastasius said, entering the medical wing in hurried strides. They're back. Sal looked up from the knee of the boy he had been bandaging. Who's back? He asked, a little bit preoccupied. The Dementors, Anastasius replied darkly. There are death cases near Londinium. Sal's eyes darkened with fury. I go and take care of them, he said icily. Tell the headmaster I'm out if you please. Anastasius sighed but nodded. I will, Pater, he said concerned. Will you allow me to come with you? Sal looked his son over for a moment, then he sighed. You know the charm and can perform it? He asked. I do and I can, Anastasius replied. Sal nodded. Then tell the headmaster and I tell my wife and we will meet at the entrance to Hogwarts in half an hour. Of course, Pater, and with that his son was gone. Sal on the other hand went to the dungeons and the potions classroom in search of his wife. Andromeda, Sal said darkly the moment he found her. I have to go away for a bit, Cherie. I'm sorry. His wife frowned at him at that. Away? She asked concerned. Where to? To the border of the Isles, Sal replied, his face concealing his fury. There's something I need to take care of. What do you need to take care of out there? Andromeda asked confused. Sal just forced himself to smile at her. Nothing too concerning, he said. I promise. She frowned, but let him go anyway. The second confrontation with the Dementors didn't truly end different than the first. The only difference was that Anastasius Patronus was helping Sal's. Anastasius Patronus was a white construct, exactly like Sal's stag had been, and it didn't kill Dementors. Something, Sal said confused after they had forced the Dementors away from the Isles. Is wrong with my Patronus? Anastasius just raised an eyebrow. I thought it was the other way round, he said. After all, your Patronus at least kills those things, it's a lot more effective that way. But it shouldn't function that way, Sal said sighing. And I have no idea why it does. Have you researched it? Sal shrugged sighing. Everywhere I could, he said amused. Everywhere I could. Anastasius snorted. Figures, he said amused. My father develops a charm and manages to be the sole exception to it as well. Sal rolled his eyes, but didn't correct his son's assumption that he had developed the spell. He had researched it, and it didn't exist yet. Since he had basically brought it to life, he had basically constructed it, even if he actually hadn't. Time travel is definitely confusing, sometimes, he thought with a headshake. Then he decided to forget it and continue on like he always had. He had long since given up on trying to figure out what had come into existence because of him and what would have existed anyway. His life was far too interwoven with time to keep those two parts apart. 1488. Father. Sal looked up from his work at the voice of his daughter. Perdita, he said frowning. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in France with your husband and children? The answer was a lot of tears. I was. She cried, throwing herself at him as if she was still a little girl. Sebastian and I were home and, she shuddered. The neighbors accused us of being witches. Again, tears started to leak and Sal froze after hearing those words. After the Malleus Maleficarum, the hammer against the witches, had been published the year before, all over Europe witch trials had started to be held. Sal could only think with dread about the fact that he knew from his lessons far in the future. The trials just now were just the beginning. He shuddered at the thought. Then his mind turned to his daughter's missing family. What happened to your husband and children? He asked with dread. Amelia and her husband are all right, his daughter replied. Amelia was Sal's oldest grandchild. She was already married herself, even if she didn't have any children right now. But she wasn't his only grandchild. And the rest of the children and your husband? He asked, dreading the answer. The only answer were tears. Sal closed his eyes and pulled his daughter closer while wishing desperately that there would be a way to change time. Regretfully, he knew that if they hadn't survived, nothing he did in the past would change that. Sometimes, Sal hated his life. 1493. Andromeda. Cherie, Sal said sighing. Please, think about it again. The answer was a cool stare, and in the end, Sal just sighed and gave in. Being married to her for over a century has taught him when to object and when to give in. Still, you know that we're both not the youngest anymore, he told her. The answer was another cool stare. Even if I would be 200 years old, Mias Amic, she said coolly. I wouldn't miss this. Sal sighed and closed his eyes. As you wish, Donzel, he finally replied. She looked at him distrustfully as if she wasn't sure that he meant it, but in the end, she nodded satisfied with what she had been reading in his face. Don't forget to pack some warm clothes, she said. Sal rolled his eyes in amusement, but inclined his head anyway. Of course, Cherie, he said. Don't forget to write your uncle, Andromeda added. He will want to know that we leave to Nuremberg for a few months. Of course, Cherie, Sal said. He still couldn't believe that Andromeda wanted to travel across the country at her age. You know that they would come by before long, don't you, Cherie? She threw him another exasperated look. Your granddaughter is having her first child, and you want to wait until she comes by after birth, Mias Amic. Andromeda looked at him icily. Well, Sal said hesitatingly. Her husband is with her as well as our daughter. I should think that that's enough, isn't it? Andromeda snorted. This is our first great-grandchild. She replied. We won't miss the birth, even if we have to go to Nuremberg for it. Yes, Cherie, Sal said amused. I got it. We won't miss the birth of our fifth great-grandchild. She looked at him, then huffed and turned back to packing. Sal shook his head in amusement, but started to pack as well. It seemed that his wife was determined to be there for the birth itself, even if it was still months away. Over the last century, Sal had gotten used to a family life. He was fond of his own wife and had been ecstatic when Nicholas had found a little orphan girl when Sal had officially been 42. Of course, a lot of people had talked about Sal and Andromeda's missing children. There had been rumors that Andromeda was barren. Of course, those rumors had stopped when Nicholas and Sal finally had found an orphan baby girl. Sal and Andromeda had taken in the child, adopted her with the same potion that had been used on Sal, and then told everyone that she was their daughter by flesh. Thanks to a little deception, nobody doubted the claim. Sal's daughter had even managed to have a child herself before Sal's father had died, so that he and Sal's mother had been able to welcome their first and now only great-grandchild. Sal's father had died a year after the little girl's birth and his mother had followed 2 years later. Sal, at that time, had long since been the Lord of Malfoir. Of course, he had mourned his parents, but he had been quite occupied with his little granddaughter, his daughter, the students and his wife, so in the end he grieved, but moved on. Sal was quite sure that it would be different when Andromeda would finally die. She was more than 5 years over the centuries mark as well, and Sal feared that Andromeda's time on Earth soon would be up. Andromeda on the other hand didn't see it like that at all. She was still quite lively for her age and she had promised Sal repeatedly that she would last at least another 10 years or more. I'm a black, she said, amused every time he voiced his fears. If your parents manage to live for 100 years, then a black like me, one of those who have a naturally long lifespan, should at least last 10 years more than them. I'm trying for 20. Sal couldn't even object to her goal, because losing the woman who had turned into his best friend was something he feared quite a lot. Have you packed everything and written your uncle, Mia Samek? Andromeda asked in that moment. Sal looked up from where he was packing the last things Andromeda wanted to take with them. I have, Cherie, he said. We're good to go. Good, she nodded. I still think that we should at least travel by apparition for part of the way, Sal dared to add. The answer was another cool stare. We're not using that new death trap of magic, Andromeda said. Sal sighed. Apparition isn't a death trap, he said, half amused, half exasperated. Andromeda just raised an eyebrow. Haven't you listened when they talked about the accidents that happened thanks to that death trap? She asked him stubbornly. No, we're using the normal method, brooms and carriages, not that idiotic way of suicide the young generation thinks it has to use. We're not 30 anymore, Muir Amick. But it would be way faster. Sal objected. And it's not truly new anyway. Thousands of people have apparated long before they found out how to do it deliberately. And even more have hurt themselves badly while doing so, Andromeda countered. Sal had to admit that she had a point. Unlike others, I would be able to heal it, he argued. Of course you would be, Andromeda said, not even thinking about objecting him. Sal was well known as the current healer of Hogwarts, after all, and as one of the best healers of the known world. But it's still a death trap, Andromeda added in that moment. It's an absolute idiotic way to move from one place to another. I'm quite sure that others will soon agree and that whole imbecility will be forgotten over long. Until then, we will continue to use the proper method of traveling. Do you understand, Muir Amick? Of course, Cherie, Sal replied, still half amused, half exasperated. As you wish, Donzel. He didn't believe that wizards would stop to use apparition in the future, but he had long since accepted that Andromeda had her own views, and some of them couldn't be changed. Part of that was her distaste for apparition, which had started to truly exist just 30 years ago. Truly, Sal's wife said in that moment while shaking her head. What people come up with to fasten up traveling. The next thing they'll tell me is that you're going to travel through fire. For a moment Sal was tempted to agree with her, vividly remembering his second year at Hogwarts in the future and his trip through the flow. Then he decided not to tempt fate and closed his mouth again. He didn't want to get into another discussion, especially since he would have to tell her about his time traveling to be able to explain his knowledge, and he had never dared to tell her about that tidbit ever before. Andromeda, still deep in thought, shook her head again and then sighed. Do we have everything, Muir Amick? She asked him finally. We do, Cherie, he replied, and she nodded. Then let's go. And with that they left to their journey to Nuremberg. Of course, when they finally arrived, they were at least a month too early. Honestly, Mother, Perdita said, amused. We would have come by with the little one as soon as we could. You didn't have to travel through half of Europe to get here. You and I know that your father is the best healer out there. Andromeda replied at that to her daughter. Of course we came. Her daughter sighed, but smiled. I'm happy you're here, Mother, she said. I truly am. I just meant that you didn't have to go through all that trouble. It's our first great-grandchild. Of course we would go through all that trouble. Andromeda replied, amused. And now be a dear and tell Amelia we're here. Yes, Mother, Perdita replied. That evening, Sal left his daughter, wife and granddaughter alone to catch up. His granddaughter's husband was away on a political dinner his wife couldn't attend thanks to her pregnancy, and Sal had no intention to be anywhere near the house when his girls decided to have a girls' night. So he had decided to wander the streets of Nuremberg. It was late autumn, and while Sal walked the streets, the first snow of the year started to fall. Sal sighed and looked up to the sky. He guessed that they would have Yule in Nuremberg this year. Entschuldigung, a voice suddenly spoke up from behind. Sal turned and looked at the man who had stepped out of the entrance to an inn. How can I help you, Hera? Sal asked in the German of the 1400s, a little bit confused that the man would take the time to talk to a stranger on the street. It wasn't something people often did in this time and age. You have the markings of a healer, Meister Hera, the stranger replied, and Sal's eyes narrowed. I'm not sure what you're talking about, he said slowly. Even if the witch trials weren't yet at its peak, it still was good to be cautious. The other man hesitated, then he sighed and rubbed his forehead. Please, Meister Hera, he begged. If you truly are what I think you are, don't deny it. I could use the help of someone like you. What do you mean with someone like me, Hera? Sal asked, his eyes narrowing further. A creature Nachgeborn like you, Meister Hera, the man replied, and Sal's eyebrow rose. How did you come up with the theory that I'm a creature born? He asked, interested. The man sighed. I can smell it, he answered, and when Sal's eyes narrowed again, he raised his hands to calm him. I'm an elder dragon, he blurted out. I can smell the dragon in your blood. It's diluted, meaning you have to be a creature Nachgeborn, but it's still there, and it's strong. Sal looked at the man in surprise. I thought the elder dragons are gone, Hera, he said, unable to censure his words in his surprise. The other man winced. We are, he said. The most of us have long since lost their sanity. Beasts, we are now, normal dragons, not better than any other beast in this world. He shook his head. I'm the last one, or at least one of the last, he said tiredly. I don't know how long I will continue to exist in this world like that. Even now I feel my sanity slipping. There's nothing I can do to help with that, Hera, Sal replied sadly. I know, the elder dragon replied, his face a painful grin. But I didn't stop you to ask for your help with that, Meister Hera. You asked for a healer, Sal pointed out. But not for that, the elder dragon replied. I asked for you to stop, because I can feel the Pendragon in your blood, Meister Hera. Sal's eyes narrowed again. I'm not sure what you mean, he said slowly. The elder dragon blinked as if he hadn't even suspected a reply like that. The Pendragon, he repeated, and when Sal's face didn't change, he sighed. Your father should have told you something important like that, he mumbled while shaking his head in despair. Whatever elder dragon your father was, he was an idiot for not telling you about your inheritance, Meister Hera. Sal blinked. Elder dragon. Father. It was then that he put two and two together, and for a moment he wanted to groan. The elder dragon thought that Sal was the son of another elder dragon. For a moment, Sal was tempted to correct the other man, then he sighed and decided to let it be for now. He would ask the important things first, and then the rest. His own heritage could wait. It would be far too complicated to explain it in a few sentences anyway. What exactly is a Pendragon, for an elder dragon, Hera? He asked instead. The other man seemed to have resigned himself to the role of a teacher already, because he started to explain without further ado. It implies the age of an elder dragon, Meister Hera, he explained patiently. It means you are at least 1,000 years old. Your blood is basically leaking your age. The older an elder dragon is, the less others want to disobey them. The older we get, the more dangerous we are, after all. When Sal raised an eyebrow, the other man just shrugged. It's mostly knowledge that makes us more dangerous compared to younger elder dragons, Meister Hera, he said. Knowledge and the fact that we're basically interwoven with the land itself. There's a reason why every magical royal family in the world has elder dragon blood in their veins. The longer an elder dragon lives in a country, the more he is interwoven with its magic and the more he will try to protect it. And you, wherever you are from, are a Pendragon who's quite tightly interwoven with his country. Sal frowned a little but unsure what the elder dragon was trying to explain to him exactly. Interwoven how? He finally asked. The elder dragon shrugged. Mostly with the land, he said. The more often an elder dragon uses magic on one particular space of land, or the stronger magic he uses there, the better he can use magic there later on. His magic basically connected with the land beneath his feet, and as long as he uses magic that is connected to the ground in that particular place, he won't have trouble with spells he would have trouble with everywhere else. I'm still not sure I understand, Hera, Sal confessed. It was a surprising experience for him. He hadn't felt that undereducated for a long time now. It's simple, the elder dragon shrugged. If you put up a ward here on this street, or if you use any kind of other magic, then your magic connects with the land beneath your feet. The next time you're here in this particular street and you try to put up a ward, you might even be able to put up 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever. The more magic or the stronger the magic you used here before was, the better you can use the land in your casting. It's called interweaving spells. Basically, you put up the ward once and with the help of your connection with the land, you simply copy it instead of putting it up a second time next to the first. It's something an elder dragon does naturally. It's also the reason why you're stronger in some places than in others. Sal's eyes widened at that. He remembered the great battle of the North Fields, in about the same place he had landed when he had met Myrddin, and he remembered his troubles in the village with Godric. Interweaving spells, he repeated surprised. Huh, who would have thought that it would take that long to find out the reason for all those inconsistencies? The elder dragon snorted. Of course, he added to Sal's musing. If you're a royal, the whole thing is nearly moot. The moment you take up the crown, you are connected to the country as a whole, meaning that even with your meager powers you could beat the snot out of everyone who dared to enter your country. Sal just raised an eyebrow. You can't take the crown without the approval of the people, he pointed out. The king's power is based on the belief of the people. If they don't believe and respect him, then his power is nearly non-existent. If they do, then others shouldn't even dare to think about crossing them. The elder dragon waved it off. It's a moot point for both of us, he said. Royals are always descendants of Creature Nachgeborn. You and I both are Creature Nachgeborn. There's no way we could be royal, even with you being a Pendragon. Sal's eyes narrowed again when he finally came to the second point he had wanted to have clarified before. But how do you know that I'm a creature born? He asked with narrowed eyes. I could be an old one for all you know. The elder dragon just smiled at him. Your blood screams of fire, he said. I can feel it coursing through your veins. There's death around you, clouding and shielding you, and I can feel the beast inside you rearing its head. It might have been hundreds of years since I felt it last, but I remember the feeling of an elder dragon quite well, Meister Hera. I could still be. The other man just shook his head. For all an old one has inherited part of our power, they have lost a lot of it as well, he said. They might be able to throw fire if they are the descendant of an elder dragon, but the ember in their veins is nearly extinguished. The further you are away from the sire of your line, the more the fire blasting through your veins turns to embers. The ember might always be there, always be able to set a flame if they need it, but it's still not the same. Sal's eyebrows furrowed. He knew quite well that he was only a descendant of an elder dragon. He wasn't a creature born, if you didn't count him as a second-generation one, since Myrddin had been a creature born and Sal's other birth parents had been old ones. Fire in my veins, he repeated, still a little bit confused. The elder dragon nodded. Blasting, wild, destructive, he replied. So unlike the soothing flames of a phoenix. You should know that it's there. You should be feeling it. Sal frowned. Then he remembered the white flames that had enveloped him when he had tried to kill himself. Blasting, wild, destructive, a fitting description for them. But they were the flames of a phoenix, weren't they? On the other hand, Sal had learned to use flames with his hands, but only with his hands. He had no control over them otherwise. The only exception had been the day he had tried to kill himself, and back then he hadn't controlled the flames, back then they had controlled him. They had been phoenix fire. Purifying, but destructive. Uncontrolled. Wild. White and cold and death-bringing. Blasting and dangerous not only for him. Phoenix or elder dragon. And who could tell the difference when they were both part of his blood? Then the elder dragon laughed. You don't have to think up an argument to deny it, he said. I can feel the fire in your veins and the serpent-like beast in your mind. You might suppress them both, but they are still there, as much as you deny it. Your connection to the land, your status as a Pendragon, just tells me that both of it is the sign that you are an elder dragon's creature Nachgeborn and not the son of a phoenix and a basilisk mixed with something else or something like that. Sal's eyes narrowed. Why a basilisk? He asked. Why not any other magical serpent-like beast? The elder dragon shrugged. There aren't that many who can sire children with other species, he said. And the basilisk is the only one of them who bears the same curse as the elder dragon. They will lose their mind someday, like we will lose ours, but unlike us, they can and will turn against their own children and grandchildren as well when it happens. If their child or grandchild is near them, they will kill it, it's in the nature of their beast. I can't remember a case when the child survived its parents' or grandparents' bite if it was bitten. I don't think the world wants to know the result of a child surviving its sire's bite. Sal's inner eye replayed a memory of his second year in Hogwarts. A sword stabbing the head of a basilisk and a fang embedding itself into a young boy's arm. This wasn't my grandmother, he tried to tell himself, feeling suddenly quite sick to his stomach. And even if it was, she wasn't my grandmother back then. He definitely hadn't survived his grandmother's bite. Sal shook off the thought. He never tried to think about the future if he didn't have to. It wasn't worth contemplating if the basilisk he had killed was his grandmother or not. He couldn't change it now, and he doubted that he would be able to change it in the future as well. He turned away from the thought back to the elder dragon in front of him. Even if you're right with all that, he said. That doesn't explain why you stopped me. The elder dragon smiled tiredly. You're a Pendragon, he said. You're a healer, aren't you, Meister Hera? I can feel your healer's oath even if it isn't activated right now, meaning that you have been a healer for a very long time, long enough that every sworn potions master or healer would automatically defer to you if he had to work together with you. Sal frowned a bit at that. It was a well-kept secret that in times when healers had to work together, one of them, the most experienced one, would automatically proclaim to be the lead healer. It was magic that was part of the healer's oath that determined the rank of a healer when working with others. Thanks to Sal's age and experience even before he had even sworn the oath, he had nearly always been in the position of the lead healer. That the elder dragon knew just meant that he had at least done a mastery in potions, if he wasn't a healer himself. You're a potions master, Hera. Sal guessed and the elder dragon nodded. I've been one for about 500 years, he confirmed and Sal frowned. If you are that old, why do you approach me, Hera? He asked confused. You might just be a potions master, but I doubt that you didn't learn enough of the healing arts over all those hundreds of years to treat what ails you. The answer was a sigh. Nothing is ailing me, the elder dragon said. It's more that after the Romans conquered nearly all of Europe, a lot of ancient Germanic knowledge has been lost. I know that what I'm looking for existed once, but I can't find any sources about it now. You are a healer, and you have been a healer longer than I have been a potions master. You hope I know what you're looking for, Sal concluded surprised. The elder dragon nodded and Sal sighed. All right, he said. Let's talk somewhere else. Somewhere warm preferably, and I will see what I can do. The elder dragon smiled. Thank you, Meister Hera, he said. I am Wilhelm Bombastus von Hohenheim. Sal's eyes narrowed at that. This is not your original name, he accused. He knew that back then the magicals all over Europe had still used 3 first names, and creatureborns mostly followed that custom still. The elder dragon smiled. No, he said. It's the name I have currently taken as my own. Sal inclined his head. Salvatio Amethyst Malfoir, he said. The same circumstances as you. The elder dragon laughed. Then he gestured for Sal to follow him. He led them to a house at the outer circles of Nuremberg, near the wall. This is where my wife and I live, he said before opening the door and leading Sal deeper into the house. The living room was occupied by a woman with sharp features and fangs. Vampire. Sal immediately recognized. My wife Serafina, Wilhelm said. Sal inclined his head. Fro. He greeted her and she smiled before looking at her husband inquiringly. He's a healer, Wilhelm replied. And he's my elder. Her eyes widened at that, then something akin to hope started to show in them. Sal instead turned to the elder dragon. Now, he said, after Wilhelm had invited him to sit down and Serafina had brought some wine. Can you please explain to me why you need my help? The couple exchanged a look. We can't have children, Wilhelm finally said sighing. It might not be often that it happens with creatures as us, but it happens. Sal inclined his head. Creatures had a lower birth rate than wizards or muggles, but the chances of one of them being unable to have children was lower as well. Mostly, it would just take a lot of time until they conceived, but that didn't mean that they were unable to. Regretfully, even with creatures, it could happen, and he guessed that the couple had used the spell and potion that could confirm things like that already. Both spell and potion weren't infallible, but together you could mostly trust them. Sal was just glad that both spell and potion would only start to be semi-reliable after the magic of the children had matured fully and if they were taken with their full conscience, meaning that by then, the children normally were already married and considered adults. Otherwise, he wasn't sure if some parents wouldn't have disowned their child when they found out. We found a baby boy, the vampire woman added. We want to make him our own. Sal's eyebrows furrowed. The potion gives him access to our family magic, Wilhelm interrupted him. But we are both creatures. He wouldn't be our own with the potion, because if he was, he would have part of our soul. Of course, Sal thought while shaking his head inwardly. A Firbolg gives part of their soul to create a child. A normal adoption potion would not give him access to his parents' creature inheritance. He would be able to use a gift or two, but he wouldn't be considered their full child in the eyes of the other Firbolg. We heard that there once was a ritual that made sure that even people like us could adopt a child fully, Wilhelm said. The rumor said that he would be reborn as my son if we used that ritual, and we want it. If there's a way. How old is he? Sal interrupted the elder dragon. The couple exchanged a glance. A few weeks, Wilhelm replied finally. We found him abandoned in the woods just shortly after his birth, at least that's what we guess. We don't even know if he has magic or not, currently. Sal nodded. He knew that with the adoption it didn't truly matter. He would inherit the magic of his parents. The Firbolg soul parts he would gain would ensure it. This won't be easy, he warned them, remembering the ritual that had given him a father all those years ago. But he's young, he shouldn't have any problems to accept your soul parts as his own. His soul is not yet formed enough that it can't accept another soul part as its own. Wilhelm and Serafina exchanged a surprised and even more hopeful look. You know the ritual we were talking about, Wilhelm said amazed. You know how to do it. Sal inclined his head. I was trained as a druid, he said. I also was part of it once before. The couple smiled. Will you do it, Meister Hera? Wilhelm finally asked. I promise you that we will make it worth your time. Just tell us what you want and we will try to give it to you. Sal sighed and shook his head. I don't require anything, he said truthfully. I am a healer. It is my calling to help those people who need me, and while I never object to an offering since I have to live as well, I won't ask for anything. The couple exchanged another look, then Wilhelm nodded. We will pay you anyway, he declared. Now tell us what you need. It was 3 weeks and a half later when Sal and Wilhelm and Serafina met again. They had found an old stone circle not far from Nuremberg and Sal had cleaned the circle thoroughly for the ritual. The ritual was planned for nightfall, something that was required for this ritual, and slowly darkness ascended the sky. It would be a long day, today. The ritual would take some time and the return to the city would take a lot of time afterwards as well. Sal couldn't believe that the ritual he was now doing, hidden away in the woods, had been once done openly on the hills. The whole thing was odd, to him. It had been centuries since he had last used a ritual circle, and even longer since he had done this particular ritual. It was like a look into a long-forgotten memory, and it hurt, considering that the people in that memory were long since dead and gone. When the couple and their little future son arrived, Sal was just finishing the runes and circles he had been drawing into the earth. Pull of your and your son's clothes and put them down somewhere outside the circle, he said. No clothes within the circle. The couple nodded and did what he told them while he drew the last of the runes into the earth. When they were finished, they stopped right outside the circle, looking a little bit nervously at it. Sal's lips twitched in amusement when he remembered that he hadn't been different when he had been part of the ritual all those years ago. Don't step on the drawn runes, he told the couple before gesturing for them to enter the stone circle and walk into its mid where a stone bed was waiting for their son. Put him down in there, he said. Then Serafina will kneel behind his head and Wilhelm will kneel at his feet. The couple did as they were told and Sal pulled out a knife. I will have to slit one of your wrists each, he told the couple. And use your blood to draw runes on your son. Then he frowned. I did tell you to bring a third person for the godfather part, didn't I? He confirmed, a bit confused. You did, Wilhelm said. But we decided that the least we can do is to give you the place as his godfather. You are the one who's giving us our son, after all. Sal frowned at that. The responsibilities and rights of a godfather were nearly as important as the ones of a parent. His last godchildren had been Helili, Nicolaus and Antioch, the founders' children. It hurt to think about them. And yet, he would be exposed to that hurt yet again. He couldn't reject the offer of Wilhelm and Serafina, even if he knew that it would hurt in the end when their son would die sometime in the future. Thank you, he finally settled on, and the future parents smiled at him. Sal was quite sure that he would get to know them quite well in the end. He had always been a responsible father and godfather, meaning that he would make sure that his children and godchildren wouldn't have to grow up without him. Then let's do this, he finally said. You know what you have to say. The couple nodded and Sal stepped closer and then slit first the vampire woman's then the elder dragon's wrist. Then he took their blood to draw the runes on the confused-looking baby boy. He stepped back and out of the circle. For a moment, he closed his eyes, then he took a deep breath and activated the circle. White light filled the woods around them. Then Serafina took the head of her child into her hands, he, dotting his forehead. You are my son, she intoned, and the ritual started. The stone circle lit in a blue light, blue flames dancing in the night sky. You are my flesh. The runes Sal had written with Serafina's blood on the boy lit up in blue fire before spreading beneath the child's skin. Sal was quite happy that there hadn't been a Horcrux involved this time around. He wouldn't have fancied the idea of carving runes into the skin of a little child. He even shuddered at that thought. You are my son, Serafina continued. The fire enveloped the little boy, but clearly didn't seem to hurt him in any way or form. You are my soul. This time the boy whined, clearly a little uncomfortable, but not truly hurting at the same time. Serafina swayed for a moment before she continued. You are my son, she said, her grip tightening. I give birth to you today. This time the boy started to cry when the changes in his heritage started to affect his body. I name you today. You are my son, your name is Philippus. This time Wilhelm joined in. He key. At the feet of his son. You are my son, he intoned. You are my flesh. The light surrounding the boy changed and he wiggled a little bit more, still crying softly. It was clear that the parents wished nothing but to soothe the boy, but as long as the ritual was in place, they couldn't do anything. The ritual would have to finish first or it would kill the child. You are my son, Wilhelm continued. You are my soul. The little boy's crying turned into sobbing. You are my son, Wilhelm said. I give birth to you today. Again, the changes in the boy's heritage made the little boy cry louder. I name you today. Your name is Theophrastus, he said. Sal stepped up next to the father. One of his hands got hold of the little boy's right shoulder. I name you my godson, he intoned, like his own godfather Ollivander had spoken so long ago. Your name is Aureolus. Sal actually didn't know where he had gotten that name from, but it had been the first one he had thought of, and it somehow seemed fitting for the little boy, so he gave it. So be Bombastus, Serafina finished. Because I named you my son. Be von Hohenheim, because your father Wilhelm named you his son. Be Malfoir, because Salvadio Malfoir named you his godson. Sal winced a little at the last bit, but full names didn't matter in this ritual. As long as the parents' first names were right and the magic could find a way to connect to the people the little boy should be connected to, the names in this ritual were not that important, with the exception of the name of the child itself. Since Sal was Salvadio Malfoir and had been named it by his parents, it wasn't a lie, and therefore legal for the ritual. There were other rituals where names mattered a lot more, but normally, as long as you considered the name you were using yours, it didn't matter in the adoption ceremony if you weren't the child. In that moment a dazzling bright light erupted from the little boy's body, and then the light stopped. The darkness of the early night returned. The ritual was done. Immediately, Serafina scooped up her child and soothed it. Wilhelm on the other hand turned and hugged Sal. Thank you, he said while swaying on his feet. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Meister Hera. Sal, a little bit uncomfortable, patted the other man's shoulder. You're welcome, he said. You're very welcome indeed. With that, he helped the new little family home before returning to his granddaughter's house. The moment he opened the door, Andromeda already accosted him. You're just in time, she told him. Amelia has gone into labor. Sal groaned. It seemed that this would be a long day, today, and even longer than he had anticipated. But in the end, Sal didn't mind it at all. He smiled when he helped to give birth to his first great-grandson. His name is Maximilus, his granddaughter said, smiling. Sal smiled tiredly at the little boy. Welcome to the world, little Maximilus, he said, smiling. Welcome to the world. 1505. When Andromeda died, it happened without any warning. One day, she had been pottering around like always, the next, she simply never woke up. It was a heartbreaking experience for Sal. I'm sorry, son, his uncle Nick told him when they buried her. I'm sorry. Sal just smiled at his uncle who had started to work at Hogwarts about 10 years ago. It's all right, he said before taking a deep breath. It's all right. I knew she was old. I'm not that surprised that she died. His uncle just patted his back. If you need some, we're here, he told Sal, and Sal nodded. For the next months, he buried himself in work. He worked as a healer in Hogwarts and took over his wife's position as a potions master until someone else could be found. His wife had loved to work as a potions mistress and therefore held the position in Hogwarts until her death. Anastasius had left Hogwarts and was currently somewhere on the country. Sal had no idea where. And Sal's grandparents also weren't at Hogwarts, but somewhere else in the world. Sal guessed the Sahara. Sal didn't mind too much that the rest of his family wasn't there, even if he had a hard time to console his daughter and granddaughter at the same time. And maybe, Sal would have stayed at Hogwarts for a little bit longer, if the rumors hadn't started to spread again. Then rumors about unnatural coldness, ice and bad memories. Perdita, Sal said finally to his daughter who had started to help him in the hospital wing for quite some time. Would you mind taking care of the hospital wing alone? His daughter looked at him warily. You don't plan on dying, do you, father? She asked, fear in her eyes. Sal just smiled and shook his head. I don't, he said. But I want to go wandering. I can't continue to stay here. I need to get out and wander. I promise, I will return, but I don't want to stay. His daughter looked at him confused. Father, she said hesitatingly. You're 2 years older than mother. Do you really think that you should go wandering at your age? Sal smiled and shrugged. Why not? He asked lightly. Except of his uncle and aunt, nobody knew that he would not die for a long, long time. His wife had known that he would live a lot longer than she, but even she hadn't known the full extent and the reason why he was different. In his children's eyes, he looked as old as he should look if he had aged somewhat naturally. Sal didn't plan to tell them anything different than they knew. It was better if not too many people knew of his continued existence, especially considering that some people might come after him just because of it. So when his daughter just gawked at him, he smiled at her, touched her cheek and caressed it. I will be fine, he said. Don't worry about me. I will write you ever so often. Perdita blinked, then she sighed. If that's what you wish, father, she said. Then I wish you well. I will return, Sal said earnestly. I promise. With that, he left the castle to hunt down the newest rumors about the Dementors. Not even 2 days later, Sal had reached the sea. Over the last few months, he had gotten more and more reports of people being found in a coma, of icy lands and fog. It had taken him a while to remember why he found those findings suspicious, and the moment he did remember, he knew he had to go there and stop them. Unsurprisingly, when he found them, they weren't alone. Oh, look who goes there, the man in their mid giggled. Sal had never met that man before, but he remembered the boy from all those years ago, and considering that he was wearing human skulls as jewelry, Sal didn't think that he was that eager to make the man's acquaintance. Oh, how beautiful. Seems like someone came here to meet the old Ekrasdis, after all. How lovely to make your acquaintance. Looks like my babies will be well fed tonight. Sal let his gaze roam over the Dementors surrounding the man, Ekrasdis, if the man was to believe. It also didn't look like the man remembered Sal, but then, Sal looked now a lot younger than he had at their first encounter. I don't think that they are your babies in any way or form, he commented. The man just snickered. They listen to me, child, he said with the logic of either the evil of the insane. Sal wasn't yet sure which actually applied to the man. That means they are mine. I doubt that they will listen to you anymore when your entertainment factor has vanished, Sal replied dryly. The other man just giggled. If that's what you think, child, he said. Then he gestured at Sal. Feed from him now. I'm tired of his babbling. The Dementors immediately eagerly came at Sal, at least until the first actually touched him. Sal could only look at the Dementor in surprise, when it suddenly screeched in fear and then continued to burst into flames. Over the flames, the soft thrills of a phoenix could be heard. The other Dementors at that floated backwards. The man in their midst frowned. That hasn't happened before, he said, sounding a little confused. He's a child of our blood, one of the Dementors rattled. Unnatural. Half-breed. Soul destroyer. Sal looked at the Dementors in interest at that. He had only once seen a Dementor dying, but the combusting had been a lot different than the death of the current Dementor. Yet, the moment one of them had tried to touch him, they had burst into flames. This hadn't happened when he was still in the future. I guess something definitely changed since the future and now, he thought surprised. And that something had not only made his Patronus, but also himself basically toxic for Dementors. Wonder how that happened. Before he could muse about it further, Ekrasdis, half Dementor, half human, spoke up. Unnatural. The human asked confused. Why? He's just the same as all the others. Phoenix breed, the Dementor hissed. Phoenix breed with our blood. Deadly. Bastard. Unnatural. Sal looked surprised at his hands at that. It had been his adoption by his ATR that changed his danger status towards the Dementors. Kill it. Destroy it. Can't let it live. The Dementor rattled. Danger. Deadly. Unnatural. And with that, the other Dementors glided forward towards Sal. Sal frowned at them. He had originally come to just see what was happening, but now he was actually facing those creatures alone. Ironic, he thought bitterly. That it has to happen here again. The last time I was forced to stop the Vikings in this very place, and now I'm here again to stop another threat. Why by wind and fire am I always alone when I have to confront a new might-be conqueror of Britain in this part of the country? Sadly, nobody dared to answer that question. Sal sighed, then he closed his eyes and concentrated on the fire within himself. He wouldn't be able to do a lot, but maybe he would be able to do enough. With that thought he ducked out of the way of the advancing Dementors, before pulling out his wand. Expecto Patronum, he whispered. Instead of a stag, an already known phoenix burst from the tip of his wand. The phoenix was alight with golden fire and it dove into the Dementors as if they were candy. All around Sal, the Dementors caught fire. Some of them tried to kill Sal's phoenix with their fog, but the fury Sal felt drove this construct of fire and positive emotions further. Those creatures had attacked Sal's people again and again. Those creatures had dared to invade the kingdom of Sal's father, no matter how often Sal had driven them of. Those creatures had threatened and attacked Sal's loved ones and Sal himself in the past or future without mercy. Sal had enough. They would pay for it. When his phoenix started to flicker, Sal knelt down onto the earth and pressed his hands into it. Like Peverell had done it once, all those years ago, Sal concentrated and then fed his flames and his fury into the earth itself, willing it to burst out of the earth all around him to encircle his opponents. For a moment, he could feel the drain that not only the spell but also the fire circle had onto his magic, then the circle burst into the open and took 2 more Dementors down before encircling the rest. I am Salvajahar Pendragon, Sal said icily. And this is my country to police, to protect and to rule. You, who have trespassed on these lands, have no right to be here. Be gone. The Dementors screeched again, this time their fear nearly visible. Please, Pendragon, one of them whispered and Sal was surprised that the Dementor even knew that word. We will leave this land. Just don't kill us. Sal thought about it. He hadn't actually planned to kill them all. They, like any other Firbolg, had a place in the world. They just didn't have a place in Sal's country. Still, Sal definitely wouldn't tell them that he had never planned to kill them all. He was a healer first, after all. He killed to protect the innocent from their clutches, he killed when they attacked him, but he definitely wouldn't murder them in cold blood. Also, there were too many to kill, and too many to control with just his own magic. No, he had to do it differently if he wanted to win in the end. Right now, he had the upper hand. He had to use this chance. Who knew if he got another one like that, after all? A contract, he finally said. Between you and me, no Dementor will ever cast Anther Shadow on this country, and I will let you be. The Dementors didn't actually speak with each other, but a few minutes later, one of them spoke up for all of them anyway. We agree, the Dementor said. Sal just shot another look at the wizard in their midst. And you will take your pet with you, he added. He didn't need another evil wizard on the Isles, especially if said wizard might actually be evil and insane. Agreed, the Dementor said again. The moment one of your own enters these lands, I have the right to kill them, Sal added. Again, there was a short bout of silence, then the Dementor spoke again. Agreed. And with that started the contract that would govern the interactions between Sal and the Dementors until way in the future. 1509. Wilhelm. Sal greeted the man when the door was opened. The elder dragon smiled at him the moment he recognized him. Salvadio, he said, you look a little bit younger than I remember you. Sal just answered with a smile of his own. Magic, he said, not interested in explaining if he meant his older form or the currently younger form with that reply. Sal again looked like 20-something, his preferred age, mostly. He had come to the future Germany to meet Wilhelm and his family, after the elder dragon had asked him to. Philippus wants to learn to be a healer, Wilhelm told Sal when he opened the door further. I hope that you would be willing to take over his training. Sal just inclined his head. If that's what he wishes to do, then I'm quite willing to help, he replied unconcerned. But if I take over his training, he will have to leave and wander with me. I currently feel a little bit restless. I fear that I can't imagine myself to stay in one place for quite some time for now. The elder dragon just nodded. That's fine, he said. You're his godfather, and it's not as if my wife and I won't ever see Philippus again. We will visit every so often, Sal promised. Then they stepped into the living room where a young boy and Wilhelm's wife Serafina were seated. The boy saw Sal and jumped to his feet. Gevater. He greeted his godfather enthusiastically. How good to see you again. Sal had been visiting the child regularly, sometimes even with Andromeda, when she had been still alive. Philippus, he greeted the child. I heard you want to be a healer. I do, Gevater. I do, the boy said enthusiastically. Are you here to teach me? If that's what you want, then I am quite willing to do so, Philippus, Sal replied amused. Many years later, the name, Philippus Theophrastus Aureolus Bombastus von Hohenheim, would be nearly unknown to most mundanes and magicals. Paracelsus, on the other hand, would never be forgotten. Not a lot of people would ever know that those two names were the name of one and the same person. In the end, Sal would wander with Philippus until the boy finished his training and way beyond that as well. In 1524 Sal finally left Philippus in Salzburg where the young boy, by then man, continued on until he would be known to history as Paracelsus. Sal meanwhile started to wander alone again. He went to France where his uncle, aunt, daughter and granddaughter had started to live and stayed with them for a while. When his daughter died, he moved on. All in all, he wandered alone for about 10 years, and then he returned to future Scotland, never knowing that he would be dragged into a new kind of terror the moment he reached the borders between the magical and the mundane world of Scotland. The one thing that led him there was a simple letter. My dearest opponent, it said. I came by some information that I thought you should know. Don't worry, I kept our treaty, neither I nor my companions set a foot on the Isles at all. We stumbled over this particular information near Rouen. I am also quite aware that you have no reason to trust me, but then I have no reason to write you as well. It doesn't actually concern me, after all. Yet, there is one thing I truly abhor. I don't mind killing people, I actually enjoy it, if you remember, but I abhor the mistreatment of children. There's something grave going on in that magical academy on the Isles. My informant spoke of the head doing things and using children for things that should never be done, let alone to children. I wouldn't have bothered if it had been an adult against another, but even I draw the line with children. I urge you to take a look. I'm even willing to help you. Just this once, monster child. Sincerely, Echrysdus of Azkaban. And as much as Sal would have wished to see the letter as a trap, he couldn't ignore it, so he headed towards Hogwarts. It was autumn in 1534, when Sal would reach the outer skirts of Hogwarts' surrounding grounds. It would be there that he would be forced to do something he had never done before. A healer on warpath, Sal thought, amused. That's not what you'll see every day. And yet, here he was, ready for battle. He bared his teeth in a semblance of a smile. But then, he thought, sometimes it needs to be a healer who goes to war. Sometimes, only a healer will be the one to do the right thing, not the easy. And today was a day like that. Sal squared his shoulders. Ready? The man next to him asked. Sal took a deep breath. Ready, he affirmed. His hands touched the black iron of the gates of Hogwarts. Hello, ATR, he greeted Hogwarts. I've come to take your master down. And the old, black iron gates slowly opened. He was running through the night. His heart was beating loudly in his ears, his breathing was labored and his feet tired. He stumbled, caught himself and continued running. It was dark already, and the longer he ran, the darker it got. He was inside a forest, far away from any kind of civilization he could see, but he dared not to stop, dared not to relax his guard and give his body the rest it needed. Ralston, please. A young girl's voice begged him when he stumbled again. The voice sounded even more tired than he felt. Please. I can't run anymore. But you have to, Mona, he replied while forcing himself to keep running. We're still far too close. They will find us if we don't keep running. But I'm tired, Ralston, the girl replied. Then she stumbled as well, and only Ralston's grip on her hand prevented her fall. I know, he huffed. But we have no choice. We have to get away from here. But, if we stop, they will come and drag us back there, Ralston argued. He felt the girl shivering behind himself when he said that, and for a moment he regretted his blunt words. He knew that she was terrified of them, and he couldn't fault her. If they had done to him what they did to her, he would have been terrified as well. I'm sorry, Mona, he apologized anyway. "'S all right," she answered instantly. You're right anyway. But Ralston wished he wasn't. She was only a girl of 11. She shouldn't be running through the night in search for safety. But then, Ralston thought bitterly. I'm 12, going on 13. I shouldn't be running as well. And yet, here they were, running through the night, fearing even the shadows on their way. What if they were caught by them? What would happen to them if their pursuers would catch them? And pursued they were. Ralston couldn't hear them over the wind, but he knew they were there. He had seen their shadows not too long ago. How long would it take until they were caught? Their pursuers were close. One false step, 1 second of hesitation, and they would be caught. But they couldn't go back. Not Ralston, and especially not Mona. Ralston shuddered inwardly. Even yet, hours after they fled, he could hear the headmaster's voice cutting through the wind to reach their fleeing forms. Running away, my boy. He had called after them. That's not the Gryffindor thing to do, Ralston. At those words, Ralston had faltered for a second. He was a Gryffindor. He was proud to be a Gryffindor, and yet, he was running. Then Mona had stiffened next to him, and he was reminded of the 11-year-old girl who had suffered at the hands of the man who should have shielded her. Ralston picked up speed, pulling the girl with him by their clasped hands. He wouldn't sit by and watch her suffer again. Yes, he was a Gryffindor. Yes, he was proud to be sorted in the House of Courage. But sometimes it needed courage to run away as well, and Ralston had shown that courage that day. He would not force Mona to return to people who tortured her. Ralston, please, she pleaded again with him. Just a bit longer, he reassured her. Just a bit. We just need to find a place where we can hide from them. We need to stay safe. We can't return to them. We can't. But it was fruitless, and Ralston knew that. They were still far too close, with their pursuers right behind them. They had no chance anymore. Even if they kept running, their pursuers would get them soon. In that moment Mona stumbled, and Ralston was too late to catch her. She tumbled into him and they both fell to the floor, and down a steep slope to their left. In the end, their fall was broken by the most unexpected thing. A body. A human, living and breathing body. The man, because the body was definitely male, had been walking until the two children basically tumbled on top of them. To Ralston's surprise, the man beneath them actually grabbed both children and broke their fall with his own body deliberately so that they wouldn't get hurt further. They ended up in a heap on the floor, the man mostly buried by Ralston's and Mona's limbs. Meh, the man said. That's not how I imagined my not quite allowed trip onto the Isles would go. Ralston blinked confused at the man, but before he could even think about saying something, other voices could be heard in the wind. We're close, a voice that sent shivers down Ralston's neck called. I heard them over there. They were done for. Next to him, Ralston could hear Mona crying and whispering. She was praying while at the same time apologizing for her clumsiness. The man, on the other hand, didn't seem amused at all by the voices. Are those beasts pursuing you? He asked, outrage in his voice. They are, Ralston said before he stiffened further. He could hear footsteps on top of the slope now. Just a second or two and they were caught. Pursuing. The man hissed in outrage. Children. And suddenly the temperature around them fell until Ralston could see his breath fogging in front of him. Then feelings creeped up inside him, telling him that he was in immediate danger. The footsteps on the slope faltered and stopped. Why are you stopping, you moron? Another voice hissed. We have to catch those two brats and bring them back to the castle. There's something there, boss, the man who had been on the way towards the slope stuttered. Of course there is, moron. Those two brats are there. Something else, boss, the man replied, his voice shaking more and more. Something dangerous. Ralston couldn't object to that assessment. The unnatural coldness in the air and the feeling of dread surrounding him told him as much. He shivered and the man pulled him closer before patting his hair as if Ralston was a pet. Don't worry, little one, the man beneath him said. Old Ekrasdis will look after you. The man patted his head again. Even without my pets I will make sure that nothing'll touch you, the man crooned. Don't worry, little ones. Old Ekrasdis knows what he does. And with that, thick, unnatural fog started to well up around them. Ralston shivered even more. His whole being was screaming at him that he was in danger. Then the coldness seeped into his clothes, flesh and bones. He gasped and his breath was even whiter than it had been before. Then he heard the boss's voice again. Something dangerous. He scoffed. Something dangerous. Are you a baby that you're afraid of a small slope in the dark? No, sir. The man replied immediately. But there's something else. Nothing in this forest is even the slightest bit dangerous for a wizard, the other man barked out. This is a non-magical forest. Oh, of course, sir, the man stuttered and then his footfalls could be heard again, making their way through the dried leaves on the floor towards the edge of the slope. Ralston wished that he could stand up and run, but the coldness was paralyzing him and the man's hands kept him in place as well. He shuddered again and buried his head into the man's chest. He wasn't willing to watch them being found and dragged back from where they came from. Silence reigned around them. The only thing moving were the dried leaves beneath their pursuers' boots while he climbed down the steep slope. The footsteps came closer and closer. Ralston shivered again. He felt cold to the bones, and yet, there was something oddly soothing in the coldness of his body. It was like coming home after being away for a long, long time. And yet, at the same time it felt like a sledgehammer coming down upon him, trying to knock him out and he had to actually fight to keep his consciousness. There was also the fact that the longer he stayed entrenched into this unnatural cold, the more the whole experience gained a dreamlike essence. Then the boots of his pursuer crunched down the dried leaves just 2 or 3 steps away from them. Ralston shivered again. They were found. Ralston pressed his eyes tightly together. 1 second went by, the next. Silence. They're gone, sir, their pursuer said stuttering. I can't see them anywhere. The voice of his boss could be heard a second later from atop of the slope. That's all your fault, moron. The boss accused. If you had followed after them immediately they wouldn't have been able to flee. But, boss, the man objected. Shut up, moron. The boss's voice cursed. We're going further and try to catch up to the brats. Join us as soon as possible. And with that, the whooshing of several brooms could be heard when the other wizards returned to their search, which led them further and further away from Ralston, Mona, and the man who rescued them. Sir. The pursuer who had been forced to go down the slope cried out. Sir. Please don't leave me here alone. Ralston opened his eyes. Just 2 steps away stood the man who had followed them down the slope, his face terrified, surrounded by unnatural fog and coldness. Those other 30 to 50 might be too much for me alone, the man beneath Ralston whispered. But you alone, my dear, are easy prey even with my pets so far away. With that, the fog around their pursuer thickened even further until Ralston couldn't see the man at all. No, no, no. He could hear the man praying. Please no. Then there was a gasp, hitched breathing. The fog and cold got even stronger and took on an unearthly shine. The breathing hitched even further. Then a muffled scream, nearly silenced by the fog around them. And suddenly silence. Utter and undisturbed silence. Then the sound of something heavy falling onto the dried leaves and the earthy ground around them. Ralston stared blindly into the night. What happened? He whispered fearfully. The answer was as soft as his question. Nothing I will ever regret, little one, the man beneath him said while baring his teeth in an expression which could have been a smile if not for the utter wilderness in the man's gazes. Like it was, it looked more like a challenging grin than a true smile. Nothing I will ever regret. Ralston shivered. You killed him, he accused. The man beneath him shrugged. Ralston could feel the shoulders shifting. They're guilty, the man said. Like every other adult, they're guilty. I don't mind killing the guilty. Then he sent Ralston another fearsome smile. Guilty? Mona asked in that moment, confused. Guilty of what? The man bared his teeth. Of prejudice, of arrogance, of self-centeredness. It doesn't matter. They're guilty. That's all you need to know, he replied, unconcerned and absolutely self-assured of his beliefs. Ralston frowned. But, he started to say, and the man laughed. Don't worry, little ones, he said. You will learn soon enough. Ralston doubted it, but at the same time he couldn't object that the man who had pursued them had been dangerous and maybe even evil. As much as Ralston abhorred needless killing, he could understand that the man had to die. If he had found them, it would have been them who had died at his hand, after all. Then the man beneath Ralston and Mona shifted and tried to sit up. He had removed his hands from Ralston's body and was now using them to help him sit up. Ralston took that as his cue to scramble to his feet. Mona, next to him, did the same thing. So, the man who had been beneath them asked them with an interested gaze while the fog and coldness surrounding them slowly vanished. How did you two end up here on top of old Ekrasdis? Ralston and Mona exchanged a glance. Then Ralston squared his shoulders and answered. We ran away from Hogwarts, he said while fearing the man's reaction. Most adults never asked why, they simply wanted to bring them back there. Would this man be the same? Ah, the man said. Seems logical to me. Ralston blinked in confusion. Logical? He asked with a scrunched up nose. It wasn't that he wasn't thankful for the man's reaction, but logical. The man, Ekrasdis, nodded. Of course, logical, he said. Adults are in charge of that school. It's quite logical that children with brains flee from there. Somehow Ralston got the feeling that the man didn't like adults for whatever reason. It's not because of the adults that we decided to flee, Ralston objected. Well, not all adults, I guess. It's mostly because of the headmaster and his cronies. Sounds like I was right, to me, Ekrasdis pointed out, and Ralston rolled his eyes and sighed. Believe me, he said. If it had just been because Hogwarts has adults in it, I wouldn't even have thought about running. Those people. They might look like adults, but they're actually monsters. That made the man blink. Monsters. He repeated before looking at Ralston thoughtfully. I know about monsters. I met a monster child some years ago. He's the reason why my pets refuse to even set one foot on the aisles, you know, little one. Ralston wasn't quite sure what the man was actually talking about. Ekrasdis on the other hand tapped his chin thoughtfully. I understand the fear of monsters. I wouldn't dare to tell the monster child that I was walking about on his isles without his permission, and I'm even obeying his rules while walking here. Then the man looked into the direction of the fallen and dead body of one of the pursuers. Well, he amended. I at least try to follow his rules. Ralston just looked back at the body in confusion. Huh? He asked while grimacing at the body. At least it was intact. It even looked more like the man was simply sleeping instead of dead, if he had been breathing, that is. Even from 3 feet away and in darkness, Ralston could see that the man's chest wasn't moving anymore. No killing, Ekrasdis explained and grimaced himself. The monster child doesn't understand that adults are all guilty by default. Then the man shrugged. Oh, well, he said. I guess there is a reason why my pets still call him a child. I wonder how long a monster like him needs before he's grown up. Not that he will ever be an adult. He's a decent born creature like me, even if he had the audacity to be born with phoenix blood in his veins. The man looked at Ralston. Your headmaster, he said. He was born with phoenix blood in his veins, wasn't he? Now Ralston was utterly confused. Somehow, he got the impression that the man wasn't quite right in the head. No, he finally decided to say. Why did you think he was born like that? The man shrugged. You called him a monster, he pointed out. The only monster I know about is the monster child, and he is a monster because of the phoenix blood in his veins. Why would somebody be labeled as a monster because he had phoenix blood in his veins? Ralston decided to ignore that direction of thought. I called the headmaster a monster because he decided to experiment on us children. He said instead. Some of them even died. And Mona. He stopped and looked at the girl with him. She returned his gaze with her now calm and dreamy eyes. Ralston hadn't seen that expression on her face for quite some time, not since the headmaster had put her under that curse. Her silver blonde hair was a bit tousled and her robes were dirty, the Slytherin crest nearly lost within the dried dirty surrounding it. And yet, she looked better than she had for months. It had been Samhain in his second year at Hogwarts when Ralston finally made the decision to run. Before that he had never even thought about running before. Ralston wondered if it had something to do with potions. In his first year, he definitely hadn't even considered running and telling somebody. He was a Gryffindor and Gryffindors shouldn't run. They should stay and fight. They should show true courage. Yet, on Samhain, the Day of the Dead, his decision to stay and endure broke suddenly like a potions-induced haze fading. In the morning the day before, Ralston had been sure that he would stay and act like a true Gryffindor. It was his legacy to act like that, after all. His family had been brave for generations. Ralston had gotten the heir's ring of his family last summer. His parents had told him that it was time for him to get it, but Ralston had known the true reason. He had finally proven that he was brave enough and grown up enough to bear a burden like the heir's ring all by himself. His life in Hogwarts was just part of that burden. At least, that had been his thoughts just the day before. Then Samhain had happened. And suddenly, nothing was like it had been before. Bravery sometimes also means to run away and get help, his ring whispered to him the moment he woke up after Samhain. Didn't you feel the dead reaching out to you last night and urging you to run? I'm a Gryffindor, I don't run, Ralston had tried to tell himself, but his sudden and odd connection with the dead made him falter in his beliefs. Ralston's family had always been special. They were descendants of the first. Descendants of the Grim. No rules bound them like other immortals. No creature born was ever like them. Ralston knew that as old ones, his family had lost a lot of their power and only the heirs and Lord's ring was capable of rekindling the flame that made them old ones, but it didn't matter. His family was different and even while trying to hide their differences towards the world, they still stood out in one way or another. But sometimes, bravery means running, his ring whispered, relaying the words of the dead. Sometimes running is the bravest thing you can do. And this time, Ralston couldn't find it in himself to object to those words. Whatever potion or spell it had been that had kept him at Hogwarts and made him decide to suffer in silence had been broken by the protection his ancestor Peverell Grimm had woven into the heir's ring. So that evening, on the day after Samhain, Ralston confronted his dorm mates with his plans. We have to get out of here, he said while looking at the others in his dorm. We have to go and find someone who will believe us. Ralston, one of his dorm mates, said with a sigh. There's no one who will believe us. Don't you think that others haven't tried? Those who ran died, and those who talked were silenced before someone believed them. Ralston, a young second-year Gryffindor, frowned. But someone has to believe us. He objected. We just have to get away and speak up for us, then someone will believe us. You're a dreamer, Ralston, another one of his dorm mates said, sighing. Believe me, others tried to tell their parents or somebody else. Not one of them listened. But what about the dead? Ralston asked, confused. What about? All explained away as accidents and whatever, the third dorm mate said darkly. I didn't even think about questioning it before coming here, you know. Ralston frowned. But we are Gryffindors. He objected. If we aren't brave enough to run and get help, who else is? They argued back and forth afterwards, neither giving in, neither giving up. Ralston, for whatever else he was a stubborn child of 12. He was the heir of his family and he had grown up with the burden that came with his family name. For him, thanks to the unique inheritance of his family, the fear of dying was nearly non-existent and he simply couldn't understand why others feared people who threatened them with death. So of course, he couldn't see the point his dorm mates were trying to make. In his eyes, you should respect death and live your life to the fullest, but you shouldn't fear it. When it was your time, you should accept it and greet it like an old friend. This was something his dorm mates couldn't understand at all. Just let it be, Ralston. One of his dorm mates finally snapped after minutes of fruitless arguing. Nobody is stupid enough to go through with your plans and get themselves killed. Just be glad if we don't go to one of them and tell on you. Ralston just frowned at the other boy. Go and do it, he said. I won't back down, and if I have to do it by myself, so be it. You are the ones who will have to live with the fact that you acted like cowardly lions. And yet, it would take another week and a revelation he had previously not known about that finally forced him to go through with his decision. Eccresdis was now frowning at Ralston. So that headmaster, he said slowly, killed some children. Ralston nodded while making himself a little bit more comfortable on the ground. It seemed like the man wasn't in a hurry to go his way or let them leave, so Ralston could at least be comfortable if he had to sit on the ground for a while. That he did, he said. He's experimenting on us, Mona added nearly silently. Those new spells. He's the one who created them. He's trying to find out their limits. He's hoping that he's right and there are no counters for them nor a way to make counters. She shuddered at that and Ralston reached out to take her hand in his and squeeze it. He knew what she was thinking about. Her suffering had been the reason why he grabbed her and run in the end. Oh, logically he knew that others were suffering as well, but he couldn't take everybody. So he decided to take her and run. He was sure that if they just escaped he would find a way to stop those monsters permanently. Experimenting, Eccresdis said, not sounding put out at all at those words, but then his mien darkened. On children. Ralston didn't know what Eccresdis had against adults, but whatever it was, it didn't seem to affect his belief that children were good. Yes, Mona said, shivering. Experimenting. It's horrible. Ralston had been on his way to the dorms when he heard the voice coming out of one of the unused classrooms. Imperio. The voice said. It was male, belonged to an adult and definitely sounded like the headmaster's. Ralston frowned. For a moment, he wanted to close his eyes and just walk by and ignore the classroom, then his suspicion forced him to take different actions. He pulled out the invisibility cloak he had inherited from his father and slipped beneath it. Then he creeped towards the unused classroom. Don't scream, the headmaster's voice was heard commanding through the door. Do you truly want her not to scream? Another voice spoke up in that moment. It was the potions professor's voice and Ralston shivered at the tone of voice the man was using. It was beyond creepy and implied a wish for pain, suffering and worse. You can make her scream after I'm done with this experiment, the headmaster replied dismissively. But I want this done first. I'm not sure how much longer this one will make it and I want at least some data before I need to find another one. So, let's see which one of those two spells is stronger. Will you? Of course, headmaster, the potions professor replied. For a moment, There was silence, utter silence. Then, Crucio. Ralston reached the door and looked inside the classroom. On the floor was a girl. Silver blonde hair. A fair face and gray eyes. Ralston had seen her before but never truly interacted with her. She was a first year, and a Slytherin one, that is. With the slight rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, he would have been teased mercilessly by his dorm mates if he had interacted with her, especially since she was a girl as well. Nevertheless, he knew her from seeing her in the hallways. Over the last 2 months, her once so dreamy eyes had dulled and lost its dreamlike condition. Until now, Ralston had never noticed that little fact. But watching her from the hallway while she was trashing around, silently crying in agony, made him notice her like he had never noticed someone ever before. It also made him angry. Very, very angry. All right, the headmaster finally said in that moment. I think we can safely say that both spells are about the same strength. We can finish this experiment for today. And with that, he released his spell. The potions professor released his spell as well, and the girl slumped onto the ground as if her strings were cut. Neither of the two men looked at her. I'm going, the headmaster said. Finish up here and then leave her wherever. Just don't kill her tonight. Anything else I'm not allowed to do. The potions professor asked, and Ralston shivered again. Whatever that monster had planned to do, it would only increase the little girl's suffering even more. And increasing her suffering was what the potions professor wanted to do. No, the headmaster replied, uncaring. As long as she lives, I don't care what you do. With that, he turned and strode towards the door. Ralston hurriedly stepped aside, suddenly very glad that he was hidden beneath his invisibility cloak. For a moment, Ralston wanted to attack the headmaster, but then logic stayed his hands. He had no chance to win against two grown-up wizards with only a year of learning magic beneath his belt. But there was something else he could do. He could do what he should have done a week ago. He would flee. And he would do it tonight. Somebody would listen to him. And if it was just Ralston's father, Ralston would find a way to end the suffering of the children who were basically imprisoned into Hogwarts. But first, he had something else to do. He had to end a suffering immediately tonight. The moment Ralston was sure that the headmaster was well and truly gone, he took a deep breath and then threw open the classroom door again. It had been hard to weigh the minute he gave the headmaster to leave. From the inside of the classroom, the desperate begging of a girl's voice was heard. Still, Ralston forced himself to wait long enough for the headmaster to be out of earshot before he entered by throwing open the door. Ralston had not yet any spell in his arsenal that could take out another person permanently, but with his fury empowering his stunning spell, the potions professor was nevertheless catapulted through the classroom and against the opposite wall as if Ralston had used a banishing charm instead. The potions professor hit the wall hard and slid down to the ground unmoving. The tortured girl, on the other hand, stared at him dazed and confused. She was obviously in no condition to act on her own, so Ralston grabbed her wrist, pulled her up to her feet, and then forced her to follow him running down the hallway. He felt his invisibility cloak dislodging while he rounded one of the corners in the castle, but before he could even think about grabbing it, a voice could be heard at the other end of the hallway. There they are. Get them. Ralston doubled his speed, his hand grabbing for the invisibility cloak, but missing it. The cloak sailed to the floor and beneath one of the armors, and Ralston had no time to pick it up again. The headmaster, who obviously hadn't been away far enough to truly not hear Ralston rescuing the girl, was behind them and shooting spells at them. Ralston forced himself to double his speed, running away blindly while dragging a bewildered girl with him. They rounded another corner and another, and suddenly there was nothing but stone at the end of the hallway they were in. Now we have you cornered, the headmaster behind them crooned. Let's see what kind of punishment I will be able to think up for you. Ralston shivered, and he shivered even more when he turned around and saw that the headmaster wasn't alone. There, next to the headmaster, was the potions professor, who was bleeding from a head wound. Both adults smiled at them nastily. The girl next to Ralston whimpered. Please, no, Ralston pleaded. Not with the two adults but with fate. Please, no, we can't stop here. Our flight can't end here already. Please. With that, he pressed himself against the wall behind him, the girl still shielded by his body and now trapped between Ralston and the wall. Ralston's empty hand touched the wall, his other pointed his wand at the two adults. Those two smirked, one of them raising his own wand to disarm Ralston. The next moment, Ralston and the girl fell backwards through the wall and into darkness. The last thing Ralston saw before the wall closed in front of him was the shocked face of the teachers who had chased them. "We need to get help," Ralston explained to Eccrestus. "We need to get to London. We tried Hogsmeade already, but those people, they belong to the headmaster, and those who don't are far too afraid to do something." "You want to get help?" This time, the man sounded incredulous. "From adults. Not all adults are bad," Ralston argued while wondering what the man in front of them had encountered when he was young that he thought all adults to be guilty. Meanwhile, while Ralston was trying to figure out Eccrestus, Eccrestus was trying to figure out Ralston. In Eccrestus's eyes, Ralston was an odd boy. Here was a child who had been betrayed by the adults who should have cared for him exactly like Eccrestus, and yet, unlike Eccrestus, he was still willing to reach out to other adults for help. Meh, it's a pointless wish, Eccrestus thought, feeling a bit sad for the naivety the child still displayed. Adult wizards, that is, are only good for one thing: food for my pets. Regretfully, Eccrestus couldn't call his pets down upon them anymore. The Dementors were far too afraid of the monster child to step out of line. But then, until tonight, Eccrestus hadn't stepped out of line as well. His eyes went towards the dead man lying basically next to them. "I think he might forgive me for that one," Eccrestus thought. "He's all for saving people, after all." It was the thought of the monster child that brought another idea to Eccrestus's mind, one that would be less fruitless than running to London to ask adult wizards to help. Eccrestus already knew how that endeavor would end. They would be left standing, as alone as before. It had always been like that, after all. Eccrestus had learned his lesson after being thrown away by his wizarding, mortal mother and her family. They had cursed him, called him unnatural and a demon child. The only one who had never seen his unnaturalness was his older cousin, until the day she grew up and changed. It was then that Eccrestus had fled home in search for his father. He had never found his father, but he had found his father's race. The Dementors had taken him in and welcomed him as one of their own, even if he was but half a Dementor child. So Eccrestus had gone and embraced his unnaturalness and had started to hunt with the other Dementors for the souls of those they crossed. In his eyes, adults, especially adult wizards and witches, weren't good for anything else. Eccrestus couldn't understand that the boy in front of him was still fighting this universal truth. "We could do something less fruitless than running to London," he finally suggested. "We could write the monster child. I'm sure he will come if we tell him that something horrible is going on inside this school you came from." Eccrestus wasn't about to suggest that he could handle something from this magnitude alone. Well, maybe he could, but then the chances of having the monster child after his hide would be quite a bit higher than they were now, and frankly, Eccrestus liked to live. The boy just shook his head. "My father or someone else will help us," he said with sureness in his voice. "We just have to get to London first." There was no reasoning with the boy. "Reminds me a bit of the monster child," Eccrestus mused. "Wonder if they're related somehow." "All right," he said aloud. "I help you to get to London." Normally, Eccrestus wasn't the most helpful of all people, but these were children, so Eccrestus guessed that he could make an exception for once. The boy looked at him in surprise. "How do you plan to help us to London?" he asked. Eccrestus waved it off without saying anything, and the boy's eyes narrowed. "Apparition?" he asked a little bit fearfully. Ralston definitely wasn't fond of apparition. The last time his father had taken him side along, Ralston had decorated the very expensive carpet of the Slytherin family new. They had to throw it away afterwards. Some smells couldn't be gotten rid of with cleaning charms, and the carpet had not been made to be washed. "No," Eccrestus replied before pulling out a thin chain from beneath his clothes. He searched the chain and then removed one of the little charms that adorned it. This charm he offered Ralston and Mona. "What? Put your finger on it. Make sure that you touch it," Eccrestus replied, and Ralston noticed warily the half-insane grin the older man spotted. "What's this?" Ralston asked hesitatingly while reaching out and did what he was told. "I call it a port key," Eccrestus said proudly. I can teach you how to make one later if you're interested, little one. It's a good way to get away from adults before they hurt you. London. And with that they were off. Whirling and twirling through the air, only kept together by the little charm and their fingers attached to it. Then their wild ride ended and Ralston and Mona tumbled to the ground. Mona blinked and looked around dreamily. What a splendid way to travel, she exclaimed while standing up. Ralston on the other hand groaned and hugged the ground. I'm never doing that ever again, he said muffled. This was as bad as apparition. Ekrasdis just snorted and returned the charm to his chain before hiding it away again. So, he said, we're in London, as you wished, little one. Where do you want to go now? Ralston blinked and then forced himself to look up and actually search the street they were in for something known. He had no trouble finding it. They were within the entrance to Diagon Alley, which had been shielded from non-magicals for a few years now. We're not far from home, Ralston finally said. We should go there first. The man nodded, but when Ralston finally stood, he spoke up again to say something Ralston hadn't expected. If it's near, I will stay here. The man looked around with a grimace, clearly unhappy that he was anywhere near adult wizards. If they believe you, you can come back here and fetch me. If they don't come back and we find another way. With this, the man grimaced again as if he couldn't fathom that he was even thinking about rescuing anybody. Ralston was sure that the man would have long since left them if the victims weren't children. But then, Ralston had long since understood that the man he was dealing with wasn't one of the sanest people around. He guessed that he should be happy that the other man was helping at all. All right, Ralston said and then dragged away Mona towards his parents' house. It nearly felt like when they had fled the castle and he had been forced to drag her with him. Just that this time around they weren't running but walking, and Mona wasn't hesitating because she was dazed but because she feared to leave their protector behind. Ralston grimaced at that thought. Oh, how he wished he could have protected her earlier than he had. Oh, how he wished he could have left her behind in the safety they found unexpectedly within the school itself. When the shock of them falling through a wall had worn off, Ralston had forced himself to stand up and then pulled the girl he had saved to her feet. The moment he moved, the narrow hallway they were in lit up in one direction. Ralston frowned at that, but in the end shrugged and decided to follow the light, hopeful that it wouldn't lead him into another trap after springing him from the last. It took another 20 steps until the girl next to Ralston finally spoke up. Where are we going? She asked him fearfully, and Ralston shrugged. Following the lights, he said. Hopefully they will lead us somewhere. So they started walking. About 15 minutes later Ralston finally recognized what kind of narrow hallways they were following. The servants' stairs, he thought, surprised. I didn't even know that Hogwarts had any. But then, you obviously couldn't enter them that easily, so Ralston guessed that it was no wonder they had been forgotten. I wonder who hid them, he mused. This answer he gained another half an hour later. At that time, they suddenly ended up at a door. Ralston hesitated and first listened on the door to ensure that he couldn't hear anything behind it. There was nothing to hear. So Ralston opened the door slowly to take a look inside. Behind the door was a huge chamber, lit in green light and adorned with snakes. It also was empty. Ralston opened the door and they slipped inside. The girl's eyes widened when she saw the chamber. The Chamber of Secrets, she whispered in awe. There's a legend in Slytherin that our founder built a chamber inside the school to ensure that his children could find safety. I never thought that it was real. It obviously is, Ralston said dryly. The girl shot him an amused look while Ralston looked around. So this is built to keep the students safe? He ensured, and the girl nodded. Yes, she said. It also has a tunnel to somewhere outside the wards if you believe legend. Ralston nodded and looked around. He needed that tunnel. Do you know where? He asked her, interested. She shook her head. No, she said. But it's password protected. Password? Ralston asked with a little bit of dread in his voice. She nodded. According to legend you have to say, Father, give me passage. The next moment there was a grinding sound of stone meeting stone, and then a door opened at the base of one of the snake bodies. Huh, the girl said, surprised. Guess Daddy was right when he told me the legend of the chamber. Ralston on the other hand couldn't feel more thankful that the girl was with him. Thank you, he said before hurrying towards the exit. I go and get help. You on the other hand stay here and keep your head down, alright? I'd actually prefer to come with you, the girl replied in a dreamy but oddly enough at the same time steely voice. Said voice stopped Ralston in his tracks. He stopped, turned around, blinked in surprise and then stared at the young girl in Slytherin clothing who was now in front of him. What? He asked confused. I said that I'd prefer to come with you, if you have me, Potter, she replied. It was the first time that she actually acknowledged that she knew who he was. Ralston could only stare at her. She was tiny, blonde-haired and gray-eyed, more like a fairy than an actual human of blood and flesh, and yet so determined to come with him. There was an expression on her face that told him that she would follow if he left her behind, and that was something he couldn't risk if he didn't want her to be caught again. So Ralston stared at her some more. Then he opened his mouth and she frowned. Don't you dare to object just because I'm a girl, she said. That stopped Ralston in his tracks for a moment or two. It actually wasn't the fact that she was a girl that disturbed him, but the fact that she was tiny, ethereal and looked like a doll and the knowledge that she had been tortured barely an hour ago. He finally started to say but was interrupted by the girl in front of him. Mona Lovegood, she said airily. And I'm not willing to stay anywhere inside the castle any longer. I'm coming with you, if you want it or not. His eyes, still full of pain, now also filled with determination fixated on him. Ralston shuddered. There was something supernatural in her eyes now that she actually stared him into the eyes. In the end he could only do one thing. He gave in. All right, he said. But we will have to run long and far. She nodded and together they left Hogwarts. Barely another 2 hours later the headmaster's cronies found their trail and the prowl was on. Another half an hour later, Ralston nearly faltered when the headmaster called out to him. Running away, my boy. He had called after them. That's not the Gryffindor thing to do, Ralston. And yet, Ralston would never regret that he decided to run away that day. While the children were fruitlessly off begging adults to help them, Eccrestus decided to do something useful with his time and wrote and sent a letter. My dearest opponent, it said. I came by some information that I thought you should know. Don't worry, I kept our treaty, neither I nor my companions set a foot on the Isles at all. We stumbled over this particular information near Rouen. I am also quite aware that you have no reason to trust me, but then I have no reason to write you as well. It doesn't actually concern me, after all. Yet, there is one thing I truly abhor. I don't mind killing people, I actually enjoy it, if you remember, but I abhor the mistreatment of children. There's something grave going on in that magical academy on the Isles. My informant spoke of the head doing things and using children for things that should never be done, let alone to children. I wouldn't have bothered if it had been an adult against another, but even I draw the line with children. I urge you to take a look. I'm even willing to help you, just this once, monster child. Sincerely, Eccrestus of Azkaban. After he had written the letter, Eccrestus looked it over again. Meh, he said. That should do it. I'm sure that as long as he doesn't find me here, I'm safe from his wrath. With that decision he decided to send the letter off like it was. It was after all never too careful if you decided to lie about your whereabouts to the man who was the magical lord of the Isles and who had basically banned your pets, even if he hadn't truly banned Eccrestus. At least he will be willing to help, Eccrestus thought while waiting for the children. Unlike the wizarding adults he truly cares. Then Eccrestus frowned. But then, he thought to himself. He's still a child, according to the Dementors, and not human on top of it. I couldn't count him as an exception even if I wanted to. Eccrestus was quite happy with that reasoning. He didn't trust wizarding adults, after all. When the letter reached one Salvajahar Emrys, now known as Salvadio Malfoy, the man was currently in London. He frowned at the owl who had delivered the letter. He had been wandering for the last 10 years. His daughter and wife were gone and he had drowned his grief by taking up his wandering and helping out people. When the letter reached him, he had just returned to London with the idea to integrate himself into London's society again. But the letter changed everything. Sal again frowned at the owl. You don't come from France, he accused it. The owl hoot. You're far too well rested to come from France, he said. The owl hooted again. There was just one conclusion Sal could make from that. Echrisdus of Azkaban was in London. Rouen. As if he could deceive me with a few simple words, Sal murmured with a tired head shake. He wasn't too put out that the man was in London. Of course, if the man was there to kill people, then Sal would have something to say to him, but considering that no unexplained deaths had been happening, Sal doubted it. The Dementors, Sal knew, weren't on the Isles. Unlike Echrisdus, they were bound by the contract and Sal would have been notified that they entered the Isles. Guess it looks like I have to deal with clinically insane again, Sal said, frowning to himself. Then he looked at the owl, which was wheeling around him happily and not at all tired, which just confirmed to him that the other man had to be in London, or else the owl would have been at least a bit tired. All right, Sal said to himself. Where did he get you from? Sal looked around. Then he shrugged. Best guess is Diagon Alley, he settled on. It was the most important wizarding district around London, and one of the only places near here where you could rent owls. Sal shrugged and decided to apparate to the other side of London, to Diagon Alley. Sal was quite fond of apparating, even if every time he did it he was remembered of Andromeda's insistence that apparating was a death trap. It hurt still, but unlike with his brother's death, Sal was actually dealing with it. Nevertheless, apparition was quite useful. Not that Sal used it too often, considering how fast the world changed in his eyes and his norm of not coming to a place too often within a century. But since he had been in Diagon Alley reasonably close in his past, Sal guessed that he could take the risk of apparating into something and apparated. The first thing he actually saw when he landed in Diagon Alley was the insane half-dementor Echrisdus losing his footing thanks to a young girl barreling into him crying. The boy that followed after her not too far looked as unhappy as the girl, but refrained himself from throwing himself in top of the two others lying on the streets. Echrisdus, on the other hand, looked for a moment as if he wanted to curse the girl before a resigned look crossed his features and he patted the girl's head instead. There, he said. Meh, it's exactly like I told you. Adults won't listen to you. It's not that, the boy replied while kneeling down next to the still lying Lord of Azkaban and the girl. It's more as if they're all unable to actually listen to us, you know. It's as if they're under the same influence of a potion that the other students of Hogwarts are under. And father isn't home, so I can't talk to him. The downed man frowned at the boy. You think that your father would be different? He asked. The boy shrugged. He's the Lord Potter, the boy replied, and Sal's eyes widened. As the descendant of the Grim and the wearer of the head's ring, he should be able to throw the potion of Lycium as the heir. Sal's eyes widened further at that second sentence. He knew of only one family who was descended of a Grim, and that was Peverell's. It was startling to hear that the Potters were descendants of a Grim as well. On the other hand, you knew that, Sal reprimanded himself. You know your own heritage, after all. And yet he had never connected Peverell's heritage with his own, even if parts of it were identical. Thunderbird and Grim. Peverell had been family. This boy barely a few steps away was family, and not just because they shared a last name. No, the boy was family because he was a descendant of Peverell Grim. Echrisdus said in that moment. Ah, yes, the Potters. He crooked his head and looked at the boy thoughtfully. At least you won't grow up into an adult, little one, he said, sounding satisfied. The Potters always managed to prevent that from happening, as far as my pets told me. Something about having the ashes of the first Grimm's blood in their veins. What a shame that you can't use those gifts anymore. Having Death's son assisting us would be a blessing if we have to assault that castle of yours. Sal raised an eyebrow at that and decided that it was time to speak up. Before you plan to assault anything, could you please explain to me a thing or two? He asked sternly while staring at the still downed man coolly. Said man yelped, half-jumped into the air while still lying down before landing in another heap on the floor when the girl's weight on top of him acted like a sledgehammer. It was an accident. The downed man exclaimed in the next moment, and Sal raised an eyebrow. The man blushed. Ah, well, not an accident, he corrected. More like an act of self-defense or whatever. But it was the Legilimency probe that Sal sent out towards the other man that slipped through the man's mind's defenses and told him what the man was actually talking about. Sal pulled back immediately after he had received the information. I'm not here to punish you, Sal said with hidden amusement in his eyes. You wrote a letter. I came. The other man blinked at him blankly. But I sent that letter barely half an hour ago, he said slowly. And I tried to make sure that you thought me to be in Rouen. Sal just raised an eyebrow. That lie was quite hard to believe considering that the owl who gave me the letter was far too lively to have flown such a long time, he replied. Huh. The other man looked at him blankly and Sal sighed. I was already in London, he elaborated, and the man groaned. Why did you have to be in London? He whined. I didn't want you to think I broke the contract. It's not as if I brought my pet or killed someone. Well, I did, but it wasn't actually it was deliberately, but I did it in defense of me and the children. Sal just looked on in amusement. You haven't grown up at all, have you? He said while at the same time feeling relieved that the man in front of him, while still being quite hateful towards other adults if Sal interpreted the looks the man sent them correctly, wasn't acting as unreasonably as he had when Sal had met him the last time. Sal could work with insane, but never with deliberately evil. Tell me what that letter was about, he finally demanded of the spluttering man. The children looked at him warily. Ekrzdis on the other hand sat up and rearranged the girl inside his lap. Monster child, these are my informants, he introduced the different parties awkwardly. Little ones, this is the monster child I talked about. The children looked at Sal with unsureness clear in their eyes. Sal sighed. Then he wrote a quick rune sequence into the air and activated it to keep their conversation quiet to the other people who walked through Diagon Alley. Immediately the onlookers who had stopped when the girl had barreled down Ekrzdis started to continue with their shopping. Sal loved the modified confundus he weaved into his rune sequence. After ensuring that their conversation was private, he spoke up. I am Salvajahar Pendragon, he said, using the same name he had used back then to introduce himself to Ekrzdis. Ekrzdis and I normally don't see eye to eye, but I guess I will have to make an exception to that for now. The boy started when he heard Sal's name. Pendragon? He asked, surprise and hope wearing in his voice. As in King Arthur Pendragon. Sal grimaced but nodded. Pendragon, he agreed. As in Prince Salvajahar Pendragon, heir to King Arthur. The boy just stared at him after his confirmation. I didn't think that Britain still had a royal line, the boy finally settled on. Oh, I knew that we had, the girl spoke up airily and suddenly a lot less nervously. Daddy spoke about them. He said that our prince is simply giving us a chance to live our lives without his interference. If we muck it up too much he will come back and take control again. Sal winced a bit at that. He had absolute no wish to take up the crown. Something like that, he agreed. That's why I normally don't use Pendragon as a last name. The girl nodded gravely. Then I call you Basiliskson, she said airily. Salvajahar Basiliskson, I'm Mona Lovegood. Sal blinked for a second when the girl called him Basiliskson, but in the end decided to just let it go. He had no intention to connect his old name, Malfoir, to Pendragon, and he actually didn't want to go through the whole trouble with explaining himself as Emrys again. Well met, Miss Mona, he said instead, and she smiled. Then he looked at the boy next to her. The boy had brown eyes, and the typical black Potter hair. Sal was sure that even without him knowing that the boy was related to Peverell, Sal would have seen it. The boy's nose and chin definitely just cried, Peverell, to Sal. I'm Ralston Potter, my prince, the boy said stiffly and a bit nervously. Sal waved the title off. Master Sal or something akin to that is truly enough formality, he told the boy. Like I said, I normally don't tell people my family name. The boy smiled hesitatingly at him. I guess you have a good reason for that, he acknowledged. Sal snorted amused before his face turned serious. And now, please tell me what's going on in Hogwarts, he said, his serious eyes fixing on the children. Ralston looked at Mona. Mona looked at Ralston. You won't believe us, Ralston said bitterly. The other adults didn't believe us as well. They're all acting as if they were under a potion. The image the boy projected was so strong that Sal, even if he wouldn't have wanted to see it, would have seen it anyway. From what he saw through the boy's eyes, the boy was right. But Sal doubted that it was a potion. In his eyes it looked like a modified version of an imperious curse, and wasn't that a dark thought considering that the Unforgivables hadn't been part of the wizarding world until now. He also didn't think that the curse was on the adults, but on the children to keep them from telling anybody. Sal could basically watch through the boy's eyes that every time the boy brought up the school and the students' treatment, some kind of haze lowered itself over the other person's eyes. It was an ingenious curse, and Sal would make sure that this was the last time this particular curse would be seen ever again. He knew that he would already fail with the Unforgivables, not that he wouldn't try, but he would make sure that at least this curse would be erased from the history books. I will believe you, Sal said instead and looked at the boy steadily. Just tell me what's going on inside the castle and I will try and help you. The boy looked at him skeptically, but spoke up anyway. The moment he brought up the school, something seemed to reach out to Sal's mind, just to shatter before even reaching his occlumency barriers. Whatever curse it wasn't constructed to work on the mind of a furbolg born like Sal and Ekrasdis. When the boy was done, Sal was angry. Very, very angry. Sal couldn't even remember when he had been that angry the last time. Maybe never. That man, the man who called himself Hogwarts headmaster, dared to practice the Unforgivables on children. He dared to experiment with the Unforgivables on children. Worse, that man dared to experiment with the Unforgivable on Sal's children. Children that grew up in Sal's home. Children that were Sal's to protect. As a teacher, as a prince, as the lord of the castle. It was his responsibility, bound by his oaths as he was, as a ruler, as a guardian, as a healer. Oh, Sal had fought before. But normally he fought with desperation, normally he tried to protect. This time on the other hand he had to attack to even be able to protect, something Sal had never done before. But then, he had never been as angry as he was now before as well. Even the letter hadn't made Sal as angry as those innocent words from Ralston and Mona did. That was the moment Sal understood that he would do everything to eradicate that man from history. When Sal was done, Hogwarts would bear no remembrance of said man. Sal would make sure of that. Sal was surprised when his gaze met Ekrasdis at the end of the report Ralston and Mona had given. Will you let me help you? The other man asked him earnestly. Sal returned his gaze with the same seriousness as Ekrasdis' face showed. I will allow it, he said. Just this once. Ralston's eyes widened at that. You believe us? He exclaimed, surprised and happy. Sal's gaze wandered to the boy. I do, he said. And I will countervail his actions. Ekrasdis answered that exclamation with a smirk. The boy on the other hand looked at Sal with determination in his eyes. I want to help, he said, and Sal knew that the boy wouldn't accept a no. Seemed like stubbornness might be a Potter gene. I want to. Mona spoke up at that. Sal sighed and closed his eyes. I could send for some of my pets, Ekrasdis suggested. The little ones could look after them and ensure that other little ones aren't harmed by them. Sal looked at the other man incredulously. Sal had been right. Ekrasdis was insane. You want children to command the Dementors, he said blankly. The Lord of Azkaban shrugged. The boy has the ashes of the Grim in his veins, he said. He's an old one, and the one who isn't bound by the Immortals' rules. I'm sure that he can control them. And the girl, meh, she's weird enough that she'll get along with them splendidly. Sal wondered if insanity was infectious, because he actually started to truly think about the offer. In the end he sighed and inclined his head. I allow one exception from them as well, he said slowly. If they do this, I will give them one boon. One time I will close my eyes and look away when they enter the aisles. One time when I won't kill them but only force them to leave after this time. If they come again afterwards, I will go through with my threat and destroy them all without mercy. Ekrasdis nodded. I will ensure that they won't kill any of the little ones and I will make sure that they know to obey those two little ones' orders, he told Sal. Sal closed his eyes and slowly nodded. He couldn't believe that he was about to enter a pact with an insane man so that two children could go to war and were safe at the same time. But then, Sal also couldn't believe that he was about to assault Hogwarts. Do that, Sal said, knowing that if he didn't give the children the possibility to work with them, they would do everything in their power to come anyway, and that might just end with the children being hurt or worse, dead. So he turned to the children to look at them seriously. If you are the ones to command the Dementors, I don't want you to take an eye off of them. You are responsible about who they will and won't attack. That's not something you can take lightly, do you understand? Ralston and Mona looked at each other. Then both nodded. We will ensure that only those who are guilty are attacked, Mona said dreamily. Everybody else whose loyalty is in question or who is innocent we will make sure is either just apprehended or not harmed at all. At that Ekrasdis pouted. It's not as if the adults aren't guilty anyway, he said slowly. Sal stared at the man. We will do it as the children said or not at all, he replied. If you want to do it differently, I will stop you and do it alone. It was mostly an empty thread, at least until Ekrasdis reached Hogwarts. Thanks to all the time Sal had lived there and all the magic he had cast there, Hogwarts was one of the few places all over Britain where Sal could act like he had more power than an above-average witch or wizard. Adding to that Sal was the master of the Ward's Well, it might be a better idea to challenge a dragon in their nest than Sal at Hogwarts. Regretfully, that was exactly what the current headmaster had done. Go and get your Dementors, Sal finally instructed Ekrasdis. The rest of us will meet you tomorrow at the gates of Hogwarts. It was late autumn in 1534, when Sal reached the outer skirts of Hogwarts' surrounding grounds. Now, he was standing in front of the front gates of Hogwarts, contemplating his past. It had been years since he had been last seen the castle in front of him, and yet, throughout all his life, all those centuries, millennia he had lived, he had always returned to it. It was his home, and it felt definitely odd that he was now thinking about breaking and entering into it. But needs must, Sal thought darkly, his eyes searching out the one tower that once had belonged to Peverell. Needs must. Nevertheless, it was odd to Sal that after all these years working at Hogwarts, after all these years learning and living at Hogwarts, after all these years defending Hogwarts, he had now come to conquer it. A healer on Warpath, Sal thought amused. That's not what you'll see every day. And yet, here he was, ready for battle. He bared his teeth in a semblance of a smile. But then, he thought, sometimes it needs to be a healer who goes to war. Sometimes, only a healer will be the one to do the right thing, not the easy. And today was a day like that. Sal squared his shoulders. Ready? The man next to him asked. Sal took a deep breath. Ready, he affirmed. His hands touched the black iron of the gates of Hogwarts. Hello, ATR, he greeted Hogwarts. I've come to take your master down. And the old, black iron gates slowly opened. Once again, Sal took a deep breath, then he stepped forward and entered the grounds. The moment he crossed the wards, they settled heavily on his shoulders. A wind caressed his cheek, welcoming him home after the decades he had been away. Sal smiled, but his smile was more the goblin expression of baring your teeth in challenge than an actual smile. Then an alert went through the wards and told the headmaster that somebody had entered the sanctuary. Behind Sal the children and Ekrasdis stood silently. Sal's smile broadened and then he started his way up to the doors of the castle. The others and the 10 Dementors they had with them followed him silently like guards. Not even 10 minutes later they were intercepted by the headmaster, the deputy and the potions professor. Who are you and what are you doing here? Demanded the headmaster. Sal looked at him, his face still adorned by an insincere smile. I am Salvajahar, he said. And I came to take you down. For a moment, the headmaster actually gawked at him. Then the man burst out laughing. You? He asked amused. I can feel your magic, moron. You don't even have enough magic to be considered at an adult's level and yet you want to take me, one of the most powerful men on the Isles, down. Sal bared his teeth further. It doesn't matter, he said and fury laced his voice. It's what you can do with your magic that counts, not how much magic you actually have. How about you face me first, weakling, and then try your hand on the headmaster, if you're still standing after that, that is. The potions professor scoffed and stepped forward. It was the Lord of Azkaban who bared him his way. How about you play with me, my sweet, Ekrasdis crooned. I'm sure we will have a lot of fun. The potions professor sneered. And who are you? He asked with contempt. Ekrasdis of Azkaban, Ekrasdis replied. Never heard of Azkaban, the potions professor replied. Ekrasdis smiled. Oh, good, he said. The more fun for me. And with that he raised his arms and suddenly unnatural fog started to creep up from the earth. The deputy and the headmaster turned their wands on Ekrasdis, but Sal intercepted the headmaster's spell with a ward while the deputy fell to the dementors commanded by the children. We're going inside, Ralston declared with a determined expression. Mona next to him nodded and together with the 10 dementors they left, unhindered by the spells of the headmaster and potions professor that splashed against Sal's wards. The headmaster turned to Sal at that, his expression furious. I will kill you, and then I will kill those brats. He raged. Try, Sal countered icily while weaving one ward after another with his left hand. In here, inside the wards built by his blood and sacrifice, it was quite easy for him to weave other, new wards. The ground was basically drowning in Sal's magic already, so connecting wards through the ground, weaving rune chains was basically child's play. It didn't need a lot of magic. Then the headmaster shot his first spells at Sal. Sal ducked and drew one of his daggers. The headmaster laughed. You don't even have the power to use true spells. He scoffed. You're weak. Absolutely weak. The next thing he had to do was to duck when he saw a shadow jumping at him out of the corner of his eye. But when he looked where he had seen the shadow, there was nothing there. Sal smiled grimly before sending another illusion towards the headmaster. Again the man ducked and Sal used his distraction to come at him with his dagger. The man managed to avoid being hit by Sal's weapon and started to shoot spells at Sal again. It was Sal's turn to duck away from the spells, all the while still weaving runs with his left hand. Then Ekrasdis next to him was hit by a curse of the potions master. The half-dementor stumbled, growled and pounced at the potions professor. The headmaster shot a spell at Ekrasdis to stop him, but the spell splashed again against an invisible barrier. The headmaster growled. Sal used his distraction to come at the headmaster with his dagger again. When the headmaster stumbled back and away from the weapon, Sal's smile turned feral. The next moment Sal twisted his left hand and a single, golden glowing rune left his fingers. The rune flew onto the ground in front of the headmaster. The headmaster laughed. That's it, he chortled. One mangled rune, the only magic you can manage. Sal couldn't fault the headmaster's logic. The man was far stronger magically than Sal ever was, considering that he was basically stuck with his 15-year-old body's magic. But Sal had learned one thing in his long life. He didn't need a lot of power. He had more than enough. And what he didn't have, he could make up by his incomparable control over every drop of magic he had in his body. Sal wasn't weak, but even if he had been, his control would have made up for it more than enough. Wandless creating illusions was tiring, but manipulating wards that were already his. Child's play. The lightning bolt, which looked like golden, electrified light, came down from the wards surrounding Hogwarts and hit the headmaster by surprise. Not that the headmaster had time to actually feel the surprise. 1 minute he was laughing at Sal, the next he was lying motionless on the ground, killed by the interacting wards he had been meticulously withdrawn from by Sal. The moment he was removed from the wards far enough, meaning he had basically lost his position as headmaster to Sal and was seen as a hostile intruder, the wards had come down upon him and had killed him. The potions professor was so distracted by his employer's sudden death that he didn't even notice Ekrasdis ripping out his throat with his teeth until it was too late. Sal just stared at the 2 dead bodies in front of him for a moment or two. Let's go and help the children, he finally said and walked away from the battle towards the doors of the castle. Ekrasdis also looked at the dead bodies, wiped his mouth to remove the blood, and then he laughed. Oh, monster child, he crooned. Now I know why my pets fear you. You are truly scary when you're angry. When people of later times asked what happened in the year 1534, they would get a lot of different answers. The Act of Supremacy, they would say, the beginning of the Church of England. Luther, they would say, his complete Bible was published in Germany in 1534. France starts to prosecute the Protestants, they would say. And Papst Paul III started his time as the head of the Catholic Church. Maybe other things would be named as well, but if you asked a wizard or a witch, their answer would be simple. Nothing. They'd say. Nothing important happened in 1534. Over time, the whole wizarding community would forget the assault of Hogwarts in 1534. Ralston Potter, Mona Potter née Lovegood and Salvajahar Basiliskson, headmaster of Hogwarts for the next few decades until one Anshina Creaseworthy would take up the mantle, would make sure of that. Ekrasdis of Azkaban on the other hand would vanish back into Azkaban where he would die sometime in the future. Only after his death the wizards of Britain would find out about the island of Azkaban, and it would take even longer until they would turn it into a prison to the happiness of the Dementors. But until then, Hogwarts would return to being a safe place of learning for little witches and wizards. Look out. Dung bomb. Harold Ralston Potter. What were you thinking throwing a dung bomb through the girls' washroom's window? Well, as safe as it could be with Potters in attendance. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.